To what extent are the Kryptonians stuck in their ways? In order to save jobs such as workers, they even gave up a lot of high-tech applications. Obviously, with their technology, robots are enough to complete most of the production work, and they can focus more on artistic creation and the pursuit of truth. And restricting the genes also brought them very obvious problems. Extreme. Zod was so extreme that he rebelled directly without thinking at all. In fact, he could completely avoid the destruction of Krypton by restarting the colonization of the galaxy. Take your own men to stand on the top of the mountain or something, and the Council of Elders can't control him. And Clark's father Joe, 787, Al was extreme, looking at everything from the perspective of a scientist. Ah, these are predestined. So be it. Accept your fate and you're done. You have given birth to a baby yourself, then prove it is wrong. You have reached a conclusion, and you're the most authoritative scientist on Krypton, then go to prove it. Zod always listened to your words before, but you were lucky. You see through it yourself, but you don't tell others. So genetic adjustment is a good technology, but there is a problem with launching people's use. I don't know which Sabi came up with this idea, using genetic debugging to determine the belonging of each person after birth. Your planet Krypton is a republic, not even an emperor. You have a problem with a hereditary system, right? Zod took one last look at Clark, then at Wong Hao. But Krypton is gone. Earth, this planet is very good. I plan to use the Genesis engine to transform it into a planet suitable for the survival of Kryptonians. No, that way people on Earth will be killed and injured countless times. But Krypton will rise from the ashes. Zod glared at Clark, not at all grateful for being let in by the old driver. Your father betrayed us, betrayed Krypton, and sat by without stopping Krypton's destruction. Do you want to do the same now? As a high-ranking person, Zod's aura is still much stronger than the just new Clark. Being pressed by him repeatedly, Clark was suddenly speechless. It's just that his eyes are firm, and he has made up his mind that he will never allow Zod to do anything to the Earth. Cough. Seeing the two melon skins arguing again, Wong Hao couldn't help but speak. Zod is what he wants. He's a good commander. Although he's not a good government leader, he is still qualified as a military commander. As for Clark, his potential is there, and Wong Hao, the secret code of creation, also needs it. As long as that thing is not used indiscriminately, it is still a very awesome thing. At least, Wong Hao can use it to mass-produce Kryptonian warriors. Or the naturally born Kryptonians will adjust them to the strongest state after choosing the profession of warrior. Yes, in Wong Hao's view, the role of the creation codex should be to select first and then debug, instead of debugging first and then not giving you a choice. To put it bluntly, it is a matter of choosing a career in online games. Each person has an initial template, one transfer at 10th level, and you can freely choose to transfer to a warrior or magician. Then level 20 turn 2. Warriors can be transformed into knights or swordsmen or archers. Magician can be converted into summoner, elemental magician, and priest. Kryptonite's genetic adjustment should be like this, and it should be professionally adjusted according to the profession you choose. It's not that someone else gave you the start. You are an archer, and then you can only play archer, and you can't even delete the number to retrain and open the trumpet. If a game is the latter, it must be cool. A game with no choice will not be played by anyone. Sooner or later, the server will be shut down, just like Krypton will be destroyed sooner or later. Listen to me. I've already said that I want to give you a brighter future. As my people, is it difficult to solve the problems of the mere planet? Wong Hao said very casually. Then he waved his little hand. In an instant, the entire Kryptonian spaceship disappeared directly above the Earth and came to Wong Hao's Kingdom of God. Hey, here is the new home of the Kryptonians, but from now on, you will no longer be called Kryptonians. I will give you a new name and a new life. You will be called Celestial Beings from now on. Belong to me, Celestials. At the feet of Wong Hao and Zod, there is a huge and boundless vast continent. Although it hasn't been taken care of much, but because of this, the continent reconstructed from the shattered Morag is so simple and unadorned, which is conducive to carving. The Kryptonians, no, the Celestials, they will become the citizens of this continent, bathed in the sunshine from Wong Hao, and thrive here. And when Wong Hao needs it, they will take up arms at 4.4, fight for Wong Hao, and defeat all opponents. Looking at the seemingly thin land under his feet, Zod was shocked, but also a little excited. Kryptonians can finally be reborn and revived. My God! Zod got down on one knee and offered his loyalty and faith to Wong Hao. Although Clark was not as excited as Zod, he also had a smile on his face. The Earth has been saved from catastrophe, and the Kryptonians ushered in a new life. Clark, do you plan to stay here and do your part for your fellow man? Or stay on Earth to act as some kind of protector? I'm going back to Earth, but I'll help. Clark's mind was full of a certain figure. Especially after he took Zod and others to watch several special films just now, his thoughts on a certain figure became more and more obvious. And hearing what Clark said, Zod immediately became unhappy. But before he had an attack, Wong Hao grabbed Zod, walked up to Clark, glanced at him, and said, I can understand you leaving. After all, you used to live on the Earth. But my people now have needs and need things in your body. After speaking, Wong Hao stretched out a hand, and the invisible light turned into a precision instrument, directly penetrating into every corner of Clark's body. Analyzing the target gene data, the explanation is complete. The gene database is extracted, the Kryptonian secret code is reorganized, and the reorganization is complete. Hao Yan's voice kept ringing in Wong Hao's mind. It is very difficult for Kryptonians. For Kryptonians, the behavior that may kill Clark is nothing to Wong, Joe, Al engrave the genetic data in every cell in Clark's body, the so-called Kryptonian secret code, the secret code of creation. In this way, it was extracted by Wong Hao. Because of this, the toolman Clark lost his role. By the way, that expedition ship is what we need. After extracting the secret tome of creation, Wong Hao spoke to Clark again. If there is any help, then you can take it and treat it as my little help to Krypton. Clark didn't care about things outside of him. Hearing his answer, Wong Hao nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a wave of his hand, the expedition spaceship parked by Clark at the North Pole directly entered the Kingdom of God. In this case, together with the creation engine of the former Kryptonian colonial outpost, brought by Zod, basically a Kryptonian civilization can be re-established. Definitely, now Celestials. Naturally, it is impossible for Wong Hao to copy a Kryptonian civilization as it is. That would be too stupid. That Krypton's social system model and cultural inheritance form do not meet Tian Hao's expectations. What Wong Hao wants is a thriving civilization that believes in itself. It can meet Wong Hao's various needs for culture and military affairs. And these are obviously not what the rigid Kryptonian civilization in the past could do. First, use the cultivation warehouse to create a group of Kryptonian civilians, and then let them reproduce naturally. After a few generations, their inheritance will enter the normal mode and form a stable and sustainable civilization. Natural breeding is a must, otherwise, Wong Hao might as well make a batch of robots. At least in terms of combat effectiveness, the existence of mechanical super is not weaker than the current Clark. The remaining Kryptonian fighters on the ground were also summoned by Zod to leave, and all the aggressive Kryptonians immigrated into Wong Hao's Kingdom of God, except that Clark returned to his normal life, and then planned to apply for a job at the Planet Daily and work as a colleague with a certain female reporter. Fiona also stayed on the Earth. Because she was instructed by someone, she firmly believes that the child born to the strongest will also be the strongest and have the best potential. So now she is with the strongest all day long, and wants to give birth to the most powerful future leader for the celestial human race. Definitely, this kind of thing has a long way to go. It's not something she can do if she wants to. A turmoil was attributed to Invisible, and the metropolis that should have been severely damaged in the disaster was fine. However, the arrival of Sheeran still had some impact on the world. Especially a reporter who runs very fast, always likes to disappear at the scene of the incident, but the guy who can always take key pictures afterwards has caused a lot of things. Rescue people from car accidents, rescue people from fire, save people from wrecked ships, planes. Anyway, I don't know why that guy insists on flying around in a cloak. So much so that journalists all over the world now only care about one issue. Where's Superman? I'll think he's looking for a draw. I've been in this world for almost half a year. The DC world is still very different from the Marvel world. From the details of the environment and the city, the tour group can be regarded as experiencing an exotic atmosphere. And the biggest change in this year is naturally that there's an extra guy in this world who likes to fly around in a red cloak. But after visiting the ordinary attractions, 777 Wong Hao also started to look for the next key target. Pietro, I heard that Barry Aaron in Central City is awake. I think you can go and see. My brother-in-law got the order, and it turned into a silver lightning and disappeared in place. Saw Bao, Dr. Stone in Star Lab has a big baby. You will definitely be very interested. The mother box is definitely a big baby for players on the technology side. Not to mention, that thing also gave birth to a half-human, half-mechanical monster, Cyborg. The 2 eyesores are gone, and there are 2 more. Thor, that new bar has a new wine. This is a card. Go and swipe it yourself. As for the last one, a certain archer who woke up from sleep and awakened a special ability, Wong Hao just smiled at him, and then he said himself, then what, I'll also go to Central City to have a look. I think my ability can still be developed. Slip away. All the redundant male creatures are gone, and there is no obtrusive existence. Then Wong Hao said to the ladies, let's go to the daughter's country. Daughter country? Why do I sound so much like your private plot? When she heard that Wong Hao was going to a daughter country, Natasha Romanoff immediately raised her hands. Chonner has never been jealous, but seeing that there are more and more stars in the starry sky, Natasha Romanoff still feels that it is necessary for her to declare the issue of sovereignty, even if it is to thank her for helping me in the first place. In the starry sky of the Lord of Stars, the sun, there are many stars, but there can only be one moon. It has nothing to do with me, okay? This is what Zeus did, and the queen is still his wife. Wong Hao has an innocent face. The Amazons belong to the subsidiary forces of the Olympus gods. They believe in Artemis, the goddess of hunting, but their king Hippolyta is missed by Zeus. Then Diana was born. The brilliance of his sun god has nothing to do with this matter. Amazon. I seem to have heard such legends. After hearing Wong Hao's explanation, Natasha Romanoff and others thought about it for a while, and then vaguely remembered that there was indeed such a passage in the myth of Sheila that I heard when I was a child. Then let's go. Where's the daughter country? Chonner didn't think so much about Natasha Romanoff. On the contrary, she showed a very interested look. After all, a country of daughters without men. How on earth would they have children? Like in Journey to the West, is there a spring of mother and son? They are in the Atlantic Ocean. Because of the magic barrier set up by Zeus, the outside world cannot see the island where they live. Definitely, it is impossible for Zeus Rubik's Cube to stop Wong Hao, let alone a dead Zeus. Just using the power of light, Wong Hao easily determined the location of Paradise Island. How should we say? Are we going straight there, or how? The location has been determined, but whether to break in like this is a problem. Let's go by boat. Isn't that an island? Get a cruise ship. Anyway, the guys in the way were taken away. Natasha Romanoff stretched. She hadn't relaxed in a long time. And when he thought of the girl beside him wearing a cool 3-point style and having a pool party with him on the cruise ship, Wong Hao also immediately agreed to this request. He quickly took out his mobile phone and called classmate Bruce. Is there a cruise ship? You should have one, a bigger one, with all kinds of equipment, drivers, and staff. No, I bring it myself. When the cruise ship arrived, Wong Hao beckoned again and brought over the group of maids staying in the church in the next universe. Let's go, beauties, go shopping first, buy some clothes, food. It will take a long time to take a boat to the Atlantic Ocean from here. As a result, the major shopping malls in the metropolis were looted again, but this time it was those shops that sold swimsuits and various cool summer clothes. In the early morning of the next day, the cruise ship was ready, and Wong Hao took his star cluster and set off directly down the coastline, and then crossed the Strait of Panama into the Atlantic Ocean. According to their sailing speed, the whole journey will last about a week. At the same time, in the Star Lab in Central City, two people were staring at each other. Are you a speedster too? The unanimous words made the two people look surprised. Definitely, it wasn't just the two of them who were surprised. There were several people beside them who were equally surprised. A man sitting in a wheelchair with an elegant face and eyes full of wisdom frowned and thought hard. He is the owner of this laboratory, the main person in charge of the previous particle accelerator explosion, Dr. Harrison Wells. Definitely, he also has another identity, the supervillain from the 25th century, Reverse Lightning, Dr. Albert Sohn. Where did this speedster come from? Reverse Flash sat in a wheelchair, his mind full of question marks. As an avid fan of the Flash from the future, Sohn has studied all of the Flash's opponents, as well as all speedsters since him, in the end, he successfully extracted a sliver of the speed force from the Flash's battlesuit, and reversed it, creating his own anti-speed force. And how strong is he? Or how fast is he? On the official speed chart produced by DC, he ranks 3rd and Superman ranks 4th. And now he's numb. A speedster he had never seen before appeared. Meanwhile, Star City. Hawkeye, who originally planned to go to Central City with Quicksilver, looked at the slightly dim sky in front of him, feeling a little depressed. It's okay to be driven away by the boss, but he was dumped when he wanted to go to the Central City together. There is no way. Quicksilver ran away in a hurry, and he couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. I called him, and it turned out that he had already arrived, Noah Wong's. He was halfway there, and finally had no choice but to stay here by himself. Hey, let's find a place to rest for the night first. The lonely purple-clothed archer walked around for a long time, and then found a bar to have a drink or two. It was already dark when he came to the street again after eating and drinking. Boom! The intense gunshots made Hawkeye stunned for a moment, and then looked not far ahead, only to see a group of people running there while turning their heads and shooting. Then I looked behind them again, and saw a guy who couldn't see the color of his clothes clearly in the night, shuttling through the city. A sharp arrow pierced through the air and hit the person who shot in front of him. You guys have failed the city. What strange character. Colinte frowned and looked at the archer who was swinging between the buildings with a rope tied to the knock. His face was squeezed together. But for some reason, such an action gave him a very familiar feeling. It was as if someone he knew very well did it all the time. But the pursuit in front of him is not over yet. Under the light, the guy finally revealed his appearance. He was wearing a green leather armor and a hood on his head, so he couldn't see his face clearly. Wearing a mask, hiding his head and showing his tail, he doesn't look like a good person. But Colinte looked at the person he was chasing over there again. TSK, all of them are vicious, and they're holding obviously miscellaneous non-standard firearms. Gangsters. At any rate, as an agent, Colinte can still distinguish the general identities of these guys, so combining the situation of both sides, the problem is self-evident. Vendetta? Forget it, 507 doesn't care. Hawkeye, who made up his mind to ignore it, walked away, planning to find a hotel to sleep temporarily, and then take the car to the Central City every day. But he doesn't want to cause trouble, but it doesn't mean that things won't find him. As soon as he stepped away, the shouts behind him caught up. He turned his head and saw that those people were being chased in a panic, and one of them just rushed towards him. Don't, you have to die. Colinte raised his foot and kicked towards the person who was running towards him, but he didn't want to kick it, and that person happened to chase a sharp arrow from behind. Puss! The sharp arrow pierced into the flesh, and even the arrow shaft was painted green. The sharp arrow directly pierced through the boy, making him stare wide in shock, and then slowly fell to the ground. Rod Ange, you have failed this city. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. The man in the green bib hood rushed over with a stride, and then he saw Hawkeye, who was raising his feet for the first time, and bowed his head again. Hey, why do people die? Oliver Quinn's eyes widened. God is sorry. He hasn't killed anyone in so long since his debut. Although he has killed before, but after returning to Star City and starting his Green Arrow, he really hasn't killed anyone. Every time he tortured these people, he would drop them at the gate of the police station and hand them over to Officer Lance, the father of his ex-girlfriend. Why did you kill him? Oliver glared at the man in front of him. Things have not gone well for him recently. Someone pretended to be Green Arrow and attacked, and killed the people on his list in order to discredit his identity. He instinctively saw Colinte as that person. But when he heard his words, Colinte was stunned. Are you kidding me? You didn't kill this? Your arrow is still on it. But Colinte didn't have time to say it, just because Oliver had already shot him. Hey, you really are not a good person. Seeing Oliver shoot directly, Colinte said that he had seen through you a long time ago, but as an elite agent, his skills are not bad, so he immediately started to fight back. Fist to fist, foot to foot, Oliver's agility was honed in 5 years of life and death. And Colinte, as Hawkeye, is the worst one in the Avengers Alliance, but at least he is a member of the superhero organization. Superhero does not represent ordinary people, but his superior strength compared with ordinary people made Oliver even more convinced that he was the guy who pretended to be hunting everywhere. Especially when Oliver pulled away after punching together, and then turned around and shot an arrow towards Colinte's face. Colin Telephone's performance was very essence. He turned sideways in the same way, and then slapped his back, a folding bow popped out, and at the same time, an arrow hidden by Colinte in the crook of his arm was taken out and placed on it. Whizzing, 2 sharp arrows pierced through the air, and Colinte came first and shot down Oliver with his own arrow along the trajectory of Oliver's arrow. As a master archer, it is his basic operation to carry a bow and arrow with him. But such behavior, in Oliver's opinion, directly characterizes him as the behavior of a mysterious archer. Green Arrow versus Hawkeye is imminent. But unlike the 2 guys who were both ready to make trouble, the one who was the best at making trouble was very law-abiding at the moment. He just followed Dr. Silas Stone from the former Star Laboratory and sneaked into a place in this world where the US government specializes in researching and storing various alien technologies. Red Room Lab. That is, the place where Zod's corpse and the Apocalypse Mother Box were studied. It's alien technology again. Unfortunately, I have the technology of Xander, and I don't lack these things. After sneaking into the laboratory as a well-known scientist, after a search, Mr. Tony showed disdain and expressed his disdain for these technologies that he might have coveted. What the hell is this? Although many of the previous technologies, including some of the Kryptonian technologies, Mr. Tony did not care. But when the file was turned to the end, a special thing appeared. The square box, with strange patterns printed on it, is called the energy core by the people in the laboratory. The same thing as Tesseract. Teacher Tony flipped through the materials. The more he read, the more smiles on his face. I found a big baby. The mother box is a great thing. Whether it is Marvel or DC, too many things have been weakened in the movie. But the mother box is one of the few items that has not been weakened too much. This thing originally represents the highest technology in the universe, but at the same time, it is a cutting-edge life computer in the universe, and it also has the functions similar to the Kryptonian creation engine. The combination of the three can directly change the state of the living planet. Good stuff. Although I still don't know what the mother box is, but after Mr. Tony read the research materials in the Red Room laboratory, he felt that this thing must be a good thing. Since it was excavated in Europe during World War II, the Red Room laboratory has not given up on its research for decades. Moreover, each generation of scientists can always discover something new after research. Sound familiar? Isn't the Tesseract next door also like this? Even now, Tony still carries the arc reactor based on Tesseract research. After he took down Xander, he thought he could replace his arc reactor with new technology, but it turned out that their energy core was not as good as the arc reactor. In other words, the technology of arc reactor is the most powerful thing even in the entire universe. Because this thing was made by Howard Stark based on Tesseract's energy operation mode, it can even be regarded as a low-profile version of Tesseract. Because of this, Tony knows very well that there are some treasures in the universe that have technology far beyond the creation of civilization. This is the greatness of nature and the majesty of the universe. Should I take it away? Tony spent a day in the Red Room lab before finally giving up on the idea. It's not that there's anything wrong with the laboratory security measures. Instead, Tony discovered that Dr. Silas, who he followed, was conducting a very critical scientific research related to the mother box. He's actually trying to recreate the human body with the mother box. Tony couldn't help being moved when he saw the body of his football player's son that was frozen in a box by Dr. Silas. This science of reversing life and death is enough to make any geek shudder. Just like mythology lovers saw a real dragon, scientists touch this kind of forbidden zone of God, touch life. Even though Tony has seen his boss show the reincarnation of life and death more than once. But this is their use of wisdom and science trying to beat the gods. Almost without any hesitation, Tony quickly joined Dr. Silas' special team through his professional knowledge and helped him carry out this heaven-defying research. Definitely, it is also for him to get more information about his mother. He was able to resurrect life and recreate the human body. If he used its power to give life to his armor, wouldn't that mean he had a duplication? Test 72nd, 3, 2, 1. The energy source was switched on, and Victor Stone's remnant body, placed on the experimental table, was covered by various mechanical parts. Otherwise, his organs would have failed long ago, and he would not be able to breathe his last breath. At this moment, all these parts are connected to the mother box. Stabala. The electric current flowed on the mother box and Victor's body, and the originally unconscious body began to scream shrilly. Damn it, is it really okay? Tony held his head and looked at Victor, who was activated like a robot, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Dr. Silas turned his head and glanced at this guy. If it wasn't for his excellent technique, he would have given him a kick just by saying this. What is true? No. Why do you want to join the team? Why do you have to work for half a day? Are you really holding the mentality of trying to play? But before everyone in the team became happy, Victor, who was gradually regaining consciousness, suddenly stopped shouting. After absorbing a wave of energy, Mujin also suddenly fell into a sinking state. Fail. Dr. Silas looked at his son, who had been crackling for a long time, but suddenly stopped moving and felt desperate. No, I'm not giving up on this. I've lost your mother, and I can't lose you again. Dr. Silas looked crazy and continued to work with this momentum and continued to start experiments again and again. And Tony, who was moved by spirit, also broke out with great enthusiasm. And he didn't even plan to keep it private and shared some special techniques at this time. I'll think the energy source is unstable and not strong enough. The electric current we drive is pressurized by a transformer, and there is still an output limitation. I could provide some special energy sources. Taking out his big baby, Tony looked at Dr. Silas sincerely under the latter's excited eyes. The 81st experiment officially begins. Connected to the arc reactor, surging energy poured into the mother box, and along with this energy, rich life force poured into Victor's body. This time, it's not just a simple activation. His limbs are being regenerated, and his flesh and blood are disappearing. Various mechanical parts covered his body, and a half-human, half-mechanical life was being born. At the same time, the mother box that had absorbed such strong energy also began to vibrate, sending out unknown signals to the dark void. Blazing white light broke through the roof and reached the sky. A peculiar passage slams into the hole. The sonic boom channel suddenly opened, but this familiar scene reminded Tony of his past experiences in an instant. He had seen a similar teleportation tunnel over New York City, and that time, a group of bug-like Chitauri came out. Jarvis armed. Almost the moment the passage was opened, Tony knew that he could no longer hide. Like mercury pouring down the ground, a layer of nanomaterials as thin as a cicada's wing quickly covered his body. Dr. Silas, who was more concerned about his son's life and death than the boom channel, looked back and found that Tony had armed himself. But before he could open his mouth to ask what was going on, 470, a shrill cry came from the white sonic boom channel. Then, a monster that looked more like a bug than a Chitauri rushed out. El knew it. There was no need to ask about the purpose of coming, to communicate, etc. Tony didn't say a word, and the firepower was fully fired, and the particle cannon shot towards the passage like raindrops. Get out of here. Let Jarvis control the artillery to fire freely. Tony turned his head and said to Dr. Silas, who was checking Victor's status over there. Victor. Dr. Silas Stone was unmoved, but looked at his son, who gradually regained consciousness, with tears in his old eyes. He lost his wife in that accident and nearly lost his son. He was almost going to die in old age. But fortunately, he managed to save his son's life with a mother box, even if he would become a cyborg from now on. Seeing that the father and son were still unmoved, Tony became more and more anxious. The demons were not much stronger than Chitauri, and they could deal with ordinary human soldiers. But the problem is that these miscellaneous soldiers all have a common characteristic, and it's just that they are really like bugs. Too many to remember. Green blood splattered, and Tony continued to fire, barely able to keep the situation under control, and let the monsters come out at speed equal to his killing speed. But more and more monsters rushed out. Killing them is definitely endless. Most importantly, although he hasn't seen it yet, Tony knows that there must be a more powerful leader behind this passage. And as if lit by Tony's premonition, a voice really appeared suddenly. After all these years, Mother, you have finally called me home. There was a sudden delay in the appearance of the monster. Tony didn't feel the slightest joy at all, but immediately changed the armor into a bigger and more powerful form. Boom! The tall body fell to the ground, and a hideous figure holding a battle axe appeared in the laboratory. Oh, the big shot is here. Tony, who had just completed his transformation, looked at the gray-skinned alien with a double, horned helmet on his head, an ancient battle armor, and a battle axe in his hand, and his heart suddenly felt cold. Take melee cold weapons. It's over, it's over. In the interstellar era, instead of using guns, they are playing with cold weapons, which can only explain one thing. That is, guns are just toys to him, and the battle axe in his hand is more powerful than any guns. And such a person, Tony also happened to know one. Thor. What? Flames erupted from behind the 2.5-meter tall steel titan. Pushing its huge and heavy body straight to the front, Tony hugged Steppenwolf by the waist, then slammed directly into the wall and went straight through. This is the only way to keep Stone and his son. And the room really wasn't the right place for him to fight. The thick wall was pierced through by 2 titans, rushed out of the hidden building, and came to the square outside. The previous movement has attracted attention, and a group of soldiers is rushing here. This is the secret laboratory of the May government, which belongs to the military restricted area. But the question is, can the weapons of the people on Earth really be able to deal with the destroyers from the planet Apocalypse? Go away, this is not something you can handle. Getting up from the ground, Tony looked at the Steppenwolf on the opposite side, who was also doing the same, and the soldiers behind him who were still eager to try and plan to shoot, and hurriedly shouted, "Primitive humans." Looking back at the American soldiers who were about to show off their gun operations, Steppenwolf sneered with disdain. "It's you who makes me a little bit interested in fighting." The tomahawk swung, and the golden light lingered on it. Tony swung his left arm, and a transparent shield suddenly appeared on the giant battle armor. It was on the way of the tomahawk. Crack! Oh, it doesn't look like much. The energy shield was directly shattered, and the armor's arm 3.2 made a crisp cracking sound. Yet Tony didn't hesitate or stop in surprise. With a wave of his right arm, a golden energy sword gushes out and stabs at the Steppenwolf. Facing Tony's counterattack, Steppenwolf still had that rampant, conceited smile on his lips, and then turned sideways to avoid the stab, dodging the stabbing attack. But it was not over yet. Steppenwolf took advantage of the situation and turned around, trying to pull out the battle axe and pursue the victory. However, when the arm was pulled, the tomahawk was not pulled out as he wished. On the contrary, it was his miscalculation that gave Tony the angle to attack. Your words, because of how red. The energy sword disappeared, and the right hand directly grabbed Steppenwolf's chest, and then the energy of the reactor on the chest surged, and from behind, Tony launched a fierce attack. This is a nano armor, not the original mechanical parts. After Steppenwolf's battle axe chopped off his left arm, Tony took advantage of the opportunity to wrap the battle axe with nanorobots and lock it. What? The energy cannon with the full power output of the reactor in his chest was directly blasted away, and the Steppenwolf smashed towards the flat building in the distance, smashing it to pieces. Let you leave quickly. One blow was successful, but Tony had no way to continue to chase, because the soldiers gathered around him not only did not decrease, but increased. Who are you? A man who looked like an officer confronted Tony instead. Idiot, now get out. Too lazy to explain to these people, Tony shot his left hand directly at the ground, and then sent a violent impact on the standing Steppenwolf with his right hand. The U.S. 18th Army soldiers who were attacked by far more fire than their own fled in all directions, and the ensuing battle made them finally understand. Why did the armored titan force himself and the others back? Because this is simply not a battle they can participate in. Run, run. The soldiers fled in all directions. Seeing this scene, Tony breathed a sigh of relief, but the Steppenwolf mocked mercilessly. Do you think they can escape? My army of demons has come to this world. They will hunt and kill everyone who is afraid. Let them die in fear and live again. As the Steppenwolf's voice fell, there were bursts of shrill roars again, and from the laboratory that Tony and the others drilled out earlier, ugly green monsters with wings began to follow the fearful atmosphere in the air, with their own goals. Fact. Seeing such a scene, Tony's mood suddenly reached a freezing point, and he also clearly realized that now is not the time for him to hide. Jarvis, open it for me. Staying in this world for as long as a year, Tony has never let go of his research, and in the end, he successfully manufactured his latest war power, Sentry Armor. A strong energy surge forced the Steppenwolf away, and then the nanomaterials on his body quickly faded away. In the energy field, a set of all-black armor that was completely different from Tony's style suddenly appeared in the void and then enveloped him. You shouldn't have messed with me. Tony, who had returned to his normal height and file size, looked at the tall Steppenwolf in front of him and made a voice from his face. Oh, I like to see how it goes. Steppenwolf saw Tony, whose appearance changed drastically, waving the battle axe in his hand, his face full of fighting intent. Then take a good look. The black armored warrior suddenly disappeared in place, and the pupils of the Steppenwolf shrank, but he didn't realize how Tony disappeared. Then in the next second, Tony, covered in hot magma, reappeared, only this time behind Steppenwolf. What? The hot magma sprayed on his body, and the Steppenwolf grunted in pain, but the fighting spirit on his face became more and more crazy. But before he could turn around, Tony disappeared in the same place again, and then the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning and thunder turned into chains and fell towards the Steppenwolf. The shape of the battle armor changed, and the figure suddenly became larger by several points, followed by a substantial increase in strength and defense. Boom! As if falling from the sky, Tony, who launched a surprise attack from the air, smashed directly at the Steppenwolf, who was waving his battle axe to defend against the thunder. Ah, that's not enough? Is that all you can do? After being hit by Tony, the Steppenwolf who flew out jumped up, wiped the blood stains from the corner of his mouth, and roared at Tony. Definitely not. I have more. Accompanied by the words, there were several crimson shock beams. The energy shock ability extracted from the Summer family poured towards the Steppenwolf, as if endlessly. In the face of such an attack, facing this powerful enemy with all kinds of strange abilities and various means, even Steppenwolf can only raise his battle axe to block in front of him. But he was still strong, and he was hit 420 by such an offensive, and he still didn't fall down. Tony couldn't help admiring his tenacity. He didn't know who his opponent was, he only knew that it must be an invader from Outland. From his image to his declaration and behavior after appearance, he is a typical villain in that kind of movie. Since he is a villain, there is no need to hold back. Buzz! As Tony raised his little hand, the metal objects around the entire laboratory began to tremble. If there are satellite images aligned here, it will be found that the magnetic field here has undergone extremely strong changes. It could be considered as having been with Magneto for a few days, and Tony will naturally not lack the genetic data of this king of magnetism. Countless metal fragments shattered, reorganized, turned into sharp blades, and then turned into a storm, enveloping the Steppenwolf in it. Death Lotus! The sharp blades, all over the sky, turned into a blooming flower, like a shredder turned on at full power, and it was Steppenwolf among them who was facing the end of shredding. The extremely fast, rotating metal storm almost reached the limit of physical damage. Metal particles controlled by magnetism, in high-speed rotation, wipe out the wrapped objects in the simplest and most brutal way. And this kind of attack is also very effective. After using this move, which can be called the most lethal move for him, Tony can clearly hear the cries of the Steppenwolf coming from the storm. But just to be on the safe side, he continued to do this for a long time, until his magnetic power reserves were somewhat exhausted, and he finally let go of his hand. Even Thor can't survive this trick, can he? Tony still left a question mark. After all, he has never really fought against Thor. Although judging from his various observation data, Thor's physical fitness is unable to withstand such intensive and high-quality attacks. But who knows if he will have other means? The metal storm dissipated, and there was a clanging sound. It was the sound of metal particles with blood falling to the ground. Seeing the figure kneeling on the ground, Tony stepped forward, barely heaving a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, an accident forced him to use the strongest skill of the Sentry armor. With this move of the king of magnetism, if he was facing Thanos' army, everyone except Thanos himself would basically be wiped out. But I didn't expect that this time it would be used against a person. Let me see what kind of existence you are. 1 step, 2 steps, Tony was getting closer and closer to Steppenwolf, and an inexplicable sense of crisis became clearer in his heart, making him flustered. Jarvis, check the vital signs of the creature in front of you. As the voice fell, a tall figure suddenly bounced up from the ground. The bloody Steppenwolf was not dead. Boom! There was no time to change the shape, and there was no time to activate more than a dozen defensive modes, but barely opened a layer of defensive shield. Tony let out a muffled grunt and was directly knocked out. The Steppenwolf with purple blood all over his body roared angrily, looking at Tony who was knocked out by him. The wounds on his flesh and blood body were rapidly healing. Regenerative healing factor. As a member of the new Protoss, this is his inherent ability, and it is precisely with this ability that he can keep his life in Tony's round after round of attacks. The battle axe swung, and the battle axe full of divine power was invincible and fell towards the top of Tony's head. Phantom mode. The big axe fell, directly passing through Tony's body and falling to the ground. A huge amount of deep pit appeared. Flames were sprayed from Tony's feet, and his body retreated extremely quickly. Steel. The shape of the black battle armor changed, and the color became silver gray, and the King Kong body of the same style as Colossus appeared. What? Boom! The Steel Titan and the War Titan fought together, and a sudden increase in strength made Steppenwolf feel Tony's difficulty again. But this was not enough. As the military chief of Apocalypse, a war madman who conquered countless planets and parallel universes, the duplication. The strength of Steppenwolf is comparable to that of Superman in the single universe. Boom! The Steel Titan was blown away by a punch, and quickly changed into another form. Damn little bug. Burning in flames, freezing 9 feet, Steppenwolf rushed out of Tony's attacks again and again, as if he would never fall down. And the Red Room laboratory was also destroyed from the initial gate to the demolition of the entire building, and then to the complete destruction of the entire laboratory. However, the intensity of the battle is still expanding. Tony's energy, which is backed by a large reactor, is almost inexhaustible, and the power of the Steppenwolf connected to the Apocalypse Star will never end. All of a sudden, flames and snowflakes flew, and lasers and thunder danced wildly in this place that should have been a secret among secrets. The Great War was fought in full swing. So who the hell are they? In the hexagonal building, looking at the 2 guys who were obviously not their own personnel who were still fighting on the screen, the generals looked dignified. In the eyes of these 2 people, their weapons and their military facilities are like building blocks in the hands of children. They will fall down as soon as they are pushed. This is a great provocation. Sir, the information has come out. The soldier in the armor is one of the tour group members who appeared in the Kryptonian incident a year ago. Although there was no contact with the military at the beginning, there was a fight with the Kryptonians at the gate of their military base, and some video materials were still preserved. Wonderful Zhao, it's him. The participants in the original incident recognized Tony immediately. After all, the mere set of gaudily painted armor still left a deep impression on him. Then it looks like another alien incident. Sir, I suggest we summon him. All eyes are on the face of the person who made the opinion. You mean, we May people can no longer protect ourselves, and we can only rely on an alien? He's also from May, but he's just an alien immigrant. The staff officer who made the comment said with a smile. The general sitting at the top rubbed the center of his brows, then said helplessly, okay, so how do we contact him? Contact Superman. The situation is urgent, and now is not the time to worry about anything else. Colonel Marcus, who had previously proposed to contact Superman, glanced at the many generals and office colleagues behind him, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Marcus, come on. Linda, who had been trying to ask out before, waved her small fist to cheer him up, and the generals also showed their expectations. Okay, let me be the hero. Standing on the roof of the hexagonal building, Marcus thought to himself, but the tension and embarrassment in his heart still did not subside. Pulling the tight tie, Marcus looked up at the sky, then separated his feet, pouted his buttocks slightly, and took a deep breath. Superman, we need your help. Marcus yelled. Yes, this is what they figured out. After all, they don't have Superman's phone number or anything, and I heard that Superman can hear any voice calling for help, so yelling is undoubtedly the best choice. Superman, we at the Hexagon need your help. Looking up at the sky, there was no figure 963. Marcus hesitated for a moment, and then continued to shout. He felt that maybe he shouted the wrong words. After all, there were so many people in need of help, and it was impossible for Superman to go and see every one of them. So this time, he brought his own identity. I'm Colonel Marcus from the Hexagon. We need your help. In the strong wind on the roof, an elite man in a suit and leather shoes roared loudly, while behind him, a group of people with the highest authority in this country stood quietly watching. I'm crazy to agree to such a thing. After waiting for 2 minutes and seeing Marcus shouting for 2 minutes, the Admiral couldn't help muttering. Indeed, they're the ones who can easily start a world war, and now they're standing on a roof asking for help? This is really ridiculous. The general shook his head. He suddenly felt that he was old. Even though he spent an hour playing on the bed with a pair of sisters 2 days ago, he felt that he was still strong. But today, he was able to agree to such an absurd thing. He was really a bit old-fashioned and confused. The general turned his head and was about to go downstairs. But before he reached the stairs, a sudden exclamation made him stop in his tracks. Looking back, in the sky, the red cloak is so dazzling. What happened? Standing in huge amounts of offices, even though this is a hexagonal building, the people staying here are the most elite elites in this country. But they still couldn't help but focus their eyes on this tall, handsome, flawless man who seemed to have no flaws. Oh, that's right. In one of our official laboratories, 2 terrifying creatures suddenly appeared. Surveillance video showed that despite the discussion and the change of calling people on the top of the building, the fierce fighting over there still did not stop. Not to mention that the Red House laboratory was demolished cleanly. The battle was still spreading to the nearby urban area. And, according to the pictures we took, the person wearing the armor that can change form is exactly him. Clark frowned, and his eyes fell on Tony, who was wearing the sentry armor. Do you know him? Colonel Marcus asked after seeing Clark's reaction. Tony Stark. All right, I know the situation. I'll go there now. After the voice fell, the tall figure disappeared into the room. Everyone only felt a gust of wind passing by, and then a sonic boom came from outside the house. Outside the Red Room laboratory, seeing that the energy core had less than 20% energy left, Tony was a little anxious. He has run out of options. Ice, flames, lightning, corrosive poisonous fog, King Kong Titan, laser, metal storm, and even space tearing. Basically, it is a super ability with enough power, and all the powerful skills he collected on Earth X have been used. But the problem is facing an opponent with high attack and high defense, with unlimited recovery. What can he do with this guy? Even Hulk isn't that hard to fight. Turning into a compound form and flying in the air, Tony kept kiting Steppenwolf with laser cannons and couldn't help sighing. With his firepower, it is not a problem for one person to wipe out an armored division of the US military. But now it's a good thing. Hitting someone is hard to kill. Is it going to shake people again? Why do I work so hard to upgrade? Why are my opponents always so perverted? But what he didn't know was that he had fought hard, and Steppenwolf was also suffering. Even when he was fighting against the gods in ancient times, he never suffered from this kind of crime. Zeus's thunder is powerful. Artemis's magic arrow is a warship with one arrow, and the Green Lantern Corps has endless means. But when all these factors were concentrated on one person, the difficulty and disgust made the Steppenwolf furious, and at the same time, gave birth to a deep sense of powerlessness. Damn bug, you have the ability to come down. If you have the ability, come here. You are a flightless idiot, with rough skin and thick flesh, horns on the top of the head, uneven skin, and not a lot of dust. Did your mother soak you in cement when she gave birth to you? One round of laser fires down, and the second round of mouth cannons will attack again. As long as you still have the nerve to call me a bug, look at the things under your hands. They're called bugs. The blood is disgusting and green. Are you not aesthetically pleasing? Is it too glass? Right? MIT's first one-click Pontia comes uninvited. Back then, when Tony Stark silenced the MIT debate club, you trash alien invaders didn't know where to learn to speak. What? With a roar, a glowing axe spun towards HiBQ's mouth. The stinky bug flew past. I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you. Come and chase me, you trash. Although I can't beat it myself. Although my energy is almost exhausted, but people are not cowardly. My teacher Tony is the #1 barber at the entrance of the village. The handsome guy who is the favorite of countless girls and daughters-in-law in 10 miles and 8 towns. You can throw anything. Cards noodles can't be lost. Unexpectedly, the Steppenwolf who threw the axe did not continue to chase, but turned his head silently to the direction of a laboratory after glaring at the stinky master in the air for half his salary. Hey, don't go. As a generation of cheap saints, also known as itchy skin, when you beat him, he can't beat you, and people are not cowardly, but when you stop beating him, he catches up again. However, this time, the Steppenwolf ignored the annoying ghost behind him. No matter how Tony mocked behind his back, he beeped him himself, but he just hurried on his way and returned to the rotten door of the laboratory after a few steps. And once here, Steppenwolf and Tony both saw a figure. Fuck, brother, why haven't you left yet? That figure is none other than the instigator of the incident, Dr. Silas. And at this moment, he is holding the mother box packed into the box with one hand and pulling the small cart behind him with the other hand. On the cart is his son Victor, who has passed out again, or Cyborg. Although a little moved, I respect Dr. Silas's behavior of not giving up his son no matter what. But now is clearly not the time to express admiration. Whoosh! The dazzling laser light is shooting towards the position of Dr. Silas. This is definitely not because Mr. Tony is jealous when he sees the relationship between father and son, but because Steppenwolf has already pounced on him. It's over. Although the laser was fired in time to stop Steppenwolf's pace, but seeing Steppenwolf's unmoved expression, Tony knew that the father and son were finished. Even if he takes Tony's blow forcefully, Steppenwolf will definitely kill the father and son. Well, Tony didn't know that Steppenwolf was primarily targeting the mother box in the hands of Dr. Silas, but that didn't matter. The Steppenwolf, who had been provoked by him, had already planned to kill all the creatures that appeared in front of his eyes. Teacher Tony couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene anymore. The Steppenwolf, who was tall and burly, at least over 2 meters in his early years, rushed up fiercely. I'm afraid it only takes one round for Dr. Silas to be torn to pieces. Tony has even imagined his screams and howls. That's horrible. What? A miserable howl sounded, and Tony sighed, planning to help them shoot 2 shots out of humanitarianism, all as revenge. If you can't kill him, then shoot 2 shots. Hey, wait, why is this voice not right? Teacher Tony, who had just prepared the 2 shots of Gant's mother, looked at the scene in front of him, a blue figure with 10 red cloaks. Suddenly appearing in front of Dr. Silas, he not only blocked the deadly attack of the Steppenwolf, but even fought back with a little ease. That farm boy. Seeing Clark's face, Tony was slightly surprised. But he had seen the terrifying battle between Clark and Fiona. That was much more powerful than the little fight he had with the Steppenwolf just now. The outside of the military base was like being bombed by a meteorite. I heard that even the geological structure was changed, and the plate below was directly cracked. As a result, there were continuous earthquakes there, and the base had to be abandoned. This effect Tony can also achieve, but only if he fires at the surface with full firepower. But the situation that day was just the aftermath of their battle. Mr. Stark, who is he? Clark, who stopped Steppenwolf and even punched him back, looked up at Tony in the air without changing his face. He doesn't have much impression of Tony, although he's been in contact with him, but the biggest impression is that he is Wong Hao's younger brother. As for Clark's inquiry, Tony's answer is also very simple and clear. L don't know, an intruder from the outer domain, right? Anyway, as soon as the passage was opened, he appeared with an axe, and then started hacking, and summoned a bunch of ugly and disgusting courtiers. As the saying goes, the villain sues first, although it seems that he did it first, but Steppenwolf is so ugly, so he must be a villain. And hearing Tony's words, Clark's face suddenly became serious, and his gaze at the Steppenwolf in front of him also became unkind. The Steppenwolf was not aware of this at all. He wiped the corner of his mouth after being punched flying by the sudden appearance of Clark, and stood up. And when he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Clark, he suddenly grinned. Kryptonians. Certain memories suddenly came to mind. Tens of thousands of years ago, I slaughtered many of your compatriots. Originally, I planned to take Krypton as my conquest target, but it is a pity that it was directly wiped out in the galaxy. Well, no need to explain. As soon as Steppenwolf said these words, Clark knew that he must be a bad person. Then you don't have to be polite when you treat bad guys. The air exploded directly. After a year of precipitation, mainly doing odd jobs in Wong Hao's Kingdom of God, absorbing some sunlight from the source of the sun god, Clark's strength has reached a terrifying level. Although the original Clark is also very strong, you can still see that as Superman, he also has limits. For example, he can lift buildings and aircraft carriers, but you don't think he can lift mountains and continents. But after a year of growth, plus helping to move the small planet, and helping to move the ever-growing divine kingdom continent, 760, no one knows his limit except Wong Hao. Kryptonian growth is divided into 2 parts. One is their own awakening. With the degree of sunlight absorption and exercise, the Kryptonians' own limit will continue to increase, although they seem to have no limit. On the other hand, the absorbed sunlight energy is. This is why Kryptonians also have the concept of retreat, and the strength is not entirely dependent on the time spent in the sun. It is also related to age. Like Zod awakening, within a few hours of absorbing solar energy, it has an amount comparable to Clark's decades of growth. This is because of Zod's old age, so the degree of cell awakening, even if he didn't absorb too much sunlight, part of it was automatically awakened. And now, basking in the sunshine from Wong Hao, and undergoing a training that he has never experienced before, this Clark's growth rate can be said to be the left of all Superman in the multi-universe. With one punch, Steppenwolf flew upside down and lost a tooth. With another punch, the corners of Steppenwolf's eyes were crooked, and purple blood covered his cheeks. Another punch, Steppenwolf's eyes bulged out, as if someone had punched him in the stomach. Oh, he did get punched in the stomach, but it was too fast to see. Hit him, damn it. Seeing Clark's 2 swinging punches and an uppercut, Steppenwolf laid down on the ground, reminiscing about the pain just now. What Tony saw was so cool. Wasn't it very fierce to chase him just now? What's wrong with you now? Are you up? But Steppenwolf can't get up. If it was the original Clark, his fledgling strength is actually the same, but he is very powerful compared to the people on Earth and other people. However, Compared to himself in the parallel universe, Clark's strength is actually not as powerful as imagined. Again, getting in touch with Wang Hao the Sun God is too important for Superman, son of the sun. As a result, Steppenwolf might fall behind in a duel that should have been about the same, but at least it wouldn't be beaten like this. Anyway, Steppenwolf is also the big boss of Level Universe, the duplication projection. In terms of strength, it is not a problem to be inseparable from Thanos. But it's good now. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he was punched and knocked down. The severe pain distorted Steppenwolf's already ugly face even more. Although it is a regenerative healing factor, the pain is still hard to avoid, but for a war madman like him, the pain is just a stimulant that makes him matter. L will kill you. I will slaughter this planet, and I will burn everything you cherish to ashes. Seeing Steppenwolf's painful appearance, Clark was still hesitating. Did he hit hard? After all, the objects he trained before were Zod, Fiona, and others. Although the relationship with Zod is not very good. After all, he is his father-killing enemy, but can't stop Zod from seeing him unhappy. So the two of them fought each other in the kingdom of God when they had nothing to do. Clark didn't know how much his strength had improved, because Zod's strength is also improving rapidly. Every match is almost 50-50. This punch hit Steppenwolf, and he punched it completely according to the strength he was used to. But it doesn't matter if he has hesitation. But Steppenwolf thinks it's okay, can withstand it, and continues to intensify his efforts. Boom! What Steppenwolf said made Clark let go of his hands and feet, and the scruples in his heart were still, he strictly abides by the bottom line of not killing. However, the pain of flesh and blood is definitely indispensable to him. As a result, a human flesh sandbag soon appeared in Clark's hand. Especially after using clairvoyance to see that Steppenwolf's body would recover automatically, Clark's scruples became even smaller. You only need to control the strength. Don't kill him directly with a single punch. The rest can come at will. Slaughtered to death, right? Burned to ashes, right? I'll let you burn, and I'll let you slaughter. Although Clark didn't say that, Tony could imagine that Clark's heart should be like this. By the way, who is this guy? Watching Clark having fun beating there, Tony stroked his chin, studying the guy's image. Well, he's out of shape. The horned helmet on his head was knocked off, his face was covered with purple blood, and the armor on his body was also turned into pieces. The only thing that was still intact was maybe the axe. He didn't seem to say what his name was. Suddenly, it occurred to Tony. Hey, why don't we stop for a moment? How about we let him introduce himself? Let the big guys know his background. Tony uttered a voice to relieve the Steppenwolf, who was lying on the ground lifeless. If it weren't for his body, still recovering rapidly, I'm afraid Superman's killing would have become a fact. I am Steppenwolf, the conqueror of endless worlds. I serve the great dark side. You will all be dead bones in the tomb. The resentful gaze was revealed from those gray eyes, and with the sound of Steppenwolf's voice, a channel composed of sound waves suddenly appeared in the sky. He ran away. Seeing the Steppenwolf being sucked into the tunnel, Tony and Clark looked at each other. Both of them don't know space-related abilities. Tony does have super abilities of teleportation, but that's the abilities of the armor, not his own. He can only use it, not use it to develop a new ability to control space power. Therefore, for the escape of the Steppenwolf, neither of them had any good solution. However, what is that thing? Why is such a powerful monster summoned? Looking at the mother box held in Dr. Silas's arms, Tony showed surprise. Why are you here? Compared with the appearance of Steppenwolf, Clark was more curious about why Tony appeared in a highly hidden secret department of the government. I'm here to teach them. Do you know this one? Dr. Silas, his son was seriously injured and was about to leave. He used special techniques to save his son's life, but keeping it doesn't mean rescue. Tony pointed to Dr. Silas and his son, who were still a little unclear about the situation. It cleverly conceals its true purpose. Even Clark, who can hear abnormal heartbeats and use them to detect lies, didn't notice anything. It can be seen that a certain person's thick skin has already allowed him to lie, without blushing. Then, do you know the origin of the Steppenwolf and Darkseid? Although he didn't know whether what Tony said was true or not, Clark knew that he was the younger brother of the Sun God. Moreover, in a sense, he is also Wang Hao's younger brother now, and the two can be regarded as colleagues. My hen. It was steel skin, but unexpectedly, Clark understood it. You can speak Cantonese? I'll know all the languages on Earth, as long as I have heard them. In this regard, Clark said that sprinkle water, Superman's brain is more powerful than the brain of any super genius. These words immediately made a guy who spent a whole year to learn Chinese look extremely ugly, as if he had eaten shit. He once thought it was the language of the devil. With his IQ of 290 and his super genius brain with 5 doctorates, it was so difficult to learn. What is not the language of the devil? Oh, it's the language of the gods, no more. Doctor, I think you should leave this thing to me. Putting some unpleasant conversations behind him, Tony walked up to Dr. Silas, pointing to the mother box in his arms. The appearance of Steppenwolf is based on the mother box, and it can even be considered to be summoned by the mother box. Then it's definitely not appropriate or safe for Dr. Silas to continue holding it. And Dr. Silas looked at his colleague who was eager to beat him up before, and then at Superman. In comparison, he still believes in Superman more. After all, the son of Krypton has saved countless lives as a savior in the past year. And Superman obviously knows his colleague, so there's nothing wrong with handing it over to him. What are you going to do? That person doesn't look like he will let it go. The brutality and fierceness of the Steppenwolf put a lot of psychological pressure on Dr. Silas. But more importantly, his son was resurrected by the mother box, which meant that if that guy reappeared, Victor's life would also be affected. Don't worry, we have absolutely safe defense measures. By the way, if those people come, you know how to explain to them. The war is over, so it's time for the scrubbers to come. But Tony didn't want to deal with them. The reason why he travels with Wang Hao is to travel to different worlds. In addition to liking excitement and pursuing new things, another reason is to avoid the politics of Earth 1. Then in this world, he will naturally not participate in it. After saying this, he exchanged glances with Clark. Tony took off with the mother box in his arms, and the two left together. Would you like to sit down together? In midair, Tony, who was holding the mother box, greeted Clark. Ah, no need. I just had a fight with Zod a few days ago. It's better not to meet each other recently. There is no place on Earth where mother boxes can be researched and processed, so they can only take this thing to places outside the Earth. Kingdom of God. After being transformed by the Kryptonians, Groot, Magneto, and others, the land of the Kingdom of God is now habitable. Although it still looks very desolate, it is much, much better than the transparent one before. As a member of the tour group and one of Wong Hao's faithful believers, Tony also got into the mix when the Kryptonians were rebuilding their homeland and got himself a house and a laboratory. Then see you next time. After the words fell, Tony opened the passage to the Kingdom of God and then disappeared into the air. And in the Atlantic Ocean at this moment, the cruise ship that sailed for a week finally came to a seemingly blank sea area. The blue sea and blue sky are cloudless, but with Wong Hao's light touch, the air in front of him trembles like ripples. Finally, a huge crowd appeared in front of everyone. Paradise Island. Wow, what a beautiful island. Since the 19th century, the Earth has opened the era of large-scale industry, followed by various unlimited development of nature. In just 100 years, human beings have demanded more natural resources than the sum of the past few thousand years. Definitely, the environmental problems brought about by this kind of development are also very obvious. Once upon a time, London was the famous city of smog. That's not called that because of the weather. London is called the smog city because of the smog. In the past, due to industrial development in London, the entire Thames River was pitch black. All kinds of pneumoconiosis, tuberculosis, and water disease, basically as long as the diseases related to industrial pollution, were common in London at that time. From this we can see the extent to which human beings have destroyed nature. This kind of damage cannot be restored to its original appearance even after 100 years of governance. Even sailing on the sparsely populated sea. In fact, the beauties on the cruise ship can still see all kinds of garbage and water problems caused by pollution from time to time. Plastic bottles, massive microbial algal blooms, oil spills, etc. The Atlantic, halfway between America and Europe, suffered more than it could bear. However, after sailing for a week, they saw a Genicke-like, clean, clear, and beautiful island that was incompatible with this industrial age for a long time. Paradise Island. It really fits the name. Natasha Romanoff stood at the bow of the boat, dressed in cool clothes, and even a little bit full of color. Anyway, there's only one male creature, Wong Hao, on the whole boat, and the others are all his starry sky. So it's considered restrained to dress like her. When it's a little too much, things like clothes are superfluous on this boat. Shall we go straight up like Thistle? Looking back at someone hugging left and right, enjoying the service of the maid team, Natasha Romanoff asked. Find a port and stop the cruise ship. Anyway, there are no men on the island. You can all go up and play. The latter sentence was directed at the group of maids. They had been helping with things in the church, learning skills, and rarely had the opportunity to go out to play. Then shall we change clothes? It's Wanda who speaks. She's dressed in the same neighborhood style as usual, but she can't help but blend in with something like a pool party, which reveals something hidden. For example, the pair of cosmic truths on the chest. Although it is less than 20 years old, Natasha Romanoff is amazed by the scale. And although Wong Hao is not simply big is good, giant is everything truth party. For example, Chana is the most suitable for his preferences, but Chana is not a giant creature. But Wanda's pair, although large in scale, will never look bloated and cumbersome, but instead give people the idea of wanting to lament the beauty of motherhood. Just like that sentence. You want to scold her, but it was too big. No need. They're also very cool in clothes. You still said that this place has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, why would you know their dressing style? Just saw it. Naturally, Wong Hao couldn't say that he saw it in a movie. The female warriors of the Amazon were dressed in cooler clothes. But his words were also impeccable, and the suspicion in Natasha Romanoff's eyes faded again. But after going to the island, new problems appeared. Aren't you the race of all warriors? Why? There isn't even a sentry. Such a large cruise ship enters the coastline, and Paradise Island is not a place full of mountains and mountains in fact. The residential area is located on a plateau, and below the plateau is a plain and gentle mountain forest. It stands to reason that the people on the island should have seen them. There has been no outsiders visit for thousands of years, and it is normal that there is no sentry. Yes, thousands of years. After the incident of Zod's arrival a year ago, Wong Hao searched for the Lady Diana Prince. But unfortunately, no matter Bruce Wayne used his resources to search or Wong Hao directly asked Hao Yin to invade the network database to search, none of them found the heroine who was supposed to appear. Most importantly, Wong Hao also found another document. It records the deeds of Colonel Steve Trevor, a war hero during World War II. Well, not only did he live well, he foiled the conspiracy of some evil people, he won the war, and he even published a book and a biography. Although not as legendary and famous as the other Steve, this Steve is not the sacrifice hero in the movie. Therefore, after synthesizing these, information, Wong Bao came to a conclusion. That is, a certain heroine in this world never came out of Paradise Island at all. This is not impossible. After all, in the world of Flashpoint, Diana not only did not come out, but also fought with Atlantis. The result of the fight between the two hidden world forces was that the whole of Europe was directly submerged by Atlantis. It was not Thomas Wayne who died in that world, but the young Bruce. The Joker was none other than Martha, who saw her son die, and then went crazy. Including Clark, he was imprisoned in the laboratory since he was a child, skinny. So everything is possible in the multi-universe, and Wong Hao will not be overly surprised by any possible situation. Strange, I have come here, but I haven't seen anyone yet. If no one was seen at the port, it could be understood that there have been no outsiders for thousands of years, so Paradise Island did not take precautions. Then Wong Hao and others have almost reached the small town of Paradise Island. Not far away is their unique building. However, they still did not see the Amazons on Paradise Island. This is very strange. Paradise Island may seem small, but it actually covers a large area. so there are many more Amazon female warriors on the island than imagined. So they have all come here, but they haven't seen those heroic Amazon female warriors, so it can't be that they came to the wrong place, right? Wang Hao turned his head and looked around, scanning his eyes, and the situation on the entire island fell into his eyes. So he quickly saw the assembled female warriors in a building on the plain at the edge of the island. Is this a drill? Seeing the Amazon warriors fully armed, 170 armored soldiers gathered together with their bows and arrows wound, Wang Hao was a little curious. The Starry Sky tour group changed direction again. Everyone heard that there was a good show to watch, and they lost all interest in seeing the scenery and walked quickly one by one. But before they got to the place, they saw a Tongtian white passage rushing up into the sky and then crashing down. This scene, Steppenwolf. Seeing this scene, Wang Hao immediately thought of a similar scene in the movie, greeted everyone, and walked forward in 2 steps. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the ancient stone building, and 2 figures flew out one after the other. Wang Hao's eyes are sharp, and he can see clearly. Flying behind is a delicate and beautiful girl. Definitely, she is a girl, but it is because of the childishness on her face, that kind of innocence and innocence which are unique to girls. But her body has matured, especially her pair of amazingly long and powerful legs. Beach, not only does it look good, but it is also powerful when kicking people, because the person in front, that gray and ugly guy, was kicked out by the girl. It turns out that you are a descendant of a god, but there are so many ancient gods who died at my hands, and you are no exception. The figure tumbled a few times in the air and landed on the ground. Before the fight started, it was just an arrogant and unrestrained mouth cannon. Whether there will be an exception, you have to fight to know. The clear and pleasant voice cleansed the entire battlefield, only to hear the young girl scream, kicking her 2 powerful long legs and rushing forward. The long sword in his hand stabs at the enemy in front of him, aiming at the throat. You will not be an exception. Steppenwolf sneered and swung his long sword. Well, the axe broke. The injury will heal after a while, but the axe is broken and there is no other way, so I had to change it to a sword. Clang. The most advanced technological creation on Apocalypse, and the sword made by Vulcan. One is the new god on Apocalypse, and the other is the descendant of the ancient god Zeus. Once 2-level universe powerhouses come into contact, the power of the collision spreads to the surroundings. Get out of the way. Among the female Amazon warriors around, one was the most graceful, the most outstanding, and she was almost as beautiful as the girl who was fighting. This is a battle between gods. Although the Amazon warriors are all extraordinary, and it is not a problem to be against tigers and leopards, but this level of battle is not what they should participate in. But looking at her daughter who was wielding the Vulcan sword to fight the Steppenwolf, Hippolyta not only felt a little worried. The Steppenwolf was expelled by Zeus, the rest of the gods, the Green Lantern Corps, and Atlantis. Even if Diana has been blessed by the gods and possesses the artifact bestowed by Zeus, it is still not easy to defeat such a powerful enemy. Queen. Suddenly, a voice distracted Hippolyta from her worries. What happened? Looking at her younger sister, Antiope, beside her, Hippolyta followed her gaze and looked behind her. Where did the man come from? Undisguised surprise was written on Hippolyta's face. First, the Steppenwolf, which retreated thousands of years ago, made a comeback, and then a man appeared on Paradise Island, which had been isolated from the world for thousands of years. What's going on today? The weather is fine. How did the world suddenly become like this? Waving at the queen who was looking over, Wang Hao continued to look at Diana in the field. Apart from Diana, he couldn't think of anyone else who could have such skill and strength of an Amazon female warrior. But Steppenwolf, why is the strength of the duplication so weak? If the strength of a duplication is only like this, then the main body is not much stronger. A trace of disappointment appeared on Wang Hao's face. Darkseid is Steppenwolf's nephew. Darkseid succeeded in usurping the throne while his father, Yuga Khan, ran to see the Wall of Origin and was stuck on it. And because the strong are respected on Apocalypse, according to tradition, Steppenwolf cannot defeat Darkseid by himself, so he becomes his most loyal pony. But the strength of the Steppenwolf is no more than that. Even if it is the main body, it will not be too strong. So how strong can Darkhead be? Omega Effect? That thing is useless to Superman, let alone Wang Hao. If staring doesn't work, he can only fight hand to hand. In that case, Darkseid would be even more free. Hey, I remembered Uncle Do was beaten by the Doomsday and left the Apocalypse Star and ran away. In the end, he had to ask Zhonglian for help to destroy the Doomsday again. Oh, what a miscalculation. Wang Hao never felt like a fighting maniac. But the fierce and passionate battle sounds like a feeling of blood boiling. It's just that the template Wang Hao opened himself is the invincible style, so he feels the same as Saitama now. Invincible, really lonely as snow. Or, as Dugachio said, the long sword is empty and the heroes are tied. Don't you show it? The sword of labor and capital is so sharp, but you say you don't want to fight anymore and raise your hands and surrender. How sad. So all along, Wang Hao also wanted to find an opponent of similar strength for himself to fight against. It's good to feel the passion surging battle. But unfortunately, there is no opponent. Even Emperor Thanos, holding 3 infinite gems in his hand, still couldn't last 2 rounds. Superman? Superman can't even beat Emperor Thanos. And Emperor Thanos can survive the supernova explosion for a while. Just the current Clark. Go and even the scum is gone. Not to mention that Emperor Thanos is an all-round boss who is proficient in magic, occult techniques, curses, and various technologies. As we all know, Superman's magic resistance is negative. Not without it, but negative. The Emperor Thanos is not a good thing for Wang Hao. So the Lord naturally set his sights on another villain he is more familiar with and optimistic about. Darkseid. And Darkseid is indeed stronger than Thanos. In the joint publication of Marvel and DC, he came to the DC universe, which caused Thanos, whose infinite gems failed due to different universe laws, to be defeated by Darkseid. So Darkseid seems to be qualified to be Wang Hao's opponent. But who would have imagined, when Wang Hao saw Steppenwolf's performance, a question mark was immediately placed in his mind. Darkseid's strength comes from the Omega Effect, but it's definitely useless to me. The mode of action of the Omega effect, or the greatest damage, comes from erasing the existence of the opponent and putting the opponent into endless reincarnation to wear them out. Neither of these works for Wang Hao. The existence of a cosmic god like Wang Hao is not a matter of a single universe. In other words, to erase his existence, Darkseid must simultaneously erase Wang Hao's existence in the DC world and the existence in the Marvel world. But this is obviously impossible. Not even God, the creator of the DC universe, can do this. So the first point is invalid at all, and the second point is to put the opponent into reincarnation, such as what Darkseid did to Bruce Wayne. Let him spend himself in endless tragedy. But Wang Hao controls reincarnation. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, day after day. Originally is the reincarnation of the world's most primitive state. Therefore, the second ultimate move of the Omega effect is just a trick for Wang Hao. If Darkseid can't do it, then there is only Anti-Prison. Several god-level villains in the DC universe: Darkseid, Anti-Monitor, Black Death, and the latest Barbados. Among them, in terms of individual strength alone, the strongest is undoubtedly the Anti-Monitor. The anti-surveillance power who mastered the anti-life equation was so strong that Darkseid had to cooperate with Zheng Lian to deal with him together. Anti-Supervisor, that Mobius guy, don't know where he is now. Unlike Darkseid, who's been staying on Apocalypse, the location of Anti-Monitor Mobius is not clear. If he really shows up with great fanfare one day, it means that he is ready for a full-scale war. Even then, he has already begun to invade the positive material universe. It's difficult. Wang Hao sighed softly, then walked straight forward. Following the queen's gaze and surrounding him, the Amazon warriors suddenly put away all their guard and hostility, allowing him to walk towards the center of the battle between Diana and Steppenwolf. What? The arms intersected, and the two silver arm guards collided together, bursting out with powerful force. This is Diana's strongest defense, but also her strongest attack. Facing such a terrifying attack wave, Steppenwolf swung the long sword in his hand so fast that it formed a barrier. The collision of the spear and the shield, shockwave, spread to the surroundings. The ground has been destroyed, and the hard rock cannot bear the battle between the two gods. Looking at the girl in front of him, who was still imposing, Steppenwolf showed surprise. He had heard about the power of Kryptonians for a long time, although he had indeed broken through some kryptonites in the universe. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful Kryptonian as Clark. But unexpectedly, there is such a fearsome warrior on the small Earth. Even if she was born in the fighting nation Amazon, a descendant of the ancient gods. But I am Steppenwolf, the supreme military officer of Apocalypse, the conqueror of the endless universe. Holding a big sword, full of ambition, I once again felt the blood of fighting. Who? Suddenly being picked up, fate was caught by the back of the neck. Steppenwolf struggled in vain, like a little piggy about to be sent to the chopping board. And all of this happened unnoticed, which frightened him and made him inexplicably terrified. Who can play with a mighty and great Steppenwolf in the palm of his hand? Who is it? The charming voice came from the girl's mouth. The sudden overpowering of her fierce opponent is not something the warlike Amazon would like to see, especially for Diana. In the past, she was the only one on Paradise Island. She is too strong, and she has shown an extraordinary side since she was young. Even the strongest Amazon warrior on Paradise Island does not have her physical fitness and strength, and in so many years of getting along, Diana has gradually become fearless from the beginning when she was young and fearless. Like Clark said to Darkseid, 373. I have to be careful all the time to prevent my fists and the soles of my feet from tearing the ground and hurting others. Don't even dare to breathe aloud. And Diana is not inferior to Clark's powerhouse. And even in Zheng Lian, she is the one who ranks first in terms of comprehensive strength and heart quality. Clark is a superhero, but not a qualified fighter. Definitely, because of this, and because of his selfless heart, he can be the greatest Superman. But Diana, whose strength is almost the same as his, is more irritable and impulsive, and she has to restrain her hands and feet at such moments. When she was young, she could train with the soldiers, but after that, she could only watch silently. Everyone trains. This kind of mood made her very uncomfortable. Therefore, when such a powerful opponent as Steppenwolf appeared, Diana's excitement were beyond words. And when Wang Hao reached out to capture Steppenwolf and made her lose such an opponent, what filled her heart was not gratitude, but anger. Who are you? Put him down, he is my opponent. Oh, I don't. Looking at Diana, who was glaring at him with wide eyes, Wang Hao made a face at her. It's still fun to tease little girls or something, especially the kind of ignorant, innocent girl. Like Natasha Romanoff, they have all become old drivers, and the quail appearance is all fake. What is the greatest pleasure of a man, advise you to follow the good, and pull Liang's family into the water? But Diana's innocence also made her respond in the simplest and rudest way. After a coquettish shout, the Fin Yuan was directly thrown towards Wang Hao's face, and, at the same time, that proud long leg kicked the Steppenwolf who was being held by Wang Hao neatly. Snap! Stretching out his empty arm, blocking Diana's fist, Wang Hao had a smile on his face, and he didn't need any exaggerated operations, just pure physical strength, and fought Diana there. Catch the bewildered and panicked Steppenwolf with one hand, and the powerful Wonder Woman with the other. In the eyes of the Amazon fighters, Wang Hao's operation was simply astonishing. Needless to say, Diana's strength, they have seen big ones since they were young. 5,000 years ago, I watched Diana grow up from such a small one, little by little, to become a monster that all of them might not be able to defeat together. The Steppenwolf is even more of a monster among monsters. It is a terrifying existence that has defeated all the forces on the Earth collectively for 5,000 years, and finally had to abandon their previous suspicions and unite to fight against the enemy. But now Wang Hao is like catching a chicken, grabbing the Steppenwolf they fear like a tiger with one hand. And in their eyes, Diana, who is extremely powerful, could firmly block that ferocious attack with only one hand. Even these fighters don't see it clearly. After all, they're just fighters and have no access to real high-end combat power. Queen Hippolyta was different. She sees things better than others. Just because she is the queen of the Amazons, she is a demigod. She has seen the ancient gods with her own eyes, and she has personally participated in the ancient god battles. Because of this, and because she has seen the power of those gods, she knows better. Even the majestic Zeus, who commanded lightning and thunder and led countless heroes to defeat the Steppenwolf's first invasion, was far inferior to Wang Hao. For a moment, Hippolyta's beautiful eyes sparkled with splendor. It seems that I can't believe that there are such powerful heroes in this world. And over there, the battle with Diana has reached a fever pitch. In other words, after being unable to attack for a long time, Diana faced Wang Hao's leisurely walk in the courtyard. She was as indifferent as water and was forced to use a unique move. She pushed away, far away. Her eyes were extremely sharp, and her eyes were full of fighting spirit when she looked at Wang Hao. Then, she raised her hands high, and her two arm guards formed a cross in front of her chest, about to touch 0.7 together. Clang! With the arm guards crossed, the impact and destructive power are unparalleled. A dazzling shockwave roared straight towards Wang Hao, destroying everything along the way. What was left on the plain was a deep ravine, like a canyon. I'll remember that there is a trick to this move. Wang Hao's words suddenly appeared in Diana's ears, and while her expression was shocked, she was also surprised to find out. All the turmoil in front of her has completely disappeared, and her powerful arms crossed together have been grasped by both hands. How come? Both arms were grabbed, and the strong fluctuations erupting from the two arm guards continued, but they were all firmly blocked by this strong and stalwart body. Not only that, Diana was surprised to find that her arms were being separated. Her strongest blow is being cracked. What? A weak groan suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's ears. Seeing Diana, who was suddenly weak as weak as a real girl next door, Wang Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes. It's just that what surprised him wasn't Diana's posture at the moment, but an ultimate invincible old pervert. Zeus, you are cruel enough. Separate Diana's crossed arms on her chest, and a pair of unparalleled arm guards stopped the burst of energy. But what dissipated together was not just this powerful impact, but also the power in Diana's body. Yes, Wonder Woman's strongest weapon is actually her weakness. When she crossed her arms, and the two arm guards exploded with infinite power, if someone forcibly separated her arms, then her divine power will be completely lost, and she will become a weak existence like an ordinary human girl. This setting is so weird that Wang Hao wondered if it still existed when he came to this world. But after he tried it, the confirmed result also clearly told him that this thing is real, this is not a dream. How should I put it? I'm afraid you haven't thought of it yourself. Looking at Diana, who was already weak, there was obvious anger in those eyes, full of confusion, unknown, and fear. But now it seems that there is no heroism and unyielding fighting spirit. Instead, there's a kind of shame and anger of a little girl being bullied. Wait, you don't think I did it, do you? You can't say that. I broke your hands, but I didn't do your magic disappear. Diana's power was given by the gods that can also be said that the ancient gods gave part of their power to Diana in order to pass on their power, and so that the earth would not lose its protector, and let her continue to protect the world with the blessings of the gods. That being the case, it must be the ancient gods who left behind Diana's divine power. And Wang Hao can probably guess who did this trick. Odin, Zeus as god kings. Can't you be more generous? You are too small-minded. Yes, being able to play tricks on the power of such a powerful demigod warrior as Diana, leaving a life gate that can defeat her. It is equivalent to the fact that there is no Dzogchen in the 13th Tai Bao horizontal training golden bell cover. So there's also a cover door under the armpit or between the legs. And the reason why they left behind this cover is nothing more than because they, as god kings, want to control the gods under them and prevent them from betraying themselves and becoming enemies with themselves. For example, Odin casts magic on Thor's hammer, and the hammer obeys Odin first and Thor second. And this is what Zeus left for Diana. Father who cheated on my daughter, Zeus, I really have you. Athena, Artemis, Diana, and Zeus pitted their daughters one after another. It should be said that it is you, the number one pervert in ancient mythology. Lifting Diana up from the ground, Wang Hao was not even interested in paying attention to the Steppenwolf on the ground who was still terrified but unable to move. He's weird now. Why does Diana seem to have no obvious muscle lines? On the contrary, she's a little slender, which is different from other Amazon warriors, but she has such great strength. Well, girls' bodies are really mysterious. Besides, the other girls also smelled of sweat when they sweated. Why did Diana not see any sweat after fighting fiercely for so long, and her body still smelled delicious? Ah, a girl's body is really a treasure house, containing endless secrets. In Diana's eyes, the man who separated her most powerful arms suddenly became very strange. He stared at himself up and down, not to mention, and made various comments from time to time. Is there anything special about her body? But after breaking away from the battle and recovering from that passionate emotion, Diana became that innocent girl again. And in this state, when she saw Wang Hao, who was supporting her, breathing his breath, she felt a very comfortable and warm feeling. More importantly, she actually felt a very familiar smell from Wang Hao. Divinity from the ancient gods. Are you a god? Diana asked tentatively. And those Amazon warriors who saw her suddenly weakened had planned to come to help her, but they also stopped after hearing this sentence. I am the sun god, and Helios is a projection of me. Among the 7 wonders of the world, the man depicted by the Colossus of the sun god Helios, is the sun god in the Olympian pantheon. However, in the Roman era, this position was replaced by Apollo, or in other words, Apollo, the original god of light and art, and Helios, the sun god, merged into one. But for Diana, the daughter of Zeus and sister of Athena and Artemis, Helios was the sun god she knew. You are really the sun god? But didn't all the ancient gods leave this world? In the palace of Paradise Island, Wang Hao sits on a high seat. Sitting in his arms, Diana didn't look shy, or maybe she didn't quite understand what shyness meant. In the bright and spacious hall, except for Queen Hippolyta, there was no one else. General Antiope took Natasha Romanoff and others on a tour of Paradise Island. As for Steppenwolf, he became a captive and was firmly tied to the stone pillar by the mantra lasso, unable to break free at all. My origin is not as simple as the ancient gods. Didn't I say that Helios can only be regarded as a duplication of my projection? It seems that because of Wang Hao's divinity and the divine power from the sun god, Diana and Wang Hao got closer faster than ordinary people. Queen Hippolyta below them was still hesitant looking at Wang Hao's face, but Diana already regarded him as her big brother. Definitely. In fact, Helios is of the same generation as Zeus in terms of seniority, so it should be her uncle. But thinking of this, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Wang Hao's face, and he said to Diana, who was sitting in his arms, "Do you know where you came from? Origin? Am I not an Amazon warrior?" Diana's innocent expression does not seem to be fake, or she never thought that her mother would deceive her. Ordinary Amazon warriors don't have your strength, even the queen. Wang Hao looked down at the embarrassed Hippolyta. The expression on that beautiful face suddenly changed, but as a warrior, she obviously couldn't lie like Natasha Romanoff without blushing. Yeah, I also think I'm amazing, but what's the difference? Because I have never left Paradise Island, I have never seen Ares, and I have never experienced all kinds of human world. Although Diana is smart, her mind is still like that of a little girl. The degree of deception is even worse than that of Janata. Little Phoenix? Little Phoenix is not easy to deceive. It can even be said that no one in the universe can deceive her. She is originally a collection of spiritual powers of all living beings, and is essentially the most powerful spiritual ability user in the entire universe. Mind reading is an instinct for her, an instinct that no one can resist. As for Janata, at least she got a part of the memory inheritance of Galactus, and she has the knowledge and wisdom of countless civilizations in her mind. So Diana is the one who looks cute, but is actually really cute and easy to deceive. So much so that she never doubted what Hippolyta said to her, and really thought that she was born by Hippolyta. You are not an Amazon warrior, you are a god. Fingers fiddled with Diana's hair. In fact, they fiddled with a unique divine power in her body. Strength, speed, beauty, wisdom, courage, and divine power. You are the daughter of Zeus. Your body is made of divine soil mixed with Zeus blood, but your essence as a god is jointly bestowed by those main gods. This time, Diana's innocent and beautiful face could no longer be normal. The small mouth was open wide, and a pair of big and shining eyes stared straight. The whole person was in a state of extreme health and desolation. Then she couldn't help but glance back at her mother Hippolyta, who gave her a helpless smile. Well, she wasn't actually Diana's biological mother. At most, it's just a mother. Diana's body was pinched out of some kind of divine soil. Yes, it was pinched like a female snail pinching a villain. She did not participate in Hippolyta, but Zeus used his own blood to give Diana life. That's why Diana is said to be the daughter of Zeus. But it is not enough to say that Hippolyta is the woman of Zeus. Because from the beginning to the end, the two have no intersection at all. Maybe Zeus had thoughts about Her Majesty the Queen, but Hippolyta believed in Artemis. And Artemis is one of the 3 famous virgin goddesses on the holy mountain of Olympus. For his followers, if Zeus really dared to do anything casually, then the goddess of hunting couldn't guarantee whether her arrows would hit Zeus' eyes. For Zeus, who is habitually cheating on his daughter, apart from Athena, her good sister Artemis is also not easy to mess with. No way, unlike Odin's majestic image, Zeus's reputation has long been rotten. Good money. It is not enough to have 7 wives and go out all day to flirt, and in a strange way. I like the daughter of a herdsman, and then she directly turned into a cow and caused harm to others. Is that Hera jealous? Which woman can stand this kind of man? Tedite may not be human, but Zeus is a real dog. In this case, if Zeus had laid hands on Hippolyta, would it still need to be pinched with clay? Diana must have been born of Hippolyta. But now, have you ever seen a baby born in Zheng or Baiyin grow up for thousands of years? Najah fell to the ground in 3 years, and it took Diana thousands of years to turn from a little girl into a young girl. How does it feel to raise a daughter out of marriage? After learning that she was not born by her own mother, Diana was in a bad mood. A man ran away from Wang Hao's arms with his mouth pouted, thinking about the ultimate question of life. Who am I? Where am I from? Where am I going? This question will definitely not be able to be thought out for a while, and she will not come out until the night when she is hit by another ultimate question. What to eat tonight? So only Wang Hao and the queen were left in the big hall. And looking at this Amazon queen, who is not inferior to her own daughter in style, although the temperament between her eyebrows makes her look like a queen, like a mother. But both of them knew that she was actually unmarried like Diana. So here comes the question. How does a Virgo, a him, a chick become a mother? It still counts for thousands of years. Curiosity. It's no wonder Wang Hao asked such a personal question. He is really curious. Is it possible to have something like motherhood without that? Diana is very sensible and intelligent. The children of mortals are ignorant and noisy, so they will trouble their parents. But Diana is the son of Zeus, and her sister is Athena. Wang Hao looked suddenly enlightened. Athena was fully armed when she was born, and she stabbed her father with a spear, which is a model she was born with. And Diana's wisdom is bestowed by Athena. So being well-behaved and sensible is the label of little Diana. And since she is well-behaved and sensible, apart from taking care of food and drink, telling stories at night, and practicing fighting skills during the day, it seems that she really doesn't need to worry about anything. By the way, I still don't know what the sun god is doing on Paradise Island. Are the gods planning to Zeus and the others did not die, but went to a different space similar to the god realm? Similar to the situation at Marvel, the gods are far away from the world. It's just that Thor came to the earth over there, and here the gods simply left a spokesperson, Diana. Their business has nothing to do with me. I just want to take a look. Wang Hao shook his head. He really just wanted to see what Paradise Island looks like, and meet Diana by the way. Then how does His Majesty the Sun God plan to deal with the Steppenwolf? When it comes to this matter, Hippolyta's complexion is obviously much heavier. The Steppenwolf is not scary. After all, it is just a projection duplication. They can't beat Zeus and the others in a single duel, otherwise they won't be driven away. The key is the power behind him. Apocalypse Star and the endless army of demons. The Apocalypse Star has fought in the universe for countless years, and I don't know how many planets it has destroyed. I don't know how many parallel universes it has conquered. And the intelligent life on every planet has been transformed into demon-like by using Apocalypse Star technology. So the biggest problem with Apocalypse has always been the demon-like army. The performance in the movie is actually relatively one-sided. After the fight, Steppenwolf pretends to single out Jinglian. But in fact, Steppenwolf didn't need to make a move at all. The endless demon-like army was enough to consume Clark to death in the sea of insects tactics. Although the original strength of the class, BIDF, demons, is not strong, Bruce can fight several at a time without using equipment. But the problem is that there are too many of them. Billions of demon-like troops are swarming. How many can Superman kill? He is not Wong Hao. His energy is almost endless. He can fight, but there is always consumption. Because of this, Hippolyta, who fought the Steppenwolf thousands of years ago, knew it very well. Although the Steppenwolves are now their captives, it doesn't mean they have one. On the contrary, Steppenwolf is a coordinate here, a coordinate where a demon-like army can march over at any time. Kill it. Wong Hao said so without thinking. Kill, kill. Hippolyta's calm face finally showed a little surprise and doubt. Your Majesty, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him. He is a regenerative healing factor. If we could kill him, we wouldn't have allowed him to escape thousands of years ago. Besides, even if we killed him, we still have to face the Apocalypse Star. Invasion problem. The Steppenwolf they caught was just a projection duplication, and his body is staying on Apocalypse Star. So they couldn't kill Steppenwolf at all. At most, it is equivalent to popping a false bubble. Secondly, on the Apocalypse Star, although Steppenwolf is the commander-in-chief of the demon-like army, he can't even be called the second in command, and his status is only ranked third on the Apocalypse Star. And in that place where strength is paramount and cruelty is incomparable, many people are staring at the command position of Steppenwolf's legion. So it is exactly that sentence. If one of me dies, there will still be tens of thousands of me. The Apocalypse Star has fought in the universe for so many years and failed, but in the end, they were the ones who won. Earth can hold them back for a while, but it won't be long before they come back again. However, facing the Queen's doubts, Wong Hao just walked up to her with a smile, looking at this deliberately mature and elegant face. Then mark the Apocalypse Star and conquer the Apocalypse Star. It hit the Apocalypse Star. Not interrogative sentences, but exclamatory sentences. Hippolyta, who said this, was even more surprised than before, so much so that she didn't even realize that Wong Hao had approached her. That's right, Apocalypse is not an impenetrable fortress, at best. It can only be regarded as a military base. Wong Hao had a definite expression. In the comics, Apocalypse was not captured twice. It is also common to be broken through by a single body. After all, billions of demons sound powerful, but that is for ordinary people. But for the powerful ones who can make single-body breakthroughs, the number is meaningless to some extent. Like Doomsday, because it was inexplicably teleported to the Apocalypse Star, this pure war machine, a tool of destruction, knocked Shockside away from the Apocalypse Star after a chaotic battle. Who is this to reason with? Definitely, as a force, Apocalypse cannot be eliminated by defeating Darkseid. Darkseid is just the boss of this faction. If he is gone, then change to a boss. What's more, it's not like he doesn't have a younger brother, although there are not as many monsters. But his little brother is of high quality. Wong Hao had his own considerations, but Hippolyta still found it very absurd after listening to it, even a kind of absurdity from the Arabian Nights. That is the Apocalypse Star, the most terrifying force in the universe. Destroyed countless planets and conquered the Apocalypse Stars of countless parallel universes. If it is said that Thanos' Legion crosses the planet universe, it is already very powerful to be called the Overlord of the universe. Just imagine, every Thanos in the universe is just a projection duplication of a strong big shot, and their bodies are in this place called the Apocalypse Star. You can't take Diana, Hippolyta said suddenly. She didn't know how powerful Wong Hao was, but she absolutely wouldn't allow Diana to run into such a dragon's den as Apocalypse. It is an honor for a soldier to die on the battlefield, but it is a shame to run to the opposite side and give Fong Quan his head. His gaze stayed on Hippolyta's face for a while, and Wong Hao suddenly laughed. As a mother, she is still very qualified, but she has forgotten that some things are not up to her to decide. Whether she wants to go or not depends on her. I won't force her, but I won't stop her either. If you're worried, then come with me when the time comes. After finishing speaking, Wong Hao did not continue to stay beside this beautiful queen, but went straight to the outside. Steppenwolf is tied to a post outside the hall. Corrupted ancient god. Seeing Wong Hao walking out of the palace, the Steppenwolf, whose divine power was bound, showed disdain, but before he could continue to speak harshly, Wong Hao's hand was already on his head. Let me see. Where's the Apocalypse Star? Apocalypse, according to the setting, is a planet in the fourth dimension between reality and fantasy. This is why Steppenwolf and Darkseid can stay on the Apocalypse Star, but the projection duplication is all over the universe. Because they are not in a certain universe in the first place. The big hand pressed down, the soul was shattered, the heart was deprived, and Steppenwolf's head directly turned into a light, and then the huge information in it was read by Wong Hao. So it fits here. The way to the Apocalypse Star was found by Wong Hao, and at the same time, when the duplication disappeared, the Steppenwolf body on the Apocalypse Star, a burly man in armor whose appearance was not much different from that of a human on Earth, was in the eyes there was a hint of surprise. Rot, sun god. Those ancient gods have such strength. The ugly image is just created according to the image of fear in people's hearts in different universes. The body of Steppenwolf does not look much different from humans and Kryptonians. In fact, except for Darkseid, who turned into a rock-like titan because of the Omega reaction, The members of a new Protoss are almost human in appearance. Do I have such strength? Maybe you can try it. Shocked, unbelievable. Steppenwolf's face became very exciting. He just received the information from the projection duplication. And then, that person came to the door. Seeing Wang Hao suddenly appearing in front of him, and the passage behind him, Steppenwolf suddenly chuckled. While putting away the astonishment and shock on his face, a strong fighting spirit and wantonness appeared on his face. A more majestic and more powerful battle axe than the one that Clark smashed appeared in his hand. Are you brave enough to challenge the authority of Apocalypse? It seems that another god is about to fall today. However, Wang Hao's expression is more relaxed. It can't be said to be wild. It can only be said to ignore. Challenge? You think too highly of yourself, Steppenwolf. You are not qualified to be my opponent. Following Wang Hao's low shout, a figure came out from the passage behind him. Wearing a special battle armor, with a firm face and extremely firm eyes, General Zod set foot on this land with steady steps. He is the supreme military commander of Apocalypse, and you are the military leader of the Celestials. This is an evenly matched and qualified battle. The astonishment on Steppenwolf's face remained the same as before. He really didn't expect that Wang Hao didn't even plan to make a move by himself, but summoned a subordinate. Shocked, ashamed, and hideous. All kinds of expressions played out on Steppenwolf's face one by one. Who is he? The Steppenwolf who has conquered countless worlds and destroyed countless civilizations. His cruelty and terror, even the gods will tremble when they hear it. His strength and terror require the power of the entire world to contend with it. The ancient gods, the Green Lantern Corps guarding the galaxy, and the powerful, super-ancient civilization. So many powerful beings joined together just to fend off one of his projection duplications. 910, however, now he is underestimated. No, it's not contempt, it's contempt, even more excessive contempt than contempt. Wang Hao didn't take him seriously at all, and even thought that he was not enough to be compared with himself. This kind of insult, this kind of shame, made the Steppenwolf's anger soar like a volcano erupting. You damn it. Without too many words, without too many declarations, Steppenwolf picked up the battle axe, directly crossed the distance between time and space, and slashed at Zhu Hao. Zod, who slowly walked out of the passage, was silent. He is not a talkative person. As a professional soldier, his genes have been tuned to be the most suitable for all the characteristics of the Legion before he was born. Courageous, resolute, fearless, calm. Zod has the qualities that all soldiers should have, and he does it better, and more outstandingly. Because of this, he became the military commander of Krypton and became General Zod in the past years. He led the army of Krypton to conquer 28 galaxy civilizations and spread the glory of Krypton to the entire universe. So much so that even the extraterritorial forces like Apocalypse have heard of it, and they all want to win the allegiance of Krypton. But Zod knows that the past Krypton has died. What still exists today is Wang Hao's celestial race, a brand new race, a brand new civilization, reborn from the ashes of Krypton and spread its wings to take off. It contains vigorous vitality and a new force with infinite potential. Rao created Krypton's glory in the past hundreds of thousands of years, and now, Wang Hao has created eternity for the celestial race for hundreds of millions of years in the future. If it is said that Zod still had hesitation at the beginning, he just surrendered to Wang Hao's strength and chose to surrender to the light guided by Wang Hao. Then after this year of metamorphosis, in the kingdom of God, he has become extremely sure and firmly believes that Wang Hao is the true God who leads them. And all he has to do is to use all his strength to fight for Wang Hao and crush all enemies for him. Use this remnant of your own, the remnant of the old era of Krypton, to ignite the light for the future of the Celestials and humans. With a swaying figure, Zod suddenly appeared in front of Wang Hao, with a sword made of endless brilliance stretching across in his hand, firmly resisting the Steppenwolf's battle axe. Two powerful forces erupted, and a shockwave that spread instantly wiped everything around into dust. Those swarming demon-like and Apocalypse Star residents, those simple, ugly buildings and battleships. Just the collision of two strong big shots directly turned into nothing. As I said, you are not qualified to fight with me. You may not even be able to defeat Zod. Seeing Zod, who was speechless and only spoke with a sword, stood in front of him, blocking all disobedience for his lord, the true God. Wang Hao still had a calm expression. After a year of growth and a year of precipitation, Zod has completed the most important metamorphosis of Kryptonians. Just like the Psions became Super Psions, the Kryptonians who absorbed sunlight and activated the potential of their cells also evolved into Supermans. And the speed at which Zod grows is even more unbelievable. If Clark's potential is huge and almost endless, then Zod's upper limit may not be able to surpass Clark, but his growth speed and adaptation speed are far more exaggerated than Clark. Born with a warrior bloodline, Zod is even better than Clark in terms of combat effectiveness alone. In 1 year, from being crushed by Clark with brute force, to Clark needing to use skill to suppress, then to Clark barely tied. It has been 2 months since the last time Clark entered the kingdom of God and was accompanied by Della as a sparring partner. 2 months ago, Zod already possessed a strength comparable to Clark, but 2 months later, how is his performance? Except for Fiona, he should grow the fastest. Looking at Zod, who was swinging the divine sword in the sky at the speed of light, Wang Hao pondered. He rarely pays attention to Zod's changes. After all, he still can't do such a thing without paying attention to a big man. But looking at 5.4 now, among the group of Kryptonians, Fiona is undoubtedly the number one. After all, Wang Hao instills some private goods from time to time, which is not comparable to Zod absorbing some of his own sunshine. Then ranked second, it should be Zod. Clark the Superman? He can barely be the third. How does the sunlight absorbed on the Earth compare with the sunlight emitted by his body in the kingdom of God? This is not a question of quantity, but a difference of quality. Just like the scene in front of you, with your physical body, you can accelerate to the speed of light without using a super ability like the Speed Force, and then rush out. This time, not to mention the Earth, the entire solar system will be smashed to pieces. The greater the speed, the greater the quality. This is a law of physics, the core idea of special relativity. Speedsters like the Flash can get rid of this by relying on the superspeed force. The speed force took them out of the physical world, in fact in another dimension. But Zod and Superman, and even Wonder Woman Diana, and others are different. Their superspeed is achieved by relying on their own powerful bodies. Therefore, the faster their speed, the greater the power of the attack. And when Zod sent out an attack at nearly the speed of light, the strength of this punch could be described as earth-shattering. The power of a nuclear explosion is not enough to describe this blow. Someone once calculated that a 50-gram bullet hitting the Earth at sublight speed is already as powerful as a mushroom bomb. And Zod's mass is more than 50 grams. This blow, if the person who suffered the blow was Steppenwolf, and the Earth that suffered was the Apocalypse Star, if it was replaced by other places, it would have been crushed into nothingness. But even if it was 18, the Steppenwolf was instantly knocked down and fell deep into the formation like the Apocalypse Star. And Zod regained his energy and looked around. The army of demons was still pouring in constantly. And those who were captured were the original powerhouses of Apocalypse. Star looked at Zod with a trace of awe. Stars can be shattered with one blow. This kind of power is not seen everywhere. If there really was such a powerful ethnic group, the balance of the universe would have been broken long ago. This is why the Kryptonians are so powerful, but they will eventually reach the stage of self-exile and self-destruction. This is the fate that the universe has set for them. Even Krypton, the red sun, and the kryptonite densely covered under the surface of Krypton are their natural nemesis. It can be said that it is the entire universe that makes Krypton have to be destroyed, because if they're not destroyed, other civilizations in the universe will be destroyed. Strong is rare, powerful is rare. This is theorem. There is no long-lasting civilization that can accommodate too many strong people and very few weak people. Not even the entire universe. So when these rebellious, ambitious, and always full of aggressive people saw Zod smashing the Steppenwolf into the center of the Earth with one blow, they will understand that this is a strong man worthy of their respect. The Apocalypse Star has only one rule, not to submit to Darkseid, but to submit to the strong. Here, strong is everything. Just before, Darkseid was the most powerful existence. So it's still easy to conquer here, but I don't know where Uncle Tigerda of the Serious Crime Team is. Seeing the dodge and fear in those people's eyes, Wong Hao had a look of complete control. Darkseid is not the eternal ruler. Before him, Yuga Khan, if he was not stuck by the wall, how could Uncle Ian dare to rebel? Even if he mastered the Omega reaction, he would turn around and run away when Yuga Khan came out. In other words, that is Wong Hao's existence that is really worth dealing with and shooting. Definitely, he is stuck on the wall, and Wong Hao has no interest in dragging him down. Although he knows exactly what the so-called wall is, what is the secret of the wall of origin that Yuga Khan explored? But he's not interested in telling him. After Darkseid, the official star also changed the ruler. Lex Luthor was an Apocalypse Star master, as was Darkseid's daughter Grail. To put it bluntly, it is up to whoever has the biggest fist here, but for now, the one with the biggest fist must not only defeat Darkseid, but also the entire Apocalypse Star. Forget it, come on, save that guy from being an outsider, acting like he sees through everything. The endless army of demons, countless destroyed worlds, warriors of destroyed civilizations, and even Kryptonians from other parallel universes among them. With so many people, Wong Hao is too lazy to solve it by himself. Let the soldiers clear up the matter of the soldiers. The passage behind him continued to open, and following Wong Hao's words, figures came out one by one. Clark in the Superman battlesuit. Hawkeye and Green Arrow with their new best friends. Quicksilver from Canterlot and Barry Aaron with him. Flip-Flop's God of War Thor. Tony 537, who has replenished the energy core, and Bruce, who has replaced a set of special combat armor. Definitely, Wong Hao's Templar. On Paradise Island, Wong Hao's projection screen introduced the Apocalypse Star to Diana and a group of Amazon warriors. So, are you coming? The passageway opened, and Wong Hao's eyes fell on Diana, then over her shoulders, and landed on the Queen's delicate face. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it bravely. As the biggest fear spreader in the universe, Apocalypse Star, should we continue to wait and wait for the invasion in fear? Or do you go all out, break into the lair, and rewrite everything? Auntie, I leave it to you. On Apocalypse, Wong Hao looked at his wife before disappearing, and the girl who received the signal nodded, and the bright moonlight rose, enveloping all the summoned warriors. Don't worry, their souls have been locked by me, and the decedent will be resurrected in the kingdom of God. So Darkseid, countless passages opened, and worlds and galaxies appeared on the other side. With the wave of Wong Hao's arm, galaxies as huge as the Milky Way shine brightly for him. Sword, simple and easy to use, then use it all the time. Wong Hao believed in pragmatism, so a holy sword pierced the sky and pierced into the depths of Apocalypse. Under the endless brilliance of the holy sword, someone sitting in the Apocalypse Star finally couldn't sit still. From the moment Wong Hao appeared on the planet Apocalypse, he knew the coming of a powerful god. Compared with the Steppenwolf, he knew better that he could break in here without making a sound, and the strength of the visitor might exceed his expectations. Therefore, he chose to wait and see what happened, and chose to sit and watch the Steppenwolves fight ahead. But he didn't expect that the visitor was neither good nor false, but he was so unkind. With the opening of the channel, as countless warriors poured into the Apocalypse Star, Darkseid, the most brutal and terrifying existence on the Apocalypse Star, also understood. Wong Hao is not here to challenge, he is here to conquer. On the plateau, in front of the throne, the tall gray figure carried his hands on his back, and with a cold snort, two red rays shot out from his eyes, piercing the sky. Tony, who was in the form of a fortress, had rooted his feet, and large and thick gun barrels protruded from his body, and various weapons were placed under his feet. What sprayed all over the sky was his passion. and what exploded in the sky was an endless army of love demons. The violent shockwave directly knocked the gold and red war fortress to the ground. What followed was that terrifying energy tide and wave after wave of spatial aftershocks. Tony looked into the sky, and a big explosion of unprecedented scale appeared in midair. Most importantly, he witnessed another holy sword that he was very familiar with falling. And on the plateau, in the distance, too strange, the red rays in the air constantly changing directions rushed away. Teacher Tony finally knew how the previous Big Bang was produced. What surprised him was that the powerful holy sword was actually intercepted. That holy sword, which is enough to cut an interstellar mothership in half, cut off mountains and rivers, and cut down stars, was actually blocked. Omega rays, not bad. This is not the first time that the holy sword has been blocked. The previous Emperor Thanos even took a blow with his body. But after all, this is just Wang Hao's casual strike, no more difficult than ordinary people snapping their fingers. If he wanted, he could even directly flood this space with a holy sword. But that kind of effect is not as simple as triggering a supernova explosion. But even so, it is not easy to be able to resist Wang Hao's holy sword. But Darkseid, as the terrifying evil god of the multi-universe, naturally can not only block a sword like a snap of his fingers. After the Omega Ray defeated the holy sword, it continued to spread like a snake, advancing forward. Everything hit along the way turned into nothingness in an instant. Whether it's the extremely hard rock or the fighting demons and warriors, nothing could stop Darkseid, and he felt no sympathy for their passing. Disappeared, it was only because it was too weak. And being weak is the biggest injustice in this world. Then try my trick again. The holy sword was defeated by Omega Rays. Although it is known that this is actually Darkseid's strongest attack, almost no one in the universe can stop it except Superman, who is sheltered by the origin. But Wang Hao naturally wouldn't think that Darkseid was stronger than him. Meteor gun. The holy spear transformed by a ray of light pierced the sky, and threw it at the position where Darkseid was with an unstoppable momentum and the belief that it must hit. This is Odin's ultimate move, and the meteor gun refers to his artifact Gungnir. According to legend, as long as you say the opponent's name before throwing the gun, this attack will surely hit. And because of its majestic momentum and its majestic power, it looks like a meteor streaking across the sky, so it is named the shooting star gun. And Odin's projection with all his strength is repeated in Wang Hao's hands at this moment, but the power is not weakened by half. Jingshi, before the holy spear shot hit, a new offensive came again. The flames all over the sky are white and hot. This is the flame that burns the sky, the real fire that purifies the world, and the sacredness that burns forever. Tens of millions of demons were instantly reduced to ashes in the flames. There is no way to extinguish it, no way to remove it, unless all the evil in the world is burned away. Otherwise, Li Diheo, this ray of flame will burn everything up. Cover the sky with one hand. The flames surround it, and the holy spear locks it. But absolute strength is Wang Hao's real killing move. Power. The sun is the most majestic force. Even if he is a human emperor who controls the life and death of all people, he has to look up to the scorching sun and submit to it. Supreme, supreme. Only the sun can be worthy of this word, and what he represents is absolute power. The power to crush everything is good. The white jade-like palm can even see the palm prints clearly and slowly press down with this palm. Time is frozen, space is compressed, the universe is reduced to a point, and the galaxy is reduced to a drop. This trick is to cover the sky with one hand. What does it mean to cover the sky with one hand? Before time travel, Wang Hao once watched a movie, Journey to the West, Conquering Demons. After the Elder Tang and it awakened, he chanted the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, so the real body of the Buddha, which was bigger than the planet, manifested and suppressed it with a palm. That overwhelming power, that unstoppable divine power, even a monkey with great supernatural powers and defying the sky couldn't resist it. Even if you were the unrivaled demon king, in front of Tianwei, you are nothing but the sand in the river. You could be destroyed instead. Although Daxiad's strength is thousands of times stronger than that of the monkey, the so-called indestructible body of King Kong may not be able to resist even a single Omega Ray. But Wang Hao's strength is more than 1,000 times stronger than that of the Tathagata. The Buddha Dharma image as big as a star is just another grain of sand in the river in front of Wang Hao. The power of this palm is even more so much better than the overwhelming power in the movie. Time is constrained, space is static, all things are turned into dust, and life returns to nothingness. Darkseid looked up at the sky, but couldn't see the sky, because this fleshy palm is the sky. He stared as hard as he could, and the Omega effect was exerted to the extreme. The attack 920 that was enough to wipe out the entire Ganges galaxy. But it couldn't break the overwhelming sky. He can't escape. He can't escape. He wants to resist. He wants to struggle. But when the hand that shrouds the sky is pressed down, billions of demon-like creatures dissipate instantly, like bubbles that have been punctured, and half of the apocalypse stars are shattered, just like those shattered soul fires. He lost. He lost to a hand. He lost to a man. The gray rock body evolved due to the Omega effect. It represents the ultimate in the world and the true color of death. But now, the burly and sturdy body is shattered, and blood flows out from the gap. And his pair of eyes that can see all living beings in the universe have long been shattered, leaving only two dark holes. He just lay there quietly, on top of the wreckage of Apocalypse, on top of the war fortress that had accompanied him in battles for countless years and conquered countless galaxies. Still not enough big. Playing with the two red stone balls in his hand, Wang Hao shook his head. The so-called Omega effect is just an incomplete list of anti-life equations, or a high imitation version. If it is an anti-life equation, maybe Darkseid can condense the supreme, mighty power and become an existence of star rivers in motion. But he's clearly not at that level. After all, if that is the case, why does he have to fight in all directions? Civilization is destroyed in a wave of hands. What else is there to fight for? What the Anti-Monitor conquers is the universe, and what the Apocalypse Star conquers is the world and civilization. The difference is unreasonable. Snap! The eyes that condensed all the energy and power of Darkseid. Omega reacted, shattered under Wang Hao's power. Afterwards, that rock-like gray body began to shrink slowly, recovered, and turned into a flesh and blood body. It has become a long-forgotten appearance. Why didn't you kill me? A hoarse voice emerged from his mouth. Failure is an unacceptable thing, even for Darkseid, or especially Darkseid. A cruel and ruthless person like him, a cosmic tyrant like him, finds it even harder to accept his own failure. He knows that he is not the strongest, and there are many existences stronger than him on the Wall of Origin. Those who are not stuck on the wall, the monitors and anti-monitors, and the Heavenly Father on the creation planet, are all people who are not inferior to him, or even better than him. But even so, he still never thought that someone would defeat him in such a way. Kill you? What's the benefit of killing you? You are my trophy, and it's still useful to hold you. Although Darkseid is not strong enough, he can become an indelible existence by ordinary means. Wang Hao does not intend to let go of this hurdle, because his goal was not Darkseid from the beginning, but the entire Apocalypse Star. This massive war machine. Picking up Uncle Da's remnant body, Wang Hao walked into the sky step by step. And with his steps, a powerful force field surrounds the entire Apocalypse Star, condensing the surrounding debris and wreckage. The parts that were crushed by him reunited little by little. And when he came to the nothingness outside the Apocalypse Star, the entire Apocalypse Star had returned to its original state. Ugly, unbearable. As an Apocalypse Star that is crueler than purgatory, this planet is naturally not beautiful. The environment is harsh, riddled with holes. There is no green vegetation, no blue ocean, no birds and flowers. Gently chant the name in the mouth. Then, a figure came out from Wang Hao's body, and a man who was 90% similar to him stood in the void, with his arms outstretched, and the flames began to burn, and the light also began to sway. A sun that had never existed here shrouded the wretched planet in light. There's no gathering place here. Don't be so bad. Vitality, goodness, hope, light. All the vocabulary began to emerge on the Apocalypse Star, and the flame of the world continued to burn, burning away the hostility that had condensed for thousands of years, and what rose from the ashes was a new life. Everyone listen up. I am your new god, the Sun God. On the newborn star Apocalypse, a tower stands tall. The sun disk rotates slowly on the tower, and Wang Hao sits on the throne, looking down at the living beings below. Steppenwolf, Grail, and the few remaining high-level Apocalypse Stars gathered at his feet, leading those Apocalypse Star warriors who had not yet had time to surrender and worship. No one resisted, and no one was willing to speak up for Darkseid under Wang Hao's feet. This is the rule of Apocalypse. The strongest is king. If Darkseid is defeated, then they will make the more powerful Wang Hao their king. Most of the energy is flowing on Darkseid, exploring the secrets between him and the universe. Wang Hao just took away his Omega reaction and destroyed his body. He is still a member of the new Protoss, the son of Yubicon, the king of Apocalypse. If you give him a certain amount of time, he may not be able to make a comeback. Definitely, what he met was Wang Hao. He didn't have this chance. Wang Hao wouldn't give him this chance. Looking around with less than a tenth of his consciousness, Wang Hao looked at his newly acquired subordinates. Under the leadership of Zod, his celestial beings split aside, and Superman, Batman, Green Arrow, and others got together and stood aside. On the other side, there are Tony, Thor, and other strong people from foreign lands. Definitely, there are also the Templars led by Hans and his concubines. Time to play the game of world conquest. Looking at the countless talents in his grasp, Wang Hao said with a smile. He got the information he wanted. Message from Darkseid. Relying on the void, or in other words, a contract. This is the key to why Darkseid can still have the ability to link the multi-universe in such a posture. Bind himself with the consciousness of the great universe. If the universe is a house, then Darkseid makes himself a pillar in this house. A new Protoss. He does not have the kind of priesthood that a real god possesses. He does not represent any meaning in the universe. He is not a god of creation, like the 5 gods next door. Everyone is the embodiment of the rules of the universe. This is true for every member of the new Protoss, even a mighty Yubicon. Even the only reason they are called gods is because they are powerful. But in this way, he bound himself to the universe and became an indispensable existence in the multi-universe. Most importantly, he also stole the authority that should belong to the gods. Immortal. What if I extend this goal to an infinite multi-universe? This way of entrusting the primordial spirit to the void allowed Darkseid to win the gold medal for avoiding death, and also made the great power who also belonged to the Daluo, Jinxie, and Sanctified. This seems to be a kind of restraint, but to them, they belong to Hong Wang, and they also belong to DC. They can't be bound to the DC universe after being bound to the prehistoric way. But Wang Hao can. There are countless multi-universes, countless sun gods, countless me, and infinite multi-universes are owned by me. So am I invincible? Wang Hao suddenly thought of a similar description in a fairy tale novel he had read. In the fairy gourd, the primordial spirit goes up to the 3rd level, pure yang, immortality, and good fortune. In order to obtain one of the 48 pure yang avenues, pure yang becomes a part of the law of the universe, while immortality can travel through the infinite universe through consciousness and obtain other worlds. The law of the great way. And when the 48 pure yang laws are collected, you can open up the universe by yourself and recreate the primordial world. It is for good fortune. After a comparison, although the statement and the description of the realm are different, coincidentally, the steps are similar, and Wang Hao is now in the immortal stage. If you want to kill him, you must wipe out all the sun gods in the 3 universes of Earth 1, Earth 2, and Earth X in the Marvel Universe. It's not enough to have the Marvel Universe. Now, there's the DC Universe. But if Wang Hao uses this method of relying on the void to sign a contract with the universe, then it is not enough to destroy the Sun Shindu, unless it is to destroy the entire DC multi-universe. Then if he is bound in every universe, who can kill him? Oye? Uncle Da, you pointed out a clear path for me. If Wang Hao has really reached that level, how far is he from the existence of Oye? After thinking about this problem clearly, Wang Hao's long-lost fighting spirit was ignited. He has been invincible for so long that he has forgotten what struggle means. But now he has seen the way forward and the direction of progress. On the planet Apocalypse, boundless divine power pervades, transforming this place. Fortress of War, petri dish of super soldiers, training ground. In the square of the church, various buildings suddenly appeared, and various facilities spread out. At the same time, the full power of Hao Ian's calculations reached its limit. The hyperspace quantum communicator was opened, and one multi-universe channel after another appeared on the Apocalypse star. Yuga Khan and other powerful gods have longed for a lifetime, and the world outside the wall of origin appears. Every sun god civilization Xinyang will become the gateway for him to communicate with that world, and this belief is established by these people. Go, and spread my light. Go spread my glory, the infinite universe, the infinite world, because of the glory of the sun god. Juxia City. With the scorching sun for several days in a row, this Xia Tian also became more enthusiastic. Look at the long legs, the small waist, I really like Xia Tian. Standing on the balcony of the dormitory, watching the comings and goings on the school road, the young lady in cool clothes shouted loudly. A guy with a simple and honest face, but who couldn't change the essence of hanging silk. His name is Gu Xiaoluan, an ordinary college student. The only thing that is unusual is that he feels like he has super abilities. Gu Xiaoluan's eyes lit up when he saw a bum who was obviously not well-dressed chasing a snow-skinned long-legged lady and harassing her there. Then he cleared his throat and looked at the two entangled in front of him. Quiet. With a loud shout, what surged was some kind of strange anti-logic and anti-physical force. As for what is reflected outside, it is that bum who has been harassing others suddenly becomes speechless, as if choked on saliva. Yeah, Gu Xiaoluan was very proud to see the beautiful woman out of trouble. But suddenly, the sky was brightly lit, as if someone turned on a 10,000-watt incandescent lamp in the dark night. And what's even more strange is that this is enough to blind a dog's eyes, but it doesn't make people feel dazzling. Damn it, Guzi, come out to see the gods. One after another, voices resounded in Juxia City. Countless people looked up at the sky and fell into deep contemplation. Are there gods in this world? Is this the super god universe? No, it should be the Xiongbing Company. Super Seminary is a nonsensical fan work. To be precise, it should be included in the League of Legends universe. But Xiongbing Company is different, the worldview is more complete, and a large number of fan elements are removed, such as the Smurf Rise teacher in the Super Seminary. Moreover, the confrontation between Morgana and Angel Civilization is no longer as simple as sisters who disagree with each other. Angel Civilization has real meaning and completes history. In other words, the greatest significance of the evolution of the Super Seminary into the Xiongbing Company is to fill in the missing part of the Angel Civilization. Oh, it seems a bit too high profile. Before he knew it, countless eyes had gathered under his feet, and various cameras with long guns and short guns were also aimed at his position. A smile appeared on Wang Hao's face, and then disappeared directly in the same place. At the same time, in the depths of the starry sky, on the planet Liang, where civilization is at its peak, on the top of the highest mountain, a group of palaces stands there. Suddenly, the most luxurious and magnificent door of the main hall was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a serious face and extraordinary momentum walked in. Lena, looking at the beautiful and proud woman sitting on the seat, she didn't have the slightest majesty of the saintess of Liang Star. In particular, she was wearing a pair of black stockings under the luxurious and elegant outfit. It just doesn't make sense. Oh, why are you here? Seeing her guardian appearing suddenly, the saint who was in a daze was bouncing off the chair that was as big as the bed and instantly turned into a good girl and sat there. But this will only annoy Pan Zhun, the guardian of Liang Star, even more. Uncle, don't be angry. Anyway, there's no one else in this hall who would know what I look like. Seeing that pretending to be cute is useless, Lena began to talk about her fallacies. Besides, she was the only one in this empty hall, so why did she have to put on such a dignified and elegant posture for anyone to see? If it wasn't an emergency, I would definitely ground you and discipline you. However, I just got the oracle, and the sun god that we have followed for generations has returned. Although the passage of time in another universe is not so far away, but the time flow of the infinite multi-universe is inconsistent. In this universe, the Holy Legion of the Sun God sect and the duplication of Wang Hao came tens of thousands of years ago, completely changing the development track of this universe. But it may be due to the constraints of the timeline. Although there are various differences in small places, the final big trend is still familiar. And the most affected in this world is probably the Liang civilization. This civilization, which originally believed in the sun, seized the power from the fixed star. The creator of the civilization regarded himself as the sun god, and even made his descendants call themselves the goddess of dawn. But after the real sun god came, they 4.0 directly became the followers of the sun god. As the civilization progressed further, the so-called goddess of dawn also became the saint of the gods. The sun god, that is the one we believe in. Hearing Panjin's words, Lena was very surprised. Although she is a saint, it's because as a descendant of the god Envoy, her bloodline is the most suitable. But in fact, she has always listened to it as a fairy tale. How could there be a galaxy that moves with a wave of hands? The sun god is on the earth. My god, Hao Ian, has given me the oracle. Get ready and leave immediately. Serving the sun god is your duty and the meaning of your being a saint. Why should I serve others? With the sound of complaints, the beautiful figure disappeared into the starry sky. Countless light years away, in the depths of Mei Luo Tian Court, the expressions of the two peerless beauties who were sitting in the garden suddenly changed at the same time. He's back. Are they back? Kesha looked at Hushi with surprise in her eyes. 30,000 years ago, the angel civilization was still at a very low level. At that time, the angel civilization was under the rule of the male angel. But at that time, a figure appeared, and a group of people appeared, which not only changed the development of civilization in the entire universe, but also changed their destiny. And the angel civilization also began the era of the three kings. I want to take people to Earth. Then I'll stay. Hushi's beautiful eyes rested on Kaisha 18's face and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I have waited for 30,000 years, and I don't care about waiting a few more days. Go to meet our king, but you should pay attention to Sagana, who may also hear the news and appear there." Demon King Morgana, the younger sister of the Holy Kaisha, the former Angel King Apocalypse King Liang Bing, but because of his obsession with pursuing the departed Holy Legion, the Holy Sun God King, finally parted ways with the angel civilization and turned to the opposite. Seeing him, perhaps, she will change. In contrast, I'm more worried about Carl. He defines the Holy King as the ultimate fear above the highest civilization. This time he will definitely come. The Holy Legion that suddenly appeared 30,000 years ago changed the history of the entire universe, established the Sun civilization, changed the Angel civilization, and established the supremacy of the King of the Gods. However, that incomparably powerful legion and that radiant figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only legends. With the passage of time and the development of science and technology, there are many people who study the origin of the Holy Legion and the significance of their appearance and disappearance. For this reason, Kirin, the representative of the Kamigawa civilization, joined forces with the Angel civilization to establish the Super Seminary. However, Death God Carl, the mentor in the Super Theological Seminary, defined the God King as the ultimate fear and believed that he was the black hand behind the restrictions on the development of civilization in the entire universe. It has been 13.7 billion years since the birth of the universe, but there has been no higher level civilization than them, which does not make sense anyway. Now, this God King suddenly appeared, and the brilliance of the sun will once again illuminate the entire universe. How could Carl just sit back and watch? The angels are all dispatched, and a certain demon queen far away in Kunsa will naturally not be silent. Haha, little ones, follow me and meet that heartless man. If you dare to make my old lady wait for 30,000 years, I will definitely tear him apart. All of a sudden, forces from all sides gathered and marched towards the earth. And the person who caused all this is still unaware that he just walked out of one of the most popular hot pot restaurants. Oh, it's a different world, but the taste of the food is the same as before. Hey, I forgot to tell those guys when I mentioned this. Although there are no myths in some worlds, you can still go there. For example, the spirit of a certain aphrodisiac, the captive of delicious food, and the little master. Although the desire for food and drink does not seem to exist in the gods, even he does not need to eat. But desire is a thing. What is the difference between mortals and gods? It's not that he cultivated too high and forgetting his feelings. Gods have desires like gods. Otherwise, what would the god of cookery and the god of beauty do? Boy, don't look at you. But Wang Hao didn't expect that something would happen to him as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant. Looking at the 5 people and 6 people at the corner of the street, Wang Hao couldn't help laughing out loud. For many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. While low-quality tattoos, tattooed by Mr. Tom, Mr. Tony's younger brother on the street, plastic gold chains, the kind that can float in water, the smell of smoke, no more than 5 yuan a pack. Alas, low end, true low end. Hey, I told you to come here, what are you looking at there? The sturdy tone, the high-spirited look, and the thick accent made Wang Hao feel a little astonished for a while, thinking that he was watching Talong Hao Gao's legendary life. What's the matter? What do you want me to do? Idle is also idle. Wang Hao encountered this kind of thing for the first time, so he planned to chat with a few guys at 810. Well, you look like a dog, and you seem to be doing well. So what? My brothers have been a little tight recently, and I want to borrow some money from you to spend. Don't worry, our IOUs are definitely not borrowing money. The one who pays back. The man in the lead had a fleshy face, and he looked rather wicked, the type who could scare a child to tears without saying a word. Oh, do I know you guys? People who ask me to borrow money are usually tens of millions or hundreds of millions. You don't seem to come here with a contract. The corners of Wang Hao's mouth rose slightly, continuing to tease these little rascals. Tens of millions. Sure enough, after listening to Wang Hao's words, those gangsters were shocked. They originally planned to get a few hundred yuan for cigarette money. It would be troublesome for the police to file a case with this little money. Even if they were caught and arrested, they would only be detained for 15 days at most. And this is nothing more than routine for them. But I didn't expect to meet a big fish this time. Brother, why don't you get him a big ticket? Tie him up. As a little punk wandering the streets. Not to mention tens of millions, even tens of thousands of dollars have never been in my hands. These tens of millions are divided into several points, so they don't have to worry about it for the rest of their lives. As the saying goes, wealth and wealth are sought in danger, and the bold starve to death the timid. When he thinks of the bright red banknotes, Erguzi's heart heats up. Snap. However, Erguzi did not expect that what greeted him was not the boss's praise, but a slap in the face. Get out. Am I Lu Chuang that kind of person? Petty theft is fine, kidnapping and robbery. Are you worthy of the cultivation of the country and the teaching of your family? The hooligan leader began to teach the younger brother the core values. This funny scene made Wang Hao couldn't help laughing out loud. It's 0K. With a conscience, a punk also has professional ethics, right? Wang Hao teased several people, but Lu Chuang, the name flashed in his mind for a moment. Then, looking at the leading brother who was still educating his younger brother, Wang Hao suddenly stretched out his hand. Wait, let's talk about education later. With his arm grasping Lu Chuang's shoulder, the divine power of invisible seeped into his body, and the majestic vitality and the secret hidden in the depths of his cells were revealed bit by bit. Oh wow, it's really true. Nuashin God of War. These changes did not appear to the outside world. Lu Chuang, who was grabbed by Wang Hao's shoulders, felt that his body was suddenly frozen and unable to move. Hey, what kind of demon technique is this? Is it acupuncture? You're a master of martial arts. Hey brother, let go. I was wrong, big brother. Lu Chuang's yelling brought Wang Hao back to his senses. Looking at the unawakened Nuashin God of War, the future Great Wall #1, Wang Hao shook his head slightly. The potential is good. After all, they're the so-called three-generation super fighters, and they're the product of the God-making plan at the same level as the power of the galaxy and the light of the sun. If it reaches its peak, it will be as strong as Thor. This refers to the quasi-god King Thor, the Thor who has mastered the thunder power in his body and owns the Stormbreaker. The God-making plan really succeeded for them. However, Wang Hao grabbed his shoulder and didn't speak for a while, just staring at the way he looked at him, which made Lu Chuang's heart skip a beat. Brother, you can't be that or something, right? No, brother, I'm not good looking, and I'm a bit ugly, and I don't like men either. Seeing Wang Hao looking at him again, Lu Chuang said quickly, "Oh, don't discriminate against you guys. I definitely don't discriminate against people of the same sex. It's everyone's own choice. No one looks down on anyone, but brother, I really am not." Before Lu Chuang finished speaking, Wang Hao suddenly raised his hand. Snap. What's wrong? A genetic system. Why is it set to be triggered when it is near death? Immortals can't be superheroes? Which bastard designed this kind of program? Lu Chuang, who was lying on the ground, had a broken heart. Judging by human standards, he was already utterly dead. But in Wang Hao's eyes, the energy in the void is connected, the power in the bottom layer of the gene is awakened, and the changes that are more exaggerated than the mutant X gene awakening are going on. Nuwa Star God of War, the guy who smashed a planet with an axe and destroyed the Nuwa galaxy. It's interesting. Although the first person he came into contact with was not the lovely girl Qilin, nor the hot and cold Xiangwei, but Wang Hao's interest was aroused. The world has undergone many changes due to his appearance, but overall, it still retains a certain degree of similarity with the Xiaobing company he knew. Big brother. On the other side, Lu Chuang, who was slapped to death, got up from the ground in less than half a minute. Amid the shouts of his younger brothers, Lu Chuang shook his head and roared angrily. God of God, what kind of glory? I want to kill that kid right now. Being slapped and slapped away, Lu Chuang's mind full of so-called loyalty in the world felt like the sky was falling. Face is more important than anything else to a person who is a mess, and such behavior is undoubtedly the biggest challenge to his face. Lu Chuang roared angrily and charged towards Wang Hao like a wild bull. But what he didn't notice was that the speed at which he erupted at the moment was simply terrifying. The so-called flying man bolt was like a snail in front of him. With a distance of 5 meters, he arrived in just one step, punched out, and even the wind did not appear, and he was already in front of Wang lie down a little longer. With a light slap, Lu Chuang flew upside down and hit the lamppost by the roadside. The steel lamppost was smashed by his body, and it made a toothache, Li Hao, sound and slowly bent and fell down. But Lu Chuang didn't care about these things at all. His brain was congested or flooded, and he only wanted to fight Wang Hao at this moment. As soon as he stepped out, the hard pavement tiles were crushed directly, leaving a big, deep pit. Although he doesn't know any skills, strength is everything. Well, it's not enough. Let me add some fire wheat for you. He kicked Lu Chuang into the air with one kick, drawing a deep trench on the road, and his flesh and blood body was still unharmed. Wang Hao flicked out a ripple, and strong life force poured into Lu Chuang's body, further activating his genes and further strengthening his body. It seems that endless power gushes out from the body of this Nuashin God of War. Woo, woo. The piercing siren sounded on the street, and the eye-catching police car rushed against the crowd and rushed towards the scene of the incident. And louder than the siren is the rumbling, thunderous collision. The real-life Superman class, or God of War, turned this street into a disaster scene comparable to a meteor crater. That Lu Chuang is the person we have been paying attention to all the time. Why is he suddenly awakening? And this level of combat power is clearly awakening to a very high level. A tall young man with a calm face stepped out of the car, and a beautiful woman with a proud figure and a stern face appeared with him. Nuashin God of War is one of the 3 major God-making projects of the Super Seminary. Ajay, looking at the situation like this, it may be difficult for us to control it. After the Dino Galaxy was destroyed 10,000 years ago, the remnants came to the Earth, and even they themselves had a sense of identity, connecting themselves with this planet and this country. However, with the passage of time, the power of the remnants of the current Dino Galaxy is far from that of the center of the Kamigwa civilization 2.57 million years ago. What's more, Nuashin God of War is the highest force they have, even if they are not equipped with dark alloy armor and magic axe. It is difficult to defeat him. Xiangwei, at this point, we can only take one step at a time. Let's try to communicate first. This extraordinary level of battle is not something ordinary people can participate in. Although the surrounding roads have long been closed and dozens of police cars have surrounded the place, they can only watch from there. Boom! Just when they were hesitating, a sound like the sound of a cannon appeared, and then a figure slammed heavily in front of them. Oh, brother, please let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't challenge you. Let me go, brother. In the deep pit was a middle-aged man with ragged clothes and worse than a tramp. But at this moment, his image doesn't look like a God of War. Even Air Guzi on the street is more heroic than him. Ajay and Xiangwei looked at each other, and then looked at Lu Chuang, who was begging for mercy, with a hint of shock in their eyes. The previous battle was too fierce, and they didn't get the information on the scene. They thought that some powerful existence had stimulated the potential in Lu Chuang's body, and then they were beaten violently by him. Looking at it now, it turned out that Lu Chuang was beaten by him. Before they could figure out what was going on, a young man with a calm face and clean clothes that didn't look like he was fighting at all slowly flew down from the air. Oh wow, there are 2 more. Looking at Ajay and Xiangwei in front of him, Wang Hao could clearly feel the great power on them. This kind of power is far beyond that of ordinary people. Just looking at physical strength, it is even comparable to the normal Hulk. Especially the long-legged young lady with a stern face, the power of time and space surging in her body clearly showed her identity. Space-time rose. TSK, this is actually the mutant bloodline I brought. He ignored Lu Chuang, god of war who was awakening to his strongest state during his violent beating. Although if Wang Hao is not counted, it is not a problem for Lu Chuang to single out a gluttonous fleet and smash a main ship with a single axe. Apart from Keisha and Morgana, he is basically invincible, but in Wang Hao's eyes, Biba, he is still just a little hooligan who doesn't make a difference. Passing over the little rascal, Wang Hao reached out to Qiang Wei's ear and stroked a strand of her hair, making her cheeks flush, and at the same time, he also learned all kinds of genetic data. So much X-gene data. This is the super soldier database I left behind. The Holy Legion enters every world, and after the Sun God belief is established in that world, Wang Hao's consciousness can come directly. The current composition of the Holy Legion has changed from pure believers before to absorbing mutant supergenetic warriors, celestial Terran warriors, and apocalypse star warriors. From the point of genetic modification, no matter in any universe, the technique has reached the top level. As for Lu Chuang, that's all. The time and space genes on Xiangwei obviously came from the database of his Holy Legion. It appears their connection runs deeper than I thought. Wang Hao could feel his own duplication in this world, on Lion Star, a copy of how Ian controls everything there. If the original leader of this world was the angel civilization, and the big boss was Death God Carl, then now, Liang Xing is undoubtedly the final boss. It's just that according to Hao Ian's meaning, Lion Star did not wantonly expand its power, but only quietly managed the Lion civilization and did not interfere too much with the progress of this world civilization. However, the Super Seminary was able to obtain this key genetic data from Lion civilization, and his appearance 30,000 years ago had a profound impact on this world. What are you doing? Due to Wang Hao's sudden intimacy, Qiang Wei's original coldness suddenly disappeared, and the blush and shyness on her face did not match her previous character at all. So much so that a giant next to him was stunned. Is this still the iceberg beauty? Du Qiang Wei. But he didn't know that Wang Hao's attraction to women was unreasonable. The most notable point is that when he appeared in this world, many of the partners of angels calculated in Kaisha's knowledge treasure house suddenly changed their goals, from the original object to Wang Hao. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Oh, you just ate. Do you want me to buy you a cup of milk tea? In a special institution, Wang Hao and Lu Chuang came here under the leadership of Ajai and Xiang Wei. Lu Chuang was taken elsewhere for inspection and questioning, while Wang Hao followed Xiang Wei to the command center. It's just that the cold and proud Du Qiang Wei suddenly turned into a little girl who just fell in love. Not only Ajai was shocked, even her father Du Cao was shocked. He is familiar with his daughter's temper, and because of this, Xiang Wei's performance made him even more unbelievable. What's the origin of this guy? Looking at Wang Hao who was joking with Xiang Wei there, Du Cao, who saw him for the first time, asked Ajai. Report to the general. This is the one who fought with Lu Chuang in the street just now, God. He calls himself the Sun God. Although he inquired, Ajai didn't get any more information. For some reason, when facing Wang Hao, his aura as a civil servant and his oppressive force as a special lead instructor could not be reflected at all. Instead, Wang Hao smiled at him, and he actually developed a feeling of admiration and worship towards Wang Hao. The Sun God. There's only one Sun God in the universe, and that is also the belief of the Lion civilization. But as far as I know, that great existence left this universe long ago and went to unknown world. The Dino Galaxy used to be the center of the Kamigawa civilization, and Du Cao was a high-level general at that time, and he had heard about these things. The god from 30,000 years ago, if he is the real one, it makes sense. According to the information we have obtained, Lu Chuang, the Nuashan god of war who was awakened in advance, is still under the control of him even when his strength is at full strength. I'm afraid, only that kind of existence has such strength. Really? If it is true that you have the power to completely suppress Lu Chuang, as you said, then I am afraid that you will not be wrong. Moreover, I heard that wherever the Sun God goes, all women will be fascinated by him and attracted by him. Du Cao looked at his daughter and became more certain of this idea in his heart. It seems that we need to contact Lai Yangxing. However, Wang Hao, who was talking to Xiang Wei, suddenly looked into the sky and then glanced at Du Cao. There's no need to contact her. She's already here. With a flick of the fingers, in Xiang Wei's perception, a majestic and boundless force of time and space distorted the surrounding space, and then a beautiful blonde with big waves was dragged out of thin air. What? The Holy Maiden of Dawn, who was shuttling through the space channel, yelled and fell headlong into Wang Hao's arms. When she raised her head and looked around in panic, she realized that she had landed on the ground. Hey, you have so much divine power? Besides, you're so handsome. In an instant, Reina saw the man in front of her, who was hugging her. And when she felt that Wang Hao had the same source as her, no, it was the source of power in her body, she was also attracted by Wang Hao's unique charm. The originally clear eyes suddenly became blurred, and the breathing gradually became heavy. Who are you? Why do you give me a feeling of wanting to be close? Like, Lena didn't finish her sentence, but Wang Hao pushed her away and got closer. It's like the sun, so my saintess doesn't need to be assessed. Looking at the typical big but brainless Lena, Wang Hao couldn't help but tease. The extremely dense sun power all over his body is his saint. What Wang Hao said before that Lu Chuang might be invincible on Earth will be retracted. With the strength in Lena's body, let alone Lu Chuang, even if all the strong men in this universe come together, they cannot be her opponent. Yes, Lena, who originally could only release nuclear fusion and throw 1 or 2 solar flares, is the person who has been changed the most by his arrival, and her strength is even more terrifying. After 30,000 years of development, as the spokesperson of Wang Hao's sun god cult in the world, the person closest to the sun, Lena's divine power is no less than that of Loki and Anna, who were made gods by Wang Hao. After all, in that world, it's only been a few years since Ligiana and others became gods. But Lena is a saint who has been passed down from generation to generation. Because a mortal body cannot live forever. She will be reincarnated every 1,000 years, but that huge divine power has been accumulated. You're saint, are you the sun god? Lena's eyes widened suddenly. Looking at Wang Hao's face, the shock on her face was even more exaggerated than that of Du Cao and others. She would lose her memory every time she was reincarnated. In this life, she was still very young, so her character was a little confused so that she didn't believe that Wang Hao really existed. They even think that the sun god believed by the Liang civilization is just a virtual god they made up, just like other civilizations that are still in the age of ignorance. But forget it, since you're my sun god, then I am yours. Remember, you have to treat me well. Reina, who had recovered from her shock, put her arms around Wang Hao's neck again, then stared at his face and said forcefully. In the past, Lena hated Pan Zhen and others' view of her as an appendage of the sun god. Following the trend, she has always wanted to be an independent New Age woman. Definitely, this is obviously impossible. She just reached the rebellious period, and she wants to get rid of the restrictions and constraints imposed on her by Pan Zhen and the elders, just like a child wants to get rid of the control of her parents. As the reincarnation of a saint, she has a mature mind far beyond ordinary people, but she doesn't show it under normal circumstances. If she is really asked to take on her own responsibilities, she will never shrink back. However, all this changed after she really met her own sun god. It turns out that the sun god is such a -3 handsome guy. I used to think that he would be an old man for a long time. On the street, Lena hugged Wang Hao's arm tightly, rubbing it back and forth from time to time, and the shocking part clamped Wang Hao tightly and sank into it. And behind them, Rosemian followed closely with unwillingness and hesitation. The biggest thing on earth today is the coming of the sun god. Whether it is for surveillance or to help him solve unnecessary troubles, a shrewd and capable special person is needed to accompany him. Rose is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. I have many images, but this one is my favorite. By the way, is there no statue of me on Star Liang? No, we don't need that kind of thing. What Pan Zhen and the others say every day, we only need to keep the respect for my god in our hearts. So we just built a sun disk symbolically. Lena looked indifferent, and when it came to the sun god, she was also very indifferent, so that Xiang Wei behind her couldn't tell whether she believed in the sun god or simply fell in love with Wang Hao. Hey, there's a clothes store there. Let's go shopping together. The clothes I wear on Star Liang are so troublesome, and I need several maids to help me get them dressed for a long time every day when I get up. These clothes are so beautiful. It's stylish and light. Do you like it? Pulling Wang Hao into the store, ignoring the shopping guide, Lena took all kinds of clothes and gestured on her body. After she finished speaking, Lena still didn't forget to look at Wang Hao, and what she held in her hand was a set of purple lace, clothes wrapped in the parts of some female creatures that have evolved to attract males. Not bad, but you may need a bigger size. Looking at the clothes in Lena's hands, Wang Hao said with a smile, not at all embarrassed. It's not that Lena is too unrestrained, it's just that she has such a personality. Go straight, don't hide and hide. If you like it, and once you like it, then go all out. Naturally, Tian Hao will not dislike this kind of character. Besides, as his own saint, Lena's fate has long been tied to him, and the Saint of Dawn will eventually become the Goddess of Dawn. Seeing Wang Hao nodding, Lena showed a satisfied smile on her face, and after choosing a few more pieces, she ran into the fitting room. But after a while, she poked her head out again with a shy blush on her face. Would you like to come in and help me? The buttons on my back can't be fastened. How could Wang Hao refuse such a fiery invitation, and immediately walked into the fitting room? Dodge him in. Xiang Wei stood outside and said bitterly. However, there was a hint of envy in her eyes. I envy Lena's directness and Wang Hao's affirmation. When Wang Hao and Reina were exchanging feelings, in the previous special organization, Du Cao, who received another message, urgently dialed the phone number of his superior. An online AV was held. We got the news that the gluttons from the Styx galaxy and the giant wolf people from the Sirius galaxy are going to the solar system through the big wormhole. In addition, the angel civilization sent us a signal, indicating that they are about to arrive, and sent us an alarm. Demon Queen Morgana is likely to lead an army of demons to appear here. A series of information from Du Cao shocked many bigwigs. Establish a communication relationship with the remnants of the Dino galaxy, such as Du Cao. Provide them with a place to recuperate and share their scientific and technological achievements. This is something that was settled very early on. Because of this, Yinlao got the crisis and many crises in the universe very early. But right now, the extremely powerful civilizations and forces in those galaxies have come to the weak Earth one after another. This news makes them very difficult to understand. General Du, what did they come Earth for? Resources? Conquest? Do we need to prepare for? Du Cao replied with a heavy expression after pondering. I'm afraid that the Comer is not good. The civilization of the Styx galaxy believes in death god 2.9 Carl. It takes pleasure in making death, and often creates appalling massacres in the universe to please their main god Carl. After a pause, Duke Como spoke again. As for the demon civilization, under the leadership of Morgana, demons advocate freedom and depravity, and enjoy evil. She is obviously not someone who will sit down and chat. Angel civilization is just the opposite. They advocate absolute justice and order, but the problem is they're keen to impose their own codes of conduct and morals on the lower civilizations, to practice what their Queen Keisha believes is just. I'm afraid none of these people are easy to deal with. Is the Earth's form already so severe? Du Cao's declaration left many bigwigs speechless, but they also knew that now was not the time to be silent. Xiao Du, now that things are up, don't hide them. If you have any ideas, let's discuss them together. The fate of mankind is at stake, and the future of flower growers cannot be broken in our hands. After a long silence, only the dull sound of smoking in an online conference room, a big guy took the initiative to speak. He even abandoned General Du's extremely official rhetoric and instead used Xiao Du's more intimate tone. In this regard, Du Cao is not disgusted. He is a soldier and will not bring his personal emotions to work. Report to the chief, there is one way. If we really follow our own development reserves over the years, it is basically impossible to fight an interstellar war, even if we use those super soldiers who are not prepared at all. Du Cao sighed. From the Dino Galaxy to the 18th Earth, he has changed a lot, but what remains unchanged is his yearning for the people and peace. Our soldiers are still too young. Every god-level fighter can grow up through hardships. Our equipment is not complete, and the reserves of the Super Seminary are not enough to support all soldiers armed to the teeth. Therefore, in this case, the only way to win this war is to do so. Du Cao took a deep look at the many big shots present, and then said, as an atheist, practicing the ruling ideology supported by materialist theory, worshipping God, these two words sound full of absurdity and ridiculousness. But the bosses here are not ordinary people. They manage the lives of more than 1 billion people on weekdays, and they have a clear understanding of many things. You mean turn to the sun god? Yes, chief. According to the information of the Super Seminary, the sun god, as the only true god in the known universe, possesses power beyond imagination. If we can get his help, this crisis will not be a problem at all. Although he didn't want to admit it, Duca still said the only answer in his heart. There are quite a few genetic warriors of the Kamigawa civilization on Earth, and most of them are living among the people. Take some time to collect them, and forming several teams is not a problem. Moreover, the power possessed by this kind of super fighter is absolutely powerful. With proper coordination, a small team can completely wipe out an interstellar fleet in a surprise attack. But this time things are not that simple. Angel civilization, demon civilization, gluttonous legion, and giant wolf legion. With so many enemies staring at the people on Earth, even Du Cao, who has experienced many battles, can't help feeling desperate about it. This is a power that even the Dino Galaxy in its heyday could not contend with, let alone the current Earth. What he thought was not wrong. In the plot world, if it wasn't for the angels' sacrifice to protect it, if it wasn't for the demon army's defection at the end because of Qiangwei's surrender, the Earth has long since fallen. Judging from the current situation, in the case of 1 to 4 in Du Cao's view, this is a dead end, and the problem cannot be solved by forming a company of heroes. At best, a company of heroes can keep a trace of fire for the Earth. Under the leadership of the power of the galaxy, the people on Earth can retain such a trace of vitality. After tens of thousands of years, wait for the power of the galaxy to grow into the main god, thus rekindling the fire of civilization. But now, a dead end is a dead end, and it is impossible to change it, unless Wang Hao makes a move. Unless the true god who has a person in the Shinha civilization and records in the super seminary that rivals the higher civilization takes action. Try to get in touch. In addition, civilization can't pin all its hopes on others. General Du, I now authorize you to form a super soldier company to build the first line of defense for flower growers. At the end of the meeting, Du Cao walked out of the conference room, looked at the adjutant Ajay who was waiting outside, and then asked, how is Lu Chuang? Is there any possibility of recruiting him? Hearing what Du Cao said, Ajay suddenly understood what was happening, and his face became agitated. The chiefs have agreed to the plan, but after seeing Du Cao's serious face, Ajay quickly restrained his expression and then said seriously, Lu Chuang's physical condition is stable. As for his personal consciousness, it is no different from before. I tried to ask him to recruit him, and he was very enthusiastic. Until then, Du Cao nodded. That's right, the chiefs have agreed to the plan to form a hero company, but Lu Chuang, you, and Xiangwei alone are far from enough. Gu Xiaoluan, the power of the galaxy, you can communicate in person, as well as the German star spear and the Nuashing sharp knife. These people, I don't care what they used to do, but now the country needs them. Although the mothers of these super genes were brought by Du Cao from the Dino Galaxy, their hosts are all Earthlings, and they're all people of flower growers. Now, when the country is in trouble, no one can sit back and watch. If you have the ability, you need to stand up and fight for the country and the people. Even Du Cao, although he is an old monster, but now he has become a member of the forest, he is willing to give his life for this country again and shed the last drop of blood, just like he did for the country before. Same as Noxus. Damn it, who is this? Me as super soldier? Going to the front line to fight? Are you kidding me? In the milk tea shop by the side of the road, the tall and burly Gu Xiaoluan looked at the black-clad Ajay in front of him and couldn't help complaining. No, my parents are only my son, and I went to the battlefield, so what will they do? Besides, I'm just an ordinary person, just a dick. Can't we find other more powerful people to do this kind of thing? Anxiety, panic, evasion, and avoidance. Gu Xiaoluan almost perfectly displayed all the emotions that a coward, a deserter, should have. Even though he was just an ordinary person, an ordinary college student, Ajay still frowned when he looked at his face. You are the son and daughter of a flower planter. This war is inevitable for everyone. You have this ability, and you have an ability that is much stronger than any of us. If you don't go, we may have to pay thousands, more tens of thousands of lives. And if we lose at the front, do you think they won't invade your happy family? Under the overturned nest, how can there be any eggs? Flower growers are under the compulsory military system. The so-called compulsory military service means that every adult citizen is obliged to perform military service. The reason why many people think that military service is far away from them, but that is because there are so many people. Every year, the number of new soldiers recruited into the army is limited, and many people who have reached the physical fitness level have to be eliminated through screening. But there's another part of the compulsory military service system. That is, once the country needs you, you must respond to the country's call to join the army, and those who do not obey are directly treated as deserters. If the situation eases up a bit, it's not that Ajay is unwilling to talk about life and ideals with Gu Xiaoluan. But the problem is that the situation is different now. The army is overwhelming. The gluttonous legion has entered the solar system through the wormhole and will appear on the periphery of the Earth in half a month at most. This means that even if Gu Xiaolun and others enlist in the army now and start training, it will only take half a month. As the instructor of the company, Ajay is more addicted than anyone else. After half a month of training, he was asked to bring his own soldiers to the battlefield. He thought he was unqualified, and if any of them had an accident, he would think it was his responsibility to yes, no, but Gu Xiaolun, I'm not asking for your permission. This is an order from the Supreme Military Command. From now on, you're a soldier of the flower planter. Ajay patted the table, then stood up. If the war is won, you will be the hero of all mankind. You will receive the highest honor, and you will have everything you want. But if the war fails, you and I will cease to exist, and everything will cease to exist. Ignoring the surprised eyes of the little girl in the milk tea shop, Ajay coolly shook his head and walked outside. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up and get in the car. We're going to the training base now. Time is limited. Every minute cannot be wasted. Gu Xiaolun quickly got up and followed Ajay's pace and got into the vehicle outside with a special license plate. In less than a day, the state machinery was activated and a large number of super soldier gene carriers that had long been under surveillance had been brought to the training base. And Gu Xiaolun also met his two good friends, Xin Yi and Prince Cheng Yaowen. But on the other hand, Du Cao's real plan is still in progress. Alien invasion? Company of heroes, yes, it's okay to be idle. It's not bad to go and have a look. In a high-end restaurant, Wang Hao, who was enjoying delicious food with Reina and Xiang Wei, expressed his interest in Xiang Wei's proposal. By the way, I haven't asked. According to the information, the last time you appeared was 30,000 years ago. This time, you suddenly appeared. What are you going to do? Seeing that Wang Hao agreed to her proposal without any hesitation, Xiang Wei struck while the iron was hot and quickly asked the biggest doubt in her heart, as well as that of Du Cao and others. Wang Hao, who saw through her small thoughts, just smiled and didn't care about anything. Anyway, what they do, it is impossible to affect themselves. This time I am here to conquer the universe. Conquer the whole universe. The super god universe seems grand, but in fact it is much worse than the Marvel world and the DC world. The most important point is the ultimate fear, which is the shackles of higher civilizations. This is not a problem with their technology, but a problem with this universe. This universe is too young. 1.37 billion years is just a life cycle for a small fixed star like the sun, let alone the entire universe. The so-called edge of the universe that Carl and Space Principle can't detect and advanced civilization can't appear is indeed a good theory. But that's not some ultimate fear. As early as when he came here 30,000 years ago, Wang Hao noticed that the barriers of this universe were very weak, which were similar to those of the neighboring universes, such as the Valoran universe and the Asgardian universe of the stars. The reason is that this system, which Wang Hao calls the League of Legends multi-universe, is too young and immature. To put it bluntly, the world only allows you to cultivate to the nascent soul, but you want to ascend through the catastrophe. This is not fear, it is helplessness. Conquer the universe. Two identical exclamations came out at the same time. Fortunately, today is a private room, and no one else is watching. Looking at the obvious differences in expressions, one is really shocked, with a hint of fear, while the other is excited, with yearning for interesting things in his eyes. It's not as fun as you think. This universe is too small, and there are only a handful of advanced civilizations. Conquering this universe is just a matter of taking a nap. Knocking on the head of Reina, who is obviously overexcited, Wang Hao said helplessly. It's really not Wang Hao's bragging. This universe can't even carry his full strength. It doesn't even have the power to destroy the fixed star system. Conquering the world is really easy for him. On the other hand, Xiang Wei looked a little excited. Conquer the universe. Then you are on the earth now. So where's the first stop of your invasion? Although my heart is full of affection for Wang Hao. Just like sunflowers are always looking for the sun and will be attracted by the sun. But Xiang Wei, as a soldier, still remembers her mission. But her excited words made Wang Hao shake his head. Invasion 953? If you really want to say an invasion, then I also invaded the entire universe. Do you think I'm a shark entering a pond, and the earth is one of the small fry? A dynamic image appeared in Wang Hao's hands. A big shark wagging its tail dived into the pond and wreaked havoc. The water splashed, and the fish became their lunch. But then, the picture suddenly changed. Correct me, I am actually the sunlight entering the room after opening the window in the morning, and the earth is just a speck of dust in the room. The light shines in, the dim room is illuminated, everything is shrouded in light. As for the dust there, who cares where it is? The sun will bring light into the room, will you? Xiang Wei's beautiful eyes are fixed on Wang Hao, and if she wants to get her own answer, she must know Wang Hao's attitude and Wang Hao's actions. This is her mission, and it is also related to her destiny. I am the sun god, and I am the one who brings light to people. The dimly lit restaurant was suddenly brightly lit, and the night seemed to turn into day. Xiang Wei looked around in surprise, and then her eyes fell on Wang Hao. Then please prove it to me, okay? Xiang Wei, you still don't understand? I don't need to prove anything to anyone. At my level, doing anything is irrelevant to ordinary people, whether it's creating the world or destroying the world. Just like you, it's the same way you'd care about those microbes in every breath you take. These words are very heartless, but Wang Hao is no longer the ordinary person who just became a god. Now he has already spanned countless multi-universes, leaving behind the splendor and glory of the sun god in each world. It is no exaggeration to say that it only takes one thought, and everything in this universe will be subverted. He can no longer care about ordinary people like before. Except for a few people like Tony, like the captain, like Xiang Wei in front of him, it is difficult for him to keep in mind the rest, and he is willing to listen to them talk and listen to them joke with him. I would like to explain to you that you are unique, but you can't take my attention as a bargaining chip. To make you happy, or to make others happy, I may protect the earth, but that doesn't mean I will for the sake of the earth. In fact, this earth is very special in your eyes because it is home, but in my eyes, in the infinite multi-universe, there are so many earths. gently picking up a strand of hair near Qiang Wei's ear, watching her heroic and beautiful face fall into a certain emotion. Wang Hao didn't want to break her heart. What's more, he didn't plan to do anything to the earth. He just didn't want Qiang Wei, Du Cao, and others behind her to think Wang Hao was their protector. He is the patron saint, but not of the earth, but of Liangsing. Because the people there believe in him, are willing to give everything for him, obey his oracle, and spread his glory to the entire universe. Then are you willing to protect the earth once to make me happy? Qiang Wei pursed her lips for the first time and stretched out her hand to grab the master's hand in front of her. But she also knew the seriousness and didn't make excessive demands, and used the phrase just once. Seeing her statement like this, Wang Hao nodded slightly relieved. Definitely, making girls happy. How can I not be happy about this kind of thing? A shy blush spread on Qiang Wei's cheeks. She stood up suddenly and walked to Wang Hao's left side with a slightly stiff posture. The tall iceberg beauty sat down slowly. Her stiff body suddenly went limp beside Wang Hao. This was probably the best outcome for her. Use her in exchange for the safety of the earth. But for herself, isn't this a happy beginning? Be able to be with the person you like, and follow Wang Hao to gain eternal life and powerful power. Jusha City tonight is full of colors. And in the outer space of the earth, a pair of giant steel wings broke through the shackles of time and space and appeared on the orbit. At the same time, when the devil's wings came, on the other side of the earth, a beautiful woman flew out of the wormhole with white wings on her back and then rushed straight to the earth. Open the door, open the door. You have the ability to steal women. You have the ability to open the outside the presidential suite of a five-star hotel. A woman whose figure could no longer be described as proud was carrying a pair of steel wings on her back, wearing a black and purple tight leather jacket, standing outside the door and shouting loudly. This sudden change caused the three people in the room who were about to exchange their feelings after taking a shower to look at each other in blank dismay. Who are you looking for? After opening the door, Qiang Wei looked at the woman in front of her. Well, she was older than her, much older. But why is the makeup on the face so strange? Nowadays, cosplay lovers like to dress up like this? Well, you're pretty good looking time and space jeans. That's what I researched. Shit, you dare to steal my research. He reached out to touch Qiang Wei's white and tender cheeks, but Qiang Wei took a step back vigilantly. Who are you? The first time she heard the word space-time gene was from Wang Hao. And right now, the strangely dressed and strangely speaking woman in front of her also knows this. No matter what the reason is, this woman is definitely not simple. But the strange woman didn't answer Qiang Wei's words, but looked straight behind her. Behind Qiang Wei, Wang Hao came out of the bathroom after brushing his teeth, wearing pajamas and slippers, looking lazy. What's going on? Wang Hao looked at the door, pretending not to know. Who are you? Okay, you don't even know me anymore. You heartless, stinking man. The strange woman with a sharp tone and a very similar dress suddenly showed the posture of a little daughter when she heard Wang Hao's words, and the face with the very scary makeup showed a baby's aggrieved expression. Wang Hao snickered in his heart, but his face remained calm. Instead, he leaned over and approached the sword tower for a careful look. Well, I still don't recognize it. So who are you? Woo 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 woo. However, the queen in front of her was already crying. Wang Hao, who overthrew the old order of the Heavenly Palace 30,000 years ago, wiped out all the scum and gave the angels a new life, didn't know her anymore. Oh wait, I'll take off my makeup first. After crying a few times, her lady queen suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly stretched out her hand to her back. With 2 clicks, the little cosplay wings on her back were removed directly, and then she went directly to the bathroom to start removing her makeup. After half an hour, a handsome woman with a devilish figure walked out of the room. Hey, you know me now. Demon Queen Morgana put on a quail look, with shyness and innocence forced to feign on her face. Then she got an unabashed laugh from Wang Hao in response. Oh, said Liang Bing, where did you learn your acting skills? At least learn it. At least, you have to be as calm as I was just now. Having said that, Morgana still doesn't understand that she was played by Wang Hao. She is also concerned about chaos. With Wang Hao's ability, let alone makeup, even with plastic surgery, he can still recognize who he is. You weak-hearted, smelly man. The Demon Queen's demon claws slapped Wang Hao's body bitterly, but after a while, Wang Hao caught these white and tender hands, and the two of them became more and more proficient in the fight, with the sound of gasping and the tearing of the clothes, and more. Damn, how come the quality of this clothes is so good? After tugging for a long time, the tights on her body could not be pulled off. Morgana's eyes were burning with anxiety. Finally, Wang Hao pulled his hands and pulled off the clothes with a sharp sound. Did they forget that we're still here? Seeing the close collision on the bed, they tried to use practical actions to prove the question of who is the leader in life, a man or a woman. Reina and Qiang Wei fell into deep thought. Although I said that I was ready, it was unreasonable for someone to get there first. I have prepared my bed, changed my clothes, and washed my shower. Where's my man? No, my bed is gone. It's my bed. Why can these two people occupy my bed without any sense of shame, doing what I want to do? But the chaotic storm had already started, and they did not choose to leave the room. And the final result was naturally that they could not escape the palm of a certain female devil. Wow, so bouncy. Well, you smell like lilies. Similar sentences emerge in endlessly, waiting for the clouds and rain to rest. The sky is already bright. Caressing the cold hair, Wang Hao recalled the first time he saw her. At that time, she was just a little girl, and the entire angel civilization was still in the Tiangong era, and the Tiangong king controlled all the resources of the entire civilization. At that time, Angel was just a prototype of genetic technology, which had just been developed, which is now called the first generation. The so-called Tiangong era is just a deformed civilization produced after the elite political civilization has developed to its peak. At that time, Tiangong, who was planning to carry out a full-scale angel transformation, met Wang Hao. 100,000 heavenly scum, the king of Tiangong, Hua Ye's father, was wiped out like ashes with a snap of his fingers in front of Wang Hao. After Wang Hao entered the Heavenly Palace and wiped out 90% of the Heavenly Slag, the era of the Heavenly Palace ended. Kaisha, Hushi, Liang Bing, the three newly born kings of the angel civilization were put on the throne by Wang Hao and opened the subsequent era of three kings. You had a falling out with your sister? While feeling her Lady Queen's true, devil's proud figure, while playing with her silky hair. Wang Hao is still more concerned about the relationship between the two sisters. Keisha's bitch, forget it, don't scold her. Morgana, or rather Liang Bing, looked up at Wang Hao's face, but didn't see the look of disgust on his face, and she was relieved immediately. But she still restrained her temper a little. After you left, Angel's technology developed very fast. The principal of space invited us to form a super seminary with the achievements of the Shinha civilization. I became a mentor not long after I joined the 650. Later, I studied the power of time and space and advocated breaking the shackles of the existing universe and going to the unknown world, but she disagreed desperately. Liang Bing pouted her little mouth, and Keisha's behavior of obstructing her was still vivid in her mind, which made her very unhappy. But Wang Hao also understood the reason. Liang Bing is no longer the demon queen who pursues freedom and depravity, although she may still be on this path. But the starting point is different. In the plot, the reason why Liang Bing is like this is because she was limped by Carl. Carl's theory of ultimate fear made Liang Bing also feel fear. They had already stood at the pinnacle of cosmic civilization, but they could not see the way forward. So Liang Bing advocates returning to the era of freedom and abandoning the inherent order. But the appearance of Wang Hao brought the biggest change to this reason. Wang Hao is an outsider, and he is originally the proof of the existence of advanced civilizations outside the universe. In other words, Wang Hao is the way forward. As a result, Carl's goal of pursuing the ultimate fear became to pursue the outside world, to pursue Wang Hao's footsteps, and the God-making plan of the Kamigwa civilization began to work towards Wang Hao's state. As for Liang Bing, her goal was even simpler. Find Wang Hao. But Kesha was different. Kaisha, whose personality is very different from Liang Bing, even like Liang Bing, was saved by him and attracted by him in that dark age. Kesha is an independent woman with her own ideas and goals in life. She can follow Wang Hao and stay with him, but she can also create a great angel civilization and spread her own way of civilization to the entire universe. If you have to use one word to describe Keisha's character, that is she is a born king. She has her own thoughts, her own responsibilities, and her own way to go. So when Wang Hao appeared, she was willing to be with Wang Hao. But when Wang Hao left, she would not be obsessed with following Wang Hao's footsteps like Liang Bing and tried her best to find him. She will only live her own life well, practice her ideals, and when Wang Hao returns one day, she will welcome him with the greatest glory and the most brilliant brilliance. So the sisters had a falling out. Keisha is not willing to spend huge amounts of manpower, material resources, and time to go crazy with Liang Bing, just for one possibility. But Liang Bing thinks that my sister's behavior is not worthy of being a sister. Everyone's man is lost, but you don't care. And without Kesha's help, Liang Bing couldn't understand the ultimate mystery of the universe by himself. It just so happened that Keisha was promoting her angel order again. So in a fit of anger, Liang Bing became the demon queen, Morgana, advocating freedom and depravity, specifically against Keisha. Then what will you do when she comes later? After listening to Liang Bing finish telling this story, the main body felt a little helpless. He left 30,000 years ago because the universe was too immature to support him in the void, or in other words, to become a saint. The general direction of Carl's research on ultimate fear is correct, but there is one problem that is wrong. That's the question about higher civilizations. There is really no advanced civilization in this universe, and the angel civilization and the Kamigwa civilization are really the highest level civilizations in this universe. Kesha said that the birth of civilization is difficult, and the theory that the birth of advanced civilization is more difficult is actually correct. That's why Wang Hao turned around and left after leaving behind his own belief inheritance, but he didn't expect that it would be 30,000 years after he came back again. On his side, in the Marvel world, it has only been less than 3 years. Because of the problem of accelerated growth in immature universes, the flow of time will be faster. The younger the universe, the more so, and the stable universe will grow slowly together. This is the conclusion Wang Hao just came to. And in his arms, he heard him talking about Kesha, listening to the breathing of the two women beside him after they fell asleep from exhaustion, and the cold little hands drew circles on the stinky chest. Come on, I used to fight with her as soon as I met. 1.3, but now I have you. You will help me get ahead, right? Liang Bing looked at Wang Hao viciously, as if he was going to bite him to death if he dared to say no. Yes, can you put down first? If you break it, you won't have to play with it. After letting Liang Bing put down his handle, Wang Hao suddenly looked out the window. A blaze galloped through the sky at a high speed, approaching at an unimaginable speed. Boom! The floor-to-ceiling windows of the hotel's presidential suite shattered, and the glamorous woman with white wings on her back looked at the 4 people on the bed with teasing eyes. Hey, can't you just walk through the door like Liang Bing? The glass shard shattered by the impact brought by the high-speed flight flew around, but in the next second, an invisible force fixed all the shards. Angel with white wings on his back opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene in front of him with surprised eyes. As the saying goes, overwhelmed water is hard to recover, and the countless shattered glass shards in front of her were quickly reuniting in her eyes in an upside-down manner, restoring the floor-to-ceiling windows that had completely disappeared. More importantly, silently, the shards of glass healed and returned to integrity, without even a single gap, as if they had never been broken. In other words, this floor-to-ceiling window has been reconstructed from the molecular level silently. Angel, who was locked out again, watched the man inside the window get up, and then opened the door to let himself in. 18, she raised her feet and stepped forward. The metal armor made a clanging sound. although her haughty neck was still high, but the way she looked at Wang Hao had changed. What should I say? You are worthy of being the king of gods chosen for our angel by Queen Keisha's treasure house of knowledge. The cold eyes on the bed looked at Angel who broke in. If it was the past, she would definitely hit her up without any hesitation. But now, the satisfied woman just wants to lie quietly on the bed and enjoy a rare and beautiful night. After Wang Hao glanced at Angel who broke in, he finally shook his head helplessly, snapped his fingers, and a set of casual clothes appeared on his body, covering his originally exposed body. You came here just to see me? Keisha should be here soon. And you're wrong. It's not that I was chosen, but that I am the king of gods, no matter whether that thing is chosen or not. I am. Angel raised her eyebrows. Although her bangs were a bit too long, covering her eyebrows, she could see the dissatisfaction in her heart. I am Queen Keisha's sacred left guard, dear. Wang Hao nodded and went to the table to pour a cup of tea for Yin. Oh no, it's not a question of recognition or not, but because Keisha's treasure house of knowledge has been linked by Hao Yin since he came to this world, and all Angel's information data has been completely mastered by him. After all, Keisha's treasure house of knowledge was originally built by Wang Hao. The original imitation of the big clock has become an imitation of Hao Yin. Queen Keisha will arrive soon with the Skyblade. According to the information we have received, the Glutton Legion of the East River Galaxy and the Electric Wolf Legion of the Electric Wolf Star are heading here. I'll know this too, and I was just persuaded to help the Earth solve this problem. Wang Hao looked at Xiang Wei, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Her physique is still far behind that of Liang Bing. It was only one night, and she couldn't take it anymore. Thanks to her determination to sacrifice her life for righteousness, the result was good. If she didn't get justice, she couldn't stand it anymore. You want to take action? Angel civilization never actively interferes with low-level civilizations. We will only assist their development as guides. I'm not an angel. I'm the king of angels. Seeing the unparalleled domineering Queen Yin in the animation acting like an angry little girl, Wang Hao couldn't help being a little amused by all kinds of rebuttals against her own words. Isn't it because you didn't let you pretend to be successful? As for such a big temper, he simply walked up to Yin, looked at Yin, who was not to be outdone, staring at him, and then tapped his finger. The hard angel armor instantly turned into foam and dissipated in invisible. The technology of the angel civilization, or the technology of the super god universe, is too low level for Wang Hao. Angel's battle armor still only uses pure material technology. The so-called dark metal and dark iron are still inseparable from the material level. And Wang Hao mastered the reconstruction of matter without knowing how many years ago. The battle armor faded. Yin was startled. She is not an ignorant little girl. After being 7,000 years old, although she has never experienced it, she understands it. What are you doing? You still have to ask in this situation? Wang Hao raised his eyebrows, looked at Yin, who was only left with a set of white underwear lined with the battle armor, directly pushed away her arms that were trying to block her, and pressed down on her body. Boom! The heartbeat became more intense, the cheeks became rosy, and even the body began to become a little stiff. Just an inch away from Yin, Wang Hao suddenly retracted his arm 58 throws. That's enough for teasing. It's dawn, and I really have to do something, and I don't plan to go out this day. However, his guess was really good. Don't look at Yan's carefree expression. He didn't change his expression when he saw the entangled bodies of Wang Hao and the four earlier, like an old driver. But in fact, if it really falls on her, she will also be shy and nervous. Seeing that Wang Hao retracted his hand, turned around and left, Yin was relieved but also a little dissatisfied. Naturally, she had already made preparations. After learning about Queen Keisha's treasure house of knowledge and recognizing Wang Hao as their common god king, Yin, Zhixin, and other angels had already made all mental preparations. It's just that when things came to an end, she was still a little nervous and timid after all. But whoever thought that Wang Hao let her go? Could it be that she is not attractive enough? How is she different from those three women on the bed? Well, those two piles of fat are not as big as that woman, but she is well-proportioned and well-proportioned. Why? Why did you stop all of a sudden? The three women upstairs were sleeping. Wang Hao got dressed and brought Yin, who had changed into a set of ordinary urban casual clothes, to the hotel downstairs for breakfast. After changing clothes, she naturally hides her wings, but her extraordinary beauty and proud figure cannot be concealed by ordinary clothes. After all, no matter how good-looking the clothes are, it depends on who wears them. Wang Hao and Yan's clothes are very ordinary, but the combination of handsome men and beautiful women still makes everyone in the restaurant look sideways. Well, the Cantonese-style morning tea is not bad. In a five-star hotel, the breakfast provided is also very rich. Wang Hao quickly took a few of his favorite snacks and sat down. Look, that handsome guy brought two super beauties here yesterday, but I didn't expect the person next to me to be replaced by another one today. If you are so handsome and can afford to live in our hotel, then you'll be surrounded by beauties. Although far away, the whispers of the waiters can't hide from Wang Hao and Yin. Definitely, they don't care. I just watched Wang Hao savoring the meal slowly, but Yin didn't even move his chopsticks, which seemed a bit out of line. Aren't you going to eat? Putting a piece of crispy and soft steamed pork ribs into his mouth, Wang Hao savored the beauty of the food, but his indifference made him a little strange. My body doesn't need to replenish energy through this primitive eating for a long time. So, eating is a kind of enjoyment. I can mobilize the energy of any fixed star in the universe, but I still won't give up on eating. Wang Hao took a sip of the mellow soy milk and said no more about Yan's behavior. He eats not just to maintain human habit, but also because it actually brings him pleasure. Because food is such a thing, it can bring joy to people. Seeing Wang Hao eating with gusto, Yin, who sat opposite him, looked at it for a while and finally couldn't help getting up and going to the self-service table over there to get a few snacks. That's right, there's no need not to eat the fireworks of the world. There's the fun of being high above the ground. And this mundane world also has the fun of the mundane world. Your angel's ordinary life is boring enough. You should relax once in a while. The sun not only shines on the mountains and plains, but also shines into the valleys. For everything on the earth, the sun is fair and selfless to them. As long as you don't hide yourself, you can enjoy the warmth of the sun to your heart's content. No matter you are a cloud in the sky or mud on the ground. Dust Fairy, at first glance, has a bit of a smell, but if it is really spotless, then Wang Hao may have to keep a respectful distance. One breakfast, ate for nearly an hour. It's not that Wang Hao is too slow, but that Yin has the mentality of trying and tasted every food in the entire restaurant. Fortunately, Angel will not gain weight, and everything he eats and drinks will be directly decomposed into the most basic energy particles after entering the stomach, saving even excretion. So while drinking tea, Wang Hao watched Yan's incomparably elegant posture, enjoying the feast. The people who came and went nearby were stunned when they saw such a beautiful woman eating, and after 10 minutes, everyone was stunned. It's just that when I saw the full plates and saucers on the table, I was stunned. Elle can't afford it. I can't afford it. She can eat so much, no matter how beautiful she is, I can't afford it. Whoever marries her will be eaten and bankrupt within 3 years. After eating for so long, when Wang Hao and Yan left under the gazes of everyone in the restaurant, and then returned to the presidential suite on the top floor, Liang Bing and Xiang Wei had already woken up. They're all God-level figures, and it's just a night of hard work. How could it be really unbearable? Even Xiang Wei, who is the weakest among the three, can carry a ton and run 1,000 kilometers without panting. It's just that although I woke up, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. In fact, Xiang Wei felt a little embarrassed. Naturally, Liang Bing wouldn't care about these things. She had done this kind of thing with Kaisha and Hushi 30,000 years AGOAS for Reina. She has been indoctrinated since she was born that she is a saint under the throne of the sun god, and she will serve Bala Bala like the sun god in the future. She had scoffed at this before, but yesterday afternoon she accepted the arrangement without any pressure, and she thought it was fine. If so, what's there to be embarrassed about? Is it just roses cold outside and hot inside? For the first time, I took a major step in my life and completed a major transformation in my life. Then it was carried out in this very explosive and male, Zhao Li Heo, silent female tears. Anyway, after she got up, she saw that there was something wrong with everyone, and her whole face was always red. If she knew it, she thought she was being raped by Lei. The sun power on Na's body was hot. Seeing Wang Hao bring Yin back at this moment, she didn't know Yin, and she didn't even notice that there was another woman. She just lowered her head and put clothes on her body. But the problem is, her clothes have long been in pieces, so that she has to turn her eyes to Wang Hao, who is staring at the three women. Are you going to let us go out like this? Having said that, Wang Hao naturally couldn't keep staring at him. Although it is indeed quite white and quite large, it is even a little dazzling under the sunlight in the morning. Snap! With a light snap of the fingers, 3 sets of women's clothing designed by famous designers appeared on them in the database, mobilized by Hao Yin. Wow, it's amazing! The queen yelled in surprise, and then wandered around Lina Qiangwei, and finally ran to the mirror to look at herself. Honey, how did you do it? Is this a direct reorganization of the atoms of matter? Seeing Liang Bing jumping like a little girl, the rest of the people were a little surprised, but after listening to it, they realized how terrifying this incident was. They thought that Wang Hao just changed a set of clothes for them through the wormhole transport, but who would have thought that it was directly created out of thin air? Atom recombination does not change matter. He restructures atoms. Yin said softly, atoms are the most basic form of elements. Hydrogen atoms, oxygen atoms, iron atoms, and so on. Further down are protons and neutrons. Wang Hao needed nitrogen atoms from the air and other miscellaneous things out of thin air into the materials that make up clothes, such as cotton thread, most of which are carbon atoms. This method is much more difficult than wormhole transportation. Even when the Angel Civilization 830 and the Kamigwa Civilization reached their peak, they couldn't do it. The future Geshaolin will be able to do this after creating the core engine. Therefore, he is called the Supreme God of the Universe, the future God King, and the most powerful existence among the 3 God-making plans. But the power of the galaxy is the result of tens of thousands of years of joint research by Angel and the Super Seminary, combined with the most advanced technology. After coming out of the room, although Qiangwei and Yin looked at Wang Hao very highly and seriously before, there were some changes in the way Qiangwei and Yin looked at the main body. But her Lady Queen is still the same, casual, happy. For her, after finding Wang Hao, all the troubles and sorrows of the past can be left behind. Where are we going now? Holding Wang Hao's arm and stuffing it into her unreasonable gully, her Lady Queen raised her head and asked, "Go, solve the troubles of the earth." Wang Hao looked at Xiang Wei behind him, and the latter reacted with a hint of joy on his face. How are you going to solve it? Xiang Wei's eyes shine like a torch. She knows that Wang Hao did all this for herself. For this, she is moved and grateful. Well, it's too boring to slap them to death. If you want to do it, then just do your best, and help you improve the overall strength of the earth. This was done to make Xiang Wei happy. Xiang Wei did not leave last night, but joined in. Based on this, it is impossible for Wang Hao to sit idly by. After all, he can't just watch his woman be unhappy as a whole. So with Wang Hao's temperament, since I did it, I should do my best. It is easy to slap the gluttonous army to death, but it seems that Wang Hao did it too easily. Girls are emotional creatures, and you will be rewarded for working hard for her. As for unlocking more poses, bidge, or enjoying some unusual services, it depends on Wang Hao's performance. After hearing Wang Hao's words, Qiang Wei's joy was already on her face. She made a phone call without saying a word, and not long after, a car drove out on the corner of the street. Why are there 2 more people? Ajay looked at the equally beautiful and unparalleled Liang Bing Kazuhiko, with a different style, the same proud figure, and a beautiful face. One beauty like this is already an extraordinary fortune. Why are there 2 more all of a sudden? Although the situation had changed, Ajay, who had received the news from Xiang Wei, didn't talk too much and led everyone to their training base. In a day and a half, the first batch of soldiers of the Xiongbing Company have been gathered. Since Wang Hao wants to improve his overall strength, let's start with them. Actually, I originally planned to help you upgrade your arsenal. Super soldiers, to be honest, I'm a bit tired of playing. When he came to the door of Xiongbing Company, Wang Hao suddenly said with some emotion, and then walked in without waiting for Qiang Wei and Ajai to say anything. Since you are here, let's start here. It doesn't make much difference. Troops assemble. On the playground, following the instructor Ajai's whistle, the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company ran down quickly and formed a queue. It's just that those who came early, like Gu Xiaoluan, only took one day, and those who came late, such as Xian Zhao, who came from Hong Kong, arrived last night. Although they have started their military life, their discipline is not much different from that of recruits. However, they're doing extraordinary things in extraordinary times, and they're the main combat force in front of the enemy, and no one will ask them to train in a queue for several months to temper their temper. So even though they stood in a row, a group of people kept talking. Hey, Shaolin, there's so many beauties, that one, high cold, that one, that's so evil. Damn, who is that man? I'm so sour. Hao Yin, add some special effects to me. Wang Hao frowned at the loud noise and the street gangsters' indecency. So in the blink of an eye, the environment where everyone is located has changed. Lava, intense heat, hot wind, and the coercion accompanied by the breath of death. Scumbags, look at me, do you want to die? Fuck, what's going on here? My god, is this hell? Are we dead? The sudden change of scene made everyone in Xiongbing Company frightened out of their wits. The flowing magma and the scorching hot wind, and the dark red background around them made them feel in a trance, as if they were in purgatory. Not only them, but even Ajai, the experienced instructor, seemed a little flustered when he suddenly appeared here, but he recovered his composure faster than the others, too much. It's fine for the mob to have no discipline, but this character is also due to problems. Be a warrior, look like a warrior. A warrior cannot be a strong one, unless you are truly invincible, like Wang Hao. Otherwise, no matter how strong a person is, once he has a weakness in his heart, he will always find a chance to defeat him. And these guys in front of them were basically ordinary people before. It would take a very long time and several times of blood and fire wars to hone their qualities as fighters. Xiongbing Li and Wang Hao naturally saw it, and in the end, they basically all grew into heroes and qualified soldiers. But when was that? When the earth has fallen, countless casualties, and human civilization are in jeopardy. Forget it. This is something you need to worry about. With a wave of his hand, purgatory became Huffing Shuli's playground again. Wang Hao didn't pay any attention to the people who were still stumbling around. You and Yula. Wang Hao doesn't need to know who they are, and he doesn't need to introduce himself. The two people with the strongest energy response and potential in his body are enough. And one of them was Lu Chuang, who was beaten by him before. The two came out foolishly, and Lu Chuang looked at Wang Hao with fear in his eyes. He remembered that this was the man who chased and beat him yesterday. Even though he turned into a Superman and jumped several floors, he was still slapped on the ground. The power of the galaxy? Looking at the pure hanging silk in front of him, Wang Hao looked at Qiang Wei and Yin again. Yin looked at Gu Xiaoluan for a while, and then nodded. It's him. In fact, there is no need to confirm that the energy response and genetic data in the body are so different from other people, and the one who possesses certain characteristics can only be the future main god. That's good. Wang Hao walked to the front with a smile, stretched out his left and right hands, and grabbed their necks one by one. What? Fiery energy penetrated into Gu Xiaoluan's body like a spring, and he, who didn't know what happened, suddenly yelled loudly. The super gene is turned on, the power of the galaxy is activated, and the so-called anti-void ability is constantly amplified. Gu Xiaoluan's vital signs rapidly increased in a short period of time. In contrast, Lu Chuang has changed. Due to yesterday's battle, Wang Hao basically pushed the potential of Nuashan God of War to almost the same level. So Lu Chuang is already strong enough, but he is not perfect enough. After the influx of divine power, Lu Chuang's body was also undergoing changes, but there was no pain, but it made him feel very warm and comfortable. What is this for? Xian Zhao and others in the queue were amazed at the situation in front of them. Energize the body with internal strength. This is to make the two of them into peerless masters. A wretched man, wearing goggles and a long sword on his waist, shook his head and said, after a long time, while maintaining the energy limit output that Gu Xiaoluan and Lu Chuang could withstand, the two powerful divine bodies were fully activated. The two were still breathing loosely, but the two of them who were familiar with their own strength did not stop the work in Wang Hao's hands. The air condensed into clusters, the fire flashed in the palm, the matter was restructured, and the atoms were reorganized. Then, two weapons with special shapes appeared from Wang Hao's hands little by little. Just like 3D printing, two powerful artifacts were created in this way. Here you are, your great sword, and this is yours, King of Cutting. After distributing the big sword and battle axe to the two of them, before they could ask, Wang Hao looked at the sky again, looking straight into the depths through the void. It's here. He has locked onto the gluttonous fleet that is rapidly approaching the earth. Then, one in each hand, he picked up the two gods of war who had just completed metamorphosis. Let me go, you. As soon as he raised his hands, Gu Xiaoluan, who was carrying a big sword, and Lu Chuang, who was holding a battle axe, were directly thrown into the void of the universe by Wang Hao. And in front of them, it is the gluttonous army that is approaching menacingly. You space fleet. Holding the big sword, Gu Xiaoluan looked at the fleet in front of him in shock. But when he looked back, the passage of space had already disappeared, and behind him was a boundless void. Whenever you kill them all, you too will be able to come back. The shock was indescribable. Seeing Wang Hao change hands and throw his two war gods into the universe, Ajai and Qiang Wei, including Du Cao and others who were watching through the video, were all dumbfounded. You just threw them away? Oh, what else? Fighting is the fastest way to grow. What's more, I'll let them reach full level at the beginning. With their physical strength, they have no problem resisting mushroom bombs. With the 2 artifacts I gave, it will take a long time. Seeing the shocked look of Ajay and others, Wang Hao still had a smile on his face. Okay, don't worry. Actual combat is necessary. Not to mention, not only them, all of you need to fight. In the second half of the sentence, Wang Hao said it to other people. For example, the German star prince Cheng Yaowen, Zhao Xen, Rui Mingming, Qilin, Yi, Weilon, and others. The teleportation door opened again, and on the other side of the door were Gu Xiaolun and Lu Chuang, who looked dazed and helpless. A small planet was dragged over by Wang Hao and stood firmly under their feet, and then changed shape-shifting, turning into a place similar to an altar. And this portal is solidified on it. 653, and at this end of the door, a similar altar was also set up. Then Wang Hao pointed to a point marked by him on the other side of the door and said, "Have you played the game? This is your resurrection point, and there is the copy you want to clear." Yes, Wang Hao has no time or interest to teach these people, so he took the simplest and most straightforward way. Refer to the methods of some reincarnation games to make online games real. Every kill, every attack of yours will be recorded, and when you come back here, you'll be given enough rewards. You can choose whether to exchange for equipment or more and stronger power, and even some special surprise. If you want a horse to run, you have to eat grass. Although the phrase fighting for the people sounds very powerful, it is also easy to inspire people. But visible rewards are always something more inspiring. You want money? Wang Hao looked at the innocent-looking Rui Mingming. She was from a poor family and had several younger siblings, so she dropped out of school early to work to support their education. You want to prove yourself? Cheng Yaowen looked into Wang Hao's eyes and nodded slightly blankly. A.S. the Prince of Dexing. At the most critical moment, he pulled the cross. Not only did his father die, but his own people were also gone. This is his nightmare, and he has always wanted to prove himself, to prove his past. Then go, I put everything there, everything you want is there, go to fight. Imitating the declaration of a certain One Piece, Wang Hao waved his hand, as if he had settled the matter. It's just that this kind of thing is still relatively magical. Playing reality as a game is not a way of thinking that normal people can accept. Can it really be resurrected? The one who spoke first was the reckless man Zilong, Lord Xin. Xin Zhao looked at the portal in front of him, with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. He doesn't care much about the rewards he gets. He just wants a stage to show off his strengths. Yes, the soul of everyone who passes through this door will be backed up by me, and I can revive him at any time. For example, like this. In order to better show the resurrection effect, Wang Hao stretched out his hand directly, and there were no fancy sound and light effects. With a single slap, Xin Zhao, the gun of the German star, the deputy of the power of the galaxy, and a super soldier with 3 generations of potential, directly turned into a corpse. Why is it called a corpse? Because there is no bone residue left. Xin Zhao's body, which is harder than a tank, has been completely crushed by Wang Hao. I snapped my fingers casually, and this time there will be special lighting effects. Under the gaze of everyone, a figure stepped out of the light, with a shocking expression on his face. Did he just die? Ah, so dead. How about you try? Looking at Rui Mingming, who opened her mouth, Wang Hao encouraged this little girl who is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. No, hey. After the embarrassing smile, everyone's mood suddenly relaxed a lot, especially when Xin Zhao looked at his body and then glanced at the remaining ashes on the ground. He set an example straight away. What the hell? Those who can be resurrected are afraid of a hammer. Give me a knife, and I will chop them down. After searching for a long time, but still not finding the knife, Xin's hot blood was completely overwhelmed. After mumbling for a long time, he didn't look for any knives anymore, and rushed into the door and jumped towards the fleet over there. Then, in the sight of the gluttonous legion, a bolt of lightning lit up in the void, and after a beautiful arc, something seemed to hit their protective shield and triggered the automatic counterattack system. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous artillery fire quickly flooded that small area, and the attack enough to wipe out a city fell on that figure. In the light, Xin Zhao walked out again, gasping for breath. The 5.8 who was wiped out by the naval guns felt uncomfortable. The only good news is that he died very quickly, so he was very peaceful, and he basically didn't feel any pain, but his behavior inspired the rest of the Xiongbing Company soldiers, allowing them to completely eliminate their worries. What? With strange steps, he turned into a phantom and rushed into the door. He was smarter than Xin Zhao and chose the frigate next to him instead of the largest and thickest flagship. Boom! In the void, a small frigate of the gluttonous legion suddenly exploded, and in the fireworks, only a strange figure could be seen submerged in the flames and explosion. What happened? The Tao Dai King asked angrily. That, Mr. Wang, can the rest of the soldiers also use that portal? More than 20 hours later, when Wang Hao, accompanied by Qiang Wei, arrived at the core military base where Du Cao was located, someone finally asked this question. If your soldiers can move freely in space, then definitely no problem. The difficulty of reviving ordinary soldiers is much lower than the difficulty of reviving soldiers of the Xiongbing Company. Moreover, the benefits and battle results that ordinary soldiers can create are not in the same order as Gu Xiaoluan and the others. Lu Chuang can smash a starship with a single axe. Ordinary soldiers, equipped with heavy weapons, need at least 1 reinforced battalion to do it. Besides, Wang Hao is here to help them improve themselves. The Xiongbing Company is only the first batch, and it will definitely be the turn of ordinary soldiers after that. He gained a lot by doing this. Last night, on 18th, Qiang Wei drove all the others away very domineeringly. Even Liang Bing, who was the most difficult to settle, compromised without knowing why. For a whole night, Wang Hao was occupied by her, although it turned out that she didn't wake up until noon, but Wang Hao gained a lot. With Wang Hao's affirmation, the face of this general-looking character immediately beamed with joy. These people basically didn't sleep all night. Ajay's report to them overnight clearly mentioned their achievements and rewards. The Glutton Legion was directly blocked near Jupiter by their fearless attack. and Lu Chuang, who had the most outstanding record, obtained a set of breathing methods of the Nine Suns' divine art and all the manufacturing information of a set of exoskeleton armor when he returned to the place they named Tianmin. Anyway, Ajay was dumbfounded by the power of that set of breathing methods. The Super God universe is far from the other League of Legends universes it belongs to. So far, it has not derived a cultivation system. The power of this world is still extremely primitive technology, and the use of dark energy is minimal. There's no magic, no super ability at all. Even the cultivation of a living body itself doesn't break through the limit of the body. It's only limited to the so-called fighting skills and the like. The result is that after Lu Chuang, the complete Noashin god of war, started to practice the breathing method, his strength skyrocketed no less than the replacement of his divine body. In addition, Wang Hao didn't restrict them from communicating with each other. So when Lu Chuang taught Ajay the breathing method, and then he taught it to others, the strength of the soldiers of the Xiongbing company has risen to a big level all of a sudden. That's why this general was so eager, and even put aside his face, and came directly to Wang Hao, asking him with a very humble attitude. No way, those rewards are too generous. The time is short, and they haven't conducted a large-scale experiment yet, but the Nine Suns' divine art has been practiced overnight by dozens of elite special forces. As a result, this method of mobilizing bioenergy in the body and a certain dark energy through breathing and meditation still has a promoting effect on ordinary people. Although it is not as exaggerated as the promotion of super soldiers, those special forces have shown that their strength has become stronger. Feel more energetic, and more. And according to the description in the exercises, this is just the beginning of cultivation. It is only the first level, and you can practice up to the 9th level. So before coming here in the morning, the think tank was already preparing to promote this thing to the whole people. Definitely, if the practice depends on the future results, then the exoskeleton armor is the most straightforward surprise. Before that, they actually had special battle armor, but it was pure battle armor, which had little effect on improving and assisting the body strength. The battle armor, made of dark alloy, is to protect the soldiers of the Xiongbing company, but it is not suitable for ordinary people at all. But this set of exoskeleton armor is completely designed for ordinary people. The energy core technology provided by the Kamigawa civilization, made by Takeo, is enough to raise the power of this armor to another level. According to the estimates of technical experts, with sufficient energy, this set of armor can support at least one well-trained soldier to fight continuously for more than 24 hours. And, armed with special weapons, annihilate a modern armored brigade all by yourself. Definitely. Now their enemy is not the countries on the Earth or the 110 forces, but the aliens. But this set of armor also allows their soldiers to have the capital to fight aliens. Mr. Wang. One general left, and another general came. It's just that, compared to the attitude of that one just now, this one is not so overly respectful. Even, Wang Hao saw a kind of arrogance on his face. General Du Cao, hello. After all, it's the old father-in-law. It's not too much to save face. But he didn't have to if he wanted Wang Hao to fawn, and this made Du Cao grit his teeth a bit. He only found out last night that Xiang Wei had actually made that kind of sacrifice. Although he is a soldier, he is also a father. He cannot protect his own people, so he needs his daughter to sacrifice himself. Whether as a soldier or as a father, he is not qualified. Mr. Wang, although I don't like talking about personal matters at work, I hope you can promise me that you will make Xiang Wei happy, okay? After a long time, the old father-in-law sighed deeply as he looked at the man who stole his own cabbage. I've already promised Xiang Wei about this matter. Du Cao was choked and wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to speak. That would be the best. Private affairs are over. Let's talk about business affairs. After talking about his daughter's lifelong event, Du Cao immediately changed from that inarticulate father to a sharp general. First of all, thank you very much for your help. But Xiang Wei said, are you going to help us improve our overall technical level? Regarding this point, Du Cao actually has some hesitation, because in his opinion, to improve the development of the entire civilization, it is not only the improvement of technology. If that's the case, he, with the essence of the Kamigawa civilization and the super seminary, would have been able to do this a long time ago. But this is not enough. The Dino Galaxy 10,000 years ago has proved this point. The super seminary made the Dino Galaxy's technology explode, entering an unprecedented situation, but the result is ushered in destruction. Therefore, Du Cao and others have been considering and researching a method of steady improvement without affecting the development process of civilization. However, Wang Hao didn't answer him directly, but looked around on his own and said, for you, this is a business matter, but for me, it is still a private matter. Because for now, to preserve the Earth, to allow the people of this country and this world to obtain safety and development is what Xiang Wei wants to see most, and I feel the happiest thing. Some girls like money, some girls like food, and some girls like beautiful clothes. And Xiang Wei hopes that the country will be healthy and the people will be happy. How to say, well done, Du Cao. Glancing at the thoughtful Takeo, Wang Hao read all the information in the database of this base, and even this country, without any scruples. Then make your own judgment. I can provide you with a few options here. There are several forms of civilization evolution. Pure technological civilization, probably at its peak, is like Kamigawa civilization and angel civilization, pure fantasy civilization, magic, comprehension, witchcraft, and even fantasy flow, LT will be all right. Wang Hao has been to quite a few worlds, and he has collected too much information on various civilizations. Definitely, you can also choose mixed types. In fact, a truly complete and huge multi-universe basically has both civilizations. If technology and magic are incompatible, then there must be something wrong with the universe. As for the super god universe, Wang Hao discovered when he first arrived that this universe can carry mysterious powers such as magic and self-cultivation. In fact, the Valoran world adjacent to it is a hodgepodge-like world of multiple power systems. Magic? Sorry, in my opinion, isn't magic a deceptive thing? It's a deception that takes advantage of people's ignorance and uses methods they don't understand. It's just that you are ignorant, and you see the universe too simply. There's no need to explain this kind of thing too much. If you have the time to explain it, it is better to let him experience it for himself. The power of fantasy civilization is the use of dark energy, and dark energy and dark matter occupy the total mass and weight of the universe, which are much larger than matter. A very simple example. Spirit world. Being ridiculed by Wang Hao Ducao didn't take it seriously. Compared with the development of the entire civilization, this personal honor and disgrace is not worth mentioning at all. He was just thinking if what Wang Hao said is true, he could provide magic and some kind of cultivation practice. Should they try it? He abandoned the purely technical approach from the very beginning. Because first of all, their technology cannot surpass the gluttonous legion. Behind them is Death God Carl, the former instructor of the Super Seminary. He was originally the pinnacle of technology in this universe. Second, technology takes time, a huge amount of time, that it's not that Wang Hao gave them some black technology, and they can become the advanced civilization of the universe in one fell swoop. Not so exaggerated. If you really want to do that, it's better to directly annex them into a certain higher civilization. From the popularization of theory, to the realization of technology, to industrial reform, the development of science and technology is a whole series of things. Earthlings can't wait. What do you need us to do? Du Cao made a judgment immediately, and he didn't even need to discuss with other bigwigs, because he knew that those people would agree with his approach. How? School. Wang Hao came to a computer, asked the operator on the seat to get up, and then sat on it himself. Putting your fingers on the computer, Hao Ian directly linked to enter, and then a detailed data file was stored in this computer. Li Diheo, do your own research. Du Cao sat on the seat suspiciously and opened the document. The first thing that catches your eyes is a long list. The basics of qi refining, from the vitality of the 5 elements to the change of yin and yang. Introduction to magic, from the formation of magic power to the recognition of elements. Introduction to artifact refining, division of heaven, material and earth treasures, and arrangement of artifact formation. The creation of magic tools, the identification of magic materials, and the carving of magic patterns. Top class in all worlds, let you have thousands of magical methods and supernatural powers, and the body refiner will never be a slave. The self-cultivation of the sword fairy, how to break the mountain with one sword, kill the immortal, destroy the god, and create the world. Mage's second and third question, how is the melee magician made? Damn it, Jill is so cool. Things like ability are often accompanied by each other, which is related to the structure of the human brain. With a brain that is only divided into 2 halves, it is obviously impossible to separate extra parts for you to make a choice between martial arts proficiency and magic proficiency. The method of practice was quickly released. After all, the enemy is at hand. Although it is unrealistic to expect that someone will be able to sever the galaxy with a single sword immediately, but it is always good to start early for such things as cultivation. But in terms of cultivation, people are the key. But fortunately, in this country, everything may be lacking, but there is no shortage of people. First, a group of people were selected from the army, who were smart in mind and strong in body. What kind of soldier kings, special forces, and scouts were all arranged? Then it is to select people from various key colleges and universities. The ghosts of science and engineering selected a group, and the scholars of literature and history selected a group. For the sake of professionalism and rigor, art colleges also found many people. After all, art requires imagination. What if it is reliable? When the state machinery is activated, the efficiency is simply terrifying. 180 found everyone in one day, and gathered in a special training base the next day. After comprehensive reference, E, who practiced the fastest and most fruitful in the Xiaombing company, became a special instructor, responsible for teaching these people to practice. At the same time, all Taoist temples, great monks, hermits, and priests from those temples were all brought over. Not coming? Seal up that little ruined temple of yours tomorrow. Interpretation of various technical terms, various acupoints, and meridians, arranged clearly. Then a month passed. Great results. The first is the group in the army. Facts have proved that ability is indeed common. Those soldier kings, top scouts, and special soldiers, with quick brains and outstanding fists and feet, practiced martial arts, and all of them progressed as quickly as the rare martial arts wizards in a century. Coupled with a variety of high energy and high nutrition supplements, within a month, there are not a few people with small internal strength, and there are several people who can fly over walls with great martial arts. What concept? Holding a sword made of special alloy. One person alone can fight the special brigade he was in before without any pressure. Qing Gong is as fast as a gust of wind, and the sword light is so fast that you can't see it clearly. The moment you see you raising your hand to shoot, you can react and dodge. Moreover, the previous conventional bullets directly lost their effect. The internal strength is spread out, and the muscles are pinched again. It's not that the special armor, piercing bullets can't penetrate the person's body at all, and they can't even hurt the bones, just a little flesh injury. The point is, this level is matched with the dark metal armor, and already has the qualifications to fight against aliens. The shipment rate of the people selected in the army is very high, and nearly 90% of them have successfully cultivated. Definitely, this is only someone who could be selected by the army, and the selection rate is higher. In those college students, the facts have proved that if they can pass the college entrance examination, their brains are better than normal people. The 3 selected champions in the college entrance examination all succeeded in practicing within 3 days. A top scholar in liberal arts in a certain province felt a sense of energy that night and started to build the foundation the next day, and now he is already feeling the way of the primordial spirit. And the other one who used to be the #1 scholar in science, now a 3rd-year reserve programmer, has become obsessed with magic. The reason why he was a little slower than the previous one was because he had read all the classics about magic on the first day, and by the way, he also searched the internet for some novels about magic and magical functions. Then on the second day, he will perceive the magic power, and on the third day, he will be able to rub the fireball. After that, his progress was relatively slow because he began to use computer programs to study the laws of magic lines, trying to use scientific methods to explain magic thoroughly. There are also some successful art students, and the number is not small, especially in the art department. For example, a little sister who studies fine arts plays magic tricks so superbly that she can be called a walking humanoid 3D projector. And this kind of achievement cheered up the special department led by Du Cao, especially those few outstanding members. They already have the potential of super fighters. It is foreseeable that in the future, their achievements may not be better than those of Xiaongbing Company. The fighters are too different. The reason why it is said that they will not be inferior, but does not mean that they will exceed it, is that in the past month, the soldiers of the Xiaongbing Company who are also practicing have entered the country more rapidly. Their aptitude is more prominent than ordinary people, and they're going through life and death trials every day, plus the rewards given by Tianmen. The ones who have really improved the most are actually them. But in general, the development of civilization on the Earth has shown a tendency to explode, and it is very likely to spread from here to the entire universe. Let the civilization of the universe step into a higher stage. But Wang Hao did not continue to stay on the Earth. In fact, as early as the third day after handing over the information to Du Cao, Keisha brought the angels to Earth. Afterwards, Wang Hao, the God King, met Keisha, the Heavenly Blade King whom he had violated for 30,000 years. After she mercilessly stabbed her through with angel's wings and stabbed her heart a few times, Wang Hao was finally able to hold her in his arms. Afterwards, he took Xiang Wei, Reina, and the two sisters Keisha who let go of the dispute and left the Earth for the Angel Nebula. Angel Nebula, Mei Luo Tianting. When Keisha's Skyblade returned, there were already people waiting there. Go quickly. Although the speed of returning was not slow, it still took a few days on the road. In the past few days, Keisha and Wang Hao have gotten along well for a while. She is very independent and has her own beliefs, but that doesn't mean she doesn't miss her. Angel only loves one person in his life. Back then, Wang Hao destroyed the Order of the Heavenly Palace and brought the female angel headed by Keisha, Hushi Liangbing, into a new era. Tianjia has become the past, and Hua Yi and his father, who were the leader, have long been reduced to ashes. And during that short time together, Wang Hao also gained the vows of Keisha and the others. Therefore, for 30,000 years, Keisha, like Liangbing, has been thinking about her all the time, but she is not as capricious and casual as Liangbing. That's why she could become Queen Keisha, not just a king. And in the same way, after a few days of getting along, although Liangbing came out to disturb her from time to time, Keisha had already chatted with him for comfort. So she pushed Wang Hao out without any hesitation and let him fly to the silver-haired Tianji king. Pushed away by Keisha, Wang Hao couldn't help showing a wry smile on his face, but still took advantage of the trend and turned into a stream of light in the air, flying towards the woman who was looking up at the starry sky and looking forward to herself just like in the past 10,000 years. Are you 0K? Reunited after a long absence, the three sisters at that time were still immature. Keisha was full of passion and justice. Liangbing was ignorant, and Hushi was already so sensible. The only person who hadn't changed in 30,000 years seemed to be her. What if I say badly? But suddenly, the silver-haired woman took a step forward, and the secondary biological engine was activated directly, isolating the surrounding space. Seeing the eagerness and enthusiasm on Hishi's face, Wang Hao finally understood. She has changed too. A few hours later, when Wang Hao walked out slowly holding Hushi's hand, the sky was already filled with stars. The galaxy is long hanging, and the brilliance is bright. Here, the entire universe can be seen at the bottom of the eye. What a nice view. The starry sky is extremely beautiful. But when Wang Hao looked down at the people around him, he couldn't help saying, but no matter how beautiful the starry sky is, it is not as beautiful as you. Hushi's cheeks flushed slightly. Even she feels shy when facing her lover. As the saying goes, you can't see a woman's tenderness just because you don't deserve her to be gentle with you. Keisha, who had changed into light clothes, walked slowly from the side, looking at the two people embracing each other. The relief on her face showed that she was very satisfied. The three sisters waited for 30,000 years, and because of this, the sisters turned against each other, although it was no longer because of differences in ideas. However, this is always a hurdle, so that they have no way to get over it. In order to compensate the three of them, and also for the angels, Wang Hao stayed in Mei Luo Tian's family for a year. It was not until one day a year later that Wang Hao, who was sitting in the garden with Keisha, said, "It's time." He came to this universe because he had something to do. The first thing was naturally for Keisha and the others, and the second thing was his purpose of traveling through the heavens and worlds, proclaiming the holy way and trusting the void. You're leaving again. Keisha's eyes were burning. Looking at Wang Hao was like looking at a peerless scumbag. Hearing her voice, Liangbing and she appeared in the garden in the blink of an eye. What are you doing? Don't worry. I will take you this time and everyone. Let Keisha abandon the angels, and she probably doesn't want to, so take all the angels with her. After getting this guarantee, Liangbing first breathed a sigh of relief, and then Hushi also looked at Wang Hao firmly. Finally, it was Kesha. Seeing that the three of them were all looking at him, Kesha suddenly smiled. You're all gone. What's the point of me staying here alone? Three of Kesha's closest people burst into laughter, delighted with her decision. So the next day, Wang Hao started directly. He didn't need to take any action. With his thoughts, the temple that Pan Zhen and other Liang guards had been guarding on Liang Star suddenly shone brightly. My God! Pan Zhen looked into the temple, which was usually guarded by Lina, but now Lina was by Wang Hao's side. But that doesn't mean there's nothing inside. In fact, there's indeed something that needs to be guarded in the temple. Hao Yan's duplication. a Haotian duplication formed by the condensed power of the Liang civilization accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The same function as Haotian's main body is derived from the consciousness of Haotian and has strength beyond imagination. With the accumulation of tens of thousands of years, its essence is even stronger than Haotian himself. But this power is now rapidly transforming into a strange existence. It has become a sun. Praise the sun. Panjun lowered his eyebrows and praised from the bottom of his heart. And from the temple, the sun formed by the condensed round of infinite wish power slowly rises, and at the same time, the entire supergod universe. This 13.7 billion-year-old universe is starting to undergo some strange changes. All fixed stars, all cosmic celestial bodies, are beginning to change. Today, I prove this way, so that there will be light, hope, order, and life in the world. I am the sun god. Such things as preaching and sanctification are not only possible in the prehistoric world. In fact, this is just a way of saying that it has reached an achievement. Its essence is that you have reached an agreement with the way of heaven or the will of the universe, signed a contract, and then entrusted the primordial spirit and Godhead in the void, and the universe will never die, and you will never die. It is precisely because of this that this so-called proof of the Tao does not require the cultivation of a Deluo Jinxian, the 48 great wishes, or the establishment of teachings to create people to obtain unscrupulous merits, let alone the majestic purple energy. Because these requirements are just the threshold set up by Hongjun Tiandao forcibly in the prehistoric world. But in other worlds, after Wang Hao obtained the 963 method from Darkside, as long as the will of the universe doesn't hinder or can bear it, it's easy to be tough. It's done, it's done. Closing his eyes and feeling the changes in time and space in the universe, Wang Hao smiled. After a universe is sanctified, it is equivalent to becoming a company partner. The same thing, such as moving time and space and moving stars. In the past, Wang Hao might need 10 points of strength, but now he only needs 1 point. Moreover, since he was proclaimed holy, the entire universe has also gained considerable benefits. Such things as holy are naturally beneficial to the universe. Why do things that are not beneficial? The way of heaven is ruthless, and the will of the universe is not human. Only parents who love people will treat a person unconditionally. Even if it is between parents and their children, between husband and wife, they want to pay back. For example, parents give a lot of things in the hope that they can get the care of their children after they are old. And between husband and wife, is it not easy for a man to treat a woman well? Think it through. Is that sentence wrong? If it's not for showing you, men actually prefer to play with men. And the purpose of women being nice to men is also very simple. Want to buy a bag? If this is the case among human beings, how can it be an exception for the way of heaven and the will of the universe that do not talk about emotions? Saints, or gods, are beneficial to the universe. What does the universe want to do? Growing up, from a tiny bit to an all-encompassing big guy. But there are many problems in the universe, and he is slowly expanding there. The speed is actually quite slow. The speed of light is the limit for human beings, but the universe expands at the speed of light, and the radius increases by 1 light year in 1 year. It's like the development of a company. What is the fastest way to speed up the development? Financing. Angel round, around, B round, and then listing. From a small company with a registered capital of several million to a multinational company with a market value of several billion. If you want to make money on your own, you have to wait until the year of the monkey. If you don't understand the concept of a company, you can also understand it as a country. Holding Kaisha in his arms, Liang Bing is on the left, He-Shi with a serious and intellectual face is on the right, and angels such as Yin and GXIN are not far away. Wang Hao told them about the most amazing things in the universe. If a small country wants to develop and grow, what is the most important thing? Not resources, not land, not even weapons and food. It's people, talents. With a snap of his fingers, pictures appeared in the air in front of him. If you have people, you have everything. There's no land to cultivate, no food to grow and hunt, no weapons to forge, and even if you don't have all of these, you can also rob. But people are not enough. People are needed. There is no commercial activity within the angel civilization, so Wang Hao uses their more familiar civilization development to demonstrate. The angels here are all his people, like Keisha and Liang Bing. In fact, Wang Hao also hopes that they could try to prove the truth in this universe, just like himself. Their strength is enough. What they lack is just cognition. In fact, when they upgrade to the 4th generation body, and then the body is annihilated, turning into the past and future of the sacred atoms that spread throughout the universe, Wang Hao thinks that they may reach this level. At that time, if they return again, they will truly be immortal, eternal, and immortal. The king needs the assistance of his ministers, or the general who leads the army to fight, or the finance minister who is proficient in calculation. Without these talents, it is difficult for the king to handle everything in detail. And these people, helping the king govern the country, while developing the country, it also obtained huge amounts of rights. When Kaisha He-Shi and others thought about it, this metaphor became more vivid. The so-called sanctification is actually becoming the minister of the will of the universe. But if you become a saint, what do you need to do? He-Shi is obviously very interested in this. As the king of Tianji, most of the technology of the angels is in her hands, so she is also the most curious person. No need. Your existence and your behavior originally benefited the universe. For point 3 is just that the universe couldn't enjoy it before. Look, Wang Hao pointed to the sky. The sky was full of stars, but this starry sky seemed brighter and more dynamic than before. I am the sun god, the lord of the stars. All the stars in this universe shine because of me and run smoothly. The birth of civilization is extremely rare and difficult, but since then, with the rising of the sun, among the countless stars, the fire of civilization will burn blazingly. The probability of the birth of civilization has increased by countless times. When Wang Hao showed Kaisha and others the mysterious changes of the universe, in the distant Styx galaxy, a figure stood on a tall building and also looked at the starry sky. Is that so? 1 year ago, when Wang Hao, the sun god of Liang Star, reappeared and appeared on the earth. The most joyful one may not be the three Keisha sisters, but Carl. If you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. For Kesha and others, Wang Hao is just his lover and his partner. But for Carl, Wang Hao represents the way forward, the path he is pursuing hard. He has already reached the pinnacle of the universe, from technology to ideas. He is ahead of everyone. So much so that he couldn't get answers from the living. So he could only turn his head to study death. But he knows that above him, there must be a higher level existence. For example, Wang Hao. This time he was not obsessed with the void, nor was he obsessed with the so-called ultimate fear. Because as early as 30,000 years ago, someone showed stronger and higher level power. With a wave of hands, the stars move, and with 18 fingers, the waves of the galaxy disappear. For now, Carl can't bear the power of the fixed star, but that person can make the fixed star annihilate and turn the galaxy around. As a result, the army in the solar system is overwhelming, and Carl wants to know whether the past is real and whether the sun god is so powerful. He was even prepared. If Wang Hao attacked him, he hoped that Wang Hao would use the most brilliant and powerful force to kill him, so that he could experience that magnificence. But he didn't see Wang Hao because the earth actually stopped his gluttonous army. When you learn that the gluttonous army was stopped near Jupiter, your first reaction was not shock and anger. But there's a kind of thinking that is worthy of the person he values. Wang Hao's random pointers and negligible help to him have allowed the Earth's civilization to advance by leaps and bounds, even reaching the level of resisting the gluttonous army. This made Carl even more curious. So much so that for the first time he hastened to urge the gluttonous king to bite and howl. He wanted to see the people on Earth burst out with more powerful power and show more and more amazing things. And it turned out he wasn't disappointed. In the first 1 or 2 months, the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company launched an offensive without fear of death. Howell quickly discovered that many of those super soldiers launched suicide attacks. Except for Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan, who threatened them the most, the rest basically died once. Even the sniper, who was elusive and skilled with marksmanship, almost had his head collapsed. So Biting Howl did not hesitate to use unconventional weapons to directly annihilate a small planet she was hiding into nothingness. But Biting Howl soon discovered that, except for Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan, who had never died, no matter how hard they killed the others, they would reappear before long. Nothing is more conspicuous than those two pioneers. A man as fast as lightning. He moves like lightning. He is the fastest to charge every time. So he also dies the most. And the other is a woman holding a big sword. Her ferocity made even Biting Howl admire her. She often hits several times before collapsing due to exhaustion. But the number of times the two of them have been resurrected, according to the statistics of howling, has been no less than dozens of times. For a time, Howl thought they were all clones. This is only the first month or two, mainly because Lu Chuang and Gu Xiaoluan are two god of war figures. They could destroy a main battleship with a single shot. Chiba spent most of his energy on defending against them. But later, the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company were no longer the main combat force. A group of soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor appeared in space in an organized manner, and the gluttonous legion dispersed for the first time and launched an air battle with them. Today, the vicinity of Jupiter has completely become a war zone. Soldiers armed with exoskeleton armor and soldiers of the Xiongbing Company, led by the two gods of war, have formed a stalemate with the gluttonous army. But that's not the part that surprised Carl the most. The super fighters of the Xiongbing Company are the creations of the super seminary and the Kamigawa civilization. Carl also participated in this plan. It's just that he is not interested in the strengthening of the human body, so he doesn't pay much attention to this plan. On the battlefield, in the first 2 months, a group of special existences suddenly appeared at a group of strange people who can move freely in space without relying on exoskeleton armor like the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company. Hal thought it was a new super soldier at first, but later discovered that their fighting style is completely different. With the light of the sword, a golden streamer flashed for thousands of miles, piercing through a Starship 780 protected by a protective shield. The power of invisible is surging, fireball, lightning, ice, all kinds of strange energies form a strong storm in a small space. The weirdest thing is a guy in a black robe, whose face can't be seen at all, but his power is the most terrifying. On a small planet, the gluttonous legion fought hand to hand with a group of warriors. But all of a sudden, those gluttonous soldiers who were killed, those soldiers with defective bodies, and some soldiers who lost half of their heads all got up. Then, in the astonishment of his companions, he rushed towards them. In all these situations, Carl saw all of them through Hal's report and on-site video data. For this reason, he made a special trip to Earth himself. He wanted to know the reason of all this, and also wanted to see the sun god, but the person he should see was not there. But Carl didn't get nothing. Through message intrusion, he got a special tome from certain school. Encyclopedia of Undead Magic, become the Lich King's self-healer. In fact, logically speaking, Wang Hao didn't think about including things like undead magic in his textbooks. After all, although this thing cannot simply judge good and evil, it is still not very positive and sunny. You can't expect a normal person to think that someone who has nothing to do with a dead body is a normal person. Except for the forensic doctor studies the corpse to solve the case. It is to study the cause of death of the decedent, so as to provide information for the case. Therefore, the purpose of forensic medicine is not to study corpses and death, but to solve cases by studying corpses. These are two different things. It's just that Wang Hao obviously forgot how much relevant information he had stored, and he was too lazy, so he packed it and handed it to Du Cao. And Du Cao didn't care. He is also a pragmatist, and what is useful is a good thing. People don't become bad because of technology. Only bad people learn technology. So, although he didn't spread out and teach things like undead magic on a large scale, he still kept them. After all, what if it's useful? So what neither of them cared about was taken by Carl. Death Soul, this world is so wonderful. Carl, a patient with advanced secondary illness, was basically in the state of, why didn't I discover this sooner after getting this book? This is the truth. A few days ago, Carl would say a similar exclamation almost every minute. Later, he stopped talking and started practicing directly. He is good at studying death corpses. He has enough spiritual magic power. As a technology capable of becoming a god, it is not a problem at all. 1 day to get started, 3 days to advance to Magister, and 1 month later, Carl's magic power has been like a sea of kings, submerging the entire planet he is on. This place has completely turned into a kingdom of death, a home of the dead. Bone dragons, zombies, ghosts, and various undead creatures appear one after another. And Carl, whose soul is burning blazingly, has also touched the most critical step of the undead magician, transfer to Lich. Abandoning the existence of the body, can we obtain true eternity looking at the thin skin and tender flesh in a mirror? His face is perfect, but in the final analysis, it is just a skin. If eternity can be obtained, then what's the point of leaving behind such a body that only farts? Without any hesitation, the fire of Carl's soul burned from the spiritual world into reality, melting his body and annihilating his flesh, a bone and a flame. But Carl found himself free and powerful that he had never had before. His thinking is no longer what it used to be, and his wisdom is no longer what it used to be. Now he sings for death and cheers for life. He's the death singer Carl Sass. The magic tone provided by Wang Hao is only a practice after all, but what is important is that it reveals the way. Carl Sass, his wisdom is beyond the universe. As the strongest in the old era, he will not fall behind in the new era. The soldiers of the Xiongbing Company are making rapid progress, but his progress is too slow to describe it as fast. After becoming a Lich, he is no longer limited to the physical body. All the undead creatures on the Death Star have become his brain, a part of his consciousness. In a few months, he expanded the kingdom of the dead to the original Styx galaxy, completely turned this place into the Styx. However, at this moment, he saw the changes in the starry sky, and he perceived the changes in the universe. That's why. It's time to meet, Light. On the Earth that has been greatly changed presents a scene of vitality. The success of the battle against the gluttonous legion has ushered in a blowout for the development of the Earth. Various advanced technologies obtained from Tianmen, various rare materials obtained from the universe, and the Earth has undergone tremendous changes during this year. If some guy who's been asleep for a year wakes up and walks out the door, he probably thinks he's in the future. Flight vehicles can be seen everywhere in the streets and alleys. All kinds of businesses and stores, and even virtual projection equipment held by everyone. Robots, intelligence, and things that can only be found in various science fiction films are no longer so far away. Definitely, the most amazing people are those who fly over the walls, those who fly with swords, and those who ride brooms. The Earth is becoming the birthplace of a new civilization in the universe, and the florist is the birthplace of a new civilization on the Earth. Uncommonly, Du Cao lost his serious expression and had a smile on his face. The war is fought more and more smoothly. Geniuses are constantly emerging, and the successful soldiers are getting stronger and stronger. At the beginning, the Taotai Legion still had a crushing advantage, and it was completely held back by the continuous and fearless attack of the heroic soldiers. Now, it is on the verge of collapse. This reversal, as a general, Du Cao is undoubtedly very excited. Standing in the newly established headquarters of the United Nations in Shanghai, Du Cao was refreshed and ready to have a good talk with representatives from other countries about sending overseas students to China to learn how to cultivate immortals. General, urgent information. Suddenly, Ajay ran in from the door wearing a battle armor, so flustered that he didn't have time to salute and knock on the door. What happened? General, the front line is over. Chief, something happened on the front line. Ajay's face was heavy, and he broke in with his sledgehammer in military uniform. What happened? Du Cao's originally relaxed face suddenly became tense. Ajay is his most trusted and reliable subordinate, who has followed him for countless years. To be able to shock Ajay so much, it can be seen that this matter is no small matter. At the moment, Du Cao ignored the upcoming United Nations General Assembly, went directly to the table, and connected with the commander Lianfeng in the base. This is the image data ahead. Seeing that Du Cao connected to his own communication, Lianfeng didn't say much, but just turned on a video. In a boundless universe, broken small planets, meteorites, and the wreckage of battleships are filled here. And more subtle, there are all kinds of dark corpses. Lack of arms and legs is the norm. Whether it is a soldier of the Xiongbing Company or a practitioner who joined later, cold weapons and melee weapons still account for the majority of 843. Moreover, the use of powerful spells and powerful lethal weapons will not leave any corpses, and all of them will be wiped out into slag. Du Cao has seen similar scenes countless times in the past year. But what happened next was something he had never seen before. 2 beams of light will rise, and the two will start a fierce battle again in this star field. The sword light flew away. The brilliance of spells was everywhere. It was full of brilliance. Over there are laser cannons, energy cannons, and heavy cluster bombs. Although sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum, the shaking of the picture made Du Cao still able to imagine what kind of earth-shattering scene it was. However, due to the long-term practice and the continuous improvement of strength, it is only slightly inferior in terms of technology. The side using sword light and magic gradually began to gain an advantage. But suddenly, at the back of the human side, when they pushed forward and compressed the Taotai to the rear, bursts of black smoke filled the battlefield behind them. Du Cao's eyes widened, and he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The wreckage, broken bodies, and fallen defeated soldiers all stood up suddenly. How is this possible? Du Cao's teeth were bared. After all, the resurrection of the dead is not a big deal, but the key point is that this group of suddenly resurrected undead is right behind their army. Sure enough, the pursuers, who were completely defenseless against their backs, were suddenly attacked from behind. In the blink of an eye, the figures who hadn't fallen in the previous battle for a long time lost power one after another. Damn it, Du Cao cursed bitterly. Unlike super soldiers, practitioners cannot be resurrected through the gate of heaven at will. Resurrection is fine, but after resurrection, their cultivation will be lost. Even if their comprehension is still there, even if their realm is still there, but their cultivation is lost, it means that it will take a long time for them to regain it. The most important thing is whether it is a magician or a cultivator, once they die, it means that their magic weapons are also lost. Biba. This is a great loss to their combat effectiveness. Including those warriors and knights who practice battle chi. There are actually losses, but not as much as magicians. After all, their physical bodies will be nourished with their own energy every day in their practice, and the resurrection effect of Tianmen will not save them this effort. So far, except for a very small number of soldiers of the Xiongbing Company, most of them have switched to martial arts. Because of their aptitude and ability to practice martial arts and enter the country the fastest, even if they die, their super genes will not be lost after resurrection. Then the speed of recultivation is much faster than that of ordinary people. It can be seen from this that the price of death for practitioners is far heavier than imagined. But now, under the witness of Du Cao, a whole team of practitioners and more than a dozen soldiers wearing battle armor fell. And Du Cao knew in his heart that this could never be all. After all, this was only a corner of the battlefield. Now, the battlefield between human beings and gluttony has already expanded to the huge area between Jupiter and Saturn. Report the battle damage. The heavy voice showed Du Cao's mood at the moment. Lianfeng looked down at the report in his hand, and then spoke. 21 cultivators fell, 14 magisters fell, 112 warriors fell, and 82 knights fell. Although he knew that the loss this time might be a bit big, Du Cao didn't expect it to be so big. This is already more than 2/3 of the high-end combat power that the Earth has accumulated in this year. Among these people, even with the supply of resources regardless of consumption, it will take at least 2 months to cultivate to the strength before their fall. After all, the stronger the strength before the fall, the more difficult it will be to return from cultivation. But this also means that in the past 2 months, there will be a fatal gap in human defense. If Tao Tai made a massive attack at this time, even if he didn't use this weird method, he might not be able to resist it. So have you checked it out? What the hell is going on? Why do those dead things come back to life and then kill our soldiers from behind? As an excellent commander, Du Cao has never been a person who lingers on the past. The loss has already occurred, so the most important thing to do at this moment is to prevent the next loss and find a way to solve the remaining problems. According to the surviving magister, it is undead magic. Lianfeng hurriedly replied. Although the answer is unexpected, the only way to bring the dead back to life, other than undead magic, is Shishio. But unlike undead magic, although Wang Hao also put some of the classics of evil cultivators in the Daquan, but the practice method of killing lives and other people's souls, Dukas and the others decided to act decisively after reading it. Put on the shelf? Put it away and wait until someone accidentally gets it? No, their approach is very simple. Delete directly. There's also a part of undead magic that studies the soul, but undead magic is more like the study of life. Undead are just another form of life, but evil cultivators are different. Those methods of devouring souls and turning living people into corpse puppets make anyone who sees them shudder. Deleting is the best solution. So now the only thing that can spread and cause similar effects is undead magic. Coupled with the words of the magister who survived and the changes in the powerful magic power he felt. The answer is beyond doubt. No one on Earth has practiced undead magic. There's no doubt about it. We have records for every practitioner, and they're all in a special area, supervised, and the books distributed are also recorded in the book. No one has touched undead magic. Pass. Du Cao immediately thought of Wang Hao. But on second thought, it's unlikely. If Wang Hao wants to attack the Earth cannot stop him. Du Cao and Lianfeng looked at each other and said together, "It seems that this death god has been to Earth." Under the suppression of technology, the information prevention and control of lower civilizations against higher civilizations does not exist. Just as angels can read any information on the Earth at will, Carl can also do this. Therefore, Carl should have obtained the practice method of undead magic from the Earth. Not only that, we should have reason to suspect that all the practice methods have been leaked. Du Cao frowned. Even without these practices, Carl is still at the pinnacle of the universe. This is why, so far, no practitioner has surpassed the strength of the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company. Not only the soldiers, but also the soldiers are practicing and improving. The important thing is that their super genes come from the Kamigawa civilization, which is originally the work of the culmination of the development of cosmic technology. Lu Chuang holds a magic axe, and with all his strength, he can even severely injure the Earth. In this point, not only a cultivator or a magician wants to do it without knowing when. Therefore, the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company are still the absolute main force on the battlefield. The gluttonous fleets are also controlled by them, and the rest of the practitioners can only deal with those wandering fighter planes and small-scale enemies. But this does not mean that this expensive practice can be leaked at will, especially for someone like Carl. Because the facts have proved that the more outstanding a person is, the more genius he is, the faster he will practice, and the more obvious the results will be. Over the past year, with the promotion of cultivation methods, the think tank has also summed up some rules. The shipment rate of elite soldiers selected from the army is the highest, almost reaching 80%. That is to say, 8 out of every 10 soldiers who are selected to practice the exercises can practice successfully. The ratio of college students does not seem to be so high. Those outstanding students selected from key colleges and universities have a success rate of less than 60%. But with the passage of time, people soon discovered that among the student population, more than 20% of the students were still able to enter higher Kong times after practicing for half a year. However, once the rapid development period of the first half of the year is over, most of those soldiers will stagnate in cultivation, and less than half of them can advance to a higher level. Less than 5 out of 100 elite soldiers can enter a new stage. But for those truly high-achieving students who have been masters and gods since the college entrance examination, at least a dozen out of 100 can continue to improve. This is a huge amount of gap, and it also proves that geniuses are geniuses everywhere. In other words, those who can show ability in the simplest things like learning basically have advantages that ordinary people do not have in other places. This is also confirmed by the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company, because their practice speed completely crushed any genius on Earth. Even if it is the fastest among many practitioners, a monster who became a doctor at the age of 20, compared to the speed of practice, it is still not as fast as the slowest person in the Xiongbing Company. As for Carl, he is the death god who became famous in the interstellar tens of thousands of years ago. He used to be the instructor of the super seminary and created the terrible existence of the civilization of the Styx galaxy. What kind of level will this kind of person step into after obtaining the cultivation method? When they learned that the practice books of undead magic were leaked, the first thing Du Cao and others did was to immediately find out the undead magic they kept. To defeat the enemy, you must first understand the enemy. Du Cao didn't expect them to have practitioners who surpassed Carl, which was unrealistic, just like ordinary people have not had geniuses who surpass the soldiers of the Xiongbing Company so far. Definitely, there may be in the future. After all, ability only represents the starting point, not the end point. It's only been a year, and no one dares to say for sure in the future. However, after they read the practice books of undead magic, and after some discussions with the think tanks, they found helplessly that there is no 977 solution. This is not a horror movie, and it is not a problem that can be solved by holy water, silver, and garlic. Supporting their actions is magic. The creatures resurrected and summoned by undead magic come from magic and dark energy. The material world, known and understood by human beings, accounts for less than 3% of the actual universe. Where humans can't see, it is full of dark matter and dark energy. In different fields, they have other famous ministers. Aura, vitality, magic power, chakra. They affect this world outside the physical world. So if you want to deal with enemies in this realm, you have to do it in this realm. You can kill zombies with glutinous rice in horror movies, but that's just horror movies. What about the corresponding power system? For example, holy light and magic. I remember that there's a practice system like priest. There is no absolute restraint, but mutual restraint is right. If the strength is not as strong as the other party, holy light and divine arts will not pose a useful threat to undead magic. Hearing this, Du Cao frowned again. Doesn't that mean they have nothing to do with Carl? Beep, beep. Just as Du Cao frowned and thought hard about countermeasures, the siren sounded again. What's the situation? The stern sirens seemed to indicate that things were going out of their control. When the communication was connected, everyone looked at the first front line far away in the starry sky. Even though Du Cao had experienced many battles and was an out-and-out veteran, he couldn't help being a little frightened at this moment. This is Carl, who has mastered the magic of undead. The sky is filled with bones, zombies, and ghosts, and the horror of the undead natural disaster begins to manifest at this moment. In obedience, Carl sacrificed the entire Styx galaxy and completely turned the entire Styx galaxy into a kingdom of the dead. Ever since, a terrifying army of undead was formed. This is the horror of the undead. Someone in the crowd recalled the ultimate power mentioned in the tome about undead magic. That terrifying existence called the 3 great natural disasters by the world of the heavens. Together with Zerg and Omnic, once it is produced, it will almost be a crisis of worldwide destruction. Inexhaustible, indestructible, almost endless in number, able to adapt to various cruel environments, and have almost irreconcilable survival needs with human beings. Undead Scourge. What should we do if we hit the opponent? How can we win with this kind of power? Oh, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Woohoo! Panic has begun to spread in the ground command center. When the gluttonous army arrived, none of them showed such emotion, because it was a predictable and counterable threat. No matter how powerful the Tao Dai Legion is, they still have soldiers from the Xiongbing Company who can resist it. And it turns out that they already have an advantage in the back. But what he is facing now is not that kind of enemy, but all kinds of powerful and terrifying undead natural disasters. That is an army of undead that fills the entire starry sky. A skeleton soldier who can be resurrected continuously. Even if the bones are crushed into powder, they can get up again. Ghost that has no physical attack. A death banshee that can shake the hearts of warriors just by appearing. This is what they fear, the power they fear. Du Cao did not reprimand the crying soldiers, nor did he make any speeches. Because he is also afraid. He is also afraid. Tao Tai is terrifying, but he can fight. But how can he fight against the army of undead that fills the entire starry sky? Can you beat me to death again? He hasn't attacked yet. What is he waiting for? Du Cao, who clenched his fist, suddenly asked. Everyone looked at him in unison. Only then did people realize that although the army of undead covered the entire starry sky, the attacking troops of the Earthlings seemed so small and powerless. But they did not attack. 2.7 In fact, if they launch an attack, at most 1 round, the line of defense that has resisted the gluttonous army for a year will be directly washed away. The central main screen flickered for a while, and then a video line cut into the communication. General Du Cao, Death God Carl. Seeing the hooded figure suddenly appearing on the screen, Du Cao took a deep breath and forcibly dispelled all the fear in his heart. What do you want to do? The hood lifts to reveal the face hidden underneath. Among the bones, 2 groups of soul fires are burning blazingly. My name, Carl Sass. Carl Sass. Sass means the Lich King in undead. In other words, Carl Sass' full name should be Lich King Carl. He actually gave up his own body. Du Cao was astonished, but then the expression on his face became more dignified. If Carl gave up his body, his need for material things, it wasn't that he was willing to give up everything. On the contrary, he got it all. Before giving up his physical body, he still has a flaw. Even if he has a void physique, he can be like the fourth-generation divine body. Even if he is annihilated, the void particles will recombine again. But after transforming into the Lich King, he no longer has this restriction. Undead's biggest feature: don't die. The undead are also called the undead. The dead are not 18 decedents, but resurrected decedents. They rose from death, and were thus immune to death. The only way to deal with the undead is to annihilate their soul fire, but the soul fire is not in reality. Even if a sacred attack like holy light can attack the soul fire, but to annihilate the opponent, the consumption needed is often several times that of the opponent's soul power emperor. The most important thing is that extinguishing the soul fire is only a means to deal with them, not a means to eliminate them. The undead are immune to death, and as long as there is death in this world, the undead will be born again. And the most powerful existence among the undead, the Lich King, the top powerhouse, transforms all the power independently and becomes an immortal body. In addition to being able to use undead magic with great affinity, the Lich King also has an advantage that is more difficult to solve than ordinary undead. In the endless army of undead, every undead creature is a subordinate of the Lich King and a part of the Lich King. Even if the Lich King's body and his soul comparable to fixed star were annihilated, as long as there is still one undead creature he summoned, he can be resurrected. Moreover, as he controls more and more undead creatures, his strength will become stronger and stronger. Like Karl, the Lich King who sacrificed the entire Styx galaxy is so powerful that it is impossible to predict. It may be difficult for the world to see Lich King and undead creatures more powerful than him. After all, in other places, massacres like this have long been prevented, and places where undead magic can be born must be places where living creatures gather. In such a place, there will inevitably be opponents of the undead magicians, and in the end, all creatures will often unite to deal with them. But no one would have thought that there would be a Karl in this world, the pinnacle of the universe who studies death. And under his rule, there are countless civilizations that believe in him and believe in death. In front of the screen, cold sweat began to drip from Dutsao's forehead. Watched by Karl Sass's empty eyes, he was under unimaginable pressure. I want to see him. However, Karl Sass still lowered his gaze after all, and the inexplicable coercion that had been lingering on Dutsao's soul also disappeared. Who do you want to see? Dutsao asked subconsciously. Looking up and looking around, except for him, everyone's bodies seemed to be frozen and unable to move. Even though thousands of miles away, even through the communication network, the power of Karl Sass can still be conveyed here. Dutsao has never seen such a horrible thing. While this gave him a sense of powerlessness, his heart was also filled with a sense of crisis. However, Karl Sass did not answer Dutsao's question, and the communication was restored instantly. Afterwards, in the entire command center, everyone returned to normal. Looking at the chaotic command center in front of him, Dutsao seemed to be in a dream. But he also understood who Karl Sass was talking about. Only he can face such a terrifying existence. However, it has been a year since Wang Hao left the Earth. Not only him, but Lina and Xiangwei also left with him. How can he find Wang Hao and explain the situation here to him? When the command center returned to calm, Dutsao knew that it was a kind of urging when he looked at the undead army that had been standing still on the screen. The meaning is also obvious. If you don't want to help him contact Wang Hao, then the undead will attack. So, everyone, 553, think about it. Is there any way to contact the sun god? Karl Sass called him to see him, otherwise there may be a large army. The think tanks were discussing immediately, but what can they do? Wang Hao doesn't know where in the universe, let alone his phone number, even if there's a telecommunication company. He didn't go there. I have a solution. Sitting around the big round table was a group of think tank members, and a young man who had just joined raised his hand. In fact, he is still just a college student, but after practicing, the effect is very good. But he does not pay attention to improving his cultivation, but instead studies various cultivation systems and cultivation theories all day long. Let him join the think tank, mainly to learn more about practitioners. At the same time, it is also a solution for him to raise some problems from the perspective of practitioners. And now it seems that he already has relevant ideas. There's a spell called Invoke the God. As long as there's an item with the aura of the sun god, you can channel him and invite the god. The West calls it spiritism, and the East calls it magic. But the effect is the same. Through soul communication, some powerful beings are invited to possess, not necessarily gods, but also demons or evil gods. Can it work? I can only try. Near Tianmen, this place has long been built into a huge amounts of military base, but mainly responsible for logistical support. All kinds of weapons and equipment, food, medicine, and training bases for soldiers. Across the gate of heaven is the battlefield, and on the other side of the gate is the country and relatives. At this moment, half of the soldiers of the Xiongbing company gathered here. The rest of the team is still on guard at the front line. Although Karl Sass has not made any moves yet, it does not mean that he will not make any moves. Vigilance is essential, and others are gathered here because it is up to them to cast this special bed. My cultivation level is not enough. To be precise, our primordial spirit is not strong enough to cross such a magnificent time and space to connect with the sun god at the other end of the universe. The staff officer who made the suggestion earlier explained a reason. Spirituality, or spiritism, is not difficult. As long as the mind is pious enough, the will can be understood and the will is strong and pure. As long as this condition is met, it can be cast. As for the effect, it depends on the caster and the spirit. The connection between objects, in addition, the higher the cultivation level of the soul, the higher the success rate. Spiritualism is not just a function of communicating and inviting gods. The source of this technique is the Taoism of the Longhu Mountain celestial master in a certain world. Tian Shidao specializes in this technique and has set up countless altars, which can invite immortals and Buddhas to come anytime and anywhere. It is easy to fight beyond the level, because after inviting the gods, the strength of the caster is irrelevant. What is important is the strength of the gods invited. But this spell has been cultivated to great success, and it is also called the command of the heavens. It is a top-level supernatural power. At that time, it will not be to invite the gods to take over, but to rule the gods. Gu Shaolin has an unshaven face and a year of bloody battles. He has grown from a college student who didn't understand farts to a qualified fighter. Let's not talk about other growth, but at least I've taken responsibility. And he and Lu Chuang, because of the most special reason, are also the strongest among them. What he practices is the ancient Qi refining technique, which is divided into 4 realms: refining essence to transform Qi, refining Qi to transform spirit, refining spirit to return to the void, and refining void to unite the way. After joining the Tao, you'll be the immortal golden immortal, jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. And he's already at the level of cultivating gods now. And he's only 1 step away from returning to the original, and by then he will be in the realm of a true fairy. Therefore, his primordial power is definitely the strongest among all practitioners on Earth. After receiving the classics handed over by the staff officer, Gu Shaolin studied them carefully and soon began to practice. A person who has cultivated a godly cultivation base and is a top-notch land god can master this kind of spell naturally very quickly. After a while, Gu Shaolin put down the classics, handed them to others, and then walked to the door. The deepest connection with Wang Hao on Earth is naturally this gate of heaven. Buzz. The perfectly round Yuan Shan hand pinches the formula. Following the breath above the Tianmin, the invisible the god's telekinesis quickly spread away, piercing into the void. In the infinite galaxy and the layer upon layer of cosmic time and space, only the psychokinesis of invisible matter can freely shuttle through it. However, although Gu Shaolin's primordial spirit is strong and the god's telekinesis is vast, the universe is vast, not to mention that he is just a cultivator who can barely be regarded as an earth immortal. Even if a true immortal is here, it is difficult to complete the exploration. More importantly, although Gu Shaolin has concentrated his spirit, there is no connection between him and Wang Hao. After wandering in the sea of stars for a while in the god's telekinesis, he gradually lost himself. Taking his arm from under the door, Gu Shaolin let out a long sigh of relief, then shook his head. The universe is too big. I followed the breath left on it all the way to pursue, but in the end, I lost my way. Gu Shaolin's words chilled everyone's heart. He is already the person with the highest cultivation level on Earth. According to the realm, he is almost becoming a fairy, and even he can't do it. So how can other people be able to? Try again. The key to this spell is not the strength of strength, but also the connection between the caster and the recipient. Seeing everyone's dejected look, the staff officer shouted anxiously. But Xiang Wei, who has the deepest connection with the sun god, is not here. Xian let out a long sigh. They didn't get along with Wang Hao for a long time. Tian Hao basically ignored them after throwing them in the air. Let me try it. A promised, voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their gazes over together, only to find that it was Qi Lingu who didn't talk much on weekdays, but was never ambiguous in battle, and had shown extremely strong combat effectiveness. Sister Qilin. Gu Shaolin stepped aside and looked down at the ancient book in his hand that recorded the magic spell. Qilin, like him, is a cultivator who practices Taoism and is a very rare sword cultivator. But she usually never uses her own sword weapon. She is still using the special sniper rifle and Shinshin #1 armor-piercing bullet she is good at. And the reason why she is like this, it is said that she is cultivating the sword embryo obtained from the Tianmin reward. Once the cultivation is successful, if you don't come out, you'll be dead. If you go out, the world will be shocked, and ghosts and gods will be angry. Putting down the classics in her hand, Qilin walked to the Tianmin, which had accompanied her for the past year. She is different from Gu Shaolin and Lu Chuang. These 2 gods of war are inherently stronger than the rest of them. In addition, before Wang Hao left, in order to find a security guard for the Earth once and for all, he directly activated the full potential of the 2 of them. Therefore, the strength of the 2 of them directly reached the peak. In this year, neither of them died once. But as a Kamigawa sniper, Qilin's physical strength was incomparable to Gu Shaolin's and the others, and she was injured more than once by Tao Ye's large-scale, indiscriminate bombing. But that too was a long time ago. She remembered very clearly that the last resurrection was already half a year ago. It was also that time that she got her own sword fetus. Others thought it was a reward she got, but only she knew that every time she was resurrected, she could feel some kind of warmth in the gate of heaven. At first she thought everyone was like this, but later she found out that only her 560 is special. From that voice, to the figure that appeared later, and the sword he gave himself in the end. Choke. Qilin, who was wearing a tactical combat uniform, did not look like a fairy with a strong character, or a sword fairy with fluttering robes. But when the sword blew, and a sword aura soaring into the sky pierced the sky, everyone present was surprised to find that the previous tactical support, the sister Qilin who stayed behind as a sniper, was just like this precious sword. Always hiding the edge. What a powerful sword energy. Gu Shaolin touched his cheek. He was the closest, and he felt the deepest. A trace of blood overflowed from his face, which was cut by the sharp sword energy. But he was originally a 3rd-generation body, and even the god-killing #1 armor-piercing bullet would not be able to penetrate his body. What's more, he is now a great monk of refining gods. Although he majors in the primordial spirit, the power of the primordial spirit is fed back, and the physical body is also constantly strengthening, which is much stronger than before, and Qilin's sword energy was able to cut through his skin without even targeting him. It turns out that Qilin is the one who hides the deepest. Gu Shaolin and the others were amazed and sighed that Qilin was always amiable on weekdays, but she seldom spoke. In addition to being brave and fierce in battle, she usually looks like a very quiet girl. Many soldiers in the Xiongbing company have a good impression of her, but they are discouraged. Now it seems that Qi Lin, who has been serving as their foil with peace of mind and taking care of their backs, has long been in the forefront along the way of practice. Definitely, now it seems that this is a good thing, because it means that their plan will be more likely to succeed. The sword moves the sky, the clouds change. Under everyone's gaze, Qi Lin was pinching the formula, and in the primordial spirit, a purple sword was trembling slightly. The god's telekinesis spreads, following the aura on the Tianmin all the way. Qi Lin upholds it in her heart, and at the same time gathers all her spirit on the figure and the voice in her mind. What? On the angel Nebula, holding Hushi in his arms, Wang Hao, who was telling her about the scenery outside the universe, was suddenly surprised. He looked into the distance, then concentrated his eyes, and gradually showed a smile on his face. Well, it looks like the vacation is over. At his level, it's fine if he doesn't have any thoughts, but once the thoughts are moved and the thoughts are together, all the causes and effects don't need others to say much. Carl, Earth, undead magic, bane of the Lich. In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao understood all the situation. In front of Tianmin, Qilin slowly opened her eyes and saw a beam of light seem to be drawn by some force, twisted, and then swayed and turned into a person. Sun God, Du Cao greeted in a deep voice, and he was relieved, finally succeeded, and finally contacted this great god. There's no way. He has fought many wars and defeated countless opponents, but this time he is fighting the undead, and the opponent is a lich he has never seen it before. That overwhelming army of undead, like a King Yang, let alone an Earth, even the entire galaxy can be swallowed up by you. For such a legion, to invade the Earth would be a sledgehammer, and it would be no problem to invade other universes. Can't stand it, really can't stand it. Du Cao, has never seen this kind of opponent, this kind of enemy in his life. But it's all right now. Wang Hao is back. Wang Hao is here, so there's something to say. Although Du Cao didn't know, he didn't know whether Wang Hao could deal with this kind of enemy. Even if the secret book of undead magic is given by Wang Hao, but giving the secret book does not mean that someone who has cultivated to this level will be worse than you. Besides, for a thing like the Lich King, the combat power has never been related to one's own cultivation, but to the undead he has mastered. Carl, who sacrificed the entire Styx galaxy, can be called the most powerful Lich King in the heavens and the world. Further up, it is not the Lich King, but the Death God who truly controls the cycle of life in the entire universe. But anyway, Wang Hao is definitely better than him. That's fine, that's enough. The sky is falling. Only the tall ones can spray it. I abducted my daughter. It's not too much to help me. This is the last time. Wang Hao, who was standing in front of the gate of heaven, said these words as soon as he opened his mouth. And these words made everyone present look straight, and the expressions that had been relaxed because of Wang Hao's appearance suddenly tensed up. Mr. Wang, General Du, you should know what the opportunities that the Earth has obtained now mean, that as a human being, you can't be insatiable. In fact, if it wasn't for the appearance of Carl Sass, it would also be related to what I provided. In fact, I don't want to care about it this time. He's not a babysitter, not to mention the cultivation skills of the heavens and the world, and he directly promoted your two patron saints to the highest level. Is this not enough? It can only be said that the Earth of this world deserves to be destroyed. Wang Hao's affection for the Earth is naturally more than that of Tao Tai and Carl, but this does not mean that he has to give without a bottom line. Still the same sentence, there are many worlds in the heavens and the Earth, and there is no shortage of you such a one. Most of the previous help was due to Qiangwei. Helping the Earth to tide over the difficulties can make Qiangwei happy, which means more to Wang Hao than helping the Earth in this world. And this time, as he said, it was just to solve some small troubles before leaving, so that Qiangwei would not be too sad when she left. Well, there might be Qilin too. Seeing Qilin beside her with a flushed face, not at all like the Qilin Geshaolin and the others usually knew, Wang Hao's mood improved a lot. General Du, even parents will not take care of their children for the rest of their lives. What's more, as parents, my children are the blazing sun star, not the Earth. After saying this, the figures of Wang Hao and Qi Lin disappeared together. How about it? Is Xing's sword still obedient? There's a boundless starry sky under your feet and a gorgeous streamer in front of you. The scene in front of me is so romantic that it can make countless girls scream. Although Qilin is not one of those superficial women who can surrender her innocence just because of a single rose. But where you get along is not important. What matters is who you get along with. I have completely refined it, you see. Like a child showing off her beloved toy, Qilin called out her own sword, the Xing sword, one of the Ziqing twin swords gifted to her by Wang Hao. It's not that Wang Hao is stingy and only gives her a hand. The main reason is that the Qing Sua sword is of the genus Yang, so it is not suitable for Ensheng to use. And although the purple and blue swords can combine to strike, they are so powerful that they can even fight against golden immortals. But it is also a first-class sword separately. What's more, when Qilin's cultivation level is higher in the future, Wang Hao will naturally have treasures for her to replace. As for why he is so familiar with Qilin, the sun shines on everyone. Why is he more fraternal? Isn't it just that I have reserved a ray of consciousness in Tianmin, and every time Qilin is revived, I will take the time to chat with her. Where are we going now? I haven't seen each other for nearly half a year, and Qilin is very excited, just like a long-distance relationship, and finally reunited on a magnified holiday. But after chatting for a long time and her mood cooling down a bit, she realized that they seem to have been in this channel for quite a long time. Oh, you say this, go to Carl's place. After finishing speaking, Wang Hao waved his hand, and the figures of the two returned to reality and came to a large library of ministers. Hey, you don't forget to study even after becoming a lich. How can you say you're a master of learning? That's fine. In fact, for Wang Hao, traveling through time and space is just a matter of a moment, and Qilin doesn't say that he plans to stay there for a year or so. But as soon as I came out, I saw a skull holding a book and reading there, which was really a bit of joy. Sun God, seeing two people suddenly appearing in front of him, Skull wasn't shocked, but excited. However, he was not out of fear or panic, but excited. It's like the kind of fanatical fans are excited when they see their idols. The fact is indeed the case, since Wang Hao brought a big shock to this universe 30,000 years ago. Carl has been researching the origin of Wang Hao and the world outside the universe represented by Wang Hao. So Carl is a big fan of Wang Hao, the kind of crazy fan who can't wait to strip you clean, take apart every flesh and blood, every hair, and every Aishindu has studied thoroughly. Although you no longer have eyes, I can still feel that there is something wrong with your eyes. Wang Hao felt hairy when Carl stared at him like this. He remembered that this guy was a man, or he has already reached the point where he has abandoned the flesh, so there's no limit to male or female. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, Carl's body was instantly covered with rich vitality. In his astonished eyes, blood vessels, lymph nodes, organs, muscles, all kinds of things that Carl personally burned clean appeared on him again. Or rather, it's her. Sheelan blushed and turned away. Carl was originally wearing a gorgeous robe, but Wang Hao seemed to have adjusted it a bit too much. With this operation, the part that was more exaggerated than cold ice actually squeezed the robe away. TSK, this face and female body are not bad. I didn't have to choose before. Now Yang Bing definitely wants to be your sister. It turns out that Carl Sass, who became the Lich King, does not have a gender concept, and probably never did. After all, as a real 10,000-year-old animal man, he can study the structure of the human body and transform himself if he has nothing to do. Gender differences between men and women may be more or less differences in body structure. So there was no surprise that Wang Hao wanted to see. Carl's face was only indifferent, and he even touched it there by himself, as if he was puzzled. Why did he regenerate his body? But she has no anger, dissatisfaction, or any other emotions about her becoming a woman. No fun, seeing that Carl was not shocked at all by turning into a woman, but was there to study how his burnt flesh would come back. Wang Hao felt a little bored about this. Or this kind of Frankenstein is just boring. In their minds, such things as emotion do not exist, but they're not as important as knowledge and truth. Wang Hao has also met many talented scientists before, such as Tony, Banner, etc., but they're still full of flesh and blood, and they are very serious and devoted to their relationship. But the Carl in front of him, not to mention his indifference to feelings, for his own research, for the sake of knowledge and truth, probably donated his soul without any hesitation. Becoming the Lich King can also be said to be for strength. After all, the body of immortality is quite powerful. But now it seems that Carl's transformation into a Lich may be more for the purpose of studying this form of life. But in this case, the solution is much simpler. Wang Hao suddenly thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face again. Cough, don't touch it. It's just simple divine power, because my power is superior to yours. The life characteristics of a Lich will indeed corrode vitality. Even if you're covered with flesh and blood, it will be burned instantly. But the essence of my power exceeds you, like the difference between diamonds and charcoal, will naturally restore you. To be honest, because of Wang Hao's bad taste, the explosion of Carl's body at the moment is even more exaggerated than cold ice. Coupled with the strange expression on her face, if it were someone else, who cares that this guy should be a man before? Shurgong should be Shurgong. Although in essence, transformed into a Lich, there is no gender distinction because the soul, regardless of gender. Otherwise, how does reincarnation turn around? Do men only reincarnate as men or as male animals? A woman must be a female? This naturally does not exist. The soul has no gender, so Carl, who first became a Lich and then regained his physical body, is equivalent to being reincarnated. At this moment, she is a woman, but Wang Hao is still able to restrain his desire and will not be driven by some meaningless things. So he looked directly at the body he had created in front of him, without changing his expression. I'll give you a choice. I'm leaving this universe soon. Do you want to take a look outside? It is more or less difficult to eliminate such a Lich King. After all, Wang Hao doesn't know how many duplications he has and where they are hidden. So if you do it directly with violence, at least 17 or 8 extragalactic galaxies as huge as the Milky Way will be destroyed. Strenuous. Things that can be explained in one sentence. Why bother? Even if Wang Hao is already a saint in this universe, doesn't have that much time to spare. So he just buys off what Carl probably wants most. Leave this universe, the place of the universe. Sure enough, when Carl heard this sentence, her expression changed suddenly, and her newly owned eyes revealed yearning and excitement. Can you take me away? If I can come in, I can leave naturally. Carl's expression changed again. Sure enough, you are not a creature in this universe. In fact, I discussed this matter with the headmaster of the space. The headmaster of the space thought that you were just an ancestor who went farther than us and was born in this universe. It's just that you found a way to escape later. So left. Carl paused and spoke again. But I think that you come from a void world outside the universe, because according to my research, our universe is not enough to support a more advanced and powerful civilization, and we have not found any existence of this higher civilization. Trace. When talking about science, Carl fell ill again, which made Wang Hao a little helpless. All right, don't talk about it. Just say whether you want to go or not. In addition, I will answer your question for you. The birth time of your universe is too short, so it cannot support the birth of advanced civilizations. What is a higher civilization like? Can you travel freely in different multi-universes like you? Old problems are gone, and new ones are coming. No, I don't belong to any higher civilization. I am originally the god of the universe, and I belong to the existence of the creation god level. However, higher civilizations can indeed do similar things. Shuttle through the multi-universe. Mr. Tony, who cuts hair at the entrance of the village, can do it. So to a certain extent, Mr. Tony already belongs to a higher civilization. As long as he is willing and spends enough time, sooner or later, he will be able to obtain a sufficiently powerful force test and eternal life by traveling in the infinite universe. Stop asking questions, and I won't take you if you ask any more. Pointing at Carl, who was still about to speak, Wang Hao issued a warning. Frankenstein 1.5 or something. It's so annoying. It's enough to know one problem child, Tony, and another one. Wang Hao doesn't have to do anything. Just teach them every day. I just wanted to say I said yes. At this, Carl chuckled and nodded. In an instant, among the vast expanse of stars, on the front line of the human resistance army led by Lu Chuang, the bones and ghosts that filled the sky shattered. The soul fire in the bones dimmed and turned into real bones, and those ghosts faded out of thin air. The remaining undead creatures seemed to be inspired, passed through a dark portal, and disappeared in front of everyone at an unimaginable speed. Done. She made a V to Qilin, who was still blushing, but there was joy in her eyes. But looking at the exaggerated body of Carl, who had turned into a woman, which was concealed under the robe that was obviously one size smaller, she couldn't help but glance at herself again. Well, it can't be compared, and the gap is far. If you want to grow bigger, I will help you. Seeing Qilin's small movements, Tian Hao leaned directly into her ear and whispered. Things like getting bigger require the help of a boyfriend, but this just makes this usually shrewd and capable policewoman, the sniper of Xiong Binglian, even more shy. When are we going to leave? Just when Wang Hao was exchanging feelings with Qilin, a beautiful and soft female voice sounded from behind. For Carl, traveling through the universe and exploring the ultimate mysteries of the universe, this kind of thing, the sooner the better, he can't wait to go now. But for Wang Hao, who travels through the universe every day and knows the mysteries of time and space clearly, what about Suzik and 18? Don't worry, let's wait 2 days, I still have something to deal with. The chaos in universe is so big. As a young and immature new universe, there are only a few people who have fetters with Wang Hao. And Wang Hao's goal has also been achieved. He has already signed a contract with this universe and has officially become a shareholder. So it is time to leave. After the undead faded away, Wang Hao brought Qilin back to the Earth again, but when they came back, it was already the next day. As for what happened during this day, the people on Earth can't think of it, and only Qilin, the person involved, knows. Besides Qilin, Qiang Wei also came back with them. She came back to say goodbye. This time, Wang Hao will take them away together. Not to mention the angels, although the angel civilization still exists, but the 3 kings will follow Wang Hao to leave this universe, which will have a great impact on them. However, Wang Hao also helped Kaisha upgrade the treasure house of knowledge to a level and connect it to the Haoyan subserver of Star Lion. So in the future, angel civilization still doesn't have to worry too much, and it can still maintain prosperity and prosperity. Similarly, on Lion Star, Lena is originally Wang Hao's maid. For Pan Zhen and others, it is Lena's responsibility and her honor to follow and serve Wang Hao. For Lena's departure, they are the happiest. Standing on the edge of the universe, Wang Hao overlooks the stars and rivers in the sky. Then, a figure slowly emerged from beside him. You know the concept of multi-universe, so you also understand by Ping's theory of the universe. The galaxy in the distance is extremely bright, making Wang Hao and Carl's eyes even taller and stalwart. She nodded, but then shook her head again. Theories are just theories. I've never touched anything related to it. Everything is just speculation. Indeed, without the support of practice, theory is just theory, so scientists are divided into theoretical scientists and experimental scientists. This is why most of the Nobel Prizes in physics for people on Earth are awarded by 2 people. It is because one of them puts forward a theory and another person conducts an experiment based on his theory to prove the theory and prove it successful. Then the theory is no longer a theory, but a scientific discovery. Then let's go. I'll take you to see for yourself. Push your palm forward, as if opening a door. In the past, in the eyes of Carl, Keisha, and other peak civilizations in the universe, ripples suddenly appeared on the edge of the universe that could not be touched and affected no matter how they were touched. Then, as if a bubble had been poked open, a channel emerged. Wang Hao stepped forward and disappeared into time and space, while Carl was stunned for a moment and quickly followed. Here it is. Grass, dirt, trees, and stars in the sky. A whole new world appeared in Carl's eyes. She tried to look around, and the terrifying spiritual power of the Lich King spread. Is this another world? On this plane, small villages are dotted all over. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force swept across, alarming everyone. Who is it? Pairs of eyes opened, awakened from the practice. Beast, Asuka, the sleeping, living things suddenly became restless and sluggish due to the powerful mental pressure, trembling there. And in the village, those strong and weak practitioners all showed fear in unison. With such a powerful force, which hermit was born suddenly? Or maybe a strong man from outside came here suddenly. This place is called Ionia. Seeing that the peaceful and quiet place in front of her eyes became chaotic because of Carl's actions, Wang Hao interrupted her continued detection. This world is called Valoran. Although I really don't want to tell you, the universe you live in is just an appendage of this universe. Every multi-universe system has a master universe. In the League of Legends multi-universe, Valoran is undoubtedly the main body, and other Asgardian universes, Source Project universes, zombie universes, etc., are all born around it. Afterwards, the fandom world universes that were born based on them, such as the Super God universe. Should I move with me, or go around by myself? Looking into the distance, the dawn is about to come, and the brilliance of the sun is about to flood the world. Carl finally chose to go with Wang Hao. It's not that she feels that she is not strong enough, or that she will encounter any obstacles here. Mainly because she felt that Wang Hao might leave her and run away alone. It's just a world, how can I satisfy her? Besides, she hasn't seen the mystery of the universe yet. What's the point of just traveling through it once? And Wang Hao, who was seen through some kind of thoughts, had no choice but to continue to lead her depressed. At the beginning, he really wanted to take the opportunity to secretly drop this guy. As for whether she will harm Valoran, there is no need to worry, and Wang Hao should not worry. This world is different from the world of super gods. There are too many practitioners in this world, and there are also many gods. And Carl left her Styx galaxy. Her strength is not as exaggerated as before. It may even be similar to this world, her creative prototype body, the dead song Carl Sass, the lead singer of the Pentakills. Besides, this world is not his world, so what does it matter to him if he gets hurt? What? Who did he bring here? Whoever has evidence, don't talk nonsense. Well, if there is evidence, who knows if he turns around and leaves. But who would have thought that Carl saw through his little thoughts and stared at him directly with resentful eyes, expressing that he wanted to cling to Wang Hao. That being the case, it would seem a little small to leave her behind. The sky gradually brightened, and the turmoil last night made this peaceful country seem a little nervous. Ionia is a special country. It can't even be called a country. It can only be regarded as a region. There is no unified political organization here, and the civilization here is composed of hidden villages. It can even be understood as the sect world. Every village head can be regarded as a hermit sect. Everyone farms the land during the day and practices kung fu at night, and lives very comfortably. And the largest sect here is none other than the balanced sect, and the most widespread cultivator is swordsmanship. Looks like Noxus hasn't invaded yet. Without using any extraordinary strength, Wang Hao and Carl walked on this land like two ordinary people, watching the Ionian looking a little jittery because of Carl's behavior last night. Although they looked flustered, their lives were obviously not affected too much. In other words, they were like people in a peaceful age. So it seems that the Noxian forces that put Ionia at war have not yet entered. These people are practitioners. Carl followed Wang Hao step by step. Her eyes looked around, and from time to time swept over the monks, farmers, and swordsmen. To her surprise, even the most clumsy-looking farmers and ignorant children here have all kinds of power in their bodies. Chi, magic power, chakra. Just walked through 2 villages, Carl found at least a dozen schools of practitioners. Not to mention how rare this is, it is even more unbelievable that so many practitioners of different schools can live in the same place in harmony. Different cultivation systems, just like pagans, are difficult to accept and tolerate. For example, when a Chi practitioner sees someone practicing chakra, they will feel that the other party's things are too fancy, and they have lost the greatness of pursuing the essence of life. And although there are many methods and high combat effectiveness in the early stage, they cannot live for a long time. Therefore, when a Chi practitioner sees a ninja who cultivates chakra, he will definitely spit on it. Hot chicken. Then, will the ninja backhand be a windmill shuriken? And when it's over, come back with a big fireball? When a magician sees a Chi refiner, will he feel, it's always mysterious and mysterious. The essence of magic is to detect the essence of the material world and the spiritual world. Mysterious and mysterious. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. It's so mysterious. Let me draw a circle for you to see. Okay? Then the gas refiner shouted angrily, and when the flying sword was thrown out, blood splashed everywhere. Therefore, different cultivation systems and different cultivation concepts are a battle for the Tao, and it is difficult to coexist peacefully. After all, human beings are savages by nature. It is difficult for you not to ridicule others because of certain advantages of your own system. Why doesn't your chakra know how to strengthen the body and refine chi to transform into a god? Why don't you discuss your perceptions of the Tao of heaven together, record them in a book, and classify them into categories? Why are your cultivation bases so high, but your spell level is so hot? There is no solution. Moreover, the more successful a person is in cultivation, the deeper his understanding of his own cultivation, the greater his opinions on other cultivation systems, and the more he will dislike them. Don't ask. It means they have a good temper. Goodlees stared closely by Carl. Wang Hao held back for a long time, and then replied. What answer can he give? League of Legends designers designed it this way? He himself is still very curious. The Kinkus sect, from Shan to Kenan and then to Akali and Zed, are all ninjas. But I wish that Li Qing, who lived next door to them, was a real monk, and he practiced serious martial arts. Dao Mei is even more mysterious. You think it's magic? No, it's a cultivator. And then Carl, well, turned into a magician again. That's over. That idiot Virus also integrated a Darkborn demon. As for Blast Orphan Saw, he directly entered the Tao with a sword and face blast. Therefore, Wang Hao really has no way to answer this question. Don't care about these details, and it's just this country, no, it's just this island. The rest of the world is pretty normal, right? Wang Hao frowned and thought about it. Is it normal? Elsewhere, it is true that, as they understand it, different systems of power resist each other. For example, Demacia suppresses magic. Except for the upper-class dignitaries, civilians are not allowed to possess magic. This kind of thinking is not a problem, because the magician belongs to the extraordinary power, which belongs to the sudden appearance of an ability. Not much different from a mutant problem at Marvel. A normal person suddenly possesses magical powers, and then counterattacks the powerful or provokes the judiciary. This kind of problem is not allowed in any peaceful and legal country. Stability must be based on the rule of law. A country like Ionia is a special case. If a normal country wants peace and stability, it must have judicial protection and a powerful government. It's just that this is definitely unfair to the magician. Originally, they could become masters, but you persecuted me. Why? As for Noxus, typical militarism and too much. I don't know if the old crow has rebelled. Swain's rebellion was a turning point for Noxus, because before that, Noxus had already fallen into a period of decline that militarism would enter. The first batch of veterans were lying on their laurels and waiting to die, holding powerful power but unwilling to let go, and then the people below used the old system, but there was no room for advancement, because the places are all occupied. On the contrary, luxury is prevalent in Noxus. All kinds of corruption and oppression by power are minor problems. For militaristic countries, domestic contradictions are not contradictions, and a war is enough. But there is no room for improvement, which is fatal to a country where military merit is everything. For example, the guillotine, whose attack power increased by 200 and IQ dropped by 200 when the Blood Rage came out, was suppressed until Swain rebelled and the Noxus upper echelon reshuffled the cards before being reused. Then there are Peaching and Zon. One is extremely rich, and the other eats slops all day long. The gap between the rich and the poor is so extreme that it is strange that war has not yet broken out. Aren't the people of Zon jealous at all? This is not something that forces can suppress. You eat rotten bread, but you have to watch the nobles on your head eat delicious food and spicy food. All the universes and the worlds of the heavens have no power that can prevent the outbreak of this kind of war. Unless that creature is not a human being. As long as he is a human being, the two emotions of jealousy and hunger will prompt him to take risks. If you die today, you will die, and if you plan big plans, you will die. Is it possible to die a country? There have been so many rebellions from ancient times to the present, from the Great Qin that swept the world, to the strong Han who punished anyone who violated us, to the Sui and Tang dynasties that shocked Kyushu. Didn't they all die at the hands of peasant uprisings? Grandpa is about to starve to death. Why would he be beheaded if he rebels? The people of Zon are the same. They're going to starve to death. Why don't they go grab the money from the people of Peaching? Is this the Zwan people? Are you still a professional horse hunter? Yep. Outside of it, other places are not normal. Wang Hao finally came to such a conclusion. Then he looked around again. Well, they had been surrounded. The two had never seen strangely dressed outsiders appearing on the land of Ionia, and they looked around brazenly, and from time to time, their eyes stayed on those big girls and young wives for a long time. The one in front is Carl, and the one behind is Wang Hao. It would be strange if such two people were not surrounded by Ionian people who had not been invaded yet, so that some closed their country. Where are you from? A group of peasants with weapons and strength in their hands surrounded Wang Hao, and then gave way to a path. A young woman dressed very civilianly, even wearing a turban on her head, came out, sizing up Wang Hao with sharp eyes. We come from places you don't know. Carl said softly. The woman in front of him was not very old, but unexpectedly, her cultivation base was very good. Even if she didn't show it deliberately, her strong spiritual will also showed why she became the leader of this group of people. Well, I don't know. Then maybe you can talk about it, so I might understand. Carl turned his head to look at Wang Hao, who was on the side, meaning to ask for his opinion. My name is Carl, and I come from outside the universe. We have no malice towards you. We just want to take a look at the customs, and learn about the different XBBs in different worlds. If Carl's words were changed to a different place, a modern society, a civilized society, I'm afraid he would be mercilessly laughed at by others. But this is Ionia, and here is a place where there are practitioners per capita. The sympathy between heaven and man is not empty talk, and wandering outside the world is not a hypothesis. And most importantly, the young woman didn't sense any history in Carl and Wang Hao. This is the problem because she can't feel the power, but her heart is telling her that these are two incomparable beasts, mountains, Wang Yang, or stars. My name is Carl Ma, fan mother. Wang Hao and Carl are sitting in a modest wooden cabin. For a group of practitioners who are not obsessed with things, material needs may even hinder their practice. So such a house is already a relatively high-end residence in Ionia. After a brief self-introduction, Wang Hao couldn't help but widen his eyes, sweeping back and forth on Carl Ma's face. Fan? I don't have a fan, and I'm only 17 years old, and I'm not married yet. Carl Ma was stunned for a moment, then blushed and shouted at Wang Hao. Although her cultivation base is advanced, and she is respected as an elder, she is still a young girl, and she is still full of girlish feelings. But after Wang Hao looked at it for a long time, he couldn't help but look up into the sky. At that moment, Carl Ma only felt that Wang Hao's eyes were deeper than galaxy, and more charming than the coolest gems. That's because Wang Hao is observing this universe. Ah, we're in the wrong place. Wang Hao turned his head to look at Carl, and said with some annoyance, but it can't be my fault. These two universes are too close to each other, and they are both in the center. The most important thing is that this universe is bigger than the real one in the middle. There are actually quite a few multi-universes in League of Legends. More importantly, due to a restart, the main universe has also been changed, and the one Wang Hao came from is the bigger and older one. That is to say, in the initial version, Carl Ma is an ordinary monk girl, not the Apocalypse who has an eternal soul and is constantly reincarnated like a living Buddha. In this world, Carl Ma should have led the people to resist their atrocities after the invasion of Noxus, so he was elected as the leader by everyone and won the title of Apocalypse. And her name is Carl Ma. But in the official reset new worldview, she's a girl named Dalha, who awakened her previous life memory at the age of 12 and was then taken to the mountain. Since then, he has become a powerful Apocalypse, the soul of Ionia, and the power to burn down the battleships of Noxus with a holy flame. One is the reincarnation of Almighty, and the other is a war hero played by the general public. This gap is quite large, and it can even be said that, apart from the group of people from Shadow Isle, the one with the biggest change in the background of the rest of the heroes is the Apocalypse's Carl Ma was confused when he heard Wang Hao's words, and Carl just shook his head after hearing it. She doesn't mind what the center of the universe she is in, and whether it is the core or not means nothing to her. It's just that Wang Hao felt that he was a little sloppy, and that he felt a little ashamed for such an omission. Should I change the place? Anyway, it will be there in a while. However, Carl shook his head, then spoke softly. No need, no matter which universe it is actually the same. Carl said so. Wang Hao naturally forget it. And speaking of it, he's actually a little more familiar with the old version of the worldview. After all, he was an old League of Legends player back then, and he started playing in S2, and the new hero that came out at that time was still a Centaur. At that time, the guillotine could still produce AP, because passive bleeding was magic damage, and there was a bonus. If you touch pure AP, you can lose half of the pipe with bleeding. But then the bleeding was immediately changed to a fixed value. At that time, there was no blood rage. Q could not recover blood, but it was released in seconds, and the ultimate move had no attack power bonus, but the fixed damage was extremely terrifying. TSK, go to Noxus to see. Recalling his youthful years, Wang Hao immediately became emotional. Let him decide. His next stop is my great Noxus. Definitely, since everyone has come to Ionia, it must be finished here first. Ever since, Wang Jing looked at Carl Ma, who looked blank and questioning. I lack a guide, so I decided to be you. Let's go, take us out for a stroll, and see what interesting places and delicious food there are in Ionia. After saying that, Wang Hao got up directly. Seeing him get up, Carl also got up, but Carl's eyes widened, looking at Zhu Hao, who had made the decision without authorization. Why did I become your guide? Wearing the unique national costume of Ionia, Carl Ma walked on the country road, his face still full of doubts. How on earth did she follow out? Is it because they are worried that the two of Wang Hao will cause trouble in Ionia? Or was it because Wang Hao said something she couldn't refuse? Strange guy. Carl Ma was a little ashamed that she hadn't practiced at home yet, and she couldn't help but look back, but then she was attracted by the sunny man with a smile on the corner of his mouth who was bending over to look at the beautiful wildflowers by the side of the road. Cough. Seeing Wang Hao, who suddenly walked in front of her again, Karma woke up suddenly and then ran to the front blushing. She is not the apocalypse who worries about the country and the people, the spiritual leader of the entire Ionia. She is just a girl now, and girlish feelings are always poetry. Ionia isn't big, but it's not small either, because the entire Valoran is not particularly large. Its total area is not as large as the Earth, and the main body may be about the size of Asia. As an island next to Valoran, yes, Ionia is not on the same continent as Dalmatia or Noxus, but an island. Then, as an island next to Valoran, the file size of Ionia must have shrunk a bit. According to the old map that Wang Hao has seen, not the reset version of the new map, Ionia is located in the lower right corner of Valoran, and the sea area it is in is the Sea of Conquest. The nearest well-known city to it seems to be its Bill Givert, and the Shadow 320 island happened to be on the other side of the continent of Valoran, corresponding to Ionia. Even though this island is not that big, for a group of people who can go high and can even fly into the sky and escape from the ground, although they don't have modern means of transportation and roads, they are still closely connected with each other. But this is not for political needs, but pure communication. Let's exchange each other's practice experience, and everyone will visit each other to discuss and learn from each other. Due to the superior geographical environment of Ionia and the existence of practitioners, the living conditions here should be the best in the whole of Valoran. It is certain that there is no need to worry about food and clothing. After all, you can't expect a person who can call the wind and rain to starve to death because he can't grow food. In addition, most of these practitioners live a simple life and do not have high material requirements, so the satisfaction of life is further improved. When the two are combined, you can play boxing and practice kung fu when you have nothing to do, and the atmosphere of practice will be more intense. In a sense, an environment like Ionia is very suitable for practice. However, the situation of the heavens and the worlds also verified one thing. That is, peace cannot give birth to truly great ideas, nor can it give birth to truly powerful beings. Peace can only breed, but war can prompt the emergence of countless geniuses and the rise of countless powers. The same is true here, because of the invasion of Noxus. The little girl Karma stepped forward and led the Ionians to resist with force, thus becoming an apocalypse. You really don't have a fan. Seeing Wang Hao's unwilling gaze, Karl Ma's face was full of shame and anger. Pity. Wang Hao couldn't hide the disappointment on his face. What's the pity? The climate in Ionia is so good, and it's not too hot. What do you need a fan for? Karl Ma muttered, this guy is weird, although he is very handsome, very likable, very passionate about life, and so powerful. Karl Ma shook her head and looked at Wang Hao strangely again. She didn't know why. Since she came out, her heart beat faster and her face became hot whenever she saw Wang Hao. But the instigator, Wang Hao, was recalling while rubbing his chin. He remembered very clearly that Karl Ma had a fan, but it was the earliest classic skin original painting. That model of Karl Ma looks like an ant, wearing a set of national costumes, walking with a small waist and twisting, and indeed holding a fan in her hand. This has led to players in the national server calling her Fan Mom, and similarly, Wheel Mom, because Siver's Q is a wheel rolling around in the air. This is youth. Why is there no fan? Where are we going to go later? Youth is always short, so Wang Hao just recalled it for a moment and turned to Karl Ma and asked, didn't you say you were going to the Balance sect? Karl Ma tilted her head and made a puzzled expression. Do you have a bad memory? Doubt was written on the girl's face. Two beautiful eyebrows were crowded together, and a pair of bright eyes flickered. How can my memory be bad? You see, I will never forget your beauty. What's the best way to ease the embarrassment? It's about making the person who made the topic embarrassing more embarrassing or emotionally disturbed. For example, Karl Ma's face turned rosy now, like a ripe apple. Wang Hao approached suddenly and stretched out his hand to pick at her smooth chin, picked up a strand of her hair, and moved close to her face. Let this girl who knows how to multiply life, but is only limited to theory, suddenly have a heartbeat of more than 102. Her spirit fluctuates, and even the surrounding flowers and trees sway because of this. Seeing that the girl was in a daze, Karl said suddenly, I've always felt very strange since you made me like this. It seems that when I see you, I will have a strange feeling. Karl put his finger on the bottomless 0.2 heart, feeling the powerful beating that should not belong to a lich. My hormone levels are skyrocketing, my heart rate and blood flow are higher than normal, and I'm emotionally unstable as a result, or in heat. I was born to attract women. This is the result of my control. If I don't control it, any woman will fall in love with me when she sees me. And you are also a woman now. Shiny white teeth, and Wang Hao's thumbs up show the little pride in his heart. So popular, he is also very distressed, right? Again, Ionia is not big. Starting from the small village where Karl Ma lives, even if you travel in various mountains and rivers along the way, you can appreciate different plants and animals. On the afternoon of the second day, the three of Wang Hao walked to the venue where the famous Kinka sect was located. On a small hill, a small dojo, although it is well known, and the setting of maintaining the balance of all things is also very compelling. Unlike after the reform, Shin directly became a master of catching ghosts. But the Balance sect is really not that big. There are 3 or 2 big cats and small cats because the original doctrine is like this, so it doesn't need too many believers. But it's too broken. At best, there's a small hillside with a height of more than 100 meters, and there's a courtyard with 4 entrances and 4 exits on it. Although I haven't entered it yet, it sounds antique at best, but the decorations are dilapidated at worst. Head, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't fit well. Jo Sen, Carl, 18, looked very familiar, and waved at a young man sweeping the floor at the door. This is Shun, my big waist. Wang Hao took a closer look at the fair-faced, delicate, and shy guy in front of him, but his body was quite strong. This is our 4 great tanks. For the core players in ancient times, there are many memories they have in common. For example, the 4 great tanks. Definitely, this statement is not fixed. Some people say it is the Stone Man, Dragon Turtle, Shun, and Mundo, and some say it is the Stone Man, Dragon Turtle, Shun, and Galio. After all, it is common sense that there are 5 of the 4 great heavenly kings, and it is not surprising that there are 5, 6, 7, or 8 of the 4 great god tanks. However, the first 3 are basically fixed. The Stone, the Dragon Turtle, and the Big Waist are unknown to others. But once these 3 3-piece suits are released, you can basically stand there and hit the ADC without losing blood AT that time. There was the so-called 3-piece set of Despair, the anti-armor Longdu Bingshin. These 3 things came out of these 3 things, so they went there, and then there were 4 ministers written all over their faces. You come here. When Wang Hao played ADC, such as policewoman, ice, and so on, he was often disgusted by these 3. So he learned from the painful experience, abandoned the lovely heroines with nice voices, and ran to play top laner. Not for anything else, just for the thrill of chasing after the cute policewoman or ice or the female gun when you're in a group. Definitely, if the support on the opposite side is Qin Nu, they will generally choose Ziqin. Don't ask. Asking is big. Big is truth. Big is everything. Is your dad okay? With a nostalgic smile, Wang Hao walked up to Shun and greeted his family. Master is in good health, are you? Shun looked at the man in front of him suspiciously, not understanding what relationship he had with his father. Master? I'm asking about your father. I am a person who pursues balance. In balance, there are only masters and apprentices, and there is no father and son. Shun bowed slightly, looking very serious on the watch. Then shouldn't you say that you don't have a father? Being answered in this way, Wang Hao was not very satisfied. He didn't mean to raise an argument. No, he did it on purpose, because he wanted to see if Shun would get angry. Anyway, I didn't hear his angry voice in the game, and he always spoke at a leisurely pace. Moreover, Wang Hao remembered that even if GS stabbed his father to death, he didn't seem to take revenge, but just took over the title of Eye of Twilight, and continued to guard the equilibrium. Your Excellency is right. As if to confirm what Wang Hao thought, Shun still didn't change his face when he was so bullied by Wang Hao. It's boring. If it wasn't for the female ninja and electric mouse, I wouldn't bother to come to this kind of place. Seeing Shun being beaten and scolded, Wang Hao shook his head. To be honest, this kind of people are quite boring. They pursue the ideals in their hearts, and for this reason, everything else doesn't matter. In other words, Shun has become a fanatic of the so-called balanced way. He didn't take revenge when his father died, and when the sect's secret treasure was robbed, it was only a symbolic pursuit, and the purpose was to prevent Jie from using it to do bad things. Not because he stole the treasure. What kind of logic is this? 173, what kind of thinking is this? So it is not difficult to understand Akali's apostasy. But maybe she didn't expect that Shun would still forgive her even though she said she was apostate, violated the principle of balance, and used violence to enforce the justice she knew. Straight past Shun and walked into the courtyard. Wang Hao's gaze began to search. This time he saw more people. A little girl younger than Karl Ma was practicing throwing kunai in the yard. A fluffy thing that didn't reach Wang Hao's knee was practicing duel with her. In the distance, a group of plainly dressed guys were practicing martial arts, and on the edge of the courtyard, opposite the gate where Wang Hao was standing, was a fat old monk. So, why is the leader of the ninja a monk? And why did your son become a ninja again? Wang Hao looked at the bitter talker in front of him, and he really complained in every possible way and didn't know where to say it. Maybe this is why Riot officially reset the universe, because there are really too many unreasonable things. Well, after all, it is a game developed by people from the Mei country. It is not surprising that it is difficult for them to understand things like Oriental culture. It is also their ability to combine the two incompatible professions of ninja and monk. And more than once, Wang Hao remembers that in the movies he watched before, there seemed to be quite a lot of similar scenes. Like the special forces? You are not monks. Ninjas, those are assassins. Who kill? You don't persuade them to put down their butcher knives, but teach them how to kill instead. Sitting on the steps in the yard, Wang Hao is surrounded by a grinning Master Kushuo with a serious expression in his eyes. Shin couldn't stop Wang Hao who wanted to break in, so naturally Master Kushuo was the same. The status of the balanced sect in Ionia is extremely transcendent, which is inseparable from the transcendent strength of the ninjas he controls. Whether it's the name Eye of Twilight, Heart of Rage, or Fist of Shadow, the strength of the balanced Sannin is recognized by many practitioners in Ionia. It is precisely because of this that when Kushuo found that he could not see Wang Hao's strength at all, even Carl could only feel the deep pressure in her soul. It was already very rare to be able to sit here. As for Wang Hao's question, Kushuo could only shake his head and give a wry smile. Your understanding is wrong. I'm not a monk, this is just a disguise. I believe in the way of balance of all things, not the Buddha. Balance. Ah, I know there's a person who must be very compatible with you. Wang Hao thought of a certain purple sweet potato essence who was carrying out family planning management everywhere in the universe. What he talked about all day long was to maintain the balance of the universe. But actually, the universe needs them to maintain balance? The universe is not a balloon that will burst when you poke it. The universe is a concept that accommodates all changes in time and space. The so-called balance, in the eyes of the big universe, is nothing but the arbitrariness of mortals. But Wang Hao didn't have the idea of preaching to this fake monk, giving lessons to a little fat old man. If he really wants to attend class, he still hopes that the target is the daughter of the contemporary Shadow Fist who has a good figure over there. Akali, squatting on the school field. In front of him were two nimble figures, one big and one small, who were practicing duels. It's just that the two sides of the object are completely different styles. A thunderbolt, furious, valiant, and cabinetless. One is indistinct, as if filled with smoke, and moves erratically, like an elf under the moon. And the sudden appearance of the voice made the two dueling figures stop at the same time. Afterwards, the girl in the tight-fitting, breathable ninja training suit took a few breaths. A hint of doubt appeared on her flushed cheeks. There are very few outsiders in the Kinka sect, not only because they're hermit sects, but also because of their code of conduct. The Balanced sect is not a partner of justice, a leader of the right path. On the contrary, the Balanced sect never cared about the dispute between good and evil. Whether you were a murderer or a world-destroying monster, the Balanced sect didn't care. We have only one thing to do: balance. If there are too many living beings and the world is on the verge of destruction, they will destroy some of them. If there are too few living beings and the world is struggling to develop, then they will become guardians of civilization. So normal people absolutely cannot accept this kind of strange thought. It is not to fight villains for justice, nor to destroy human beings for evil conspiracy. What kind of strange reason is this? Compared with Akali's doubts, Keenan, who is small but actually a big brother, is more straightforward when practicing against her. As soon as the electric current sounded, the Yordle born in the storm looked at Wang Hao vigilantly. Who are you, and why are you here? The fluffy Keenan's image at this moment is exactly the same as the image in his monastery skin. Coupled with the fact that Yordles are all cute, if it was a girl here, it would probably have been a WS. Then staring at the tons of damage caused by Juan Lation Prio, he hugged this fluffy guy in his arms and rubbed it. But Wang Hao's a man. Although men actually like cute things more than women, Keenan is also a man. So it turns out, go and play. Fiddled with his fingers a few times, Keenan, whose head was only as big as Wang Hao's palm, was turned around in circles by him. Then his eyes turned in circles, and he walked away in a daze. Zhao Zhao, Big Brother magazine. Akali yelled softly, but then withdrew her hand. Her small face was tense, and her gaze towards Wang Hao was still full of doubts. What do you want? Although Akali was told by the canon and reason, what she should do now is to be on guard. But in her heart, she couldn't feel the slightest bit of hostility towards the smiling man in front of her. He's like the sun in winter, is so warm on the face, people can't bear to avoid it. I'm here to show you the goldfish. Wang Hao showed his big white teeth, and his smile was very bright, just like the big brother next door who invites the little sister next door to play at home, pure and harmless. Why do you like things between men and women so much? On the steps, Carl was as quiet as a lady. Coupled with that beautiful face, and even under the robe, it still looks very proud and exquisite. Except for Wang Hao, I am afraid that there is no man who is not attracted to her. What is a thing between a man and a woman? Talking about love. Shouldn't this be the normal law of life development and the rule of the universe? Under the afterglow of the setting sun, I watched the disciples of the Balanced sect go down the mountain to go home to sleep, and they had to get up early tomorrow morning to farm. Later, I sat here with Carl and discussed the greatest philosophical topic in the universe. Love, the Styx galaxy I studied before, is a civilization of animals. There's almost no such thing as love. Survival and reproduction are instincts, which are driven by hormones. Carl frowned. It was hard for her to understand love. She didn't have it before, and she can't feel it now. On the contrary, I feel the corresponding physiological changes. When she sees Wang Hao, her body will have various wonderful reactions. Beast body is unreasonable. A pure beast civilization is not enough to be born into a civilization. At the end of civilization, either humans are so eclectic, or they go to the most extreme. Idle is idle. Wang Hao doesn't mind explaining something to Carl. What's more, this perfect body that he built with his own hands is quite seductive to look at. The civilizations of the universe are divided into several types. The civilization of a human race is taking a comprehensive development route, which contains infinite possibilities. When a technological civilization reaches the end, it will become an omnic civilization, and artificial intelligence will become a master. Besides, there are beasts. The direction that the body should have developed Zerg civilization. The brute force and biological energy of the body are brought into full play, and wisdom is concentrated on the only brainworm body, BC, through a special method. When it comes to the use of the body and biological energy, human beings are 10,000 times more powerful than insects. But bugs don't have intelligence, but humans do, and this is the advantage of humans. But what if there's no human being born, or the planet is not dominated by human beings, and the bugs develop into absolute overlords? Then the swarm consciousness will be born, similar to the collection of hive consciousness. So the power of the entire swarm will unite and become the most terrifying predator under pure natural creation. In contrast, it is a civilization that has developed mechanical civilization to the limit and intelligentized it to the limit. It may be that artificial intelligence is out of control, or it may be that a certain civilization eventually develops to upload consciousness directly to the internet in pursuit of immortality. Thus, the omnic civilization was born. The life of this civilization lives in the machinery, and what it develops is also the machinery. In the end, it will become the most terrifying existence of unnatural creations. And other than these two, it is the magic civilization or the cultivation civilization that does not conform to common sense. Practiced by absorbing the dark energy of the universe. Enter the multidimensional world, the high-dimensional world, the so-called ascension, detachment. Then are we a magical civilization? Behind the steps, AKA and Keenan, one big and one small, gathered in front of the door to eavesdrop on the conversation. It was said to be eavesdropping, but how could Wang Hao not notice their arrival? You are a magic civilization, but a magic civilization that has not developed. Because you haven't even stepped out of this world. Wang Hao pointed to the sky, the lowest standard of cosmic civilization, stepping out of the mother galaxy, not stepping out of the mother star, but stepping out of the mother galaxy. For example, people on Earth have to leave the solar system. Leaving Earth is nothing, and colonizing Mars is nothing. But if colonies and human settlements can be established in places outside the solar system, it means that humans on Earth have truly entered the interstellar era and become a cosmic civilization. Because only this kind of civilization will not be destroyed suddenly due to various emergencies on the mother planet, such as earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, food shortages, energy shortages, war crises, and so on. As for Valoran, let alone leaving the parent galaxy, they are still too early to leave this continent. Are you really from outside? What's so strange about this? Isn't there a lot of traversers in this world? There are still traversers in the Valoran world, but this traverser is not that traverser. This means from outland, from other worlds. Or take the initiative, such as a powerful projection, yes, that monkey, or passive, summoned by magic or other means, such as a big bug, because the bug fears Kogas in the void. In addition, Wang Hao still remembers that the classmate Li Qing in this world, the #1 film master in the canyon, has a golden right foot. Even if he is blind, it still doesn't affect his top jungler with Bengtsen Liu. He was a summoner, but because of a summoning accident, the body of a little boy he summoned was directly torn apart and died tragically because of his actions. So Li Qing burned his own eyes under self-blame and changed his job to become the owner of a massage shop, specializing in massage for the blind. Then can you take me to see it? Akali stared wide-eyed, completely different from her appearance in the yard. After all, she is a woman who will become a thorn in the sidelines in the future. Rebellious. This kind of thing must have happened since childhood. After Carl heard Akali's words, he took a deep look at Wang Hao. No matter how unmoved she was, she understood a little bit. Another little girl is hooked. Keenan stared at his little junior sister in surprise. Although he is a Yordle, Keenan, who has lived in the Kinka sect since he was a child, cannot understand Akali's thoughts. I want to go and see. My master and mother always talk about the meaning of the shadow fist, but they never tell me the meaning of being a human being. And I've been thinking for a long time, what is balance? Carl glanced at the young Akali in surprise. She thought she was a little girl who was simply fooled by the beauty and novelty of the outside world. But I didn't expect Akali to have such profound thoughts. She underestimated this female ninja. Stopping Keenan, who was still about to say something, Akali came out from behind the door and stood in front of Wang Hao. At the moment, she had already changed into a set of normal clothes and replaced the sweat-stained exercise clothes. But this set of Ionian-style uniforms is not enough to completely cover up the girl's exquisite figure. On the contrary, it added more vigor and vitality to her. They always tell me to watch and listen, so I'll watch now. Even the master of bitterness can't stop you. None of us have noticed your intrusion. Your strength is far stronger than the Kinka sect, and I can't feel the evil in your heart. Akali's words made Wang Hao laugh smugly. Let me just say, the love between men and women is the avenue of the combination of yin and yang in the universe. How could it be something so evil? The so-called phoenix, seeking Huang, is the most elegant tune. But having said that, Wang Hao was also surprised by Akali's maturity and her thinking about the Tao she was looking for under her seemingly immature face. He doesn't have much impression of the old version of Akali. That version of Akali is still an unpopular hero. Although Wang Hao has used it before, he is definitely not as proficient as other assassins, such as Jia and Youngblade. Especially Zed, before Akali's rework, the well-deserved king of assassins, after a flashy move, turned back, and with a snap, the opponent fell down. IT simply showed the assassin's profound meaning to the extreme. Invisible pretend, the deadliest. Hey, that's not right. The bitterness is still there. What about the calamity? Wang Hao suddenly thought of a Hit the Street, the 2019 Brainwashing Divine comedy movie stream. Ku said he didn't die, so shouldn't the calamity be in the balance sect? Moreover, like Akali, he should have a rebellious mind. Then, in a dark and windy night, he stabbed Ku Shua to death with a single blow and left with a scroll that recorded the Shadow secret technique, and has since become the master of Shadow Stream. This is the original origin story of Zed, and it has been changed after the rework, but Wang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, he is still a traitor of the Kinka sect in general. So Wang Hao looked directly at Akali with a firm face and Keenan with a cute face. Do you still have a brother named Jia? Akali glanced back at Keenan, then shook her head. Brothers do exist, but there's one called Jia. There isn't one. This is what Keenan said, because even though he is the youngest, in fact he is the big brother among the ninjas of this generation of Kinka sect. Because he was adopted by Kushuo since he was a child, he was the first to get started, including Shun all behind him. And he has said so, it can be seen that there's really no one named Jia in the sect of the Balance sect. That means changing the name after founding Shadow Stream. As for flowers, this is not difficult to guess, but it also made the Lord lose interest in continuing to get to the bottom of it. Not all the heroes he likes to play have to be discussed. The heroine is okay, and he likes to get to the bottom of it. But forget about the Lord of Shadow Stream. Let him and Shun, Shanghai kill each other. Since you have decided to leave with me, do you want to say goodbye to your mother? Akali's mother is naturally the Shadow Fist of this generation. She hasn't graduated yet, and hasn't inherited the title of Shadow Fist. But Akali's waywardness, or determination, somewhat exceeded Wang Hao's imagination. Hearing what he said, Akali just waved her head. No, it's troublesome to go back. When I figure out the answers to those questions, I will naturally come back and tell them. Have a personality. He touched Akali's head, and in exchange for the little girl's shy eyes, Wang Hao looked around again. Where's Carl? But at the moment in the temple, Carl Ma sat opposite to Ku Shua. Carl Ma's face was heavy, and Ku Shua's face was distorted. It could be said that it was extremely difficult. I have never seen such a strong man in my life. He has destroyed the balance. His power cannot be carried by the whole earth. I am afraid that only the distant Protoss can match it. I don't know the meaning of balance, but his appearance will be a huge amount of shock to everyone. That's why I hope you unite all the forces that could be united, just in case. No, Karl Ma, you don't understand. Although you have extraordinary abilities and possessed such a strong soul fire at a young age, his strength is still beyond your imagination. Hard to resist. Why did you go there just now? Walking on the path between the mountains, with Karl next to him and Akali behind, Wang Hao asked the returning Karl Ma. We went to discuss it, and think about how to deal with you. Karl Ma showed a bright smile. Well, Asgardians face a strong man with unknown reason and purpose, so they are on guard. Wang Hao is not angry. There is no need for it, since he came to the Marvel world, and since Nick Fury, every time he goes to a new world, there will always be people who think about it, because they are afraid of his power. Against him, because they are afraid. They are afraid that a Titan will step on the ants, and they are afraid that what they cherish in 470 will be destroyed by Wang Hao. They are also angry at their own weakness, angry at the injustice of the world. Although you may not believe it, you'd better get rid of this idea. The most powerful existence in Valoran, Al Rayleigh and Thor of the Protoss race. And that angel, even there in front of my brilliance. It's just like candlelight. Star-casting Dragon King. He is considered the most powerful creature in the League of Legends worldview. Listen to the name, Star. The stars are made by him. But so what? In Wang Hao's divine kingdom, there is now a king of magnetism pinching the stars. In addition, apart from the Dragon King, the most powerful should be Angel. This is an unrevised world, so Angel is not the god who still needs to ascend the rank of god to be able to metamorphosis. The Angel Kyle of this world is the prototype of Kaisha, the king of God who holds the sword of flame and judges everything. And she has survived for tens of thousands of years, and the war between her and Morgana has also been fought for tens of thousands of years. Under them, it was the turn of other Protoss, Bard, Zoe, Pantheon, and others. Further down, there's Xylan who has mastered the magic of time, wandering for 1,000 years, Asgardian rise of Valoran, Soraka with a demigod body, and so on. And then down, there are strong human practitioners and aliens, such as the Lich King Karl Sass. Another example is Makarim, the boss of the Shadow Isles. Yes, the centaurs are the bosses. Thresh, Tetsuo, and the Widow who belong to the Shadow Isle in this version are just the strong ones on the Shadow Isle, and at most they can be regarded as moderate lords. Then there will be Juggernaut, Karl Ma, LeBlanc, Shun, and Zed. Therefore, the stratification of power in the world of Valoran is still very obvious, and it is for this reason that Wang Hao told Karl Ma, don't waste your efforts in vain. The angels in this world might not be able to beat Keisha, who is currently staying in Wang Hao's Kingdom of God. As for the Dragon King, he might not be able to beat Wang Hao's younger brothers, let alone him. He has already been able to forge the universe, casting stars. That's what his younger brother can do. Abducted. Wang Hao suddenly thought that the speed of Magneto making balls felt a little slow. Although Wang Hao was not in a hurry, after so many years, he only made a small planet, barely about the size of the moon. I don't know if it's passive or what. Could it be because Wang Hao took Lorna and he to the courtyard behind the temple last time, so he was dissatisfied? But Lorna is 20 years old now. Between the galaxy, a creature with huge amounts of is wandering there. Its thick tail is swaying, and stars are swaying from time to time, forming a beautiful cosmic spectacle. Big Thor, you can actually sneeze. A weird little thing was running around on this huge amounts of dragon. The icy cosmic space and the ubiquitous powerful radiation seem to have no effect on this weird little thing. Not even dragon's flips caused her problems. Zoe, can you get off me? Do you know it's itchy, but I can't catch it. O'Reilly Thor looked helplessly at the little thing that suddenly appeared in front of him. Compared with him who can forge stars, this little thing is not as big as his fingernail. But if it weren't for the boring and uninteresting starry sky, it would be fun to have such a little thing with him. So how could he tolerate her various things? Unreasonable behavior. Itchy? Is that so? Two small hands suddenly stretched out and scratched near the Dragon King's nostrils. Although there is a huge difference in body size, Zoe is also a Protoss, and his strength has nothing to do with his file size. Ever since, Thor only felt another itch in his nose. IQ! Boom! The terrifying dragon flames shot out in an instant, annihilating a star that Thor had just pinched, turning it into ashes. Oh, I got into trouble. On Thor 4.8's head, Zoe covered her small mouth and said that she caused trouble, but the colorful stars around her showed that she was enjoying it all. Big Thor, I'll go first. See you next time. After finishing speaking, a passage opened directly, and Zoe's two short legs swayed upside down, following the spirit that came from the banquet just now, and disappeared in place. Wow, so beautiful. In the middle of the mountains and jungles, a small and exquisite figure suddenly emerged, eyes full of flowers and plants, green plants, and the setting sun in the distance. Twilight Shingling, who has always only seen the universe in his eyes, and the stars were disillusioned, couldn't be happier. I like it so much. I like this world so much. The door of space opened, and a tall figure walked out slowly from the door. Behind him was a woman whose figure was unconventional and who defied Newton and gravity. A woman with a devil figure, but an angel-like face. Or she's Angel. Angel Cool Ice. Where did they all go? Liang Bing walked out of the passage and put his head on Wang Hao's shoulder, looking affectionate. They're with me too, but in other universes. Billions of duplications, infinite incarnations. The brilliance of the sun illuminates billions of worlds, endless time and space. Wang Hao naturally has more than one body. Moreover, his human body is an incarnation, and his body has always been a minister of the kingdom of God. This is the level of the boss. He exists in infinite time and space at the same time, and his brilliance covers all worlds and all lives at the same time. Hee, that's good too, so no one will rob you from me. Liang Bing was very satisfied with 18's way of splitting up, but Wang Hao laughed immediately. Hey, I knew you would say that, so I brought other people over. Then under Liang Bing's astonished eyes, Qiang Wei and Qilin came out from behind them one after another. Humph. For Wang Hao's scumbag behavior, Lung Bing gritted his teeth angrily, but after looking at it for a while, he was relieved to find that there were only 3 of them. You still have a conscience. Among the girls, Yuan Shui and Xiangwei have the best relationship. Because the time and space gene in Xiangwei's body was originally researched by her, and Xiangwei's first happy time was also spent on a bed of cold ice. Seeing that Xiangwei appeared instead of Kaisha, although Liang Bing regretted not being able to monopolize Wang Hao for a period of time, she was not so angry. So where's this place? Arriving at the new world, Xiangwei and Qilin looked around. This place is obviously not the Earth, but it has a fixed star system similar to the Earth. With Qilin's eyesight, she could even see the star map and the moon outside. From all aspects, this planet is too similar to the Earth, but again, this is obviously not the Earth. But Wang Hao walked aside and looked down at the town in the distance before he opened his arms and said loudly, "Here is the Great Route. Chambord Islands." The auction house located on Island Number 1 has always been the most prestigious building and signboard in this archipelago. Its popularity is even higher than that of the bubble playground that makes countless children linger. Today, this auction house welcomed several special guests. Wow, that man looks so strange. Liang Bing opened his mouth wide, looking in surprise at the man with 2 joints in his arm. That's the long-handed clan. Then, is that person a long-legged man? Qilin pointed to a person sitting in the corner and said, then quickly took her hand back. In battle, she is the heroic Kamigwa number 1 sniper. But in reality, in daily life, she is the most approachable and quiet Qilin. Smart. The composition of this world is a bit special. It's not uncommon to have long hands and long legs. You'll see more interesting ones later. Wang Hao quickly found a row of seats and then greeted a few women to sit down. The auction has not yet started, and the seats are not yet full. And accompanied by bursts of exclamations, the seats in the auction house gradually became scarce. So handsome. What a beautiful woman. The configuration of handsome men and beautiful women will always attract everyone's attention at the first time no matter where it is. Wang Hao's sunny temperament, coupled with that face without blind spots. Even if that kind of charm is not used, it is difficult for many women to look away. Not to mention the 3 daughters of Liang Bing. They are all products of genetic engineering. Their genes are close to perfection, and their appearance has no dead ends. With their own unique temperament, it is no different from a powerful medicine for men. Especially Liang Bing, she is not as cold as Xiangwei, nor is she shy to show off like Qilin. Her charm, she is always unafraid to bloom. Beauty, can I get to know you? Go away. Hey, that's great. With the temperament of the demon queen, Liang Shui can make mortals lose any ability to resist in just a blink of an eye. By the way, you don't show them 983, but you still want to show your charm. Aren't you a bully? Seeing several guys dressed like medieval nobles being scolded by Liang Bing and then running away in desperation, Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. I'm being watched? Would you like to? You don't talk nonsense. That's fine. I'm the demon queen. It's my job to show my charm. They don't see it. What does that have to do with me? Besides, if I don't bully people, am I still a demon? What you said is so reasonable. I am speechless. Boom. Wang Hao and the others were still waiting for the auction to start, chatting to pass the time, but suddenly heard a strange sound outside. It was as if something huge and heavy was taking steps. Then, the door opened, and 2 strangely dressed guys walked in slowly, surrounded by people. Tian Longren. It is the Lord Tian Longren who has come. Dragon people? For a group of genetically modified people who became gods, language barriers naturally do not exist. After all, their transformation and strengthening is not only physical strength, the same is true for the brain. Even wormhole transport can be calculated, not to mention learning a new language. So Qiangwei and the others could hear, clearly, Tianlong people. Are they descendants of Sky Dragon? With curiosity in her eyes, Qilin looked at Wang Hao beside her. According to her cognition, being able to call herself by this name must have some kind of dragon blood. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao shook his head with a disdainful and funny expression on his face. No, there are dragons in this world, but they're definitely not descendants of dragons. Tian Longren is just a joke played by some people in the palm of their hands. Wang Hao's words did not dispel the doubts, and the 3 women, including Liang Bing, looked at the entrance. The first thing that appeared was a big man like a titan. Or, to ordinary people, this is Titan. A person who is at least 3 or 4 meters tall, even if he lies on the ground with his hands and feet together, is only a little lower than a grown man standing. And the prison clothes on his body, the collar around his neck, and the person sitting on his back holding the chain tied to the collar. All of these have shown his identity as a slave. Xiangwei's eyes turned cold, and she stepped into a state of advanced civilization, or in other words, the more advanced the civilization, the more intolerable the situation of slaves would be. Civilization is the progress of science and technology, but it is also the progress of morality. Hundreds of years ago, no one on Earth would have thought that there would be an animal protection association. After eating and drinking, human beings finally have time and energy to care about the endangered species around them and those small creatures that should not be treated badly. This is true for animals, let alone humans. Slavery, this thing that has disappeared on the Earth, at this moment, Xiangwei witnessed it with both eyes. Then she set her gaze on the man on the slave's back. Xiangwei was startled by the bloated costume, the transparent helmet, the obese face, and the slightly chaotic eyes. She originally thought that the so-called slave owner should be a shrewd, capable, and extremely powerful person. At worst, it should be someone who has a city in his chest, even if his hands are not strong enough, but has profound wisdom. But what is going on with this demented guy in front of him? Before Qiangwei was surprised, the rest of the people in the auction house had already stood up and saluted the group of people who came in. The status of Tianlong people is extremely noble and supreme. Even the most vicious pirates in the sea dare not provoke them. After all, no one can withstand the destruction of a general. Are we getting up? Qilin looked at Wang Hao. She didn't want to cause trouble to others, even Wang Hao. Or for her, If standing up can avoid a dispute, then stand up. You have to learn to adapt. Strong hands grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. Feeling the firm chest and warm breath, Qi Lin blushed, but she heard Wang Hao say again, as the king of God, the woman of the gods, let alone a Tianlong person. Even if the real Tianlong is here, you have to trample it under your feet arrogantly, and then ask it, why doesn't it kneel down and salute in front of you? Presumptuous. Bold. Wang Hao's words were not concealed at all, even quite loud and wild. Therefore, when everyone stood up in silence and watched the Tianlongren enter the arena, his voice undoubtedly attracted people's attention. And when they finished listening, when they listened to the undisguised contempt and ridicule of the pair of Tianlong people, although they had nothing to do with them, they still shouted at Wang Hao and others enthusiastically. Shut up, ants. Looking across, a group of ants seemed to be facing the dragon for a moment. Their breathing was stagnant, their eyes were constricted, and their muscles were so tense that they couldn't speak. Liang Bing, show Qilin. What should I do at this time? Wang Hao stood up with Qilin in his arms, but his gaze was directed towards the audience, to be precise, the backstage of the auction house. There was a pair of eyes looking out through the curtain. Ha ha, arrogant. I'm good at this. Liang Bing stood up, came to the aisle from his seat, and stood in front of the Lord Tianlongren. You are so beautiful. Although the appearance is a little demented. After all, closely Li's relatives have been intermarried for generations, so the dementia rate among Tianlong people is extremely high. But this guy's a bit discerning. After seeing the cold ice, he was actually in the body with fat fingers. Well, I have some eyesight, so I'll hit it lightly. But as soon as Liang Bing finished speaking, he heard the fat Tianlong man say again, I've decided I'm going to arrest you as my wife. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the seventh wife. Ride a big horse he. A stupid face does not mean a pure mind. Just because people are stupid doesn't mean they aren't bad. Hearing the nonsense of the so-called Tianlong people in front of him, the corners of Liang Bing's mouth suddenly rose, and rare anger appeared in his eyes. Catching an old woman as a wife and riding a horse? D. With a stare, accompanied by the cold voice of Liang Bing, a powerful and vast impact crushed towards the fat bug sitting on the person. The demon queen reigned supreme over countless demons on the demon star. At the same time, the angel legion apocalypse Wang Liang Bing, who holds the ultimate power of the universe. How can such a noble status be insulted by mere bug-like existence? There are quite a few people who covet Morgana's beauty, and Liang Bing does not take it as an offense. On the contrary, it is the embodiment of her charm. The men were desperate for her favor, but they couldn't get it. Liang Bing's love belongs to that man only. But the bug-like guy in front of him had a disgusting smile on his obese face, and lust and delusion in his seemingly stupid eyes. It's okay to eat her body, because others can't eat it, but want to trample her as some kind of lowly creature. That's enough to pay for it. This price is only one. What? Liang Bing's perfect control allowed her power to avoid everyone else. And under this strong shockwave, the bedbug wrapped in the luxurious clothes 173 turned into a complete mess of rotten meat. Not an adjective, but a noun. Not even the minced meat. The minced meat is minced bit by a meat grinder, and the minced meat is smashed with a heavy hammer. Hot and humid blood flowed all over his back, and the big man lying on the ground didn't know what happened. He was the captain of a pirate ship. After fighting the Navy, when all the members were exhausted, he was targeted by the slave capture team, and the whole regiment was captured and became slaves. In the past year, he has suffered a lot of humiliation, from being the freest person in the sea to being a prisoner, being tortured and humiliated, but he is powerless to resist. The explosive collar around his neck makes it impossible for him to resist and escape. But today, things seem to be different. Sorry, I understand you're back again. Jambal raised his head, which had been lowered for a year, and looked in front of him. She's so beautiful. This was the first thought Jambal had. And then, seeing Liang Bing's bright smile and outstretched arms, Jambal felt a kind of warmth that he hadn't seen for a long time. For the first time in over a year, he was treated as a human being, not a slave. Oh, I don't deserve it. Jambal suddenly shrank back. He is just a slave, and he is not worthy of this noble lady, who is more beautiful and gentle than the most beautiful queen, the loveliest princess. Liang Bing tilted his head, looking at the big man in front of him in puzzlement. Although she once advocated chaos and order, it doesn't mean she won't sympathize with the weak. She's an angel too, and all the demons who follow her are willing. They are all overwhelmed by her personal charm, not by her strength. I'm just a slave. No one is born a slave. It's just something someone else puts on you. Get rid of it. Boom. Jambal was struck by lightning, just as he woke up that day to find that he had been engraved with dragon hoof prints and wearing an explosive collar. Get out of it, Jambal muttered, but then he looked down at the explosive collar, BB, around his neck. El can't do it. If he could, he would have fled long ago. Why wait until now? Liang Bing's wisdom naturally also saw that there was something wrong with the collar, but she didn't directly help him take it off, but continued to talk. If you don't try, how do you know you can't do it? Or do you want to continue to be a slave who is not even considered a human being, and you don't want to be a free person for a moment? Muddy tears oozed from Jambal's eyes. A giant man who was stronger than O'Neill, his mouth was pursed, tears streaming down his face. No, I want to be free. I am the freest person on the sea. I am Jambal, the leader of the pirates, not a slave. Lifting his hands from the ground, as the Dracos mount, he crawled on all fours for a year. But now, these hands are about to break free from the shackles in their hands and run towards freedom again. What? A powerful big hand pulled towards the collar, which immediately triggered the protection, and the sound of jingling began to resound continuously. But Jambal didn't shrink back. His eyes were extremely firm, and he was still holding on to the collar firmly. Even if it is death, today he will die freely, not as a slave. Very good. Seeing such a scene, Liang Bing showed a smile on his face, and then flicked his fingers. The hard collar seemed to be cut by a sharp knife, and it was instantly torn into 2 pieces by Jambal. He didn't have time to be dazed, and quickly threw it away to a place where there was no one else. Boom! The violent explosion made me feel terrified and ecstatic in my heart. He is free. And it was only then that he realized that the nightmare-like existence on his back, the guy who trampled his soul and his body, had disappeared. All that was left was a puddle of flesh on the ground, as well as the shocked gazes and screams of everyone around. At the same time, a piercing siren sounded in Mary Joya, and in the headquarters of the Navy headquarters, the telephone bug issued a fierce, urging sound. The Tianlong people are dead. No matter who they are, use their lives to be buried with them. He's dead. Jambal, who had just regained his freedom, looked at the muddy meat on the ground, and the excitement on his face instantly turned into shock and fear. What's the matter? He's dead. Are you so scared? Standing beside Jambal, Liang Bing looked at the panicked crowd around him. She is not stupid, so she naturally knows that this guy is weak, but his status is not ordinary. But so what? Is her identity just ordinary? This is Tianlong people. General is coming soon. Jambal murmured. Go quickly. Leave here quickly. If you are later, it will be too late. Jambal turned his head to look at Liang Bing beside him, and couldn't help saying loudly. He couldn't bear to see this beautiful and noble lady suffer any harm. He has crossed the sea for so many years, worked hard on the great voyage, and has countless bloodstains on his hands. But he is unwilling to see Liang Bing suffer even a little damage. Seeing his performance like this, Liang Bing nodded in satisfaction. Remember, kid, from now on you will be my man, and I am Morgana, your incomparable queen. Liang Bing opened her arms, as she said. An incomparable aura spread, impacting the chaotic auction house. Suddenly, those screaming and running around at the same time fainted and fell to the ground as if they were hit on the head with a sledgehammer. What a terrifying overlord color. Behind the curtain, the white-haired old man was deeply moved. He had never felt such a strong, domineering look, even in Whitebeard and Roger. Although it seems that the destructive power is not that exaggerated, he knows that this is just the result of deliberate restraint. Once fully released, its power is enough to change the color of the world. The best proof is that even sitting here, he can feel the coercion above the soul. And who is he? As the deputy of One Piece, people in Jianghu are called Pluto Rayleigh, who can make him feel coercive. How many people can there be in this world? The weather has changed. The strong man who suddenly appeared. The most important thing is that she also killed a Tianlongren. Will you fight for me? Looking up at the shocked Jambal, Liang Bing withdrew her mental oppression. She hadn't pretended for a long time, and she was a little rusty. Jambal just paused for a moment, then said immediately, very good, then your strength is still not enough. Let me see. Oops, I didn't bring my demon gene. Liang Bing searched in her inventory, only to find that she went out to travel and left all those family properties to Achuo and the others. Husband. Wang Hao was holding Qi Lin on the booth of the auction house. He planned to go to the backstage to see the old man. I don't have the devil gene. Do you have anything that can improve your strength? Use it for me. Liang Bing put on a pitiful look. Her image changed drastically, and she was very different from the domineering and unparalleled queen before. Jambal on the side was stunned. However, he also noticed Wang Hao, who was begged by Liang Bing, but saw that he just thought for a while and then took out a fruit from his hand. This is a special product of this world, and its name is also related to you, devil fruit, because after eating it, you will gain the power of the devil and possess unimaginable power. The so-called devil fruit is actually just some kind of biotechnology, similar to Wang Hao's mutant super soldier. In pirate world, no matter how you look at it, is a huge amounts of biological laboratory. Long-handed tribe, long-legged tribe, Aquaman Titan tribe, small human tribe, Sky Islanders, Fur tribe, and Murlocs. It is difficult for these species to evolve in nature to appear in one world, and apart from biological experiments, there's no other reason at all. Not to mention the unique geographical structure of One Piece world. The Great Airway and the Red Earth continent evenly divided the world into 4 parts, which was even less likely to be formed naturally. Devil fruit. After receiving the strange fruit thrown by Wang Hao, Liang Bing tossed it twice casually, but her demon engine did not have similar technical reserves, so she did not calculate the result for a while. Do you want to eat? Looking at the devil fruit in Liang Bing's hand, Jambal is still very familiar with it. Even Tianlongren has an extremely sufficient number of devil fruits, but he is the lowest level Mount Slave, and he is not yet qualified to be forced to eat devil fruits. Eat. Jambal took the fruit from Liang Bing's hand and delivered it to his mouth without any hesitation. After one bite, the sweet and delicious juice poured into the mouth, which made Jambal's face show a hint of surprise. Although he has never eaten a devil fruit before, but from others, doesn't it taste like shit? Of course, he didn't know that it was just an imitation made by Wang Hao himself. He said it was a devil fruit, but in fact it was just some kind of oral serum that could give people strengthening and super ability. What? There was another roar, and Jambal raised his head and roared. The strengthening serum, coupled with the super ability gene, caused huge amounts of changes in his body. And above the Chambord Islands, a ray of light rushed straight down from the holy land of Mary Joya, heading towards the auction house. The change in Qianbal did not make Wang Hao take it to heart. After all, it's not really a devil fruit. It's just a super soldier serum with super abilities. From the point of view of effect alone, it is not much different from devil fruit. Or the essence of devil fruit is like this. When Jambal ate his special devil fruit, Wang Hao continued to turn his head and walk backstage. Qilin followed him step by step, and the two soon came behind the curtain. Different from the chaotic situation in front, the background is very quiet, which makes people a little scared. When the two of them walked in, pairs of eyes suddenly lifted up and looked at them. 990, when a pair of godless and desperate eyes fall on you. It is an extremely shocking sight. Rao Qilin was a police officer, a soldier, and personally experienced bloody battles on the battlefield. Seeing such a scene still inevitably touched her heart. She understands that these people are slaves. They have all become commodities, goods on the shelves, non-human beings. But more importantly, they were denied their rights as human beings. Well, you want to rescue them? But you have to know that even if we let them out, they will still have no peace, they will be hunted down, they will be wanted, and countless people will take their heads to claim the bounty, to please Big Shot. Wang Hao was still smiling, and his smile made those who looked at him feel warm in their hearts, and the original anxiety, panic, despair, and pain gradually disappeared. The only way to save them is to change from the source, to change the world. Having said that, Wang Hao turned his head to look at Qi Lin, staring straight in her eyes, not allowing her to avoid it in the slightest. But she didn't hide either. This woman, who was soft on the outside and strong on the inside, nodded heavily after taking a deep look at him. Then let's change it. Didn't you just say that you want me to get used to my identity? How about starting from this world? There was a look of approval in Wang Hao's eyes. If it was him, he wouldn't bother to take care of such things. There are too many injustices in the world. Unless it gets on my own head, how can Wang Hao have the time to take care of it? But it's different when Qilin takes care of her. Her heart is far from that of Xiangwei and Liangbing. She does understand the meaning of eternity, just like Wang Hao did before. Before traveling through many worlds, Wang Hao was like an ordinary super ability user, but he was so strong that he had no opponents. But now, he has already seen through everything. The darkness and injustice in the world are nothing but passing clouds, as long as you are happy. But Qilin's spirit of being a partner of justice in the past has not disappeared, which is also her characteristic. It's just that her way of doing things has to change. What are we going to do? Qilin asked after looking at the slaves again. First of all, to overthrow the world government? Impossible. It is more troublesome to rebuild a brand new government. It is not impossible to reform from top to bottom, because the world government has not rotted to the root, but the top is rotten. Therefore, eradicate, just drop them. As he spoke, Wang Hao looked towards the corner, and his eyes fell on the face he was once very familiar with. Rayleigh, how about giving you a chance to change the world? Ugh. Rayleigh, who had been sitting in the corner watching, sighed. He still didn't escape. He thought he was restrained enough. But it seems that these two people seem to be aiming at him from the beginning. Sorry, I've already changed the world once. Rayleigh raised his head, and through his glasses, his eyes fell on Wang Hao and Qi Lin, and then he was startled. Even he, the most knowledgeable person alive in the world, couldn't help admiring him. What a pair of characters, like a golden boy and a jade girl. Especially that man, a man as noble as the sun. The age of great voyages is not called change, and what Roger opened at that time has nothing to do with you. As the left hand of One Piece, you are ready to retire with peace of mind? You're not old, definitely not old. Rayleigh just looks old, but in fact he is not more than 50 years old. Although except for the monster garb, the strength of others will decline rapidly after passing through middle age due to years of fighting and wandering at sea. But Riley didn't look like an overworked person by any means. Besides, even if he's really old, Wang Hao can make him younger again. Sorry, I don't know who you two are. Rayleigh changed the subject. He didn't plan to follow anyone except One Piece. Just let him grow old in the soil at 3.5 and occasionally help those newcomers with coding. Roger cheated him into taking a boat that afternoon, plus decades of time. How could he get on it twice when he got on it once? He is not stupid. Oh. The invisible power suddenly surrounded Rayleigh. Rayleigh's arms trembled, and the strength that was enough to push the Titan down seemed useless here. No matter whether it is armed color or some extraordinary swordsmanship, it is completely useless. All I saw was that Rayleigh was caught in front of Wang Hao out of thin air, and then a warm force poured into his body handle. In One Piece world, due to the existence of devil fruit, there will be some unimaginable and unimaginable things. Coupled with the establishment of the idea of an alien biological experiment site, Pirate World can actually be named after a world full of miracles. But what miracle could compare to this? When the warm light poured into the body, the skinny torso, the gray hair, the vicissitudes of life, and the loose skin all received sufficient nutrition at this moment. Then, they began to change towards their youthful appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white hair turns black and blue. The muscles become plump and firm again. The skin is firm and elastic, and the age spots all fade away. Especially those eyes, the reading glasses that had to be worn because of old age lost their meaning at this moment. The turbid eyes become clear and bright, and everything is clear before the eyes again. Rayleigh looked at his hands and felt the power called youth surging in his body. He had seen too many miracles and miracles. At this moment, he couldn't help but marvel. You, who are you? There's no need to explain. Wang Hao is too lazy to explain to others, so he directly instilled some kind of information into Rayleigh's mind. Sun God, Rayleigh muttered to himself, and his eyes showed various emotions such as yearning, respect, shock, and worship. This is the real God. This is the real great being. Even if he is the left hand of One Piece, the greatest vice captain, the finder of the great treasure, Rayleigh the Pluto. But his achievements are only limited to the sea and the minister of people. How does he compare to a great God who created the fixed star and shines in the heavens? But he is Rayleigh after all. Unlike those stupid pirates, he is the deputy of the pirate king, the one who can go to the end with Roger. And this also proves that he is the same person as Roger. My heart is higher than the sky. They never obey anyone and never bow to others easily. Roger bowed his head when he was about to die, betting his life on a new era, and now Raleigh also bowed his head. Elle thought Roger was right. He could really start a new era and take the world in a new direction. But now it seems. Rayleigh's eyes were full of nostalgia for his best friend from the past. I'm afraid Luo Jie never dreamed that there would be an existence like Wang Hao more than 10 years after his death. What do you want me to do? Rayleigh, who repeats his youth, is tantamount to living again. But he also understands that all this is not without cost. He can't resist Wang Hao. Wang Hao can make him infinitely alive and can also make him instantly old and turn into dust. It's not what I want you to do. It's what she wants you to do. Wang Hao pointed to Qilin, who was at the side. This is Qilin's game. He just played with her. With Wang Hao's advice, Qilin also understood that the gray-haired person in front of her should be the legendary hermit. So she didn't have hesitation and started asking him about all kinds of things in this world. She wants to prove herself, and she also wants to experience the feeling of being superior and dominating everything from an extraordinary perspective. Layli knew that Qilin and Wang Hao were not from this world, so he didn't hide anything about these problems, and he knew everything without saying anything. But without saying a few words, he looked up into the sky. Maybe we'll have to wait until later. Rayleigh smiled wryly, and only then did he realize that he had been ignoring the commotion ahead. This matter had nothing to do with him before, but now it has something to do with him. You don't need to worry about it, just leave it to Liang Bing. However, Wang Hao stopped him and asked him to continue telling Qilin about the world. He's just a general, and the demon heroine is enough to deal with him. Boom. The light fell, and the yellow ape who had rushed from Mary Joya fell to the ground, and the roof of the auction house was crushed by him. The death of Tianlong was a major event that had never happened before, and both the Navy and the world government needed an explanation. Yeah, let me see who dares to be so crazy. Strange lazy voice and strange accent, as if he was indifferent to everything. However, Jambal understood that this was an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Jambal turned around, protecting the cold ice behind his back. After strengthening and ability awakening, he is now covered with scales and hair, with a thick tail and pair of black wings, plus goat hoofs and sharp forehead horns. The devil, the real bad news appeared in front of people. I am the animal type, human fruit, devil fruit ability user. The real devil fruit is the same devil fruit form as the human fruit Buddha fruit in the Warring States period. Definitely, this is just the name given by Wang Hao, and it is actually the appearance of the X-gene of Hellfire Club's Red Devil after being strengthened. What a horrible smell. Huang Yuan looked at the guy who was 3 meters tall and exuded an evil aura all over his body. Although his expression was still casual, his eyes were a little more serious. He naturally knows how strong the Buddha fruit of Warring States Martial is, and the devil fruit, which is the same variety as the Buddha fruit, may not be too weak. That being the case, then act first. The golden light flashed past, reflecting the ultimate speed. Speed is the simplest, yet most eternal force in the universe. When the speed reaches the extreme, no matter how small the force is, it will be infinitely magnified. And on the entire sea, among the countless ability users, in terms of speed, this person who can turn into light is undoubtedly the fastest one. Light speed kick. Although it is impossible for Huang Yuan's famous stunt to reach the real speed of light, the move named after the speed of light shows how terrifying the speed of this move is. A little golden light comes first, and then destroys the enemy and destroys the army. Kyangbal, whose image has changed drastically, never imagined that the famous admiral would make a direct move without warning. What's more, Huang Yuan didn't have the slightest bit of strength to spare once he made a move. This is not surprising. The death of Tianlongren is enough to shake the world. If the murderer cannot be taken down, if everyone cannot be given an explanation, the prestige of the world government will be discredited, and the deterrent power of the admiral will be greatly weakened. As the most powerful force in the Navy, the admiral is more of a deterrent effect. Even if it is as strong as the 4 emperors, it is impossible to face the attacks of 2 generals at the same time. This kind of deterrence made many pirates who galloped the great route think of fleeing instead of counterattacking when facing the Navy. This not only reduces a lot of losses for the Navy. After all, if anyone who sees a Navy warship will go up and touch it, the casualties of a Navy will become an open number. Moreover, this kind of deterrence also allows the Navy to have a steady stream of new forces pouring in. People know that the most powerful in the sea is the Navy, not a group of pirates. Therefore, in a strategic sense, the general cannot lose, nor can he lose. If the general makes a move, it will either be a sure kill, or the Navy will try its best to encircle the opponent to death. Even if the 4 emperors are defeated, it will attract countless new pirates to provoke them. And if the general loses, it's not just the pirates who lose fear of the Navy. Jambal flew high and quickly landed with huge amounts of body, but he didn't stop the castration, but continued to skim over the ground. A deep ravine was plowed in the not-so-solid ground of the Chambord Islands. The figure is also constantly rolling, and the blood is splattered like it doesn't cost money. A bloodthorn hula, a blood hole the size of an ordinary person's head appeared between his chest and abdomen. But even seeing his opponent in such a state of embarrassment and rolling over and over, Huang Yuan still didn't show a smile. Huang Yuan's eyes froze slightly. After being so severely injured, he didn't die. He hit with all his might. Although it doesn't look very powerful, this move is enough to instantly kill any lieutenant general. Except for the existence above the level of the captain of the 4 emperors, no one can catch this move and be safe. And Chang Al looked at himself in surprise after rolling for a long time, and finally smashed heavily on the pillars of the auction house, collapsing the pillars supporting the roof. Although his chest was in severe pain, he did not die. Not only did he not die, he felt that he was still full of strength. The wound on his chest was healing rapidly, and this powerful demon body was recovering at an unimaginable speed. Haha, so strong, such powerful demon power, General, so what? Jambal suddenly got up from the ground, and then roared. The anger of being enslaved and oppressed for more than a year broke out completely at this moment. Boom! Jambal's speed is very fast. He is the captain on the Great Voyage. If he was not rescued by Liang Bing today, he would be rescued by Death Surgeon Luo in the near future and become a member of his ship. Since he can be favored by Luo, his strength is naturally not weak, and with the strengthening of the Devil Fruit, his strength may have surpassed the current Luo. But Kizaru is a general. Even if Luo, who is in the most prosperous period in the future, goes to crusade against Kaido with Lu Fei, it is impossible for love to defeat Kizaru. So Jambal struck faster than he came back. Wow! Crying out in pain, Jambal vomited blood, and the wounds on his body were unbearable to look at. But as always, the speed of recovery from the injury allowed him to stand up again within a few breaths. Can't kill it? It's really troublesome. Amazon Cloud Sword. The seriousness in Huang Yuan's eyes became deeper and deeper, and the difficulty of the demon's body exceeded his imagination. He has seen people with a strong body, and what they get after awakening in the animal department is vitality beyond imagination. But even those monsters couldn't possibly possess such terrifying resilience. Or is this resilience the hallmark of the demon's body? Whoa! Accompanied by Kyangbal's roar of Zhao, he stood up again and suddenly stretched out his hand to roll the spoon. Immediately, the surrounding ground was scorched black, and at the same time, on his arms and back, there were also very hideous bone armor and sharp claws. All exhaling a mouthful of hot air, Jambal's eyes were scarlet, and he looked at the yellow monkey with a strong fighting spirit. The stature exploded. This time, Kyangbal's speed was much faster than before, and Huang Yuan, as a general, was easily defeated by Changbar in a wave. The difference in strength between the two is too great, and Kyangbar has only just obtained the fruit ability, and there's still a long way to go before catching up. But this attack also made Huang Yuan even more frightened. This fruit is so strong, a fruit I've never seen before. There is no force or individual in One Piece world that can compare with the world government. The Devil Fruit illustration book alone is comparable to the mushroom bomb reserves of modern countries. As a powerful force that has been passed down for hundreds of years, the world government has collected and sorted out countless materials and information about devil fruits. Natural, Superman, animal, rare animal phantom, etc. It can be said that there are almost no fruit abilities in this world that the world government does not know or know about. As an admiral of the Navy, these so-called confidential information are naturally not confidential to Huang Yuan. After all, if you encounter an unfamiliar fruit ability when you're on a mission, you accidentally find the way of the other party. For example, if you are accidentally photographed by a childlike fruit ability, even a general may overturn. Therefore, the yellow ape has a good understanding of all the fruit abilities recorded by the world government, their weaknesses, restraint methods, and some special effects. These things are well known to the yellow ape, but the human fruit is a branch of the devil fruit. This fruit is the first time the yellow monkey has seen it, and it has never been seen in the fruit illustration book. 387, but no matter what, the opponent has already attacked. Clang! Tian Songyun, sword, slashed out. Huang Yuan relaxed his attacking pace, intending to spend a little time to figure out the opponent's way. The black shark claws collided with the light-changing Tiankanjian sword, and the previous scene of Jambal collapsing at the touch of a touch changed for the first time. Clang! It was another blow, with a strong force piercing the air, and it grabbed the yellow monkey's cheek with a lot of anger. This grasping force is heavy, and the strength of Kyangbar, who is strong again, is much stronger than before. Especially the black flame wrapped around the sharp claws. Hissing in the air, Huang Yuan was surprised to find that his Tiankanjian sword was corroded again. Invisible's armed arrogance is wrapped around the sword, and the yellow ape is brisk. Although Zifa has criticized him for relying too much on fruit abilities, but he could become a Navy general, Bai, and his physical skills are naturally impossible to be so unbearable. What? After the flesh and blood were torn apart by a sword, Jambal grunted in pain, but the attack in his hand became more and more fierce. Aware of his almost infinitely regenerating body, he began to use the famed stunt of the source of the ability, a guy named Wolverine. Do not die. You cut me once, I scratch you once. You stab me 3 times, I scratch you 3 times. No matter how much you stab, my regenerative healing factor will recover in a while. But if you're stabbed once by me, you will definitely die within 3 minutes. There's no need to learn this, and the completely self-taught style of play was quickly mastered by Kyangble, and then he rushed towards Huang Yuan. Where's the scary guy? The Tiankanjian sword in his hand is blocked from the left and the right, and the 6 moves are used alternately. Huang Yuan didn't use other abilities, and he perfectly suppressed the reckless Kyangbar just by relying on physical skills. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered. Jambal screamed in pain, but the more it hurt, the more mad he became, like a mad dog, about to bite off a piece of flesh from the yellow ape. Tough fellow. Although his physical skills completely crushed the opponent, even though he created countless scars on the opponent's body. Although so far, Jambalda has not even touched the yellow ape. But the seriousness and anxiety in Huang Yuan's eyes became more and more serious. He couldn't figure out why there was such a terrible fruit ability in this world. No matter what kind of damage it is, it can be recovered. Armed color. He has already used the armed color from the first kick from the first meeting, but the armed color can expand the injury, but it cannot make Jambal unable to recover. And most importantly, with the continuation of the battle, Kyangble is still getting stronger constantly. The aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger, and the burning black flames wrapped around his body are about to completely envelop him. And that black flame can actually burn the sharp sword he condensed with light energy, and even the armed color he wrapped around the sword consumes faster than usual. It seems that this is the only way. The sharp sword in his hand disappeared immediately. Huang Yuan turned around, shaved, and used it directly, and disappeared into Jambal's eyes, and when he reappeared, it was already behind him. Boom! The powerful kick at the speed of light kicked Changbar into the air. Compared with the first meeting, that kick directly opened a big hole in Jambal's chest. This time, the equally powerful kick only made a hollow in Jambal's chest, and then quickly recovered. But this blow also caused Huang Yuan and Jambal to pull away directly, and looking around, a group of naval soldiers from the one group and the first group were encircling here. And the yellow ape also found what he wanted. Seastone chains designed to deal with those with strange abilities. You stop first. A soft voice rang in the ears of Jambal, who was getting up angrily. The rising anger was suddenly contained at this moment, and then quickly dissipated. Why are you still here? Seeing Liang Bing appearing beside him, Jambal thought she had left long ago. Call me your lady queen. Besides, I'm not interested in watching my little brother being abused. If you can't beat him, then rest on the sidelines. It just so happens that I haven't been active for a long time. In fact, if the opponent is a little weaker, and Barnu can still compete with it through hard work, Liang Bing will not make a move. After all, although she loves her subordinates, she wins their love and is called an incomparable queen. But she's not the kind of person who can't stand the bloodshed. It's just that the yellow ape is too strong, and Changbar's starting point is too weak. A pirate captain with a bounty of less than 100 million, let alone a super soldier serum. Even if he is given the blood of a Kryptonian, he will have to spend a year or so in the sun before he is eligible to compete with the general. Therefore, since he knew that Qiang Bear was not the opponent of Huang Yuan, Liang Bing would naturally not continue to sit idly by. My lady queen. Jambal looked at Liang Bing standing in front of him and was moved to tears. He has never felt this kind of warmth and the care of others. Your Majesty Queen, don't worry, I will protect you with all my might. The blood in Jambal's body felt like it was boiling. He roared, roaring wantonly at the group of surrounded naval soldiers. A terrifying coercion permeated the surroundings. Overlord color? Huang Yuan frowned slightly, and the soldiers around him were swaying left and right. This is indeed an expression of dominance, but it is a little different. No, Overlord's color is not just a simple mental shock. It is a kind of talent, the talent of the strong. The owner can not only use shock and awe, but also the attack power and combat power will be improved accordingly. Mental shock is only the most superficial manifestation of the Overlord's color, and it is only for Qing Xiaobing. The real mystery of Overlord color lies in its improvement to the owner. Why are Overlords so much stronger than others? Overlord color may be the reason. It is more like a halo, a buff effect, similar to the red buff that increases the damage and slows down the attack, and the blue buff can increase the buff that is the same as the blue buff. And these, in Jamber's body, the yellow ape has not found it yet. In other words, this Overlord-like mental impact may still be part of the fruit ability. Troublesome ability, Huang Yuan said again. But no matter what, he's got what he wanted. Even if he is the four emperors, after being tied up, he can only be caught without a fight. No one in this world can resist the capture of the general after being bound by He Lushi. There will not be before, and there will not be now. But what surprised Huang Yuan was that the majestic and domineering Qiangbal was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Stinky boy, what are you doing screaming around? Your ears are going to be shocked. With a clap of left hand, Liang Bing standing next to Jambal looks like a little girl. After all, Jambal's original body size was much larger than ordinary people, at least 3 meters tall, but after demonization, his body size has further improved, and he has broken through 4 meters. The ice room is tall and can stand up to Jambal's waist. But it is precisely in this way that it has such an impact. That white tender arm rested on Jambal's arm, and then pulled it casually, and saw Jambal fell to the ground in an instant like a piece of paper. Boom! There was a huge amount of sound from the yellow ape hitting Qiangbal, and the black demon body sank deeply into the soil. Qiangbal's eyes widened, looking at the cold ice above his head. His eyes were full of disbelief. Oh, sorry, too much force. The cold ice has also been upgraded. When she went to Earth, she had just upgraded the 4th generation divine body, which was almost equivalent to immortality. But after Wang Hao's arrival, Wang Hao will naturally not treat his woman badly. The highest level strengthening program is directly arranged. The extent of strengthening this time made Liang Bing somewhat unaccustomed to the changes in her own strength. Jambal reluctantly stretched out his hand and waved it, indicating that he could hold on, but he also understood that her lady queen didn't need his protection. Who are you? In a short period of time, a large number of soldiers from the Navy headquarters have surrounded this place. The impact of Tai Longren's death is really too great, and this place is not far from the naval headquarters, Marine Feudo, and the warring states, under the rage, almost sent out all the troops left behind in the headquarters after Huang Yuan. 3 lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters also came. And the one speaking at this moment is the lieutenant general of this department, Flying Squirrel. Oh, I am your lady queen, mortals. Why don't you kneel down? Liang Bing walked forward with her waist swaying. Her beautiful face and moving figure made many soldiers stunned. Even the lieutenant generals of the headquarters who had seen the Empress Boya Hancock were a little shocked by the charm of Liang Shui. However, Liang Bing didn't perform any illusion, unlike the sweet fruit with its own charm, so they were able to withstand it. More importantly, almost at the same time, the knowledge of all general-level officers began to frantically warn. Dongji! The Flying Squirrel shouted loudly. He didn't even have time to turn around to warn the soldiers and colleagues behind him, so he shaved with all his strength and jumped back. At the same time, an invisible demon phantom with huge amounts of invisible appeared behind Liang Bing, and her sharp claws were stabbing in front of the Navy at this moment. Island number 1 runs through Bu. In the super god universe, when the gods are strong enough to a certain level, ordinary attacks can no longer hurt them. And the normal attack mentioned here includes mushroom bombs. Because of this, a god-killing weapon made of dark iron was developed. So the powerful angel civilization actually used cold weapons to fight. The reason for this is that they're no longer afraid of the damage of hot weapons. On the contrary, the flaming swords in their hands are truly invincible. The flame sword held by Angel can only be regarded as a conventional weapon, and Kaisha has a set of exclusive equipment in her arsenal. Silver Wings. As the demon queen who has fought with her for tens of thousands of years, Liang Bing 593 also has his own weapons. Devil's Claw. So big, a Navy raised his head in a daze, looked at the devil's claws separating them, and couldn't help but exclaim. The more powerful person, or she is the mastermind of this situation. In front of the sharp claws, Huang Yuan and several lieutenant generals of the headquarters met, and they all looked serious without exception. This blow caused heavy casualties. Liang Bing will not be kind like Qilin. The most important thing that tens of thousands of years have taught her is never to show kindness to the enemy. At this moment, the place where the Navy is standing is above the ruins of the number 1 island of the Chambord archipelago. The reason why it is said to be a ruin is because the island has been torn apart. The Chambord Islands are not real islands, but soil supported by huge amounts of soak tree aerial roots plus those bubbles. So this archipelago does not have an island base. Normal islands are actually mountains in the sea. Only the top part is above the water, and there's a larger part under the water. But this island has only tree roots underwater, and the reason why it can float on the water is the support of those bubbles. Because of this, these islands are much more vulnerable than normal islands. But no matter how fragile it is, it won't be able to pierce through with a single blow, directly blasting the entire island to pieces. Oh, I've used my strength again, Liang Bing said with some annoyance. She didn't know the truth about the island, so it didn't matter how hard she hit it. It wasn't until she saw that the entire island was split open that she realized that the exaggeration was too much. Sure enough, because of her recklessness, Wang Hao took Qi Lin and Lei Li out of the auction house, which had completely collapsed from behind, and half of it was submerged in the water. And behind them were the slaves who were supposed to be auctioned off with Rayleigh. What's going on? Looking at the devil's claws that were still stuck in the cold ice, Wang Hao seemed to have a headache. He told Rayleigh that it would be easy to solve, and that it was okay, because such a sudden commotion would easily affect his image. You didn't tell me that the island is empty. As soon as Liang Bing rolled his eyes, he immediately became more righteous. That's not enough to destroy the entire island. Aren't you beating people? Why are you demolishing the island? After Wang Hao stroked it, he realized that something was wrong. This logic doesn't make sense. If this island has a spirit, it will cry. I didn't provoke you to provoke you. What does it mean that you scratch your paw in a good way? Ugh, I'm not trying to intimidate you. Liang Bing smiled embarrassedly. But things have come to this point, and it is useless to blame. Looking at the torn island number 1, Wang Hao sighed, and then stretched out his hand to put away the devil's claws. Don't waste time, there are still many interesting places in this world. After you're done here, let's go travel. After finishing speaking, Wang Hao stretched out his hands, clapped his palms together, and there was a bang. In the eyes of Huang Yuan and others, the huge amounts of black claw suddenly disappeared, and then a group of people appeared beside the scary woman. And the man who was the leader of that group stepped out, and without knowing what he did, he saw a powerful invisible force instantly control the surrounding island fragments floating on the water. What? A sailor exclaimed. He and several companions were lying on a fragment of an island, and there happened to be an unbroken bubble underneath, which prevented them from sinking. However, with Wang Hao's movements, this piece of theirs is moving fast. Not just theirs, all the fragments were moving fast, gathering towards Wang Hao's feet. The shattering was only an instant, and it didn't take long to gather. After a few breaths, the shattered islands were forcibly kneaded together, and the number 1 island recovered. Before the astonished Marines could recover from the shocking scene, Huang Yuan saw that man with strange behavior had appeared in front of him. Asterisk 2.4 Have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? Wang Hao raised his head and feet. The toes of his toes shone with golden light, dazzling and shining. This is impossible. All of a sudden, the 3 lieutenant generals, including Huang Yuan, all opened their mouths wide, and Huang Yuan was especially terrified. Isn't this his signature move and signature move? More importantly, when Huang Yuan really faced Wang Hao, he suddenly found that he could not move or escape. As the light on the toes became brighter and the panic on the yellow monkey's face became more and more intense, Invisible's pressure instantly enveloped the audience. The pressure of death weighed heavily on Huang Yuan's heart. Lightspeed kick. Almost immediately, Huang Yuan put his arms on his chest. The frenzied and warning color in his mind made him know that this blow was absolutely no small matter. In fact, he kept talking about kicking at the speed of light, but in fact, he couldn't reach the speed of light at all. Because if the attack speed of the yellow monkey can really reach the speed of light, then he is undoubtedly the number 1 person in the pirate world. The strongest man with white beard, the strongest creature Kaido, and the veteran Garp are all as fragile as paper in front of the speed of light attack. Because according to Einstein's mass energy equation formula, the greater the speed, the greater the mass. At the speed of light, the mass of the object will reach infinity. Even if it is a bullet, if it is fired at the speed of light, it will not be a problem to easily crush the earth. The premise is that the bullet can withstand that high temperature without vaporizing. However, as the Lord of Light, the speed of light recognized by Wang Hao is naturally much more reliable than what Einstein conjectured and conceived. The power of the speed of light is indeed great, but it has not reached the point of infinity. But no matter what, the kick that Wang Hao kicked was indeed a real kick at the speed of light. But in order to prevent the planet under his feet from being kicked, he restrained all the power of this kick, not leaking even the slightest bit. He even specially found an angle so that the direction of his attack was facing an uninhabited sea. As for the large piece of land behind the yellow ape, which connects them in the sea area, there is no way to take care of it. But even so, when Huang Yuan raised his arms and greeted the shocking blow with a deathly ashes expression, the power diffused from his body fragments instantly evaporated a large piece of the sea behind him. General Huang Yuan, the speed of light kicks so fast that it is impossible to see clearly. But because Wang Hao restrained his power, the flying squirrel and others were safe and sound. They only saw an astonishing ray of light. After Wang Hao posed the classic pose of the orangutan, the light flickered for a while, and then the upper body of the orangutan completely disappeared. After that, everything behind the yellow ape, the large piece of land, flowers, seawater, everything in their field of vision disappeared. After waiting for a long time, accompanied by the sound of huge amounts of waves, in order to fill the huge gap in the sea area, the seawater coming from all around stirred up huge amounts of waves, and then filled this gap. General Yellow Ape. The ghost spider who came with the flying squirrel opened its mouth wide, widened its eyes, and let out a questioning voice weakly. After several minutes, Huang Yuan's upper body still hasn't recovered. In fact, if his lower body was not still there and kept the form of the body of the light element, they might have thought that the yellow ape had fallen. After all, who could survive an attack like this? Kaido? Or Whitebeard? Haha, although I didn't use the energy that is blessed with spiritual thoughts like the armed color to attack, but the photons that make up the body can't be recovered after a while under the impact of the speed of light. The instigator, Wang Hao, came to a conclusion after looking at it for a while. The orangutan is not dead. The reason is naturally that Wang Hao released the water. In other words, he just wanted to experiment to see if the elemental bodies of the natural system could block pure physical attacks. So he didn't add any special energy to this blow. It was just a kick at the speed of light. And it can't be said to be water release. This trick can't be survived by anyone else. Even the two generals of the natural department, Akiji and Akainu, because the elements of both of them will be evaporated. The impact brought by the speed of light carries terrifying high temperatures, not to mention the ice cubes of Akiji or the magma of Akainu, or real rock and steel, which will be instantly broken into atoms under this kick. The only exception is the yellow ape, because the elements that make up his body are light, not matter. Even the thunder and lightning of the thunderous fruit have a real electric charge, which will be dispersed under the extreme impact of the speed of light, but only the flash will not. I'll suggest that you'd better not touch him, so maybe one day he can recover. Seeing that the flying squirrel and others wanted to go forward to check the status of the yellow ape, Wang Hao kindly reminded him. It is true that the yellow ape is not dead, but is not too different from being dead. His current state of 857 is a bit similar to Keisha after being disintegrated by Carl with a giant solar flare. Just like what Wang Hao said, if you leave him alone, maybe the orangutan will recover one day, and no one can say for sure except Wang Hao on this day. It may be tomorrow, or it may be that the yellow ape did not recover when its lifespan ended. But the best case scenario right now is to leave him alone. Immediately send people to protect this place and establish a quarantine zone. The flying squirrel did not doubt Wang Hao's words and made a decisive decision, where he finally recognized the gap between Wang Hao and them. The most powerful general in the Navy was instantly killed by Wang Hao. Well, he didn't die, but his defeat was beyond doubt, and this is something that any four emperors, not even Whitebeard, can do. It is true that Whitebeard, who was dying, knocked Akainu to the ground with a punch, but he didn't kill Akainu, and it was impossible to kill Akainu. It just seemed to have the upper hand. But Wang Hao made a practical blow and eliminated the general Huang Yuan. This battle cannot be fought anymore. Very sensible. Wang Hao turned to Lei Li and said. The latter retracted his wide jaw and then took a deep look at Wang Hao. He is the person who knows Wang Hao's power best in this world. But those information, compared with what he actually sees, naturally what he actually sees is more impactful. The lieutenant general of this department should have the courage. Rayleigh said in a low voice. The strength of the Navy is not only supported by the three generals and the veteran carp and other strong people. The strength of the Navy is based on their system, scale, and organization as a whole. A general-level officer is enough to guard a numbered naval base, and its power is no worse than that of the kings of some small countries. As the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, it is the greatest injustice to measure the abilities of the flying squirrels by their combat effectiveness. Compared with pirates, their comprehensive ability requirements are much higher. After all, even Carp has to write an action report, let alone anyone else. And at this point, Rayleigh, who has been fighting with the Navy for many years, is naturally well aware of it, and he admires it the most. So you have to make good use of this kind of power. Although there are scum in the Navy, the brave and righteous people occupy the majority. As long as the cancer that suppresses them and the problem of the world government are solved, then such a forceful power can take the world in your hands very quickly. Although I don't plan to intervene directly, it's okay to mention a few words. This is also so that Qilin will not have to trouble herself frequently in the future. Let's go in Marcia. Ignoring the flying squirrel and the others, Wang Hao pulled Qilin and prepared to leave to solve the problem of the world government, he said. But he still asked the cold ice. Are you going? ? What are you going to do? Liang Bing was still not clear about Wang Wu's decision. Only after seeing it did he understand that there was something to do. You have been a queen before, and this time, Qilin plans to be a queen too. Hearing this, Liang Bing immediately became interested. Go, queen, being worshipped by countless people. You can do whatever you want. How can you not call me for this kind of thing? However, just when they were about to leave, Wang Hao stopped suddenly and looked at Liang Bing. No, although you've been a queen, but that is the devil queen who believes in liberalism, and you don't know how to govern the country at all. Wang Hao mercilessly exposed Liang Bing's details, but when he saw Liang Bing's pursed mouth, he hurriedly said again, liberalism, then you should be the pirate king. This is the pirate world. Qilin is here to rule the power of the world government, and you, just use your strengths and become the freest pirate king on the S. Who else is more suitable to be the One Piece than Liang Bing? Freedom, depravity, the true meaning of One Piece, not an adventure king under the guise of a pirate. Roger and Luffy, the two pirate kings, are just explorers who wear the skin of pirates and go on adventures. Their existence is simply tarnishing the name of the pirates. Not robbing. Robbing is also robbing pirates, indulging in exploration and treasure hunting all day long instead of doing another ticket somewhere. Others become pirates to kill for the sake of fame, but they are for their dreams. Great route. It's time to usher in a real One Piece. One Piece. Sounds interesting. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Liang Bing immediately became interested, while Lei Li's eyes flickered. How do you say, are you going to be the deputy of the One Piece again? Or do something else, such as being the assistant minister? Are you looking for the big secret treasure? Definitely not. I want the big secret treasure. I can get it easily, and it will be taken out at an appropriate time later. But what she wants to do is to rule all the pirates and use force to make them respectfully king find the big secret treasure is the One Piece. What a strange setting. Shouldn't the One Piece be the one with the biggest fist, the most younger brothers, and the most powerful person? But because of this, Raleigh shook his head. Forget it. If you want to find the big secret treasure, I may be able to show you the way, but One Piece this way is no longer suitable for me. Accompanying someone on the throne, for Raleigh, is the most honored thing in his life. If he hadn't recognized Wang Hao's power and wanted to see the changes he brought to the world with his own eyes and see the world that Roger expected, Raleigh would still choose to live in seclusion. That's up to you. It doesn't matter if Lei Li doesn't want to assist Liang Bing. With her ability, it's only a matter of time before she takes that position. Well, I can provide you with a few talents, and the rest is up to you. Qiang Wei, are you with Qilin, or are you with Qin'er? Now that they're going to split up, there is one more person who naturally has to choose who to follow. Then I will follow Liang Bing. After Qiang Wei thought about it, she still wanted to go to a more free sea. She had experienced the things in the system before, and there was no need to change places to experience it again. How about you? After Qiang Wei made up her mind, Liang Bing happily stepped forward to hug her, pressing her plump heart against her back, so that Qiang Wei had to bow her waist slightly. But her question also made everyone look at Wang Hao himself. I will definitely help Qilin solve the problems here first, and I have to build a church here by the way. Definitely. It won't take much time. I will take time to see you. The primary purpose of coming to this world is to establish the belief in the sun god, so that Wang Hao's duplication can grow here, so that he can join the Tao in the future. As for the One Piece game, it was just for Liang Bing and others to entertain. After dividing the route, Liang Bing Dang excitedly took Qiang Wei and his newly recruited subordinate Qiang Bear away. Both of them can fly, and although the sea is big, it can't trap them. In addition to Jambal, the former head of the pirate group, all kinds of common sense on the sea are not a problem. After all, not every captain is an idiot named Monkey. Elle thinks she will soon become famous, so don't let us fall behind. Looking at the figures of Liang Bing and Qiang Wei going away, Wang Hao said with a smile, and then walked forward with Qilin. Along the way, teams of sailors ran past them, but they just took a look and ignored them. Killing Huang Yuan in one blow, this kind of strength is beyond their control. Although there are 1M, Wu Laoxing, and other characters in the comics that have not been shot, but no matter what, the general is already the ceiling of the strength of the pirate world. In other words, one-on-one, who can forcibly kill the general so that he cannot escape, does not exist in the world of pirates. 137 otherwise, the meaning of the general as a deterrent, as a navy against the big pirates will be lost. But although the sailors ignored Wang Hao and the three, it didn't mean that the navy really planned to let them go. With the footsteps of Wang Hao and others, the pedestrians on the street are becoming less and less. When they really came to the bottom of the Red Earth continent, when they came to the border of the Chambord Islands and the Red Earth continent, that is, the place where the human-driven gondola elevator was placed. Navy, here we come. Awayo Sengoku. Wang Hao waved his hand. He still recognized the iconic hairstyle of the Warring States period. Definitely, not only the Warring States period, the yellow ape almost died. How could this kind of incident only involve a Warring States period? In front of Sengoku, with his eyes hidden under the brim of his hat, wearing a red shirt and a navy coat, is a Kainu, Sakaski. On the right side of a canoe, looking solemnly at Wang Hao's side, the gray-haired but muscular man is not an old man at all, but Carp who is full of vigor. But Gahab, the most powerful navy in the actual sense. And in the future, those who stand on both sides of the Warring States period are the elite generals of the navy. No sailors, because there are only 3 Wang Hao, and the sea soldiers are used to deal with the small pirate soldiers, and in the Battle of the Strong, the sea soldiers can't even resist the impact of the Overlord's color, so there's no need to play at all. However, Wang Hao's perception can detect that in the distance, countless hidden sailors are holding weapons and aiming at this terrible enemy. He himself, in other words, the entire Navy headquarters has been mobilized. The only green pheasant who didn't come, probably not because he didn't come, but because he was still outside, so he didn't arrive. Really, you're fully right? Garp was the first to speak. Although his eyes were very hesitant, he still believed that the young man in front of him was the Pluto. Rayleigh. Jean Guo looked at his old friend suspiciously, and then looked at the young Lei Li who thought his grandson, Bifk, was enough. It's him, this aura, can't be wrong, although I don't know why it has become younger, but it is indeed this time Carp made his point. He chased Roger and his party for several years, and defeated the rocks together with Roger, ending the era of sea supremacy and ushering in the era of One Piece. He couldn't be more familiar with Rayleigh. His previous hesitation was only because of Rayleigh's youthful appearance. After all, in his impression, although Rayleigh was younger than him, he was not much younger. However, all kinds of miraculous things may happen in the sea, and it is not without the ability to restore youth in the devil fruit. Carp, long time no see. Rayleigh looked at the gray-haired old man in front of him, but his expression was very relaxed. Although he was surrounded by the army, even if he regained his youth and possessed a strength no less than that of a general, he could only be captured without a fight. But the leader of this battle is not him. Even, he didn't need to make a move. Why? Why do you appear here when you should have lived in seclusion long ago? Kill the Tianlong people. Kill Palya Salino. Cap suddenly became emotional. He is an emotional man, and although he abides by his duties, he does not want an old friend like Rayleigh to die. Rayleigh is reclusive, which is what he wants to see. So much so that it was reported more than once that Rayleigh was seen in the Chambord Islands, but he had never been here. Because he knew that if he came, it was his duty as a navy to arrest him. But this time it was Rayleigh who took the initiative to attack, not only killing the Time Longren who must never be killed, but also wounding a general to the point of death. This is a provocation to the world government. This is a provocation to the navy. No, this is no longer a provocation. This is a declaration of war. I think you made a mistake. I didn't make a move. In fact, I can't do it, Canel. Even Rayleigh, who is now back to his peak, dare not win steadily. He is the vice captain of One Piece, and his comparative strength should be far superior to other vice, emperor-level existences, such as Xiao Ma, Jean, Ka, Air, and Beckman. But even if he has the strength of the 4 emperors, can he kill a general? That's too much for him. Yes, you read that right, it's mine. Wang Hao raised his hand and boldly admitted his crime. Elle heard that confession is lenient, and resistance is strict. I confess, and I strive for leniency. The bright smile hung on Wang Hao's face, making people wonder whether he was confessing his crimes, or telling the person who announced the winner list that it was me. It was me. You are. Warring States frowned, the famous strongman in the New World, the Navy has intelligence here. Even if the Navy doesn't have it, the world government also has it. Otherwise, they would not be able to do a big conscription. So they would recruit two peerless powerhouses to fill the vacancy of the general. Definitely, strong players like Fujitora and Green Bull are in the minority after all. The three generals, Akiji, Yellow Monkey, and Red Dog, are the result of years of training by the Navy, and most of their fruits are also provided by the Navy. In fact, among the Navy, the vast majority of abilities are fruit abilities provided by the Navy. This is also one of the foundations of the Navy. Then there's another problem of this world. Most strong people are ambitious, or only those with ambition can become strong. The kind of person who doesn't care about Wang Quan's dominance, but can get invincible through luck, this kind of person is even rarer than the owner of a domineering color. Therefore, if they're not in the Navy, then the corresponding strong will basically become pirates. Then there'll be a very small group of people who will become the Revolutionary Army. The values of the residents of One Piece world are so simple. Want to stand out? Navy or pirates? Just choose one of two. Because of this, when seeing Wang Hao, a strong man who had never shown his face before, the first reaction of warring states was not to be vigilant, but to be puzzled. Definitely, he doesn't need to be vigilant. The power gathered here is enough to kill any 4 emperors. In fact, if it's just to kill the 4 emperors, Garp would be enough to join Latte and warring states. And O1 can beat the 2 generals, let alone Garp, who is still stronger than the generals and a former General Sengoku. Want to know? I'll tell you if I win. Facing the inquiry of the warring states period, Wang Hao refused to deny it, but directly declared the letter of war. After all, it is necessary to fight and to overthrow the world government. It is inevitable that this group of navies cannot be avoided. Fight early and fight late. So fight now. Are you flattening Garp? Wang Hao turned his head to look at Lei Li beside him, and Raleigh gave a wry smile. Garp, how can be even? He took a certain kind of special medicine in the early years, which kept his strength at its peak. 20 years ago, he was the strongest sailor. He took a boat and chased us all over the New World, so he didn't refuse it many times. It is a letter from General Nintendo. Raleigh's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it. And Garp also took advantage of the opportunity to walk out of the crowd, his fists clenched and creaking. Woo-ha-ha-ha. Lei Li, let me see if you, who could be my grandson now, still have the strength of those years ago. 20 years ago, he was a great general whose strength had risen. In 20 years, since he has not regressed, he certainly will not stand still. The accumulation of experience alone will turn him from a simple monster into an old and sophisticated monster. However, Wang Hao stretched out his hand to stop Lei Li, who was about to walk out with a sullen face. Since you can't beat him, then don't go up and waste time. Qilin, you go, is the strongest one on the opposite side. Don't look old, his fists are not old. Use this. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and made a random move on the ground. Immediately, the matter on the ground condensed, the state changed, protons and neutrons recombined, and an ordinary iron sword appeared in Wang Hao's hand. And such a scene made everyone shrunk in miniature. Using the Zing sword is too bullying. I taught you a set of sword skills. That's enough. It's not that Wang Hao looks down on Garp. It's just that the world is different and the level is different. Qilin's original strength is not even considered mid-level in the Xiongbing Company, but as a sniper, she has a unique battlefield position. After Wang Hao arrived, under Wang Hao's Xiaozhou training, she practiced the way of sword immortality, and her strength improved by leaps and bounds as for the moment's Qilin. In terms of cultivation, she has already reached the late stage of refining gods, and she is only short of an epiphany to transform into a fairy, so she is naturally not at the same level as Garp. It's just that she seldom fights in close combat with others, and I'm afraid she lacks some experience in this area. That's why Wang Hao asked her to use that set of swordsmanship instead of directly using the Ziying sword. Otherwise, once the flying sword comes out, not to mention Garp's mortal body, even Kaido's dragon body, it's just one sword in 2 sections. It seems that the old man is looking down on me. Cap laughed, but the fight was on, and he wasn't backing down. And after receiving Wang Hao's guidance, Qilin also took the initiative to walk out holding a long sword that was completely different from the swordsman in this world. Fistbone. With a bang, stride forward. Garp's eyes were focused. Megatron's pair of iron fists stretched out directly. The whistling wind, the instantly lowered air pressure, and the majestic and domineering power told everyone why Garp was the #1 combat force in the Navy. But when the sword light swayed, Qilin's figure was graceful, and she opened her mouth slightly as she swung the long sword. One sword, Fei Xian. What a sharp sword energy. A look of surprise flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. He is not a fruit ability user, but a great swordsman with excellent sword skills. In fact, he can even be called one of the 4 emperors today, the red-haired master. As for the red hair, he is a great swordsman comparable to Hawkeye, and most of the essence of swordsmanship comes from Lei Li's guidance. It is precisely because of this that Fu Li is so sensitive to the sword energy that burst out when she sent out the sword body. Although Wang Hao is extremely powerful, and Wang Hao also appointed him to assist Qilin, but before that, Lei Li didn't understand Qilin's strength. He had thought that Qilin's strength was extraordinary. After all, if she could become the person next to the 803 god of the sun, how could her strength be ordinary? Maybe Wang Hao can cultivate a peerless strong man who is proud of others by missing something casually. And it turns out he was right. However, what he didn't expect was that what he was good at turned out to be swordsmanship. In the arena, after declaring war, Garp immediately stepped forward with his fists, and the veteran made a move with impressive majesty and vigor. Like a landslide, like a tsunami. As soon as the punch came out, everyone onlookers felt their breath tightened, and Akainu, who had been bowing his head, couldn't help raising his head to look forward. He looked at the veteran who was underestimated by himself and thought he was getting old. Before Wang Hao said that he was the strongest sailor, he still had some dissatisfaction in his heart, but now he understands what Wang Hao said was correct. But what surprised everyone next was Qilin's response. Flying immortals. This is the sword technique Wang Hao taught Qilin. Definitely, this was originally just a move, but Wang Hao deduced a little bit. This is a set of peerless swordsmanship that can be used as martial arts. Looking at many martial arts worlds, this set of swordsmanship modified by Wang Hao can be among the best. One sword flying immortal. As the name suggests, the sword is about to rise, and the sword light is like rain, fluttering like Feng Su Yufeng. But in the endless misty, the sword light is accompanied by faith, unswervingly, pointing straight ahead. Immortals are ethereal. Only a firm sword can cut through the mist, pierce the emptiness, and fly to the immortal with one sword. What? The iron fist that could injure the four emperors slammed hard at the iron sword that Wang Hao made at random. But what followed was Garp's screams and the splashing blood. Iron fist. This is a good name for Garp's power. Others say that with Hawkeye's sword, there is nothing that cannot be cut. But when the fist is like iron and the domineering is like a horse, even the indestructible black knife cannot be opened. But this time, Iron Fist became flesh and blood. Even the ethereal and helpless fairy can cut away to fly to the immortal, let alone a pair of fleshy palms and a pair of iron fists. Garp looked at the tip of the sword that pierced the skin. It didn't penetrate deep into the flesh, but this kind of pain, this kind of failure that he tried his best but couldn't achieve, made Garp, who had never experienced such a situation for many years, slightly stunned. What this sword pierced was not only his fist, but also his belief. Invincible faith. At this moment, Garp, who has never made others think he is old, suddenly looks like a teenager. Obviously, he was over 70 years old, but at this moment, it seemed as if all the past years had suddenly returned to him. Warring States resigned from the position of marshal, and his hair turned white overnight. And Garp watched his iron fist being pierced, and his gray hair instantly turned like snow. Ha ha! Withdrawing his fist from the tip of the sword, he watched the iron sword shatter inch by inch and fall into the soil. Garp raised his head and laughed so hard that tears flowed down his face. Those guys, what are you saying that Hawkeye is the #1 swordsman? With a little girl like you, what is Hawkeye? Others don't know, but Garp is sure that Hawkeye will never be able to break his fist. On the contrary, whether his black knife can withstand the power of his own head is still a matter of debate. But the delicate little girl in front of him pierced his iron fist with a single sword, which was invincible and deterred countless pirates. This was really unimaginable and unacceptable to him. Because of this, he will turn gray for a moment. And the so-called ridicule of Hawkeye's words is nothing more than mocking himself. As Garp's closest comrade in arms, Sengoku spent more time with Garp than anyone else, so he could clearly see the loneliness in Garp's eyes. So he opened his mouth. But Garp just shook his head. Old soldier, really old this time. Good job. Compared with Garp's changes, when Shi Lin retracted her sword and turned around, her expression remained the same. She is a figure of immortality, so it doesn't matter if she uses an iron sword or a wooden sword. Defeating an old man who is more than 70 years old is nothing to her, and she doesn't know what Garp means on this .9c. Wang Hao's compliment made him smile instead. Indeed, for her, Wang Hao's praise is far more gratifying than the glory of defeating Monkey D. Garp. Okay, the fight is over. Let's continue. This time I will give you a chance. Let's go together. Wang Hao stretched out his hand to hold Qilin's little hand. The white and tender palms that were calloused due to holding the gun for a long time have long since become whiter and tenderer due to the metamorphosis of cultivation, smoother than a baby's arm. It's just that Wang Hao's arrogant words, after everyone in the Navy on the opposite side heard it, they all showed angry expressions. Arrogance. The Warring States shouted angrily. The defeat of Huang Yuan and Garp's defeat shocked the Warring States period, but also very angry because of it. But past experience and life experience have told him that there is no such strong person in the sea. One that can withstand the siege of the Admiral of the Navy, plus 2 generals and several elite generals. No one, not Whitebeard, not Red Hair, not Kaido, not Golden Lion, not even the resurrection of Rocks. More than 10 years ago, because of Roger's death, Golden Lion broke into the naval headquarters, but it was only because of the joint efforts of Sengoku and Garp that he was captured without damage. Defeating and capturing are 2 different things. In other words, overwhelming Roger and Whitebeard, Golden Lion, the #1 overlord at sea in the post-Rocks era, cannot resist the combination of the 2 generals. Right now, there are only 2 generals who have the combat power of generals. Although Warring States cannot maintain the peak 18 strength after being old like Garp, his strength must be higher than that of lieutenant generals, and I'm afraid that he is not inferior to Raleigh. In this way, who can resist without attacking the entire pirate group, but only 3 people, or even 1 person? Definitely, the Warring States heart knows that there are not a few fanatics who have this kind of thinking. The most indispensable thing above the sea is this kind of person. There is the Golden Lion in the front and Barrett in the back. Warring States has seen too many powerful and confident people. But just like before, he still firmly believes that the Navy will win this time. Come on, Rory. Wang Hao let go of Qilin's hand and walked forward slowly. Red Dog? A qualified soldier, but not a qualified commander. Accompanied by the voice, the figure of Wang Hao suddenly appeared in front of Chiquan. Then, under Akainu's astonished gaze, Hichi's fist quickly enlarged. Boom! An ordinary fist landed on Akainu's cheek, and with a bang, the magma exploded, but it was forced to close again in the next instant, and it took Wang Hao's punch forcefully with flesh and blood. The ground collapsed, and a huge amount of deep pit appeared. Akainu's body bounced off the ground, and then fell heavily. The heart-wrenching pain spread to Akainu's whole body, but he still retained consciousness, making him look up feebly. He could only watch helplessly and feel the pain. The knowledge color was activated immediately, and then elementalized to avoid the attack, even if the punch was wrapped with an arm color. Elemental shape-shifting, he has also dodged the attack. Kai used this trick to make Luffy's 4th gear, and that domineering Wushuang's attack became useless. And Akainu plays no worse than Kaji. But just the moment he was elementalized, he was forcibly restrained, and his body became flesh and blood. I wish he had lost his ability. But this is impossible. Even sea stones and sea water will not make the ability sufferers lose their abilities, it will only make them weak. Compared with the severe pain all over his body, the fact of losing his ability is what Akainu cares most about. But Wang Hao will not solve his doubts for him, and save his life only because he will be the most capable subordinate in the Navy after the reorganization of the world government, and the best loyal dog to command. He is not a qualified commander, but he is the sharpest knife. One punch eliminated Akainu. Ignoring everyone's shocked expressions, Wang Hao looked at the others. Warring states, you are very incompetent. Warring state's heart is held. Wang Hao's words show that his next target is himself. So without saying a word, everyone turned into a Buddha in the form of a Buddha fruit. A golden Buddha suddenly appeared in front of everyone. But this was not enough. The admirals who saw Wang Hao knocking Akainu down with one punch knew that this was not an enemy they could deal with alone. Warring states shouted again, and Garp, who had already returned to the naval formation, raised his pale head, and a trace of determination flashed on his wrinkled cheeks. He has lost his belief in invincibility, but that doesn't mean he can't continue fighting. Drink. Buddha and Iron Fist joined hands to face the enemy again after more than 10 years. Not only that, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Stornobelly, Bastiu, T-Pig, Peach Rabbit, Crane, and other elite Navy generals all looked heavy this time, and they launched an attack on Wang Hao together. That's right. I've asked you to join me a long time ago. Facing the attack that the four emperors had to dodge, facing this might be the most powerful collective attack in the world. Wang Hao didn't change his face, and even laughed out loud. Forget it, don't bully people. But after laughing a few times, Wang Hao found out that there seemed to be nothing funny about it. The difference in strength was so great, and he couldn't get up the passionate fighting spirit that he wanted to have in Pirate World. Boxing dominates the world. It was said to be a random fight, but Wang Hao still tried his best to substitute it, such as suppressing his strength, and then creating some symbolic moves. With a punch, Karp is facing him, and behind him is Sengoku. Fists burst out, the air stagnated, and then the entire space seemed to be urged, rushing towards the Navy. The endless pressure is more terrible than landslides and tsunamis. The sky is falling. Mount Tai is not enough to describe its majesty, and overturning the river is not enough to describe its momentum. The sky is falling. This is the only adjective that everyone can imagine. This seems to be the power that the whole world is throwing towards him. How can the generals of the Navy resist and resist? Whoa! The Warring States was the first to fail. Although Garp is the closest person, Garp's strength is still at its peak after all. His belief in invincibility has been shattered, but his body has not yet collapsed. But the Warring States period is already old, and the energy is not as good as before. So he was the first to be unable to hold on. Cracks appeared on the body of the Golden Buddha, and with a scream, golden blood sprayed out, and the Buddha collapsed. And then there's Cap. Having endured most of the fist force head-on, he tried his best, but Chi Lin's sword broke the Iron Fist first, causing his faith to collapse. Now facing a fist more terrifying than that sword, Garp's world seemed to be destroyed, and the fist in his eyes magnified infinitely, filling everything he could see. The fist was not close to him, but Garp seemed to be hit by countless fists. His strong body was instantly drained, and all his energy was used to resist this indescribable pressure. Snapped. Falling down without a sound, a generation of naval heroes, veteran Garp, just fell to the ground. And Garp is still like this, let alone the rest of the lieutenant generals. This terrifying fist, this irresistible fist, who can resist it? One after another, the admirals fell one by one and never stood up again. But Wang Hao had no enemies in front of him. Nothing else. And oh, there is more. There is still a biggest enemy, and a biggest obstacle. With huge amounts of, the red continent stretches across the sea, dividing the world into two halves. This red land, which wraps around the planet like a belt, cuts off the mountains, seas, and everything. And the people who live on it are high above, overlooking everything. They call themselves gods. You are God, so what ML? The castration of the fist has not stopped. The power of the fist has not disappeared. Forward, constantly forward. Impact, more violent impact. Blast out with one punch, and the fist will run through the world. Boom. Endless light, brilliant light. Let the world bloom with a shining light. The Red Earth continent, which had isolated the world for countless years, divided the great route into two sections, creating a new world of Red Earth continent. Today, a gap appeared. This is a miracle. Looking at the magnificent scenery in front of him and the incomparably beautiful world, Rayleigh couldn't help but burst into tears. What a privilege. He has witnessed miracles. He has seen evil. A gigantic gap with a height of more than 1,000 meters and a diameter that reveals the entire Chambord Islands appeared below the Red Earth continent. The gap was so big that it seemed that only a shallow layer of land was left to support Mary Joya on the top. It looks like they're on a bridge connecting the two ends of the continent. The residents of the Chambord Islands are especially impressed. Originally, they could only see half of the day forever, because when the sun reached the side of the Red Earth continent, the sunlight would be blocked. But at this moment, light flooded in. Sea water also rushed in. Huge amounts of gaps go deep into the bottom of the sea. After all, there is still 10,000 meters deep below. Another gap will not appear until the top of Murloc Island. This gap 1,000 meters deep in the sea created a blank area in this sea area. So a large amount of seawater poured in, just like the previous sea surface evaporated out of thin air. Starting today, here is a new world. Wang Hao pointed forward. The Red Earth continent, which cuts off the first half of the Great Route and the New World, has since become a natural moat. But this is not to facilitate the pirates, but to make the Navy more convenient and everyone more convenient. After all, before this, the Navy also needs the consent of the world government if it wants to pass, which is why it is difficult for the Navy's power to touch the New World. But now, when the channel of the New World is completely open to the Navy, the power of the Navy can move towards the New World. Once the big pirates in the New World are wiped out, the newly born little pirates will not be a problem. After all, The 12 supernovae are just the result of one kick by the yellow ape. Okay, let's all get up. After appreciating his masterpiece and listening to the exclamation of the residents on the island, Wang Hao walked up to the admiral who had been knocked down by him. The one who made the noise was Momotu, the only woman among the lieutenant generals besides Crane, because Wang Hao restrained his strength on her purposely just now. Then, Carp, Sengoku, Flying Squirrel, and others made movements one after another, making noises. Even Akainu, who was the first to lie down, began to get up tremblingly. An invisible vitality spread across their good bodies, healing their injuries and restoring their physical strength. Navy, not world government. Throughout the entire pirate world, except for a very small number of people, most navies are just, or stick to justice, and stand on the side of ordinary people. If it wasn't for the world government to control the military expenditure of the Navy, if it wasn't for the world government to represent the political tendency of this world and be the only choice, I'm afraid they wouldn't even pay attention to the world government. More than one person is dissatisfied with the world government. There's more than one dissatisfied with the Tianlong people. Naval backbones such as Garp, Red Dog, and Akiji are all opponents of the world government and firm believers in justice. And they can all be Chilin's helper and help her establish a new world government. The strong vitality healed the injuries of the naval generals. But the physical injury recovered, but no one thought about fighting with Wang Hao anymore. The gap in strength is so obvious, like heaven and earth. Especially the huge amounts of gap on the red earth continent showed what kind of existence they were fighting against. Who are you? The pain all over his body has disappeared, the broken bones have been repaired, and even Wan Yi is back. But Chiquan looked at Wang Hao in front of him, but couldn't produce the slightest fighting spirit. Me? A great sun god, a ray of light appeared on Wang Hao's body, accompanied by what everyone realized after seeing him, about the greatness and significance of the sun god. Sengoku suddenly realized, Garp was thoughtful, and Akainu's eyes flickered. What do you want? Warring stateside, and then asked. It's not what I want to do, but what the world needs. As he spoke, Wang Hao glanced at Mary Joya above his head. This holy land on the top of the Red Earth continent is the residence of the Tianlong people, the seat of the world government, and the 173 center of all rights. It's time to usher in the real master. His eyes swept over the cliffs on both sides of the gap, and what followed Wang Hao's eyes was a powerful force. See water, rocks, plants, three things are combined together, a ladder, and a road leading to the peak appears on both sides of the gap. Huge amounts of vines climb to the red rock formations, absorbing the nutrients in the seawater and growing upwards. Huge amounts of leaves turn into ladders, or resting places, linking the earth and heaven. But compared to the huge amounts of gap, such a miracle is no longer enough to surprise everyone. The commoners on Songshi Shamboard Island let out bursts of exclamation again. Let's go. Wang Hao took Chilin's hand and motioned the Navy generals and Lei Li to follow. They are to witness the birth of the future. The history and past of this world are not big, important at all. What matters is where the future is headed. How were the Tianlong people born? What is the truth hidden by the world government? And what happened to the 800 years of disappearance? These are not important, do not care about. The only thing people need to care about has always been the future. The past is only for reference, but if there's no reference, then there's no past. So why don't you step into the future? When Wang Hao and the others climbed to the peak of the Red Earth continent and arrived at the gate of Marie Joya, they were greeted by the elite forces of the world government. CPO, Wu Laoxing's own troops, and the army. Sengoku, what are you going to do? Wu Laoxing stood in front of the gate of Marie Joya. His gaze was serious. The defeat of the yellow ape, the catastrophe of the Navy, none of these things were hidden from them. But what shocked them most was the huge gap under the Red Earth continent and the Tontian Road. But they didn't understand that the reason why Wang Hao chose to step forward was to let them gather their strength. Because this means that as long as they are defeated, no one will come to hinder them. Qilin, draw your sword. Qilin didn't have a sword in her hand, but Wang Hao asked her to use it. Qilin's eyes flickered slightly, and she suddenly understood what was going on. So she stepped forward, her eyes swept around. First she landed on the person holding the first generation ghost, and then swept the others together. Is this the final obstacle? Qilin turned around again to confirm, and Sengoku sighed again. Yes, ma'am, this is the last obstacle. The Navy can't stop Wang Hao, and when Wang Hao targets the world government, all they can do is to witness and then help form a new world government. This is the only way to continue to implement the purpose of a Navy, to implement justice. Government is not synonymous with justice. People are. Countless countries above the sea behaved evilly and were overthrown by their own people. But now, it is only the turn of the world government. Definitely, it is not the people who overthrow it this time, but the gods. Warring states. The five old stars' eyes became more and more serious. They didn't know why the warring states rebelled, and they didn't know why there was such a huge amount of gap in the Red Earth continent. They don't even know what's going on in this world, but they don't need to be clear. Because of Qilin, the sword is out. Hold head high. The sound of the sword moving and the dragon chant. The sword comes out, and the situation changes. Sword slash thunder roar. The Ziying sword came out of Qilin's body, like a dragon, and then the wind surged, lightning flashed and thundered. Point the sword forward, break. The sword energy is vertical and horizontal, and the sword light is cold. Wu Laoxing was too late and couldn't do any reaction and turned into dust. No blood splatter, no decapitation, unparalleled sword aura. The only ending is powder. Army kill. The army, under the command of thousands of world governments, has turned into dry bones. Agent dead. The body shape flickers, the fruit ability is exerted to the limit, and the sword energy is close to the body, and the vitality is wiped out. One sword, one thought. What is red is death, so when the sword comes out, you will die. People in the world of One Piece may never be able to imagine what a real sword repair looks like. Even the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, the great swordsman with red hair comparable to Hawkeye, and many other swordsmen. What they can touch in their entire lives is still only that level, that stage. It's not because they're not talented enough, it's just limited by the world. Some people can go to the peak because he created the peak, and that is his peak. And some people have reached the peak, but it is because the peak is so high. To put it more simply, some people have tried their best to get 100 points in the exam, but some people got 100 points because the test paper only got 100 points. As for the swordsmen of pirate world, there are the former, and there may be many latter. But there is no doubt that this sword is the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world, and it is the dream of countless great swordsmen. But when the sword comes out, it means killing people, that is, the withering of life. Qi Lin is a sword cultivator because her temperament fits her. She was originally a sniper, and she also pays attention to holding back, but not saying anything, gathering all her energy just for that fatal blow. So Wang Hao gave her the Ziying sword and taught her the way of sword repair that she got from certain world. The Ziying sword is not only the sword that conceives her primordial spirit, it is also her most beneficial ultimate move. Boom! The sky is cloudy and glistening. That's thunder. Heavenly tribulation has never been the suppression of others by someone or a certain force. Heavenly tribulation is a test for the promotion of practitioners. Just like the college entrance examination, if you pass it, you will become a fairy. And Xian has never been a working position, not a shift in heaven. That is a god, and gods are different from immortals. Xian represents detachment and freedom. Becoming an immortal represents the abandonment of the past and all-round changes from the spirit to the body. Or to understand it in a scientific way, immortality is the evolution of living organisms, just like fish that come ashore and evolve into amphibians, and amphibians evolve from reptiles into mammals. Becoming an immortal is the process of an intelligent life, evolving into an extraordinary life. The catastrophe is a kind of self-protection measure formed by the change of the magnetic field of life, leading to the instability of space energy. Do you want to come by yourself? Ignoring the dead bones everywhere, Wang Hao looked at Qi Lin, who was immersed in some kind of sentiment. What Wang Hao gave her was naturally the best thing, but the result of practice still depends on her. Although Wang Hao can keep her immortal even if she fails in cultivation, there is still a difference between inheriting hundreds of millions of wealth and the Huasher family wealth earned by herself. Qi Lin shook her head. Wang Hao has taken care of enough. This time she wants to do it by herself. Facts have proved that it may be the first time that this kind of life has appeared in this world. That is, someone has survived the catastrophe. It is true that the robbery thunder was densely covered, but after it fell, with the sword light rising again, the Ziying sword shuttled back and forth, and all the robbery clouds dispersed. It seems that duplication has been cultivated for thousands of years. Feeling the way of heaven in this world, or the will of the universe, Wang Hao shook his head slightly. It's not too different from the super god universe. The way of heaven is too immature, and it will take countless years before he can join the way. Don't be in a daze. Go in and clean up. He waved at the dazed crowd behind him. Seeing the real Tian Wei for the first time, they were still immersed in that silent shock. But they also have some spiritual cultivation. Rot. Both knowledge color and overlord color are related to spiritual power, even arm color. In fact, the so-called arm color is true energy and chakra. Its essence is life energy driven by spiritual power, but it is called differently. But the usage and effect are exactly the same, which already explains their essence. Increase attack defense, can be released, can penetrate the interior to cause secondary damage, can attach weapons to make weapons harder or sharper. If they can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth, elements of heaven and earth, or other cosmic powers, they can also add attribute damage. And those who have studied it deeply can also cast spells or ninjutsu. The only difference between them may be that the user focuses on different directions. For example, the world of martial arts and the world of One Piece will focus on destructive power and the increase of body functions. Among them, Pirate World has developed into an armed color, which maximizes destructive power and defense power. The world of martial arts combines it with the human body more closely, cooperates with the acupoints and meridians, and then evolves light work, inner work, heart method, and acupuncture techniques. In a world similar to Hokage, it combines the ninjutsu and blood succession boundaries passed down by the sage of the six paths to develop various escape techniques, and increases the proportion of spiritual power in them, making them easier to control and more magical and changeable. And if all of these are combined, it can be called Taoism, refining essence to transform Qi, then refining Qi to transform spirit, and then refining spirit to return to emptiness. But Taoism has become the most difficult because of this, the highest requirement for talent, and even more difficult requirement for comprehension. You have both, and you need to pass on the method, otherwise you can't figure it out, you can only grope for it, and waste your time. In the end, if you want to be successful in Taoism, you need good luck, the right time, the right place, and the wealth, law, and land are all in order, so that you have the opportunity to ascend the Tao and transform into a fairy. The promotion of cultivation base, or becoming an immortal, this kind of thing makes Qilin very happy. I feel that I have lived up to Wang Hao's expectations. But today is double happiness. In fact, after achieving immortality, her mentality has changed somewhat, but it is not so obvious. So this game can still go on. Following Wang Hao's command, the Navy generals who had previously been immersed in Qilin's brilliant light and brilliant heavenly power came to their senses. They stepped over the bones of the 5 old stars and the dust that melted into their ashes and walked straight into the holy place. Mary Joya. Warren states, "You are here. What happened outside just now?" An old, 273, Tianlong who wore the iconic bubble head looked at the admirals who appeared in front of him with a look of panic. Definitely, he only recognizes Sengoku, Akenu, Garp, and others, and the rest of the lieutenant generals are not qualified to be regarded by the great Tianlong people. Even a general, in their eyes, is nothing more than a dog raised by themselves. What are they going to do? Sengoku looked at the people around him. Mary Joa was the headquarters of the world government, but it was also the residence of the Tianlong people. Previously, the high-level forces of the world government, the 5 old stars, the CPO of the army, and the special intelligence department, etc. were all dead. Except for the Tianlong people, most of the rest here are their slaves and servants. The words of the warring states period silenced the generals. Tianlong people, a dreadful name, an annoying existence. Especially the Navy generals. They joined the army for the sake of justice, but they had to submit to the Tianlong people and serve them. Gulu Gulu, Sakaski. Before the exclamation of warring states completely fell, a hot, flaming, and poisonous magma fist completely burned the guy in front of him to ashes. It's just a bunch of maggots. Were you hesitation? A kind of glanced across Sengoku's cheek. He has never been used to the so-called Tianlong people, even the hypocritical world government. So in the future, as the Admiral of the Navy, he fell out with the 5 old stars more than once. Warring states may be smooth enough to properly handle the relationship between pirates and the Navy, and the relationship between the Navy and the world government. But now it is time to change the dynasty, to change the world. General Sakaski. The lieutenant generals behind them looked at the red dog who mercilessly killed the Tianlongren, and there were some who were frightened in their eyes, but there were also those who were excited. The power of Tianlong people has existed in this world for a long time. Even if they're lieutenant generals, they dare not provoke these people. The only one who can offend the Tianlong people and still live well is the Admiral. But now, with the death of the 5 old stars and the complete disintegration of the world government's facade power, only the Navy is left with the protection umbrella of the Tianlong people. But what if even the Navy abandons them? Looking at the generals who were eager to try, Zhang Guogang wanted to reprimand them severely, but then he lamented. In the world, the Tianlong people have been around for a long time. Don't kill those who are innocent. Clean up the rest. And give our queen an explanation. Knowing Wang Hao's identity, seeing Qi Lin's sword light, queen, this is the definition they gave Qi Lin in the Warring States period. This is something that has never happened before. A strong man breaks into the world government and assumes the throne. But it is also an opportunity that has never been seen before. The true god descends, the false god retreats. Instead of serving false gods like the Draconians, why not serve the truly great sun god? As for the future direction, even if Wang Hao is more cruel than Tianlongren, so what? They can't resist. With the approval of the Warring States period, the lieutenant generals completely loosened the shackles, and their eyes scanned and moved forward. The resistance encountered along the way, the servants of the dragons and the tigers, and the remaining power of the world government. In front of the most powerful force of the Navy, it is like paper, and it will shatter at the touch of finger. After all, this is the top combat power in the world, and any 4 emperors will have only one end when facing this kind of combat power. Smash! More than a dozen lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, plus Admiral Chinu, Veteran Carp, and Marshal Sengoku. This is really the white beard who wants to run away after seeing it, and wants to commit suicide after seeing it too much. During the war on the top, Whitebeard called all those who were willing to follow him, and a dozen of file-sized pirate ships came. Each of the vassal pirate groups involved a lot of power from the Navy, and almost all the lieutenant generals of the headquarters were dispatched. But even so, without the sudden intrusion of Liu Fei and others, they would not even be able to contact Ace, who was under guard. What's more, if it wasn't for Red Hair's intervention, the Whitebeard pirates would not even be able to retreat completely, and would be wiped out on the spot. That's it. Whitebeard is also there, and Ace is also there. In terms of strength, the Navy is completely superior to any of the 4 emperors. Even if 4 emperors join forces, if there is time to prepare, the 5.9 Navy may not be in vain. Otherwise, how can the Navy talk about enforcing justice? How can it talk about representing justice? Since ancient times, the big fist is justice. Squeak! Huge amounts of the door opened, and a hall appeared in front of the generals whose hands were covered with blood. This is the holy place. The generals were a little stunned. This is where the 20 countries held their parliaments when the world government was formed. Those seats were where the 20 kings sat, and on top of these 20 seats, there was a huge amount of void throne, to symbolize that their 20 kings will never surpass each other and become lords. Nice place. The generals moved out of the way, and Wang Hao and Qi Lin walked in together. Looking at the huge amounts of throne on the top, Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. He didn't have much interest in stories about Tianlong people, world government, and so on. What's more, if he wanted to, the whole world would have no secrets from him. Look, they got the throne ready for you. Wang Hao signaled Qilin to sit forward, but Qilin hesitated a little. The queen? But I thought it was that. Qilin leaned close to Wang Hao's ear and whispered. Because of her education and her cognition, things like imperial rule are undoubtedly part of the traditional dross. The imperial system is a feudal system and has huge amounts of flaws in resource utilization and administrative efficiency. Whether the ruler is 18 wise or not will affect the rise and fall of the whole country. So, she originally thought that she wanted to be a president or something. The system is not the key. The purpose is the key. What's more, you can reform, but now, what they recognize is feudal autocracy. At any rate, she was highly educated, and Qilin quickly accepted this, and then saw her swaying gently on lotus steps, slowly walking up the steps, and then sat on the huge amounts of void throne. Obviously, her body size is not directly proportional to the huge amounts of the throne, as if a child is sitting on a chair specially provided for adults. But the moment she sat up, the naval generals standing under the steps suddenly felt an inexplicable force. At that moment, the file size of the chair is not important, because this coercion fills the world. As long as she sits there, she is supreme in everything. This feeling, Qilin looked down at the crowd below, and suddenly felt that supreme feeling. The so-called heart of heaven is inhumane. The upheaval in the world government was not known to the outside world. The naval admirals, such as the Warring States period, acted very quickly after accepting the facts, and this world is not really a modern society. Although there are phone bugs, the delivery of messages is not as fast as expected. In addition, each member country is also self-governing, and the world government is almost an enhanced version of the United Nations. When the Navy chooses to remain silent, the changes in the world government will naturally remain unknown. But reforms are continuing, especially on the island of Chambord. The Tianlong people are gone, the slave auction is gone, and the holy land of Mariajoya has been controlled, cleaning up the remnants of the past. The change of the world government continues, but Wang Hao came to the East China Sea alone. Kokoja village, Dragon Paradise. In fact, he went to Windmill Town in the Kingdom of Gaia first, but it was still some time before the boy went to sea. But unfortunately, he never had the chance to become One Piece again. In more than half a month, the Devil Queen has set sail and made a lot of fame in the new world. And Wang Hao is going to find a top navigator for her now. Who are you? Looking at Wang Hao standing in front of the door, Nuo Qigao was slightly surprised. Living in Kokoja village all year round, Nuo Qigao does not have many opportunities to contact people from the outside world. It's hard to see a man as handsome and perfect as Wang Hao in such a backcountry. An overnight traveler, by the way, help you solve some problems. Nuo Qigao didn't know how she let this strange man into the house. She only remembered the perfect smile of the man and the little things when she sat at the table and talked with herself. It's so handsome. Nuo Qigao was almost unstoppably immersed in Wang Hao's charm. So when the door was pushed open again, a girl with beautiful orange hair entered the house. To tease some point, Nuo Qigao sat in Wang Hao's arms, talking to him about the past with his blushing cheeks and telling the story of his adoptive mother, Belle Mel. Nuo Qigao. Nami looked at her sister and the strange man in surprise. Who is he? With a perfect face and a sunny smile, Nami's first impression of Wang Hao is very good. But for the fact that her sister suddenly had a boyfriend, she couldn't accept it for a while. Iwu is a traveler. At the dinner table at night, Nami, who had returned from the sea, was sitting at the table, enjoying the food on the plate, while sniffing at the master who was flirting with Nuo Qi. Follow me. Nuo Qigao and Nami were shocked by Wang Hao's words. But for Wang Hao, this was exactly the purpose of his trip. Go, where are you going? Where do you want to go? Nuo Qigao looked at the man he had only known for a day, and suddenly shook his head. She can't leave. Nami is still here. Belle's orange orchard is still here. By the way, I don't mean you alone, but you too. Or, bring your orange orchard. In response to this sentence, Nami got up suddenly. Impossible, give up. Nami lowered her head. She was undoubtedly very happy to see that her sister had found the man she liked, but another responsibility weighed on her heart, which made her unable to escape. It's Aaron. What if I help you solve this trouble? There are two things in this trip: to solve Aaron and take away Sister Nami. Aaron, a person who would make both sisters shudder when hearing this name. Looking at Nuo Qigao with drooping eyebrows in his arms, and Nami who stood there with frightened eyes shining. Wang Hao sighed slightly. Unforgivable. Hurt the two sisters so deeply. Aaron, from this moment on, your ending is already doomed. Don't want. Nuo Qigao held Wang Hao's clothes tightly, pleading written all over his face. For them, and for the villagers of the entire Kokosha village, Aaron is the most terrifying and evil existence in the world. It is a demon 10,000 times more terrifying than the devil in hell. Even though he is nothing in front of the real strong. But to these villagers, to the two sisters, he really is everything. The source of all pain. Their adoptive mother Belle Mel, the heavy tax on the villagers, the pain of so many families. All from him. Don't worry. Don't worry. Do you know who Aaron is? Do you know how terrifying he is? Do you think you could defeat that guy with your small body? He is not afraid of bullets, nor can he be hurt by swords. Nami yelled. When she was young, she did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to protect the villagers, and worked as a navigator in the dragon pirates year after year, drawing one after another chart for the dragon, just to keep the villagers alive. When she was young, she suffered responsibilities and pains that she shouldn't have to bear. And Aaron has also become her deepest nightmare in these years. There's no need to explain too much or to show his identity. What Wang Hao has to do is simply heal their pain. That's all. Wang Hao stood up, holding Nuo Qigao with one hand and Nami with the other. Go, where are you going? Go and wake up the nightmare. In a trance, Wang Hao brought the two sisters to the gate of the dragon paradise. And until then, Nami woke up in horror. No, let's go, get out of here. But Nami's awakening was obviously slower, and the murlocs at the door had already noticed their arrival. Octopus Xiaoba is the only murloc in the Aaron pirates who has not harmed humans. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Nami to forgive him for what he did later. Who is he? Before the murlocs at the door finished speaking, a sharp sword pierced their chests directly. The sharp sword transformed from light, pierced through the people who fell into the darkness in the night. Looking at his fallen companion, Xiaoba showed surprise, followed by anger and panic. Are you going to let him go? Wang Hao looked at Nami, who was also astonished, and asked her opinion. At the same time, several sharp swords made of light have already trapped Xiaoba. As long as Nami shakes her head, these sharp swords will instantly chop Xiaoba into pieces. Just looking at Xiaoba, who was terrified in the siege of the lightsaber, there was a trace of bewilderment in Nami's eyes. Let him go. He didn't hurt anyone else, and the main culprit is just Aaron. Nuo Qigao took Wang Hao's arm. Nami told her a lot about the dragon pirates, so she also knew that Hachi was kind to Nami and even took good care of her. Listen to you. The lightsaber dissipated, and Xiaoba sat down on the ground in horror, looking at Wang Hao with fear in his eyes. This feeling that life and death are completely involuntary to him makes him feel like falling into an abyss. On the contrary, Nuo Qigao and Nami looked at Wang Hao with hope in their eyes. They suddenly discovered that someone really seemed to be able to defeat Aaron, save them, and save the whole village. Boss Aaron! Xiaoba screamed and ran towards the paradise, while Wang Wu and the others walked in together behind him. But their pace was deliberately slowed down. By the way, I originally wanted you to do it yourself, so as to understand this grievance and clear away the nightmare in your heart. but I suddenly feel that there is one person who is more suitable. Wang Hao, who is familiar with everything about the sisters, naturally knows who is the most important person to them. In the village of Cachexia, a man who was sleeping peacefully on the bed suddenly woke up in the night wind, and flew towards here in a little panic. Aegean. A moment later, looking at Aegean who was falling in front of her, Nami made a sound. The man in front of him was not tall, with an old face, wrinkles, and sutured scars on his cheeks. No Kigo, Nami. Aegean looked at the two sisters in surprise, and when he turned his head again, he realized that he had come to the dragon paradise. In order for you to avenge yourself for some pain, it is better to solve it by yourself. Eliminating Aaron is just a snap of the fingers for Wang Hao. But for the two Namis, and for the villagers of the entire Kokosha village, Qianwangs, it is more difficult than reaching the sky. Colorful lights poured directly into Ajian's body. This man, who is equivalent to a father to Nami and the others, suddenly felt power in his body. The aging body is being enriched, the face becomes younger, and the face full of suture marks is repaired. His physique is getting stronger and stronger, his strength is getting stronger and stronger, and he even has some special skills in his mind. Aegean. How? Seeing Ajian, who was undergoing strange changes in front of him, and Wang Hao, who obviously brought about all these changes, Nua Chigao burst into tears with excitement. So, are you here for revenge? In front of them, Aaron, who received the news, appeared in front of everyone, and behind him were other members of the Dragon Pirates. Aaron. The eyes of Nua Chigao and Nami suddenly changed. Regardless of their psychological changes, when they really saw this person who had influenced them for the first half of their lives and had become the source of fear in their nightmares, their facial expressions had already explained everything. Courage. Wang Hao's voice was not loud, but it was so clear that everyone present could hear it. Aaron stared blankly at the man in front of him, and he soon realized that all the changes came from this man. The residents of Kokosha village, Nami, who is controlled by him, dare not and will not betray him. And this guy is not a villager, but an outsider, bored bounty hunter, or some reckless man who sees justice. However, Wang Hao didn't pay attention to his complexion, but continued to speak. Aegean, the power is given to you. What are you waiting for? The words fell, and in Jian's mind, scenes of the past emerged in front of his eyes. The admiring Belmel, the lovely Nami and Nua Chigao, and the villagers who were threatened by 880 volunteered to join the Dragon Pirates in order to save them. Nami became a navigator. All of them appear again. Anger and love finally turned into gas. Aegean, a police officer in Kokosha village, who has changed from a skinny old man to a man as strong as carp, clenched his fists. Aaron, amidst the exclamations of Nua Chigao and Nami, Aegean threw his fist and rushed forward. Waist. Facing Aegean's attack, Aaron didn't look very strong, but his lean body burst out suddenly. Sharkmen are born with strong physical qualities among the Murlocs, and their strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, even the long-known big pirates. Aaron is not weak. He was originally a cadre member of the Sun Pirates, Shiping's #1 officer. It is precisely because of this that although the East China Sea is called the weakest sea, there's still many guys with strength. But for so many years, countless pirate hunters who crusade against Aaron ended up dying, which completely disappointed Nami and others. It's not that those people are really bad, but that Aaron's strength is really beyond the norm for Donghai. Compared with their battles on the Great Route, Donghai is really their paradise. So Aaron was full of confidence as always, and punched forward as always. Boom! The thin body flew upside down and hit heavily on the wall of the paradise. The Murloc's eyes widened. Aaron, who had been invincible since they came to the East China Sea, was knocked down by someone. Ajian panted heavily, propped his knee with his left hand, raised his right hand, and looked carefully. Then he looked at Shangyu and flew out, hitting Wei Aaron. "I'll did this." Ajian looked at his fist in disbelief, panting not because of fatigue, but because of excitement and excitement. He finally mustered up the courage again and swung his fist at the demon. Damn it. Stones turned. The solid wall was smashed out with huge amounts of holes. The Murloc cadres hurried forward to help Aaron out of it, and then surprised expressions appeared on their faces. A deep fist mark appeared on Aaron's face. Although Aaron's injury is healing, the damage from that punch obviously cannot be eliminated so easily. Damn it! Aaron roared angrily, struggled to get up from the arms of the cadres, and looked at Aegean with scarlet eyes. But at this moment, Ajian, who looked at Aaron again, was completely different. His eyes became fearless, his eyes were full of confidence, and his chest was full of raging anger. Boom! Stepping out, Ajian disappeared in place according to the trick in his mind. Six-style shave. Kenichi, who reappeared, pointed to Aaron's chest. Six-style finger gun. What? A blood hole suddenly appeared on his body, and Aaron, who was already seriously injured, allowed a cry of pain, but the anger that Aegean had accumulated for so many years, and the resentment accumulated in Cachexia village for so many years, how could a blood hole be able to eliminate it? Stop him! Aaron gritted his teeth and said. The Murloc cadres suddenly realized and took action one after another. But Ajian became more and more proficient in mastering the skills in his mind. Driven by anger, he seemed to become a revenge machine, and he was able to handle the attacks of many Murlocs with ease. The 6 moves were used in turn, and soon some Murlocs fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. Aegean, Nua Chigao, and Nami watched the familiar figure shuttle among the crowd, but what came out was the painful groans of those Murlocs. A look called relief appeared on their pretty cheeks. Definitely, they still don't forget to look at the person who brought it all, the person who ignited hope for them. Thank you. Nua Chigao stood on tiptoe and hugged Wang Hao's strong back. His whole body was surrounded by intense happiness. While tears were shining in Nami's eyes, the gaze she looked at Wang Hao became gentle and complicated. What? Nami exclaimed, but the girl's body had already been embraced by Wang Hao. The two sisters lay on Wang Hao's chest together, their cheeks blushing. Looking up, it was the eyes of the person closest to him, and he felt even more ashamed. The enmity with Aaron made the person who should go the most come forward. This kind of behavior made the comfort in the hearts of the two sisters directly reach the peak. To them, the policeman Ah Jian, who was like a father to them, punched Aaron in the face with punch after punch with the strength bestowed by Wang Hao. That kind of happiness made the sisters cry loudly, but at the same time, they also chose to use their mouths to respond warmly to Wang Hao. So you are the sun god. The morning sun shone into the room, and Nuo Qidong squeezed 3 people on a not-so-large bed. 2 heads lay on Wang Hao's chest, listening to the powerful heartbeat, feeling the warmth from outside the window. As for the evil dragon paradise, under the leadership of Ah Jian, the villagers have taken over there. After the sky is bright, they will conduct the final judgment on this group of murlocs. Yes, have you felt my sunshine? The warm sunlight penetrated into the bodies of the 2 sisters, improving their bodies and replenishing their energy lost at night. So amazing. Nami's eyes lit up, and she put her hands on Wang Hao's body to prop up her upper body, exposing the beauty to his eyes. Since you're not tired, how about doing it again? Early morning is the time when some kind of power bursts out, and it hasn't stopped even this night. But with such a provocation, how could Wang Hao let it go? In the exclamation, the movement of life was played again, and when the clouds and rain first rested, it was already the time when the sun was rising. After breakfast, they changed into new clothes that they would only wear on major festivals. The 2 sisters, one on the left and one on the right, led the Lord's arm to the entrance of Kokoja village. Seeing the arrival of the 3 people, the crowd immediately moved away. Ah Jian, who had changed his appearance greatly, was still talking, but stopped when he saw this. Among the crowd was Aaron, who was tied up, and Ah Jian was trying to judge his crimes over the years. But the trial still needs a leader, a judge, a god who judges all order. Great sun god, given strength by Wang Hao. Ah Jian has already realized Wang Hao's identity. Seeing the happy smiles on the faces of the 2 sisters whom he regarded as his daughters, Ah Jian squeezed out a smile on his serious face. When Nami was young, because her face was too serious, she would be scared to cry every time she saw him. So he put a windmill on his head with a gentle heart, which made Nami laugh out loud. But now, seeing the 2 sisters get rid of the nightmare and find happiness, he also seems to have fulfilled his mission. Belmel, you may rest in peace. God, what shall we do with him? A villager asked. Although Aaron was their enemy, it was actually Wang Hao who ended him. All these changes are due to Wang Hao, so that they dare not offend them. As for this, Wang Hao just glanced at it casually, and then nodded. Boom! The red flame ignited out of thin air, igniting Aaron. What? A cry of pain sounded, and Aaron's ugly face became distorted. Aaron, who had been knocked down and arrested by Adrian before, but still refused to admit his love, suddenly turned into a soft bone. Hissing shrilly, tears streaming down his face, he struggled and begged for mercy after a while. That red flame didn't burn his flesh. What burned was his soul. Whenever you forgive him, this flame will disappear. Before that, let him kneel here and repent. Death is only a relief to such villains. They have long been aware of death, so death is definitely not a punishment, but a warning to latecomers. And the best way to punish them is this. As Wang Hao thought, both the sisters and the villagers could only feel happy after seeing Aaron end up like this. No one felt that he should be let go, and this also meant that he would have to suffer for a long time here. It also quickly became a wonder in the world of pirates, for it was soon discovered that as long as there are sinners, this flame will never be extinguished. Along with the erection of the statue of the sun god, the scarlet fire of karma was taken away and distributed to prisons and courts all over the world, become the most powerful weapon to punish sin. As a result, Kokoja village has become a world-renowned relic site of miracles. So I said take you away again. And the answer is, after staying in Kokoja village for 3 days and eating oranges planted by Belmel, Tian Hao said the words when they first met. But this time, what answered him were 2 hugs and the indelible hickey. A part of the orangery was put into the kingdom of God by Wang Hao. It was the relic of the sister's adoptive mother, Belmel, and it was the 2's deepest thoughts on her. Then there are Nami's charts and various books. As a genius navigator, the queen navigator of the future One Piece. Whether it's for her dreams or cold ice, she can't let go of her studies. After bidding farewell to Jian and the villagers, they boarded Wang Hao's exclusive cloud boat, and the 3 of them immediately set sail and headed for the Great Route. Next stop, Kingdom of Sand, Alabasta Mountains. Although sunbathing on the sea with 2 beauties floating around is a very enjoyable thing. But if he really wanted to do that, Wang Hao reckoned that by the time he arrived in Alabasta, Liang Bing would have unified the new world and become the pirate king. Cloud boat. Wang Hao made a ship out of clouds. Well, it is said to be a ship, but it is actually a larger flight controller. All kinds of food, drink, and enjoyment are available. You can blow the sea breeze and bask in the sun at ordinary times, and when necessary, you can also close it up and do things inside that others cannot see. Most importantly, it flies in the sky. So in just a few days, the 3 of 697, Wang Hao entered the Great Route and came to the kingdom of Alabasta. The purpose of coming here is also very simple. For that woman. Boom! In the rainy land, the gate of the splendid casino rain banquet was kicked open. Nami, dressed in a cool dress, faded away from her gentle face, showing her original savagery. Ahem, robbery. Holding a long golden stick, Nami is not the little thieving cat who was abducted by Luffy a year later. Her face is still relatively immature, and even the parts that are too proud are still young. Ever since seeing such a scene, whether it was the gamblers in the casino or the thugs guarding the casino, they all laughed in unison. What did I say? Wang Hao and Nuo Qigao walked in one after another. And looking at Nami, who ran in recklessly, Wang Hao's face showed a little helplessness. Wang Hao talked to Nami about Lao Sha and Alabasta, and Nami, who had just dealt with Aaron, was obviously full of justice. Hearing such a guy who was similar to Aaron, occupying other countries and homes and defrauding the people. His blood surged, and he rushed in with a stick. Boom! A long golden stick hit the ground, and the terrifying force caused the hard floor to crack quickly, and the whole building began to shake. Looking at Nami's dangerous gaze, everyone in the casino suddenly realized something. What? Familiar screams sounded, the voices of men and women, the panic of the thugs, and the crumbling casino building. I'll say it again, robbery, you guys get out. The golden stick was pulled up from the ground, and Nami, who was instilled with the essence day and night by Wang Hao, was as strong as the fighters of the Xiongbing Company at the beginning. A stick was thrown out and hit the pillars in the hall. The stone pillars that required 3 people to embrace were instantly shattered. The ceiling began to pour, and gravel fell constantly. After a while, the entire hall was emptied, and even the thugs hired by Kalakdar fled away one after another. A bunch of idiots. Faced with such a blatant provocation, and watching the thugs leave, someone in the downstairs office finally couldn't help but show up. Who are you guys? With a cigar in his mouth and a curly hair combed back, Lao Sha appeared in a mink suit despite being in an extremely hot desert kingdom. Are you Klakadal? However, Nami did not answer his question. As her strength swelled, her self-confidence also swelled abnormally. By the way, the sense of justice is also extremely inflated. You don't know me, so why come here to make trouble? Just as the golden hook was erected, Lao Sha saw a golden stick smash towards his face before he finished speaking. Nami originally knows cudgel playing, no matter if it's called cudgel playing or not, but at least she has a lot of experience in playing stick-shaped objects. Wang Hao has personally experienced this point. So Wang Hao gave her the stick. Definitely not the stick that weighs 13,500 caddies. She can't move that kind of thing for the time being. It's just an ordinary iron rod, a very ordinary kind. Coupled with her very different physical fitness, it still has a bit of a visceral taste. What? There was a scream. The golden stick fell, and Lao Sha, who lost half of his face, howled in pain. But it was Nami who was frightened. Seeing Lao Sha screaming with half of her face missing, she was so frightened that she quickly pulled back the stick and hid aside. After a closer look, I found that Lao Sha's face was actually made of sand. What happened? Natural rustling fruit. This is his elemental body. A slightly magnetic voice appeared, and a sexy and hot figure stood in the corner of the hall, but his eyes were sizing up the 3 of Wang Hao. What is on your stick? Why can it hurt his elemental body? However, in the face of the visitor's question, Nami's eyes fell on a huge burden on the 5.1 party, which was obviously much more terrifying than her sister's. So big. Nami shook her head before speaking. It's electricity, the wish stick will discharge. Nami waved the stick in her hand, giggling. Domineering and Hei Lushi are not the only ones who can hurt the body of natural elements. To be precise, as long as it is an energy attack, if the energy is sufficient and the attributes are restrained, it can also be injured, like fire and ice, water and sand. And why does the electric current hurt Klokkater, who can turn into sand? It's high temperature. In the shadows, a comprehension flashed on Robin's face. The high temperature can vitrify the sand. If it is said that the water will solidify the sand, making it impossible for Locke to dodge attacks, then wouldn't the solidified sand cause him great damage? Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help looking at his boss. However, her guess did not come true, or this kind of restraint between elemental energies is only temporary and can be restored. After howling for a while, Kalak got up from the ground, and a missing piece of cheek also began to recover slowly. But even though the injury was recovering, the abnormal twitching of the face and the fear in the eyes could not be concealed. So this heroic figure immediately made a choice. Sandstorm Burial. Ignoring Robin on the side, Locke directly pressed his hands on the ground, and the building of Rain Banquet was instantly deserted, eroded by the yellow sand that could be seen everywhere in these 18 countries. And then the huge amounts of sand pits turned into quicksand traps, and the buildings in the building were turned into quicksand traps. All swallowed whole. What? Lao Sha's sudden attack made the inexperienced Nami exclaim. Before she got stuck in the swamp, the golden light gushed out from her body and wrapped her body. Seemingly endless grains of sand poured in from all around, from the sky and the ground. Lao Sha, who was severely injured, obviously lost his mind, and came up with the most violent killing move. If he had used this move to deal with Luffy earlier, no matter how powerful the protagonist Halo is, it would be difficult for Lu Bao to defeat this guy who is considered prestigious in a new world. Robin, who was planning to evacuate, found himself surrounded by a sea of sand before he could react. This made her complexion change slightly, but the cooperative relationship with Kalakdal gave her a chance to feel that she would not be accidentally injured. But the grains of sand wrapped more and more tightly seemed to tell her that Tu had lost his mind. There is no difference between the enemy and me. But just when she was flustered, a golden light suddenly appeared and enveloped her, attached to the healthy, wheat-colored skin. A moment later, when she was wrapped in the golden light and emerged from the sandy swamp and came to the ground, it was the 3 people who were facing her. Why did you save me? Robin was a little surprised. Her resourcefulness has always been outstanding. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to survive under the arrest of the world government. Nor will he be invited by Lao Sha to serve as a deputy under his command. But the appearance and behavior of Wang Hao and his party were beyond her comprehension. In her opinion, she should be the enemy. Why did these people save her? Why not save? The purpose of my coming here is for you. The strange one is Wang Hao. Nicole Robin, orphan of O'Hara, inheritor of the great library, the last person in the world who can read ancient characters. In an instant, Robin's complexion was as pale as paper. Are you from the world government? Robin has a hoarse voice. She's been fleeing all these years, and since the fall of O'Hara, she has never enjoyed stability again. The days in Alabasta have been one of the rare times when there is no need to escape, even if it means doing a lot of things for Lockdoll that she doesn't want to do. But unexpectedly, the world government still came to the door. The world government you spoke of has been destroyed. Don't worry, no one will catch you anymore. Looking at Robin's pale face, the sadness in her eyes when recalling the past is like seeing her crying for Luffy to save her when watching the battle on Judiciary Island. There's a trace of pity in Wang Ji's eyes. But his words and the information contained in them were obviously too much, so that Robin's clever mind went down for a while. World government destroyed. A string of question marks appeared on Robin's face. Since the Navy took over the authority of the world government for convenience and helped Queen Shilin quickly control the remnants of the world government, neither news nor any intelligence could be leaked out. The only bit of news is from the Morgan's news agency about the gap in the Red Earth continent and the drastic change that seems to have taken place in Mary Joya. But other than that, nothing is known about the Navy headquarters in Mary Joya. That being the case, it is not difficult to understand that Robin does not know the situation of the world government. So, she has even begun to doubt whether Wang Hao's head is normal. After all, that is the 483 world government. Don't doubt it. See for yourself. A ray of light was drawn by Wang Hao and poured into Robin's eyes. All kinds of things in the new holy capital, Mary Joya, could be seen in her eyes. But how is this possible? Before the words fell, Wang Hao pulled up that more mature body compared to Nami and stuck it in front of him. The strong divine power poured in, enveloping the two of them, and the brilliance of the sun at this moment made patriots living in darkness feel. Fantasy Carrot. Looking at Wang Hao, who hugged Robin in front of her sisters, Nami angrily poked the ground with the stick in her hand. She wasn't actually jealous, nor was she jealous. Her boldness and enthusiasm made her not care about that kind of thing. What's more, Wang Hao told them the story of Luo Shi when they were on a cloud boat. This makes Nami, who also has a tragic past, quickly develop sympathy for Robin. She is just dissatisfied with herself. After all, Wang Hao's gaze on Robin's body is obviously longer than hers. Why is that part so big? Where are they? Under the sea of sand, a head suddenly drilled out, and then Kolok's figure slowly gathered into shape. He was a little surprised to see the unscathed Nami sisters. But at least he came out of the new world, challenged Whitebeard, and left Name with him. Although surprised, Lao Sha was still able to keep calm, but he became more alert and distanced himself. In this case, he thinks he has nothing to fear. The desert is his home field. At the moment, even if the four emperors came here, it is impossible to do anything to him. This is the most powerful point of the natural fruit ability. In a suitable environment, every natural fruit ability user is invincible. For example, the green pheasant is above the sea, or the yellow ape is in the sky, or Taklok is in the desert country, Alabasta. Nature is called the strongest devil fruit. There is a reason for it. The root cause of this is scope. Natural fruits have a range of influence beyond the reach of Superman, animal, and even phantom beasts. In addition to the few special existences such as Junjin and Gravity Fruit, even the Smoke Man and the Swamp Man Caribou. Their attack range and ability to manipulate the environment are beyond the reach of other abilities. Akiji moves the Ice Age, and the sea surface with a radius of tens of kilometers directly turns into a kingdom of ice and snow. A red dog can breathe fire with one move, which can turn the entire Marin Photo into a burning purgatory. Because of the battle between Akiji and Akainu, the natural environment of Punk Hassad has been permanently changed, and just walking out of the lava-covered land and heading to the ice and snow area, Luffy and others walked for a day. It was just an island that bore the aftermath of the battle between the two of them, and one can beat the green pheasant on the sea, and no one can catch the yellow ape in the sky. Likewise, no one can defeat him in the desert sea, Klakadar. So Luffy's protagonist aura is the aura of Jiangji. Lively, a big magician who can control the desert sea with a radius of tens of kilometers, has been reduced to the point where he can play close combat with him. The key is to lose if you faint. Akiji can move freely among the ice blocks, and the yellow ape can move through the light. He can activate Lockdoll's ability, and all the sand grains within a radius of tens of kilometers are part of him. Even if he can't fight, he can go wherever he wants in the sea of sand, and the speed of consciousness transfer is not slower than the speed of light. After all, thought is just a momentary thing. Otherwise, why is it called invincible? Because I can't catch it, I can't hit it. Armed color, knowledge, and color are all decorations, because you can't take effect on people who are tens of kilometers away from you. No matter how powerful Carp's fist is, what can he do if others are several kilometers away from him? It seems that your self-confidence has reached the extreme. The light faded, and in Lao Sha's eyes, under the brilliance of the sun in the sky, two figures suddenly appeared in the blind spot of his vision. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the surprise in his heart once again dominated his emotions. Whether it's his ability or something else, he hasn't discovered the location of the two main characters since just now. Sol Sunday, it looks like you found a new backer. Lao Sha didn't change his face. Just like Wang Hao said, his confidence has made him fearless. As long as he stands on the ground, he doesn't believe that someone can kill him. Whitebeard can't do it, and neither can the person in front of him. And Robin, who was leaning on Wang Hao's arms and still immersed in the news he had just learned, suddenly looked up after being woken up. Then she smiled. Yes, Mr. Locke, I have a new patron. The smile on Robin's face is so genuine from the heart. The defeat of the old world government meant nothing to others, but to her, it meant a new life. She no longer has to struggle to escape, no longer has to worry about being frightened. She can finally live under the sun. Robin's smile surprised Lao Sha a little. He had known Robin for 2 years, but he had never seen her smile so sincerely and from the heart. In the past, in order to survive, Robin had to pretend. The smile on his face was so fake. Withdrawing unnecessary emotions, Lao Sha stared at the people in front of him. LT seems that there will be one more person on my death list, and in this desert, there will be a few more bones and wisps of dead souls. The grains of sand rotated slowly, and Lao Sha's gaze became more condensed, turning into a strong, killing intent. Wait a moment. Wang Hao raised his hand and signaled Lao Sha to wait a moment. What are you doing? Nuoma Zhao. The whirlwind of sand dissipated, and Lao Sha looked at the man in front of him blankly, a little confused. It's nothing. I just want to ask you a few questions before the fight. Everyone is very curious. Wang Hao stretched his waist, looking at the yellow sand all around him. With a flick of a finger, rich vitality filled the entire space. Lawns, big trees, clear springs. In an instant, the desert country turned into a sea of vitality, and an oasis that emerged out of thin air replaced the place of death under everyone's feet. Sit down and talk. Lying on the recliner that appeared out of nowhere, Wang Hao took a sip of the summer special drink that Nami handed over and waved at the stunned Lao Sha. El heard that you were originally a female. About Lao Sha was originally a woman. With the advancement of the comic plot, this conjecture has become more and more accepted by the public. It was only a hint at first. For example, for all the characters in the comics, the male earrings are worn on the left and Lao Sha is worn on the right. Another example is when Luo Jie was executed, almost all Qi Wuhai was present, and everyone else showed their faces. Only Lao Sha gave the back of his head a big back. Definitely, it's almost explicit by the end. The most important thing is what the human monster king Eva said. Sha has a handle in his hands. And what kind of excuse would a person like Lao Sha submit to? Unless that matter concerns his privacy. And the she-male king Eva happens to have the ability to change the sex of people. Even the personality will change after transgender. If Lao Sha was a woman before, after going through a sad experience, she felt that she was not strong enough and her character was weak, so she found Eva in order to become stronger and succeed. With Eva's help, she turned into him, and also into such a headstrong, conceited, sinister, and domineering Shaq 080 lock doll. Who did you hear from? Standing on the sand. Kalak's face remained unchanged. On the contrary, Robin and others were a little surprised, constantly looking at Lao Sha in front of them. Hey, you really are. Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed. Although his complexion remained unchanged, Lao Sha's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot at that moment. The expressionless face is a disguise, but the heartbeat is racing, which is uncontrollable. And the words that make his heart beat faster, the answer is almost self-explanatory. Interesting. Wang Hao carefully looked at Lao Sha in front of him. Judging from his appearance and shape, Lao Sha was completely a man. The power of the hormonal fruit is quite strong, and it can really completely change the gender of a person's body. However, when Wang Hao looked at it from another perspective, sure enough, under that body, the image of Lao Sha, the soul inside, became softer and more delicate, and his figure became undulating. The image of a woman is clearly revealed. This is completely different from Wang Hao changing Carl's gender. After Carl's transformation, his soul was completely transformed. The soul originally had no gender division, but after Carl transformed into the Lich King, the soul returned to its essence. So Wang Hao turned her into a woman, and she is a woman, which is equivalent to reincarnation. But what about Lao Sha? Only the physical body has changed, but the inner essence has not changed. Otherwise, it cannot explain why Eva, the she-male king, can freely switch people between men and women. Because what changes is only the appearance. What do you want to do? After breaking his biggest secret, Rugu also panicked at this moment. Although he tried his best to maintain the stability on the surface. In fact, he had already started to plan to escape in silence. What are you doing? Not doing anything, just asking. I'm here for nothing to do with you. I'm just for Robin. Under the shade of a tree, drinking a special summer drink, Wang Hao said very casually. He would never come here, especially to fight with Lao Sha. By the way, save this country by the way. Wang Hao said again that he was really just passing by, as if he was spreading the glory of the sun god, leaving his footprints and miracles in this world, and signing a contract with the Tao of heaven here after tens of thousands of years, don't know what. But this sentence made Lao Sha nervous again. After all, saving the country? Isn't he responsible for the current problems in this country? Damn, you really came to trouble me. As soon as the words fell, Lao Sha waved his palm, and two sharp knives formed by sand grains swept up from the ground and slashed towards Wang Hao. Desert Sword. The move that almost cut Luffy in half with a single blow flew at a high speed, and then dissipated into invisible the moment it touched the oasis under Wang Hao's feet. What did you conquer this country for? Surprised that his attack was useless, Lao Sha frowned and replied. Is it for conquest, to enjoy the fun of conquest, or for rights, to seize this country, gain supreme power, and then go to conquer other countries? As a thief of the country, it is nothing more than these two reasons. For the results, and for the fun in the process. Wang Hao thinks that Lao Sha is for the result. After all, he has been in hiding for so many years and put in so much effort. So he doesn't look like someone who enjoys the process. What's more, he has changed his gender. Presumably, the past experience stimulated her, and then she did not hesitate to become him in order to realize her grand plan and dominance. If it's for rights, I can give you a chance. Miracles don't have to spread by themselves. Moreover, the purpose of miracles is also to build faith so that Hao Yin can differentiate duplication here. It's good to have someone to do it. I can give you supreme rights. Except for the sun in the sky, no one in this sea will be more noble than you. Do you want to do it? Wang Hao sat up from the reclining chair, and as he got up, a majestic aura pressed towards Lao Sha like a mountain in an ocean. That's not solicitation, in Locke's eyes anyway. Putting a knife on someone's neck and asking her if she wants to do it. How could such a thing be regarded as solicitation? What is my mission? With a straight face, Lao Sha stood beside Wang Hao, waiting for his order. Save the suffering. And Wang Hao's gaze spread along this sea of yellow sand. No matter in any era, the most effective way is to spread belief and save suffering. Because desperate people are the easiest to trust others. But Lao Sha frowned. He is a conspirator, a thief who steals the country, and saving others has nothing to do with him no matter how you look at it. You can actually turn back into a woman, which can stimulate your motherhood. Women are naturally prone to sympathy for the weak. I will give you a little more power, so that you will soon make others believe in you and follow you. It is more than a year before a certain rubber boy goes to sea, which means that the country has been dry for a year under Lao Sha's control. A year of drought has made this land full of hungry and precarious people. Since ancient times, whenever there is a natural disaster, there must be a human disaster, followed by turmoil. It is precisely at this time that fluctuations in thought are most likely to occur and the seeds of religion are bred. And what about my reward? For Wang Hao's proposal, Lao Sha was non-committal and he was not qualified to refute. When he chooses to surrender, it means that he has been conquered by Wang Hao's power, just like them in the Warring States period. That depends on what you want. There is nothing in this world that Wang Hao can't afford. What Luo Jie gave to the world was a dream about wealth and power, but the main body can make this dream come true. A few days later, when Wang Hao left here in a cloud boat, there was no such person as Shacklock in this world. All that is left is an envoy of the sun god who is full of oases everywhere he passes, and at the same time possesses the ability to deprive him of life. Where do we go next? Small hands gently pinched Wang Hao's arm, while his head was placed on that soft position. Enjoying the maid's service, Wang Hao pointed to the sky. Nami raised her head to look into the sky, but saw nothing. Didn't you say you want to become stronger? In fact, exercising with me every night is enough, but since you want to go faster, then go to the top. Kingdom of the Sky, Sky Island. All the way up, then forward. Leaving from Alabasta, it took Wang Hao's cloud boat a few hours to reach the White Ocean. Island. Nami and others, including Robin, looked at the island that suddenly appeared in front of them in amazement, and couldn't even speak for a moment. But the cloud boat did not land, but kept moving forward, across the White Ocean, pointing directly at the piece of soil and jungle surrounded in the center. Island of the Gods, Appiato. Why is there an island in the sky? After the shock, Nami's face was filled with excitement. As a member of the Straw Hats, she naturally has no lack of enthusiasm for adventure, but Nami is calmer and more rational than Luffy, who has no brains at all except when fighting, provided she doesn't see the money. But at this moment, with Wang Hao by her side, the danger does not exist for her at all, and the excitement and passion of adventure immediately filled her head. It's the cloud. Pressing the little head that was in front of her with both hands, she squeezed her slightly baby-fat cheeks into a ball. The sea in this world is full of debris of sea tower stones, and when these debris condense to a certain amount and gather in the sky, the clouds formed in this way will become cumulus clouds. The fact that the seawater will make the ability user weak is not because of the seawater originally, but the sea stone debris existing in the seawater. In other words, Hailu stone is actually the crystallization of some kind of substance in seawater. This can be seen from the conversation between Luffy and Akiji in the bath. Not only the seawater, but even the water for bathing will make the ability user's hands and feet weak. This shows that this substance is all over the water cycle of this world, but is only more abundant in the sea. And this kind of material rises into the sky, and after gathering, it will form a cumulus cloud, which will not dissipate. It has a light weight, but it can carry heavy objects, and so White Sea was born. Ah, it's here. When a cloud boat landed, Wang Hao dispersed it, and he found himself in a dense forest, and Robin ran forward quickly after exclaiming, "This is the stone that recorded the ancient text." The reason why Robin went to Alabasta was to cooperate with Lao Sha. One of the very important reasons is because Lao Sha told her that there are ancient characters in Alabasta. And the reason why Lao Sha still misses Robin after being defeated by Luffy is naturally not because he likes her. Coming out of the New World, Lao Sha, who had confronted Whitebeard head-on, knew more inside information than others. And ambitious, when she finds that she has found Robin, who is the only one left in the world who can understand ancient characters, how could she let it go so easily? Roger found the big secret treasure by relying on Kazuki Oden. And after Kazuki Oden died, the orphan Momonosuke was sent to 20 years later. When he did not show up, Robin was the only one left in the world who understood the people of ancient writing. Therefore, Roger is destined to become One Piece because of Kazuki Oden, and Luffy is destined to become One Piece because of Mr. Robin. Thank you. For other people on the sea, stones with ancient texts mean treasures and power. But to Wang Hao, this thing is obviously nothing. Being able to let him come here specially, it is obvious that Robin is not a fool, knowing who all this is for. You are welcome. In the joy of Robin, Wang Hao got close to her body and came behind her to watch this historical relic with her. Definitely, the ancient script that others don't understand is not a problem for him at all. Light is the best carrier. Combining the power of time, Wang Hao can see everything in the past. His 800 may not be able to achieve the omnipotence of the real concept, because such a concept does not exist at all. But omniscience already has that taste. When Wang Hao was busy flirting, the two Nami sisters pretended not to be seen and yelled beside them, admiring the strange scenery of the empty island. But their arrival has already attracted the attention of the aborigines on the empty island. And Appiato, the holy island on the White Sea, the residence of God, also has a man called God. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the dense dark clouds made people feel as if a huge amount of precipitation was coming. Strangeness. Nami raised her head to look at the sky, then looked at it for a while, and said with a frown, "What's wrong?" After Nuo Chigao's irrigation during this period, as her older sister, she obviously grew up faster than Nami, and her style was already particularly obvious and attractive. In the sky at this height, theoretically, there shouldn't be dark clouds forming. Nami frowned and said slowly. Even without Aaron's oppression, she still did not give up her research on navigation. That was her dream. For this reason, Wang Hao even gave her some special privileges, allowing her to access a lot of knowledge that she could not learn. Science from Otherworld. And the scene in front of her was obviously contrary to what she had learned, because that is the incarnation of God. The sudden appearance made the sisters startled, and when they took a closer look, a bald man with dark glasses and colorful arms stood behind them at some point. Wow, with wings. Nami pointed at the man's back and exclaimed. It was the first time she had seen someone with wings. Although I heard that there are many strange creatures in the world. Long-handed, long-legged, three-eyed, etc., but people with wings have never heard of them. Just for decoration. The man in sunglasses said coldly. The sharp eyes were fixed on the Nami sisters and Wang Hao behind them. But alas, the sunglasses worked so well that no one noticed his gaze. Hey, are you a resident of Sky Island? Nami didn't realize the existence of danger at all and continued to ask. But the one who answered her suddenly appeared, a long rope-like cloud. Iron thorns. The behavior of the Qinghai people who appeared suddenly and directly broke into the center of the holy place made the four priests guarding the holy place Appiato, the god Enel, feel seriously dereliction of duty. Among the four, Priest Ohm, who was the most ruthless and mastered the iron trial with a survival rate of 0%, blamed himself endlessly as soon as he appeared. He shot without any hesitation, only thinking about killing the enemy immediately, so as to appease the gods. Why are you guys attacking us all of a sudden? However, at the moment when Ohm was distracted, Nami's voice sounded again. She, who should have been firmly surrounded by the thorny jungle that Tai Yun had turned into, stretched out her hand, and a terrifying force erupted. The iron cloud, which was as hard as real iron, would fall apart at the touch of these hands. Not only that, Nami, who was attacked, was furious. A long golden stick suddenly appeared in her hand, then swung it up and threw it towards Ohm. What? The increasingly powerful Nami is no worse than the monsters in the New World in terms of physical fitness alone. With the ultimate speed and the ultimate strength, in an instant explosion, Priest Ohm rushed to the street. Yeah, how'd he die? Nami, who has only fought against Lao Sha so far, is a little dazed. The old shit that she hit with a stick was useless, so Nami didn't know how terrifying her strength was. At the moment, Shalu hit down with a stick with one hand and even killed the priest Ohm who was caught off guard. Boom! Immediately after Ohm's death, the dark clouds in the sky grew larger and larger, and the sound of thunder followed the trend. Strange, this thunder. It doesn't look like it's going to rain 3.5 at all. Nami looked puzzled again, and then she turned her head. Who are you? Turning around once, there was one more person, but this time with fair skin and long face, two huge earlobes, naked upper body, thunderbones on the back, and a long stick in his hand. The one who came, the god of the Sky Island, the owner of the thunderous fruit, Enel. I haven't asked who you are. Enelu's eyes swept over priest Ohm on the ground. He even broke into my holy land right after he came up, and even killed my priest. Mortal, are you guilty? The sudden appearance of Enelo and that somewhat evil and arrogant aura did not make Nami and Nuo Chigao feel afraid. Even after looking at this strange person for a while, Nami turned her head to look at Wang Hao, who was reading with Robin in his arms, talking and laughing while watching. Hey, someone here is imitating you. Oh, what's the matter? Wang Hao turned his head, and Enelu's long face suddenly came into his eyes. He said he was a god. Do you know him? Is he your friend? Nami said very seriously. She really thought so. After all, there was a god like Wang Hao, so there was nothing wrong with another one appearing. After all, Wang Hao never said that he's the only god. But after Wang Hao glanced at it, he pulled Robin, who had read the entire article, and walked over. He's just a devil fruit ability user, the one I told you about. For Nami, who can skillfully use weather knowledge and understand science at 18, the Thunder Fruit is undoubtedly very suitable for her. And this time, the Demon Queen Yak that Nami joins is different from the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats are adventurers, not pirates. What the pirates in the New World want to do is to fight for hegemony, while the adventure group, such as Roger and Luffy, their purpose is to explore. Fighting is a process, but not an end. Avoid it if you can. But what Liangbing's pirate group wants is to conquer the New World, defeat or subdue all the pirate groups. In this case, as one of the members, Nami must have excellent strength. It's not that she's worried about her danger. After all, with Wang Hao around, the danger is not out of the question, mainly for her gaming experience. A partner on the boat was fighting with others, and she hid in the room to watch the show. She definitely can't accept it, because she couldn't accept it when she was in the Straw Hats. For this reason, Usopp specially asked Usopp to make her a weather stick, but she still has time to grow up in the Straw Hats. After all, she'll have at least 4 years to enter the New World. And now that she entered early, if she wants to have a powerful and suitable power for her, the Devil Fruit is undoubtedly the best choice. Among the Devil Fruits, the most suitable one, which fits her compatibility and can quickly bring a powerful force enough to be arrogant in the New World, is the Thunder Fruit. Who are you? The same question. In the face of unfamiliar people, everyone likes to ask this question. But sometimes, not everyone can hear the answer. Deprivation. In an instant, an invisible force bound Enelu tightly. The sudden change, even if Enelo's knowledge is strong enough to cover the entire Sky Island. But he still didn't respond. After all, even if he can predict the future, how can he compare with the God of Time who has mastered the past and the future? Well, even a mouth is sealed. All words cannot be spoken. The hands and feet are locked, and the strength is being lost. AI Nilu was like a bug that was bumped into amber, and the moment Wang Hao opened his mouth, he announced his end. A trace of electric light gushed out of his body, and Enelu, who could only change his expression, was horrified to find that his extremely powerful thunder power was slowly disappearing. The electric current in the air, the powerful electric energy in the body, and the ability to perceive the electromagnetic field are all leaving his body. No. Enelu yelled in his heart, but everything was of no avail. In front of the Real God. How could he, a false god, have the strength to resist? In Robin Nami's eyes, after the traces of electric current gushed out of Enelo's body, it gradually formed a strange fruit glowing with electricity in the palm of the master. Robin's eyes were particularly surprised. She had eaten devil fruits, and she could still recognize the strange patterns and shapes, although the styles were different. But what surprised her even more was that the devil fruit could be taken away. He is a god. Robin laughed suddenly. She was laughing at her fuss. Wang Hao's a god. If the devil fruit is really a product of the devil, Isn't it normal for Wang Hao to be above the devil? That being the case, there is no need to be surprised to deprive the power of the devil fruit. She didn't know, 703, that depriving the power of the devil fruit is actually very simple. Just put various fruits next to it when you kill the ability. After the devil fruit ability dies, it will immediately look for a new carrier, that is, fruit. It is precisely because of this that the Blackbeard pirates in the future are plundering various rare fruit abilities in this way. Definitely, compared to the brutal way of killing the ability, Wang Hao's behavior is actually quite gentle. He just directly extracted the ability from the ability user's body. Life is still preserved. I just don't know how Enilu, who has lost his ability, will be treated after being captured by angry Sky Islanders. The shiny, thunderous fruit in his hand was condensed. Although there is no body of the fruit, this energy has been extracted, and after finding out a bit, Wang Hao made some changes to it. For example, the problem that those who abandon the fruit ability will be restrained by sea water and sea stones. After all, he doesn't want his woman's weaknesses to fall into the hands of others. Eat it. He passed the shiny sphere in his hand to Nami's mouth. But what he got in exchange was Nami's puzzled gaze. How do you eat this thing? Wang Hao looked at it. The fruit energy in his hand was accumulated by Inelo for many years. It is indeed a bit too huge. Such a sphere is almost as big as Nami's head. What about this? Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, then elongated and rounded them. Finally, the sphere in the hand disappeared and was replaced by a round rod. Big pervert. Seeing that familiar shape, Nami's pretty face suddenly turned pink. As a little thief cat, although she is very unrestrained, she never cares about these things and often sends benefits to the members of the Straw Hats. But now she is not that mature and sexy little thieving cat. Her shyness as a girl still has the upper hand. Hey, don't worry about those details, just eat. Handing the stick in her hand to Nami, watching her shyly put it to her mouth, Wang Hao's heart suddenly became hot. The imaginary containment in the mouth did not appear. After all, this is a creation of pure energy. When Nami put it in her mouth, this energy directly poured into her body. Then, there was a terrifying thunderstorm. The sound of the electric current can be heard endlessly, and a shining electric light constantly emerges. What a big light bulb. I won't have to pay the electricity bill at home. Wang Hao, who told a bad joke, watched Nami's vitality rapidly increase and become stronger, with a little relief on his face that I don't know what effect the electric current stimulus will have in that situation. This is a question worth exploring in depth. Seeing that her younger sister has acquired a special ability, her strength has obviously increased a lot, and Nuo Qigao, who knows that she will soon go on her own world adventure, is sincerely happy for her. As for Enel, who was deprived of his ability, no one cared about him, and he shouted and killed others as soon as he appeared. No one would sympathize with this kind of behavior, or this kind of person, including Robin on the side. After seeing Nami absorbing the thunder fruit, he returned to the huge amounts of history text. Just now I have only roughly read the content of the main body of the article, but she has not studied it carefully. As far as she knows, every stone that records the text of history is different. O'Hara's, Alabastus, and this one are different. As an archaeologist and scholar, she still has a lot of work to do. So, a group of people stayed on the empty island. Nami needs to be familiar with her ability, otherwise she will always be unable to control the electric current in her body and easily injure others by mistake. Wang Hao didn't care. Even if it was 100,000 volts, he was safe and sound. But Nuo Qigao met with them frankly every day, and when Nami got excited, the energy overflowed and hurt Nuo Qigao, which would be troublesome. In addition, Robin needed time to study, and the group stayed on the empty island for a full week. They also visited the entire empty island this week. The White Sea Fish, the Sky Islanders, and the residents of Mount Dora have all seen it. And what excites Nami the most is undoubtedly the land of gold and the big clock. Although she has not yet become a little thieving cat, Nami has developed the trait of being greedy for money early. And because of them, the residents of Sky Island were able to discover that Inelo had lost his fruit ability. Therefore, the entire Sky Island ushered in a big change. But when the change happened, Wang Hao and the others had already left here, but the golden clock had been recast by Wang Hao and turned into a sun disk standing there. Where are we going this time? Sitting on a cloud boat, Nami, recovering from her adventure, was dressed in cool clothes, dangling back and forth in front of Wang Hao's eyes. Today, she has finally started her long-lost development. Her figure has become more impressive, and her skin has become fairer and fairer. Go to the New World. Find her big sister. There is nothing interesting about the first half of the Great Voyage. Wang Hao has no interest in things like Chopper, Brook, and the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. The point is, Liang Bing has sent a message. After being in the New World for more than a month, her demon pirate group has already made a splash. But in the New World where the power is almost divided up, if you want to take the lead, you will basically step on the bones of the old man to rise to the top. During a month, Good Money Zhao, Liang Bing, and Xiang Wei fought many times, and their power became stronger and stronger, and she also planned to move towards her first big goal. For Emperor's Bigamum, the scariest woman on the sea? Humph, I'm your big sister. I am the scariest woman on the sea. No, horror, this word is not very good. It sounds like I am ugly. Am I ugly? You guys say, am I ugly? On a huge amounts of pirate ship, facing thousands of his subordinates, Liang Bing raised his arms and shouted, "No, you are not ugly. You are the most beautiful queen." Very good, since it's like a dagger. Then go and overthrow her, for emperors a sea. How can there be for emperors here? There can only be one pirate queen island. For people in the New World, the appearance of Liang Bing is not too unexpected. There is never a shortage of hidden strong men in this sea. Those who rose overnight, those who shocked the world as soon as they debuted, shocked the world. In the sea, you can always see one or two. Even the original 4 emperors. For emperors, Aunt Charlotte Tay Lingling, a 5-year-old girl, has won a reward of 500 million since her debut. The red hair was a trainee on the One Piece ship and disappeared after Roger's death. When he reappeared, he directly became the overlord of the new world in the name of a monster. Therefore, the crew members were very calm about the sudden appearance of their queen, who had never heard of it before. But some people can't calm down. Ah, another newcomer to the monster? But why hasn't there been any news for so long? On a certain island, a banquet is being held in an open space not far away. A man with 3 scars over his left eye, a broken left hand, and red hair stood on a rock and looked into the distance. 363, and what he held in his hand was the arrest warrant, as beautiful as Liang Bing's artistic photo. But the man's worries don't stop there. What he worries about comes from the institution that represents the highest power in the world. Although it seems strange for pirates and the world government to mix together, especially for a big pirate like him, there is indeed some kind of transaction between them. It's a pity that Hong Fa didn't know that those who made deals with him had already left this world. And the content of his transaction also disappeared in the upheaval of Marie Joya. Just when Hong became suspicious, a cloud boat drifted into the new world. After several days of wandering, Wang Hao, who enjoyed the blessings of being equal to everyone on the cloud boat, was urged by Liang Bing several times, and finally rushed over. Hey, the navigator you want, besides, this is Robin, a historian. In fact, if you want to find a big secret treasure, you can't do it without her. Although Liang Bing said before that he would use force to unify the new world and become the pirate king by directly conquering everyone. But that would be too much trouble. It's not that it can't be done. With her strength, it can be done naturally. But this world is not the Earth. This world is far bigger than the Earth. And the population is more than tens of billions. In the new world, there are countless file-sized pirates. Even if most of them are vassals of the 4 emperors, as long as they conquer the 4 emperors, they can be conquered. But the problem is, there are always some diehards. For example, there are not a few people like Luffy who have been brainwashed by Roger or others. And at this time, the Great Secret Treasure is the best way. For the pirates, the role of the Great Secret Treasure is equivalent to the Jade Seal passed down from the feudal era. Whoever owns it owns righteousness. No matter who it is, whoever finds the big secret treasure is one piece, which is recognized by everyone. Then, when Liang Bing defeated the 4 emperors and got the big secret treasure, the result would be obvious. Wherever the black flag passes, it will fall in the wind. Thank you. Under the shocked gazes of all the crew members, Liang Bing took the initiative to embrace Wang Hao's neck with a shy face, and then buried her head on his chest. Crack by it. Countless fragile young hearts were shattered, and all their yearning for her lady queen that accompanied their youthful fantasies disappeared at this moment. Ah, who is that guy? He dares to hug her lady queen. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Let go of my lady queen, Wu, let her go. While the boys' fragile hearts were broken, there were also countless people whose eyes were red and their heads were dazzled by anger. In such a short period of time, Liang Bing formed such a huge pirate group. Apart from her powerful force, the most important thing is her personal charm. Since she and Qiang Wei broke into the first pirate ship directly, and then Qiang Wei easily defeated everyone, a dozen pirate groups with a bounty of over 100 million were incorporated by them. And among these people, there is no shortage of powerful people, and there are also people who may make great achievements in the future. To make them all recognize her as, my lady queen is truly extraordinary. But who would have thought that a cloud boat descending from the sky, and a man hugging left and right would brazenly hold her lady queen in his arms? No, don't, Rose. There was another exclamation, and another heartbreaking sound. The deputy captain of the Demon Queen, the #1 officer of Her Majesty Queen, Rose of Time and Space. Amidst the cries of countless crew members who could not bear such a blow, Xian Wei was also drawn into King Huai by Wang Hao. Compared with Liang Bing's aloofness, her extraordinary charm not only attracts these pirates, but also makes them afraid to get close to her and discourages them. She would rather admire her beauty from a distance than go into the past and let her dirty body, horrible smell, and bad image destroy the beauty of an adult woman. But Rose is different. She is sympathetic to her colleagues, and as a member of the military, she attaches great importance to her comrades. Although these people are weak, cruel, and not kind, in her eyes, they're all her comrades in arms. Naturally, a large number of Qiang Wei's diehard fans were born, and compared to her lady queen's hopelessness, many of them feel that Qiang Wei still has a glimmer of hope. But now hope is dashed. The revenge of taking a wife is irreconcilable. Why does it feel like there's going to be a riot on your ship? Wang Hao, who was hugging left and right, looked at the pirates full of broken hearts and smiled happily. Then are you happy? Definitely happy. Her lady queen, whom countless people dream of, is held in my arms. How can I not be happy, heart? Then you're still flirting around? Humph, scumbag. Pushing Wang Hao away, Liang Bing gave him a white look and then walked to the front of the crowd. Shut up, you bastards. Terrifying coercion. Oh, what is called overlord color here is exuded. But Liang Bing's controllability is much better than that of people in this world. The powerful spiritual coercion created an invisible aura, and no one fell down with their eyes turned white by the mental shock. But everyone was shocked, even those well-known strong men. Their eyes widened as they looked up at her lady queen. This is my man, the great sun god, but that's not important. What's important is that you hot chickens. What you have to do now is to bless us. Although being scolded by Liang Bing, but seeing Liang Bing's domineering and unparalleled posture, all the pirates below showed happy expressions. They followed her lady queen because of her strength and authority, but they called her lady queen because of the unique charm of Liang Bing. For Her Majesty Queen, although I think he is very upset, I wish you all the best. For her lady queen, the previous roar and heartbroken mourning have completely turned into one voice. Looking at the frenzied scene below, Wang Hao is also a little speechless. Should it be said that Liang Bing is a born king? That's true when you think about it. That angel's body is similar to that of a Kryptonian, which is a result of the development of genetic engineering to the top. As the king of apocalypse, Liang Bing has gone through tens of thousands of years of upgrades and adjustments. She is the most perfect existence from the inside out. That kind of domineering arrogance is not comparable to the people of One Piece world. If domineering color is a kind of qualification, similar to martial arts ability, if it has all kinds of meridians, then Liang Bing is undoubtedly full of abilities. After the mountain roar and tsunami, there was a grand banquet. Up to now, Liang Shui and Xiang Wei have reached the peak that ordinary big pirates can achieve. If you want to go further, you can only do it to those old guys. This is also a celebration banquet, and it is also to welcome the arrival of Nami and Robin, the foundation of the hegemony. Are you going to attack the four emperors? Well, those guys actually divided up the territory completely, so that the One Piece King, have no place to set foot. In the New World, except for a very small number of land boundaries, other territories belong to the four emperors. Because this is the law of survival. Unless one's own strength is strong, countries and islands that do not take shelter of the four emperors have long been ruined by pirates. Fishman Island is sheltered by Whitebeard, and Whitebeard wants to be sheltered by Big Mom after his death, while DeRosa has the double shelter of the Don Quixote family in Kaido. So now Liang Bing must declare war on the four emperors. This is not a question of whether she is willing or not, but must be done. Auntie, you still have too few talents under your command, and you have to do it yourself. After looking at the people on board, Wang Hao said while drinking wine, the reason why the four emperors are called the four emperors is definitely not as simple as their own strength. It is true that their respective strengths are at the peak of the sea, but is there anyone who can match them? Hawkeye's strength is no less than that of the red hair, and it is worthwhile to go one-on-one with any of the four emperors, but if it is the entire four emperors, Hawkeye can only run away. Just because of the four emperors, no one is a lone ranger, even the redhead with the smallest crew. There are shockingly many masters on board. In order to make up for this defect for Luffy, Oda even specially designed the plot of rescuing the pirates in Rosa and then forming a large fleet. Otherwise, with the 3 melons and 2 dates of the Straw Hat Regiment, how many generals and captains can we beat? This is indeed a problem. I heard that Bigamamu has a group of sons and daughters. Apart from generals, there are countless people who could be called strong. This does not include the ministers under her command. The 3 generals are only the 3 most outstanding members of the Big Mom Pirates, but there are not a few Big Moms with many children, good strength, and outstanding resourcefulness. Owen, Daifuku, Rospero, etc., even if only half of the known 46 sons and 39 daughters are fighters, their strength is quite appalling. Therefore, even if Big Mom is the weakest 4 emperors and cannot win any of the other 3 single-handedly, the Big Mom Pirates are definitely not the weakest pirates. So, is there anything you can do? Is there a way? Yin Ran has it. Whether it is to create strong people on the spot, or to summon a group of strong people, it is no problem, but it is not enough to simply let Liang Bing achieve what he wants. I have a way, but what will you give in exchange? Leaning closer to Liang Bing, the light was distorted, and the surrounding eyes were blocked one after another. Wang Hao raised her smooth chin and rested his thumb on the seductive red lips. Well, the Demon Queen's service. What else are you dissatisfied with? The charming nasal voice is paired with a cute expression. The eyes are like waves, the red lips are slightly parted, and Wang Hao's fingers are wrapped in cochin. Tonight, a good night, but a short one.